Chapter 1. Su Yin, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, stands at a towering height of 198 centimeters, weighs 110 kilograms, possesses a speed of 12.8 seconds in a 100-meter dash, executes a vertical leap of 69 centimeters, and achieves a maximum jump of 85 centimeters, with an arm span of 208 centimeters. His ball handling skills are merely average. His shooting training reveals a mediocre success rate for mid-range and three-point shots. With such unimpressive talents, why will we consider signing him? Even if he is a low-cost, undrafted player, this physical assessment report hardly justifies the Bulls extending a 10-day contract to him. It seems utterly unnecessary. In the manager's office, Bulls head coach Scott Skiles perused Su Yan's physical evaluation report, feeling incredulous about general manager John Paxson's decision to sign Su Yan. John Paxson chuckled lightly, dismissing Skiles' concerns. Scott, do not be hasty in your judgment. Continue reading the report. You have not finished yet. Scott Skiles, is there even a need to continue after reviewing these physical stats? Yet, observing Paxson's calm demeanor, Skiles furrowed his brow slightly and resumed reading Su Yan's report. Key highlight: Su Yan bench pressed 244 kilograms. Upon finishing that line, Skiles' eyes widened in astonishment. What does this mean? A bench press of 244 kilograms. The mailman, Karl Malone, renowned for his iron elbows and extraordinary strength, holds the record for the strongest bench press in NBA history. How much? 230 kilograms. And now Su Yan has achieved 244 kilograms. The critical point is that Su Yan is merely a shooting guard. A guard possessing a bench press strength that surpasses that of the mailman Karl Malone sounds like a fabrication, a tale too fantastical to believe. Is this bench press figure accurate? Skiles exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Paxson replied with a smile and a nod. He was not the least surprised by the astonishment displayed on Skiles' face. Ahem. Paxson cleared his throat, quickly managing his expression to alleviate the awkwardness of his previous remarks about Su Yan, and then attempted to jest. While his strength is impressive, a brute without skill may struggle to survive on the NBA stage. Skiles crossed his arms, a faint smile on his face, listening quietly until Paxson finished, then raised his chin slightly. Unhurried, continue reading. Is there more? Paxson felt an even greater shock, his gaze returning to Su Yan's report. Special note: during unknown drills, Su Yan dominated both offensively and defensively, overpowering the entire Bulls roster. How is that possible? Skiles nearly screamed in disbelief. His expression management crumbled yet again, completely shattered. This cannot be. An undrafted player, with talents and skills as ordinary as they come. How could he possibly dominate every player on the team? Skiles found it incomprehensible. Although the Bulls had languished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference for 4 consecutive years following Jordan's second retirement in 1998 and had failed to reach the playoffs for 5 straight seasons, the current team still boasted flashy play styles, with Jamal Crawford's exceptional unknown abilities and Eddie Curry, who was poised to become the next Shaquille. Moreover, Kirk Hinrich, this year's 7th overall pick, seemed more than capable of mentoring an undrafted rookie like Su Yan. Additionally, there was the retired Scottie Pippen, who, as the team's spiritual leader, could easily handle a rookie devoid of skill and other talents, even if he approached it as a big brother. Thus, the notion that Su Yan could overpower every Bulls player during unknown drills sounded utterly absurd. Skepticism consumed Skiles. He could not believe it, nor would he accept it. Yet he knew the assessment report could not lie, which left him utterly flabbergasted, as if he had encountered a ghost. How did Su Yan achieve this? Skiles was astonished, his expression a mix of disbelief and confusion. Paxson laughed heartily, then shook his head. I cannot say for certain his playing style is quite peculiar, and I am confident the players did not go easy on him. In any case, he accomplished it. For an undrafted player, this astounding strength and his uncanny yet exceptional offensive and defensive skills undoubtedly represent a treasure for us Bulls. Truly, I do not know how high Su Yan's potential may soar, but as the upcoming Summer League approaches, I am filled with imagination and anticipation regarding Su Yan's performance on the court. My excitement even surpasses that of the chosen one, this year's first overall pick, LeBron James, during his Summer League debut. Ugh. Skiles grimaced, then burst into laughter. I too can hardly wait to witness how Su Yan's physique and skills translate into overpowering the entire team. So, the question arises, who is Su Yan, and why is he capable of dominating the entire Bulls roster? Su Yan, a freshman at Magic University, hails from the College of Surveying and Mapping. He shattered a backboard with a single dunk, achieving a glorious feat that echoed throughout the school, successfully securing a spot on the team and leading his squad to victory in the Freshman Cup. Bypassing the tryouts, he was guaranteed a starting position on the university team. His brilliance in the Freshman Cup granted him autonomy in choosing his partners during his 4 years at university, as he was about to ascend to the peak of university life. However, a sudden twist of fate struck. He fell unexpectedly. Su Yan was transported to a parallel world, to the magnificent Blue Star, in the year 2003, the era of the Platinum generation. Not only did he traverse dimensions, but his height also increased from 183 centimeters to 198 centimeters, and he acquired the Basketball God system. Receiving a novice gift package, he obtained Iron Strength in the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Iron Strength. This ability dramatically enhances Su Yan's power, enabling him to bench press a record-breaking 244 kilograms in the NBA, yet this is not his ultimate strength. The Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. This ability, derived from a mystical basketball anime, Kuriko's Basketball, belongs to the Captain Aemon Daiki from the Generation of Miracles. He possesses the ability to perceive every movement of his opponents. Foot placement, acceleration, jumping, muscle contraction, and all aspects of both offense and defense are visible to him as if you're watching in slow motion. Simultaneously, he can make immediate judgments and decisions, rendering his opponent's offensive and defensive efforts ineffective. Currently, Su Yan has only unlocked 80 dynamic vision in the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Yet, even in reality, this ability is immensely powerful. A pure dimensional suppression. As a result, even with Su Yan's seemingly mediocre talents, he can still single-handedly dominate a Bulls team devoid of basketball god Jordan. The reason he is trying out for the Bulls is due to the system's directive. Last year, Jordan played his final season with the Wizards, and now Su Yan has become a member of the Bulls, destined to grow into the best active player, even the greatest of all time. At that time, the same height, the same position, the same team, the same greatness. Su Yan will succeed Jordan, surpass him, and ascend to the position of the greatest of all time, perfectly aligning with the basketball god system's original intent. Additionally, the system has issued its first main quest, to secure a weekly Rookie of the Week award, with a reward of basic half-court shot. As for Su Yan, having just traversed dimensions, he is evidently struggling to adapt and accept this new reality. After all, he had just reached the pinnacle of university life at Capital University. However, upon the system's emergence, witnessing the veins bulging on his arms, feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him, and experiencing the terrifying dynamic vision of the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he felt at ease. Su Yan felt an instant sense of comfort, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. He is filled with anticipation for competing alongside the 03 Platinum generation, eager to surpass LeBron, Wade, Bosh, and other future superstars, and to be the first to claim the title of the NBA's strongest player. As he arrived in this new world, the draft event was already underway, and he was unable to showcase his talents. Thus, even with the system's assistance, he registered for the draft, but with his mediocre skills, he went unnoticed and became an undrafted player. Consequently, Su Yan approached the Bulls, trying out as an undrafted player. What followed was the shocking assessment report that left Skiles and Paxson astounded, along with his remarkable performance in overpowering the entire Bulls roster. On June 27th, the 03 Platinum Generation Draft took place. On July 1st, the trade market opened. On July 5th, Su Yan successfully tried out for the Bulls and signed a 10-day contract, set to compete in the Boston Summer League in 3 days. July 6th, today, at 10 a.m., Su Yan arrived at the gymnasium, where he engaged in some basic training drills with his teammates in preparation for the upcoming Summer League. The Summer League. This is a basketball league that ranks below the NBA and NCAA, yet above the Development League and CBA. The players participating here are typically first-year rookies, undrafted players, and those whose contracts are nearing expiration, yet have not yet made a significant impact in the NBA. For rookies, highly ranked newcomers adapt early to the NBA-like competition, showcasing impressive statistics and dominance, thereby enhancing their popularity ahead of time. Lower-ranked rookies utilize the Summer League stage to deliver standout performances, aiming to gain attention from NBA teams upon entering the league, thereby securing a more prominent tactical role within the squad. As for undrafted players and those nearing the end of their contracts, the Summer League may represent their final opportunity to return to the NBA. Seizing this chance and performing well could lead to securing the next NBA contract or position in the league. In summary, the participants of the Summer League are predominantly players on the fringes of the NBA, possessing a modicum of talent and skill, and are determined to give their all. Thus, the level of competition rises, ensuring that the games are far from mediocre. Furthermore, the inclusion of popular rookies such as LeBron, Anthony, and Wade has only heightened the appeal of this year's Summer League. During the vacant NBA offseason, many fans remain focused on the Summer League stage. Sue, are you feeling a bit nervous about your first match in the prestigious Summer League, second only to the NBA and NCAA? Teammate Crawford inquired with a grin. Pippen chuckled heartily, wrapping his arm around Su Yin. This kid has already dominated us, Allen. Unremarkable Summer League. Su Yin will undoubtedly play with ease. A backup player for the upcoming Summer League, small forward Eddie Robinson, could only shake his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself that he was counting on the Summer League to boost his salary. You dare to say it's unremarkable? That's quite excessive. Of course. Kirk Hinrich, this year's 7th overall pick, nodded with a smile. Su will surely make a remarkable impression in the Summer League. His gaze towards Su Yin was filled with respect. Despite being ranked far lower than Su Yin, witnessing Su Yin consistently outperform all his teammates, including himself, left Hinrich with no choice but to acknowledge Su Yan's undeniable basketball prowess that surpassed his own. There was no trace of condescension, rather. Su Yan's affable and genuine nature garnered him even more admiration. Su Yan smiled. I suppose I'll feel a tad nervous after all. It's the Summer League filled with highly touted rookies and NBA players. I must treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Su, how humble you are, Crawford remarked with a laugh, when we all know we are no match for him. Too modest. Pippen shook his head, chuckling, with even a 7th overall pick like Hinrich being outclassed. How many of this year's rookies can truly compete with Su? Hinrich. Pippen, is that polite? Power forward Anthony Davis pondered for a moment before stating, Su is indeed impressive, but this year is a draft year abundant with talent. LeBron and Carmelo are all genius-level stars. Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and other rookies exhibit talents that will undoubtedly see them reach at least star status in the future. The outside world has dubbed this year's draft as the 0-3 Platinum Generation, rivaling the legendary 96 Golden Generation. This is no mere exaggeration. These individuals are genuinely remarkable. So what? Pippen laughed dismissively. Let's just watch. I'm eagerly anticipating Su facing off against those guys and completely dominating them. A player from the Dragon Nation, overwhelming superstars led by LeBron and Anthony. Such a statement is enough to make others burst into laughter. Yet, now that it has been voiced by Pippen, everyone believes it could very well happen. Just then, Pippen's phone began to ring. Hello, have you arrived? All right, I'll head out to pick you up. Beep, beep, beep. A few brief words exchanged before the call ended. Pippen turned aside and smiled at Su Yin, saying, Su, shortly, a good friend of mine will be coming over to meet you. He wants to challenge you to a one-on-one. Make sure to give him a good beating. Oh, Su Yin blinked, pondering who it could be. Pippen then laughed heartily at his teammates, exclaiming, guys, a big shot is about to arrive. So remember to give him a warm welcome. Pippen's friend, a big shot. Who could it be? Everyone exchanged glances, each of them guessing. Before long, Pippen and his friend arrived. As the crowd turned to look, their eyes widened in shock and delight. Who? Pippen's good friend was none other than the god of basketball, Michael Jordan. Indeed, Jordan had returned to the Bulls. It's Michael. The god has returned. Wow, I can't believe I get to see the legend in person. This is surreal. I'm so thrilled. Welcome back home, Michael. Led by Crawford and Henrich, everyone cheered exuberantly, warmly welcoming Jordan back to the Bulls during the off-season. Jordan approached, offering a symbolic fake smile, maintaining the aura befitting a god and an old-school legend. My brother, this is Su Yin. The two walked straight up to Su Yin, with Pippen gesturing toward him. Jordan looked at Su Yin, who was of similar height, sizing him up and chuckling. He certainly appears quite unremarkable. How did he manage to dominate all of you? The crowd exchanged glances. Huh. Pippen laughed heartily. It is precisely because Su seems unremarkable that he appears formidable. Don't you want to witness Su's prowess? Isn't it time for a showdown? That is indeed my intention, Jordan replied with a slight smile, looking at Su Yin. Hey boy, how about a one-on-one? I'm quite intrigued by you because of Pippen. Su Yin pondered briefly, then smiled lightly. A challenge from a god sounds rather interesting. Then let us do it. Let us go to Su Yin versus the retired legend. It seemed that the younger Su Yin had the advantage. Little did they know that despite being 40 years old, Jordan had averaged 20 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1.5 steals last season. This was akin to an all-star caliber performance. Even now, he remained the strongest presence in the Bulls. Moreover, Jordan's scoring techniques were diverse, meaning that even in retirement, he theoretically held the upper hand against rookie Su Yin. Who do you think will prevail? Henrich inquired. Crawford stroked his chin. Su is indeed formidable, but that is a god we're talking about. Even if he is nearing retirement, he is still a god. Su Yin may not be his match. I believe the god will win. Eddie Curry chimed in. But the fact that an undrafted player like Su can have the god of the Bulls come to him for a scrimmage speaks volumes about his capabilities. This alone is a recognition in itself. Exactly, Henrich nodded, adding, but I must say, Su's playing style is quite peculiar, appearing incredibly mundane. Yet he always manages to score and can consistently defend against your attacks. If the god is too complacent, he might just be caught off guard. As the news of Jordan's arrival spread, the entire Bulls arena erupted with joy and excitement, with everyone rushing out to greet him. Before long, the crowd gathered to witness the duel between Su Yin and Jordan. Coach Skiles and manager Paxson were among them. Su Yin versus Jordan, undrafted player versus retired god. This matchup promised to be quite intriguing. Paxson crossed his arms, watching with keen interest. Skiles' eyes burned with excitement, as he wondered if Su Yin's seemingly unremarkable physique and skills could indeed triumph over the retired legend. In an instant, one side of the training gym was filled with people, buzzing with energy and anticipation. On the court, the one-on-one between Su Yin and Jordan was about to commence in a change of possession. The first player to score 3 points would win. The old legend, maintaining his high status, allowed Su Yin to attack first. Swish! At the top of the key, Su Yin held the ball, facing Jordan, the retired god, yet showing not a hint of nervousness. With his iron will and the eye of the heavenly emperor, Su Yin had no reason to fear anyone. Even a god, he executed a series of feigned shots, attempting to disrupt Jordan's balance. What a crude series of moves, lacking any deceptive quality. Jordan shook his head, unfazed. Meanwhile, within the feigned shots, the eye of the heavenly emperor continuously analyzed Jordan's defense. Su Yin's balance lowered as he poised for action. At the moment when Jordan's center of gravity shifted upward, Su Yin seized the opportunity. Whoosh! Su Yin suddenly accelerated, breaking through on the right wing, not particularly fast, but the extreme shift in his center of gravity allowed him to outpace Jordan. To be precise, at that instant, Jordan, whose balance had shifted upward, was momentarily frozen in place. With 3 quick steps, he executed a layup. Swish! Su Yin easily scored. Jordan paused, surprised at his own stillness. Why didn't T.I. follow? Skiles was perplexed. Su Yin's feigned shots were so crude, and his breakthrough speed was not fast at all. His speed felt languid. Jordan could have easily caught up. Was he letting him win? Not at all. Manager Paxson chuckled, shaking his head. This is the peculiar nature of Su Yin's playing style. He always reads the defense well, identifying the optimal offensive opportunities, leaving his opponents either unable to keep up or frozen in place. Wow. Crawford exclaimed, utterly astonished. Su's first attack had left the retired god rooted to the spot. This strength seemed quite extraordinary. Eddie Curry clicked his tongue, marveling at how effortlessly Su had scored over the head of God. Unbelievable. You call this an undrafted player? Henrich shook his head repeatedly. Pippin bellowed, shouting at Jordan, old legend. What are you doing, pondering life while standing still? Move already. Ha ha. Jordan laughed heartily, but soon his expression turned serious. His interest peaked. This kid indeed had some skills. I must take him more seriously. Su Yin, 1 o'clock Jordan. Change of possession. Jordan again held the ball at the top of the key, facing Su Yin. Once more. He executed a series of feigned shots, attempting to unsettle Su Yan's balance and find a gap in his defense. To be fair, Jordan's feigned shots were highly deceptive. Such continuous fakes could easily draw a foul from any average player, granting him space for a shot. However, the one defending against him was Su Yin, who possessed the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Thus, these seemingly intricate feigned shots were laid bare before Su Yin, who could discern whether Jordan was shooting for real or faking at the moment he lifted the ball. He was utterly unfazed, not fooled at all. Jordan felt a flicker of astonishment. Su Yin, as a rookie, exhibited a calm defensive reading ability against a god that left Jordan quite taken aback, but there was no time for contemplation. Not moving? Then I'll shoot directly. Jordan prepared to take a three-pointer, aiming straight at Su Yin. This glance at me, followed by a gaze at the hoop, the way he grips the ball for a shot, the gradual bending of his knees. This is a genuine attempt, under the gaze of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Every movement of Jordan was scrutinized by Su Yin, who discerned the intricate details that clearly indicated Jordan's impending shot. Thus, with unwavering focus, Su Yin seized the moment when Jordan was about to release the ball, swiftly executing a deft maneuver to strip the ball from Jordan's grasp just as it rose to his chest. Jordan instinctively swiped at Su Yin, his body leaping in what appeared to be a foul. But in truth, it was an impeccably clean play. The aforementioned events transpired in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entire exchange, Su Yin remained seemingly motionless until he extended his hand, effectively thwarting Jordan's offensive attempt and showcasing an exemplary defensive prowess against the basketball legend. King Defa, Crawford exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling. Once again, it seems as if nothing was done, yet Su's defense appears utterly stagnant. However, he manages to deliver a decisive blow at the last moment, effortlessly dismantling the offense. What an enigmatic style of defense. Eddie Curry echoed his sentiments, marveling at the sharpness of Su Yan's defense. Such precision, exclaimed Sinrich, his mouth agape in disbelief. How can a mere 19-year-old undrafted rookie possess such seasoned defensive acumen? Unbelievable. Skiles widened his eyes and shouted. Inactivity breeds surprise. Su's ability to read the defense is formidable. Indeed, manager Paxson nodded in agreement, unable to suppress his admiration that Su's insight was truly remarkable. He consistently exploited the weaknesses in his opponent's offense and defense, delivering lethal strikes whether in scoring or defending. Even with average talent, he excelled on both ends of the court. Yet, as a mere 19-year-old rookie, such astonishing perceptiveness was utterly unfathomable, bordering on the absurd. This is what made his playing style appear so peculiar. Exactly, Skiles nodded vigorously, completely in agreement, that Su's playing style exuded a wisdom far beyond that of a fiery youth. It resembled that of a seasoned veteran, one who had competed in the NBA for decades, aging yet becoming ever more cunning. This was simply illogical. It was indeed bizarre. Experts marveled at Su Yan's outstanding performance on both offense and defense, while those less knowledgeable simply cheered at his scoring and defensive feats against the retiring deity. Jordan, bewildered, thought, how could he have intercepted that so effortlessly? Such incredible insight and formidable defensive reading. What a beautiful defense. He smiled and complimented, Su, how did you know that my last move was a genuine shot and not a feint? Su Yin, taken aback, responded, your question is rather absurd. How am I to answer that? Should I say that the eye of the Heavenly Emperor revealed every one of your feints and tricks, exposing their flaws to me? Su Yin pondered, scratching his head, and stumbled upon a fortunate guess. Jordan replied, you better have guessed it right. The game resumed, and it was now Su Yan's turn to attack, and tee the top of the arc. As he received the ball, Jordan closed in, confronting a rookie whose offense and defense were decidedly lacking. Leaving Jordan feeling somewhat embarrassed, now fully focused, he declared bang, bang, bang. Su Yin controlled the ball with his right hand, his dribbling not particularly swift or skilled. Humph. With renewed intensity, Jordan locked his gaze and lunged to steal the ball. His speed was impressive, yet ineffective. Under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Jordan's outstretched hand appeared to move in slow motion, allowing Su Yin to read his intentions clearly and alter his dribble to protect the ball. Evading the steal. With a push off his toes, bending his knees and lowering his torso, he thrust himself upward. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yin glanced sideways and accelerated toward the basket, while a flustered Jordan attempted to catch up after his failed steal. Su Yin's speed, though not rapid, was still too much for Jordan to match. Swish! Su Yin executed another effortless layup, displaying an air of nonchalance, scoring with ease and grace. Wait, Skiles, witnessing Su Yin's performance for the first time, fell into a state of shock once more. Despite the modest speed of Su Yin's initial movement and subsequent acceleration, how could Jordan fail to keep pace? What was happening? Surely, there was no favoritism involved. Truly there isn't, Paxson chuckled, shaking his head. Observing Skiles' astonished expression, he recalled his own disbelief. Initially, he too had struggled to accept that the seemingly unremarkable and somewhat frail talent and skill of Su Yin could dominate the entire Bulls roster. He had assumed it was merely a matter of players going easy. It wasn't until he inquired repeatedly, confirming over and over, that he finally believed and acknowledged Su Yin's prowess. He gestured towards Jordan, noting the latter's awkward demeanor, and one could clearly see that Su Yin possessed genuine skill. It is well known that Jordan's ascent to godhood was not only due to his extraordinary physical attributes and basketball skills, but also his insatiable desire to win, which proved crucial in securing victories. Therefore, even though he initially approached this one-on-one matchup with the intention of engaging with the younger generation, the humiliation of being consistently outperformed on the offensive end was intolerable for someone with such a strong competitive spirit. Once more, the smile faded from Jordan's face as he fell behind 0-2. His fierce desire to win ignited to the top of the arc. He received the ball and moved to the right side, executing a half-turn while backing into Su Yin, preparing to utilize his most potent and reliable scoring technique. What? A back-to-the-basket isolation. Here it comes. Jordan was determined to exploit Su Yin with his back-to-the-basket game, combining it with his signature dreamlike footwork and fadeaway jump shot that Su Yin would find it impossible to stop him. As Jordan initiated his offensive assault, he leaned back against Su Yin, engaging in physical contact. Constantly shifting his footwork to seek an optimal scoring opportunity, he executed a half-turn, feigning with his shoulders, then launching into a fadeaway jump shot. This shot? Whoa! At the moment, Jordan half-turned and prepared to release the ball. Su Yin once again struck with precision, swiftly intercepting the basketball from his grasp. What incredible anticipation! Eddie Curry passionately narrated. Amazing! Sinrich gasped in astonishment, noting that although Su Yin appeared to have done little for this defensive play, he executed that final move with pinpoint accuracy, successfully cutting off the ball. Such a frightening level of insight. Impressive. Skiles couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, though Su's talent is average, his ability to read both offense and defense is exceptional, allowing him to perform admirably on both ends. Indeed, Manager Paxson nodded repeatedly. Typically, rookies rely on their physicality and talent, whereas Su's capabilities stem from his astonishing insight. This was not the playing style of an ordinary rookie. It was utterly peculiar. Yet this in no way diminished Su's formidable prowess. Jordan, perplexed, thought, wait, how did he predict my fadeaway jump shot? Is he not afraid of my feigned attack toward the basket? Why is he so confident? How can a rookie possess such remarkable insight? Jordan was completely baffled. As the game continued, Su Yin, not particularly fast in his acceleration, moved forward, with Jordan closely trailing him until they reached the basket area. Swish! Su Yin came to a sudden halt, ball in hand. He could either feign a layup or leap directly toward the basket. What to choose? The eye of the Heavenly Emperor instantaneously assessed the defense. The center of gravity is subtly lowering, the body slightly leaning forward, the left foot's ball pressing down while the heel is lifted. This indicates a preparatory jump for a block. In the next moment, Su Yin feigned a shot. Jordan, with a sudden shout, launched into the air for a block, only to soar out of bounds as Su Yin watched. Swish! Su Yin effortlessly completed another layup. 3-0. The undrafted rookie Su Yin decisively overwhelmed the retiring deity Jordan. Buzz, a moment of silence engulfed the crowd as Jordan soared out of bounds and the basketball swished through the net. Everyone raised their hands, mouths agape, cheering exuberantly. Su Yin had outsmarted the legend and scored with ease. Su triumphed with a resounding 3 o'clock victory, leaving the deity utterly silenced. Unbelievable. I am well aware of Su Yan's formidable prowess, yet to witness such a dominating shutout against a god was beyond my expectations. His remarkable insight and formidable offense and defense are truly astonishing. Su Yan is indeed impressive. Players like Crawford, Eddie Curry, and Henrich could only watch in awe, their mouths agape, as they marveled at Su Yan's complete victory over Jordan. Su Yan has prevailed. Ha ha. Pippen laughed heartily as he approached Su Yan, giving him a congratulatory slap. He then turned to Jordan with a grin, asking, "So, brother, what do you think?" "Ha!" Jordan chuckled, acknowledging he's quite formidable. Su Yan possesses an average talent. Yet his exceptional insight and astute understanding of offense and defense grant him remarkable strength. At my age, it's understandable that I cannot compete with such a clever young player. Pippen interjected, "Huh, that's not what you said before. Now that you've been shut out, you're suddenly acting all wise and seasoned." With a dismissive remark towards Pippen, Jordan approached Su Yan, saying, "Boy, you play with great intelligence, adeptly reading both offense and defense. You consistently find scoring opportunities. A skill that is rare among average players, that if you can gradually enhance your skills and physical abilities over time, I foresee you becoming my successor." Gasp. Whose successor? Jordan's successor. The successor of the basketball god? When Jordan uttered those words, astonishment filled the room, with jaws dropping wide enough to fit a light bulb. This was indeed a monumental compliment, particularly from the notoriously reserved old rascal, who seldom offers praise lightly. "Thank you." Su Yin smiled, aware that being the successor of a god is no easy feat, but he vowed to strive for it. "Wow." Pippen also appeared surprised, soon breaking into a smile, remarking, "Such praise from the old rascal is a rarity. But given Su's capabilities, it seems fitting." Tiske. Manager Paxson gasped in disbelief. To shut out Jordan, even at 40 years old, exceeded his expectations. Su Yin is truly exceptional. Skiles couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A fitness report, a remarkable feat, and a one-on-one duel had thoroughly won over Skiles. He chuckled, reflecting that with Su Yan's peculiar style of play, keen insight, and astonishing strength, it seems another supernova is about to emerge from the 0-3 golden generation. However, Su Yan's prowess currently exists only within the Bulls' ranks, as the Summer League is about to commence. The next day, led by Su Yin, a group of non-starters from the Bulls headed to Boston, preparing for the trials of the Boston Summer League. The day after tomorrow, the Bulls will face their first opponent in the Summer League, the Raptors, who will represent the Raptors in the Summer League. Chris Bosh, this year's 4th overall pick, the future Dragon King of the Raptors, an all-star starter and one of the big three of the Heat, stands out as a prominent figure of the 0-3 golden generation. Many fans have their eyes on him, eagerly anticipating his dominance on the Summer League stage. Besides Bosh, fans are also keenly interested in 4 other rookies from this draft class. The first pick, the chosen one, Little Emperor LeBron. The second pick, from former Yugoslavia, the center known as a prodigy, Darko Milicic. The third pick, this year's NCAA mop, with a kaleidoscopic offensive skill set, the Melon Anthony, who has displayed personal power exceeding LeBron's. The fifth pick, the Flash Dwayne Wade. Each one is a gem, each one deserving of anticipation. Bulls versus Raptors. This clash is set for the day after tomorrow. However, today the Summer League matchups have already begun. Today, Melon Anthony will represent the Nuggets in his inaugural Summer League game against the Bucks. The Bucks feature this year's 8th overall pick, TJ Ford. He possesses lightning-fast speed. Anthony versus Ford. This is the focal point of the match. During the game, Anthony showcased his skills with a series of dazzling moves. A sudden stop jump shot after a drive, a pull-up jumper under pressure, explosive dunks following rapid spins, and fadeaway jumpers in the post. His kaleidoscopic offensive style was once again brilliantly illustrated. Throughout the game, Anthony wore a charming boyish smile, scoring 28 points, grabbing 7 rebounds, and dishing out 3 assists. The MOP player excelled, leading his team to victory while maintaining his good looks. Wow, Anthony received thunderous applause, capturing the hearts of countless blonde-haired, blue-eyed fans. His popularity soared. Meanwhile, 8th pick TJ Ford also scored 18 points, dazzling the crowd with his ball handling and lightning speed. The future looks promising for him as well. This was a spectacular showdown. Additionally, today, another match is worth watching. The Raptors versus the Pistons. Bosh versus Malisic. Now the question arises, why did Malisic surpass Anthony, Bosh, and Wade to become the second overall pick of the 0-3 Golden Generation? Because he truly possesses outstanding physical talent, explosive athleticism, and a remarkably soft shooting touch, earning him the moniker of a white version of Garnett. Most importantly, he stands at 213 cm, making him center. A scout from the Jazz once remarked that had they held the first overall pick, they would have chosen Malisic over LeBron. In this era, where physical play is still prevalent, centers are highly sought after. After all, whether it was the Spurs GDP winning championships or the Lakers-Shaq-Kobe duo, both Duncan and Shaquille O'Neal possessed formidable dominance in the paint. In this era, securing a championship often hinges on the strength of the interior, making powerful centers more valued. Thus, the Jazz scout statement is not without merit. Consequently, the Pistons, holding the second overall pick, chose Darko Milicic without a moment's hesitation. Second overall pick center. Milicic, fourth overall pick power forward. Bosh. The clash between these two is undoubtedly captivating. What was the outcome? Milicic scored 24 points, grabbed 11 rebounds, and blocked 5 shots, achieving stunning statistics while leading his team to victory. Bosh also recorded an impressive 21 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks. Though he lost, he still showcased his individual talent. This matchup was filled with entertainment. The two most exciting matchups of the day generated considerable buzz in the media. News outlets clamored to publish articles, rushing to deliver the explosive news by the next morning. The following morning, 24 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Who says LeBron is the chosen one? Who says LeBron must be the first overall pick? Excuse me, the white version of Garnett, Milicic, is far more deserving of that title. Source: Detroit Auto News. The Offensive Museum, the Smiling Assassin, Carmelo Anthony, both handsome and skilled, will become Denver's new king. Source: Denver No Altitude News. Chris Bosh's talent is astonishing, excelling in both offense and defense. A surefire all-star power forward in the making, ready to join forces with the half-man, half-god Carter. Next season, we Raptors will soar to become one of the strongest teams in the NBA. Challenging for the championship from the pages of the Toronto Dragon Roar. Early in the morning, astonishing headlines echoed throughout the streets and neighborhoods, perpetuating the influence of the 0-3 Platinum generation. Simultaneously, the renowned American sports website ESPN's Page 2 section buzzed with fervent discussions among fans regarding the previous night's Summer League games. Undoubtedly one of the once-in-a-lifetime talents, Carmelo's individual prowess is beyond question, exhibiting an offensive flair reminiscent of a kaleidoscope, making him appear far from a mere rookie. Furthermore, his physical attributes are exceptionally explosive, a harmonious blend of talent and skill. I am certain that in a few years, Carmelo will ascend to superstar status. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say he will evolve into a supernova. Milicic also possesses remarkable physical gifts, with his towering height and solid offensive techniques. Truly impressive for a second overall pick. Chris Bosh, adorned with the moniker of a rising star, dazzled in his Summer League debut with a stat line of 21 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks, showcasing his high potential. Provided he continues to develop normally, he is destined to become an all-star caliber player. This year, the influx of formidable and gifted rookies is overwhelming. How could LeBron emerge as the #1 pick? Just how formidable is he? To be honest, while LeBron, as one of the once-in-a-lifetime talents, is indeed powerful, I believe Anthony possesses superior raw strength prior to the draft. Many considered Anthony as the potential first overall pick. LeBron's selection as the top pick stems not only from his monstrous physical attributes and seemingly innate leadership qualities, but also from the limitless potential that his combined attributes promise. This is a significant reason why LeBron triumphed over his peers to secure the coveted first overall pick. That makes sense that, of course, LeBron's strength is indisputable, and we can eagerly anticipate the chosen one LeBron's Summer League debut. Fans are buzzing with excitement as they marvel at the stellar performances of several rising stars from the previous night. Tonight's Summer League matchups are heating up. This evening, notable players such as future sharpshooter Pietrus, all-star power forward David West, and the versatile Yao are set to take the stage. However, they're still developing, and their current performances have yet to create significant waves. Additionally, second-round pick Zaza Pachulia will make his Summer League debut, nearly engaging in a scuffle with an opponent in his first game. From the onset of his career, he has displayed a rather unsavory style of play, which is quite off-putting. The following night, two highly anticipated matchups await: the Cavaliers versus the Clippers and the Bulls versus the Raptors. After an impressive showing, fans are eager once again to see Bosch's performance. The most anticipated clash, however, is undoubtedly the Cavaliers against the Clippers, marking LeBron's Summer League debut. After all, he is a high school graduate who did not attend college and thus did not shine during the NCAA's March Madness, leading fans to yearn for his first game at a level closest to the NBA. As night fell, the atmosphere became electric with anticipation for the Cavaliers versus Clippers showdown. Just half an hour before the game, the arena was already at capacity, buzzing with excitement for a Summer League game. This is quite rare. LeBron versus the first pick versus the sixth pick. Who will reign supreme? LeBron seemed to provide an answer right from the first possession. As the game commenced, LeBron advanced the ball, positioned at the right arc, and faced the Clippers' defensive forward with a powerful drive. Boom! Like a beast unleashed, he tore through the opponent's defense, accelerating further into the paint, effortlessly evading the help defense to attack the basket. Thud! LeBron soared, fully aware of the imposing center Chris lurking beneath the rim, and leaped as if a divine force had descended. With immense force, he executed a thunderous dunk over shaking the rim. Thud! The powerful impact of the dunk sent sprawling to the floor. LeBron landed gracefully, towering over the defeated like a king surveying his domain. Such dominance! For a brief moment, the audience was silenced, only to erupt into a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the arena. On. In the commentary booth, TNT commentator Barkley was invited to call the chosen one LeBron's Summer League debut, his eyes wide with astonishment. This year's 6th overall pick is a formidable center with the potential to become an all-star. Yet, in his very first Summer League possession, he found himself on the receiving end of a dunk from the same class's top pick. LeBron, a truly unbelievable scenario. LeBron's speed is astonishing, his strength formidable, and his explosiveness terrifying. Wow! Fellow commentator Kenny Smith mirrored the shock, acknowledging LeBron as indeed the chosen one despite being 10 centimeters shorter than LeBron's ability to dunk over him showcased an almost supernatural athleticism, a clear display of dominance. For a fellow rookie to be dunked on so emphatically is undeniably demoralizing on the court. Kaman's expression was one of disbelief, a stark contrast to his earlier confidence as he had hoped to block LeBron's shot. Instead, he found himself humiliated, lying on the floor. The might and audacity of the chosen one are not fleeting. The dunk was merely the beginning. Although Kaman is a high-profile 6th pick with considerable talent and potential, LeBron repeatedly penetrated the paint with ease, scoring as if plucking fruit from a tree. Utterly uncontainable. Their duel appeared to be a high school student against a college junior, but in reality, it was a clear demonstration of dominance that LeBron thoroughly outclassed Kaman. Throughout the match, in just 3 quarters, LeBron amassed an impressive 27 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing his all-around prowess like a hexagonal warrior. Under his leadership, the Cavaliers effortlessly triumphed over the Clippers. After the game, Barkley remarked on LeBron's Summer League debut, describing it as exceptional, flawless, that he truly embodied the strength of the chosen one, fulfilling his little emperor titled. I can already envision news outlets scrambling to publish articles about LeBron, eager to provide the first scoop tomorrow. Indeed, Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, noting that LeBron is a natural leader. As long as he is present, victory seems inevitable. This is the essence of LeBron's greatness and the reason for the widespread admiration he receives. To dominate the Summer League debut in such a manner, we can undoubtedly anticipate LeBron as a high schooler, shining brightly in the NBA. The two commentators lavished praise upon LeBron, while fans in the stands rose to their feet. applauding in celebration of LeBron's performance. The undisputed first overall pick, truly the chosen one that originally. A ticket costing just $5 turned into a hefty $80 expenditure for the best seats in the house. All to witness LeBron play. Seeing LeBron's magnificent performance and astonishing dominance was worth every penny. Go LeBron. Fans did not hold back on their praise. After the game, LeBron participated in an interview, his demeanor composed, revealing little of the typical rookie awkwardness, exuding the aura of a seasoned leader. But he smiled and stated, "I relish the opportunity to step onto the grand stage. It boosts my confidence, especially when I see so many fans here for me. It brings me immense joy that I thrive on the support of so many fans. It energizes me and elevates my performance." Generally, head coaches of teams that do not participate in the Summer League, such as the Cavaliers coach Paul Silas, expressed in a post-game interview, "It is hard to fathom that so many people came to watch LeBron play. It is truly astonishing, yet it appears to be the reality. LeBron possesses such immense popularity, and he indeed has the prowess to match that extraordinary fame. Therefore, I believe I need to acclimate swiftly, for wherever we go from here, the situation will invariably be the same." Following the conclusion of the Cavaliers match against the Clippers, the Bulls faced off against the Raptors, featuring a notable duel between Kirk Hinrich and Chris Bosh, 7th pick versus 4th pick. This was the primary highlight of the contest. 30 minutes prior to the game, both teams were engaged in vigorous warm dash-ups. In the commentary booth, ESPN analysts Mike Breen and Mark Jackson were invited to provide their insights on the Summer League matchup. Mike Breen's gaze fell upon the Bulls bench, his expression revealing perplexity. Typically, coaches do not accompany their teams to Summer League games unless an extraordinary talent is present, such as LeBron from the Cavaliers or Chris Bosh from the Raptors. So, why was Bulls coach Skiles here? Could it be for the sharpshooter Kirk Hinrich? Indeed, Mark Jackson replied, seemingly slow to grasp the situation, shaking his head. While Hinrich performed admirably during his college days, I believe his role is limited to that of a supporting shooter. Given this, I find it rather strange for the coach to attend. Mike Breen chuckled, suggesting that perhaps since Michael Jordan's era, the Bulls have not seen a player with considerable talent, and Skiles might be eager to assess Hinrich's potential. This could certainly be the case. However, Bosh had already established his prowess in the Summer League, while it remained uncertain whether Hinrich could showcase the abilities expected of a 7th overall pick. Nonetheless, there is room for anticipation. Absolutely. Before the game, the two commentators exchanged remarks, further stirring the excitement for the match. Soon, warm-ups concluded, and both teams returned to their respective benches for final preparations on the Bulls bench. Skiles approached Su Yin with a grin, stating, "Su, tonight, you won't be starting. You'll be our hidden weapon, ready to astonish everyone with your performance. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces. Sounds good?" Su Yin shrugged, unfazed. With the blessings of iron will and the eye of the emperor, Su Yin was confident that he would perform exceptionally well once on the court. He had to excel. As he was currently on a fleeting 10-day contract and aspired to secure a more substantial, permanent contract, it was imperative to deliver an impressive performance. Moreover, achieving the Rookie of the Week award early in the new season was equally essential. Accomplishing this would fulfill a key objective in the system, yielding a basic half-length throwing reward that would undoubtedly enhance his skills. For Su Yin, who possessed keen insight and maximum dynamic vision, but had relatively rough talent and skills, this reward was invaluable, but he needed to attain it swiftly. With this in mind, Su Yin gained a clear understanding of his immediate goals. Moments later, the game commenced. The Raptors secured the offensive possession first. The utility guard Pargo advanced the ball and delivered a high lob to Bosh in the low post on the left side, faking a shot to draw the defense. Whoosh, he charged in, igniting the atmosphere. Boom, he unleashed a thunderous one-handed slam dunk, the rim reverberating with the impact that, in the subsequent possession, Bosh from the high post on the right side hit a mid-range jumper over the head of small forward Ballister. But the excitement didn't end there. A minute later, Bosh accelerated once more, executing a dazzling spin move to evade the first defender. Then, facing the approaching center Blunt, he turned sideways for a delicate hook shot. Swish, another successful basket point, 3 possessions, 3 distinct offensive maneuvers. Bosh showcased his formidable scoring ability in spectacular fashion. In contrast, Hinrich struggled. Clang, his initial mid-range shot missed the mark. although he later connected on a three-pointer from the right corner after receiving a pass from a teammate. His subsequent drive to the basket against Bosch's defense appeared frantic, resulting in a hurried layup off the backboard. Swish! He scored, yet it was evident that this attempt was laced with luck and lacked confidence. In this matchup, the outcome hinged entirely on the performances of 7th overall pick Hinrich and 4th overall pick Bosch. Who would be the more dominant player? Bosch clearly had the upper hand. At the end of the first quarter, the Raptors led by over 11 points, placing pressure on the Bulls. Mike Breen assessed the situation, stating although both are top 10 picks, Bosch and Hinrich are of entirely different calibers. Bosch's floor is that of an all-star, while Hinrich's ceiling is merely that of a starting shooter. The gap is significant. If the Bulls do not unveil a dark horse tonight, Bosch will undoubtedly lead the Raptors to victory. Indeed, Mark Jackson nodded in agreement, emphasizing that Bosch surpassed Hinrich in both physical attributes and individual skills. In this high-stakes showdown between top draft prospects, Bosch had decisively outperformed. Meanwhile, on the Bulls bench, Hinrich expressed his frustration. Shaking his head, Bosch's talent is incredibly strong. I can't stop his offense that I haven't played well. That's all right. Coach Skiles reassured him with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the significant deficit. Bosch is performing well, and that is precisely the scenario I wanted to witness. With that, he turned to Su Yin and said, Su, you'll be entering in the second quarter. All right, Su Yin nodded. Skiles squinted, thinking, losing? Not a chance. Just wait. I will soon show you the abilities of the heir to Jordan's legacy. Before long, the second quarter began. Step. Su Yin donned the 7 jersey as he stepped onto the court. As an undrafted player, he attracted little attention, and with Hinrich and Bosch resting on the sidelines, the fans were hardly invested in the game. On the court, with possession for the Bulls, Su Yin brought the ball up against guard Pargo. Activating the Eye of the Emperor, he swiftly analyzed the defense. His right foot is bent, his weight is on the right, and his body is leaning to the right. I just need a feint to the left to shift his balance. With that thought, Su Yin feinted left and executed an in-and-out dribble with his right hand. As expected, Pargo shifted his weight, and Su Yin seized the moment to accelerate past him on the right side. Although his speed was not overwhelming, he effortlessly created separation. Charging forward, there is no inclination to bend his knees. His arms are extended, solely focused on applying defensive pressure. Continuously reading the defense, Su Yin smoothly lifted the ball for a layup, using the backboard to score against the substitute power forward's defense. Mike Breen raised an eyebrow after witnessing Su Yin's attack. This Bulls 7th player seems to be moving at a leisurely pace. How did he score on that layup? What is going on? Is the Raptors' defense non-existent? I feel the same way. Mark Jackson chuckled, noting how it appeared that no one was defending him as he made his layup. A rather strange sensation indeed. The two individuals were engaged in conversation. As the next attack commenced, Su Yin executed a simple but effective feint, easily shaking off Pago, and with a pace that was not particularly rapid, he surged forward. A deceptive move sent the defender astray, allowing him to score effortlessly with a layup. Yet, this was merely the beginning point. 2 minutes later, from a divine perspective, 3 Raptors players stood as if frozen, their gazes fixed on Su Yin as he darted beneath the basket, successfully finishing at the rim. This sensation evoked the impression of employees playing against their boss. In truth, Su Yin was merely exploiting the glaring weaknesses of these mediocre players, as revealed by the Eye of the Heavenly Emperor. To put it succinctly, they were not immobile. Rather, they were incapable of movement. Mike Bublin observed with increasing curiosity, his brow furrowed. What were the Raptors players doing? Why were they not defending? How peculiar! Mark Jackson echoed, also frowning, then fixed his gaze intently. The players participating in the Summer League typically aim to acclimate themselves to the NBA atmosphere or secure a favorable contract, despite possibly lacking individual prowess. They would invariably give their all, demonstrating serious commitment to the game and diligent defense. How could they allow this Bulls player, adorned in the number 7 jersey, to score consecutively with such ease? It was truly baffling. Mike Bublin stroked his chin, speculating, could it be that the Raptors players were not neglecting their defense, but were simply unable to stop him? Oh, Mark Jackson expressed mild surprise. Who was this player in the number 7 jersey? He did not appear to be local. Mike Bublin chuckled, passing over a dossier. I just looked him up. This Bulls player in the 7 jersey is named Su Yin, 19 years old, hailing from Longguo. He's an undrafted rookie who signed a 10-day contract with the Bulls. I reviewed his physical assessment report, and everything seemed rather mediocre. His talent appeared exceedingly ordinary. Compared to last year's first overall pick, Yao Ming, he was worlds apart. His failure to be drafted was inevitable. And even the Bulls signing him seems somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Su Yan's innate abilities were unremarkable, and the first-hand data reported with the system lacked the enhancement of extraordinary strength. His physicality was also nothing to write home about. Truly ordinary. Mark Jackson perused Su Yan's information and nodded in agreement. His speed was average, his jumping ability unimpressive, his explosiveness standard, and his shooting skills merely adequate. Yet he had managed to score 3 times in succession with apparent ease. This was undeniably strange. Indeed, quite peculiar. The two commentators analyzed and pondered on the court. It was evident that the Raptors players were neither neglecting their defense nor underestimating Su Yan. However, Su Yan's leisurely yet remarkably effortless scoring streak left them feeling embarrassed, their expressions darkening with frustration. Pago, controlling the ball, found Su Yan and scoffed coldly. He could have attacked the rim swiftly, yet he chose to dawdle, as if trying to appear stylish. What level do you think you're at? Why the pretense? Su Yan thought to himself, bewildered, yet chose to ignore it. Seeing Su Yan's demeanor only intensified Pago's irritation. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, as if to say, "You enjoy showing off, do you? Let me teach you a lesson." Bang, bang, bang. Pago faced off against Su Yan, executing a series of flashy dribbles that were somewhat flamboyant, showcasing better ball-handling skills than Su Yan. Suddenly, he burst into action, pushing the ball to the right while shifting his body left. Misleading with his change of direction, that it was not merely a single deceptive maneuver followed by a burst of speed, but a continuous series of misdirections, creating a somewhat chaotic appearance. Su Yan thought to himself, what is he doing? Is he attempting to impress with such erratic movements? Does he think his feints are exceptionally confusing? Strangely enough, on the Summer League stage, many players might indeed be intimidated by such erratic play, reminiscent of someone afflicted by a peculiar condition. However, under the scrutiny of Su Yan's Heavenly Emperor's eye, every one of Pago's deceptive moves was laid bare. He was not fooled in the slightest. Thus, as Pago accelerated to the left, Su Yan effortlessly caught up, even getting a step ahead. What? Pago's pupils dilated, panic setting in, full of flaws that in the moment Pago was distracted. Su Yan swiftly snatched the basketball from his hands and secured it, shielding it from view. Beside him, Bales Tet sped forward. Whoosh! Su Yan generously launched a long pass to Bales Tet, who went one-on-one against the basket, executing a two-handed dunk. Fumbled the ball. Su Yan, somewhat bored, cast a glance at the inexplicably aggressive Pago. Is this your method of dealing with me? Pago, visibly disgruntled, thought to himself that Su Yan had merely gotten lucky, predicting his path of attack, that he should not mistake his defense as strong. If he were to take it seriously, Su Yan would stand no chance against his offensive prowess. Su Yan replied, somewhat disinterested. Then in the next round, as Pago faced him once more during his right-hand crossover dribble, Su Yan once again reached in to steal the ball. Was it possible? Of course it was. Pago, a mere water-cooler player, possessed limited dribbling skills. Under the gaze of the Heavenly Emperor's eye, Su Yan could easily steal the ball from Pago in every encounter if he wished. Smack. Another successful steal. What? Pago exclaimed in shock. However, there was no time to ponder. Su Yan had already surged forward, initiating a fast break, summoning all his strength to catch up. Could he succeed? To be fair, Su Yan's speed was not impressive. Pago kept pace. But it was futile. As Su Yan approached the basket for a layup, he anticipated Pago's attempt to block and instead opted for a bank shot from the side. Swish, the layup went in. This maneuver appeared deceptively simple. Yet, only Su Yan, endowed with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, could make such precise judgments. Ordinary players could only guess or wait for a block to come crashing down before relying on their instincts to adjust. It was precisely because Su Yan had anticipated the defense that his fast break layup seemed effortless, making it look as if Pago had not defended at all. The counterattack succeeded. Su Yan turned around and cast a nonchalant glance at Pago. Showing no interest in continuing to taunt this water-cooler player, the team merely regarded him for a moment. Sometimes, silent mockery can be more cutting than spoken words. Just that fleeting glance made Pago feel on the verge of exploding. Though he was not a formidable character, he felt that an unknown like Su Yin had no right to humiliate him repeatedly. Damn it. He muttered curses under his breath, his anger flaring as he vowed to reclaim his honor in the next round against Su Yin. Beep! Beep! Yet at that moment, the Raptors called a timeout. The commentary booth. Mike Bublin's eyes widened in disbelief. In under 4 minutes, Su Yin had scored 4 baskets, made 2 steals, and delivered 1 assist. During this period, the Bulls had unleashed a 10-0 counterattack, almost instantaneously narrowing the initial 11-point deficit to just 1 point. This undrafted player from Longguo, wearing the number 7 jersey, seemed to possess formidable skills. What was going on? Indeed, Mark Jackson echoed, equally astonished, as Su Yan's physical assessment report indicated that, as a guard aspiring to break into the NBA, his talent and capabilities were far from satisfactory. In fact, the physical condition he exhibited that evening, average speed, mediocre explosiveness, and an overall ordinary appearance, was truly unremarkable. Yet, why did he consistently manage to score? In less than 4 minutes, with 8 points, 1 assist, and 2 steals, he led his team in a stunning 10-0 comeback, effectively halting the Raptors. This was truly peculiar, bordering on the bizarre. The 2 commentators were utterly astonished. Even more surprised was Raptors head coach Kevin O'Neal. No way, he exclaimed, his bewildered gaze fixed on Su Yin. Completely at a loss. What was going on with that kid? Where did he come from? He appeared so ordinary, yet he was consistently scoring against you. What game are you playing? Is an 11-point lead making you complacent? With such an attitude, do you still expect to secure a favorable contract renewal? How am I supposed to justify this to the management? Kevin O'Neal was visibly irate. His anger was not directed at the loss of 10 points, but rather at his players' lackadaisical approach to the game. Overconfidence leads to inevitable defeat. Coach, it's not what you think, Pago hurriedly explained. We were seriously defending, but Su Yan's playing style is so strange. It doesn't seem fast, yet we simply can't stop him. Humph. Kevin O'Neal's irritation grew. Excuses? Are you sure you can't defend him? Or is it that you don't want to? It's truly impossible to defend him, Pago muttered under his breath. But he dare not say more, aware that he had just played poorly and had been humiliated by a seemingly insignificant kid. Humph. Kevin O'Neal dismissed him and turned to Bosch. Chris, you go in and crush that no. 7. Who should be called Su Yin? Understood. Bosch replied with a slight smile, brimming with confidence. With 8 points, 1 assist, and 2 steals, although Su Yan's statistics appeared impressive, his overall offensive presence felt quite ordinary. One could even say it was somewhat fortunate. Nevertheless, Bosch had absolute confidence in his ability to overpower Su Yin. On the Bulls bench, smack. The players exchanged high-fives with Su Yin, who was taking a break. You played exceptionally well, said Hinrich, giving a thumbs up with a hearty laugh. It has the same familiar offense, remarked Center Blunt, smiling as he marveled at Su Yan's astonishing court reading ability, which left the Raptors players utterly helpless. His teammates applauded him, each one reflecting on how, despite Su Yan's seemingly mediocre talent and average skills, he continuously scored and limited the opponent's points. It was truly bizarrely impressive. Fantastic. Skiles couldn't help but laugh. Su, I was a bit worried you might choke under pressure, but it seems I was overly concerned. Keep playing like this, and you'll astonish the entire league. Yes, coach. Su Yin nodded. At this stage, he will perform well in every summer league game without needing the coach's prompting. Only by doing so could he gain the upper hand in future contract negotiations. Meanwhile, in the stands, before Hinrich and Bosch returned to the game, the fans, who had not been paying much attention, were unaware of Su Yan's situation. However, the scattered scouts around were fixated on Su Yin, who, at that moment, exuded an air of someone who was performing well yet felt strikingly ordinary. This was quite strange, almost eerie. The scouts were momentarily perplexed, unsure of what to make of Su Yin. They could only stare intently, eager to observe further. Beep, beep. Soon, the timeout concluded, and the starters returned to the court. Wow. The return of Hinrich and Bosch reignited the fans' enthusiasm, shifting their focus back to the game as the arena's atmosphere began to swell. With the Raptors in possession, Pargo advanced the ball to the top of the arc, handing it off to Bosch before setting a screen. Moving to the right high post. What? He found himself mismatched against Su Yin. Holding the ball in his right hand, he looked down at Su Yin, who was half a head shorter, and decisively attacked, driving to the right low post before abruptly stopping and shooting. Under the pressure of sheer talent, Bosch felt incredibly confident that he would score with a contested pull-up over Su Yin. It was a blatant display of physical superiority, yet it also revealed numerous vulnerabilities. Under Su Yin's keen observation, those flaws became painfully evident, and he anticipated the moment perfectly. Thus, as Bosch prepared to jump and shoot. Smack! Su Yin swiftly swiped the ball away. Bosch leaped, but the basketball was cleanly knocked from his hands. What? Bosch exclaimed in shock. Su Yin didn't even glance back, seizing the opportunity for a fast break. On. Once again, Su Yin executed a precise and stylish steal from Bosch, initiating a fast break for the Bulls. However, the pace of Su Yin's counterattack was not particularly swift. Yet, despite his speed not being rapid, he surged toward the basket with unwavering momentum. Even with the center guarding the Su Yin's layup speed was not fast at all. What? Why was the Raptors center allowing Su Yin to lay up unchallenged? Mike Bryn passionately commented, utterly astonished. Damn it, Bosch muttered under his breath, immediately turning to center, shouting, "What are you doing? Didn't you hear what the coach just said?" The Raptors center began to explain, but Bosch had already lost interest in him. He pushed the ball up the court once more, seeking out Su Yin again. Regardless of how Su Yin had previously scored, he needed to retaliate. Humph! Bosch glared at Su Yin, letting out a cold snort. Kid, you seem to be scoring a bit too much, trying to steal my spotlight. Then I'm going to back you down now. Su Yin. Little girl, Uncle is about to back you down now. Fine, back down if you must. But don't make me think about it. Su Yin rolled his eyes at Bosch, who shifted his gaze and slightly turned his body, using his back to generate force as he suddenly collided with Su Yin. At 6'11", Bosch, playing as a power forward, was mismatched against Su Yin, a 6 feet 6 inches guard, but Bosch's athleticism appeared to give him the upper hand. Under such backing down, Su Yin should theoretically have no means of resistance, only the option to retreat. Yet, Su Yin remained as steadfast as a mountain, immovable. He couldn't be budged. Bosch was internally alarmed and exerted more force, pushing against Su Yin with relentless aggression. But Su Yin stood firm, akin to a truck, unyielding. What kind of strength is this? Bosch was dumbfounded. The relentless collision of his fierce demeanor contrasted starkly with Su Yin's relaxed and effortless resilience. Holy! Mike Bryn's pupils dilated, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. What am I witnessing? Su Yin's physique seemed as solid as steel, effortlessly absorbing Bosch's force. This reasonable. Unreasonable. Mark Jackson was equally astonished. Wait, Su Yin is merely a guard, while Bosch is an explosively athletic power forward. How is he managing to withstand Bosch's strength? What kind of power does it take to achieve this? Wow! Due to Bosch, the fans' attention was drawn back to the game. Because of Bosch, they finally took official notice of Su Yin. As they witnessed Bosch exerting every ounce of his strength, yet finding himself unable to move Su Yin, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What is happening? That number 7 player from the Bulls. What kind of strength does he possess? Who is he? They had just heard the commentators mention him. His name was Su Yin, hailing from the Dragon Country, the same place as last year's first overall pick, Yao Ming, a player from the Dragon Country. Even Yao Ming, the little giant at 7'6", wasn't particularly renowned for his physicality. What does this mean? Su Yin, effortlessly withstanding the might of Chris Bosch, seemingly possesses a physique akin to steel. What incredible strength! No, throughout the game, whether on offense or defense, Su Yin appeared to rely on skill rather than brute force. Yet now, this sudden display of strength. What on earth is going on? Shocked, bewildered, and perplexed, the fans gradually shifted their focus onto Su Yin. On the court, Bosch was equally astonished by Su Yin's extraordinary strength. Not only was he utterly exhausted from the continuous confrontations, but he also felt quite embarrassed. Both astonished and humiliated, Bosch attempted a fadeaway jump shot. But the relentless physicality he faced rendered his efforts somewhat feeble. Meanwhile, Su Yin Celestial once again accurately anticipated the offense. Just as Bosch was about to execute his fadeaway, Su Yin stepped up. Resembling a lion poised to pounce on its prey, lying in wait and ready to strike. Thus, at the moment Bosch initiated his jump, his pupils constricted in sheer terror, as he realized Su Yin had already extended his hand in midair, seemingly capable of blotting out the sun. What? Bosch exclaimed in a panic. Yet with the arrow already loosed, he had no choice but to release the ball in the next instant. Bang! Su Yan's palm struck the basketball with the force of a volleyball spike, sending it hurtling into the fifth-tier stands. An eerie silence enveloped the arena for a fleeting moment, before a tidal wave of cheers and shouts erupted. Holy moly! At the commentary booth, Mike Breen was left trembling as if he had seen a ghost. What had he just witnessed? The seemingly ordinary Su Yin had, from the position of a guard, emphatically blocked Bosch's shot. Was that even plausible? Such an astonishing reading of the game. He had jumped well before Bosch had even left the ground. Then, midair, he executed the volleyball-style block. Mark Jackson was equally astonished, swallowing hard in disbelief. "No way," Mike Breen exclaimed, as if just coming to a realization, his eyes still wide with shock. If one were to claim that Su Yan's talent was mediocre, then how could one explain that formidable strength he just displayed? Indeed, Mark Jackson pondered, the astonishment on his face deepening. Suddenly, a spark of understanding illuminated his eyes. He remarked, "With terrifying power, formidable defense, and an uncanny ability to score through bizarre offensive techniques." There was no need for justification. Scoring was paramount. Therefore, with incredible strength, solid defense, and the ability to score, it became clear to me why Coach Skiles had specifically come to the Summer League to mentor these players. Clearly, he was here for Su Yin, this undrafted talent from the Dragon Nation on the Bulls bench. No, more accurately, in the row of spectators behind a bench. Tonight marked Su Yan's Summer League debut, and all the starting players, including Pippen, Crawford, and Eddie Curry, had come to watch. Whoa. Eddie Curry's eyes widened. What is this power Su possesses? Huh. Pippen chuckled. What? You're unaware that Su's bench press exceeds that of mailman Karl Malone. It's utterly inhuman. Really? Eddie Curry was genuinely unaware, but added, yet when I face Su in a one-on-one, he seem to utilize much strength. Ha. Pippen laughed again. Su simply chose not to use it. That doesn't mean he lacks it. Bosch was exploiting a mismatch. He was practically sitting on his face. How could Su tolerate that? A center, like an immovable mountain, could withstand the explosive charge of a power forward, and then deliver a face-to-face volleyball-style rejection. The key was that this guard appeared to possess nothing extraordinary in terms of talent. So how could he achieve such feats? Ha. Even though I know Su's playing style is precisely this, I can't help but marvel every time I witness it. This is the ability to read the game. Pippen focused intently, recognizing that Su possessed an extraordinary dynamic vision, always able to foresee the opponent's offense and defense, allowing him to make judgments in advance. Consequently, even if his natural talent fell short, he could still seize opportunities, claiming position to thwart his adversaries. However, this ability to read the game isn't merely a matter of having good eyesight. It requires years of accumulated experience to evolve into a player who only grows more formidable with age. Thus, it is indeed peculiar that at merely 19 years of age, this rookie Su exhibits such a playing style. But ha. With that said, Pippen couldn't help but laugh. Nonetheless, like the seasoned veteran he is, he recognized that this kid was destined to become his successor, a being of divine caliber. So, without some unique trait of his own, how could he ascend to such heights? You're right, Crawford and the others nodded in agreement. As the elder statesman of the team and the Bulls' current spiritual pillar, Pippen's every word directly or indirectly influenced his teammates on the court. Bosch thought, impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if his strength is outrageous. With his height and seemingly unremarkable athletic talent, how could he possibly block me head-on? A volleyball-style block? How can this be real? Bosch's expression was dazed. The humiliation of being blocked by an undrafted player was overshadowed by the sheer shock of Su Yan's capabilities. Yet, the truth remained. Su Yan achieved this. Possessing both ironclad strength and the celestial eye, Su Yan found it exceedingly simple to dominate over the fledgling Dragon King. This was no stroke of luck. Faced with the current Bosch, Su Yin was capable of exploiting every opportunity to in the stands. Unbelievable. No, Su Yin was not merely an undrafted player. How could he consistently best Bosch in their matchups and deliver volleyball-style blocks? Was this even reasonable? This is absurd. For a guard to block a power forward is already challenging, but for an undrafted guard to block a fourth overall pick with abundant talent is utterly mind-boggling. He seemed so ordinary, yet consistently made an impact on both ends of the court. Who exactly is this undrafted player Su Yin from the Dragon Nation? And what kind of basketball prowess does he possess? Confused and bewildered, the fans stared intently at Su Yin, their faces illuminated with questions. Initially, everyone had come to witness the showdown between Hinrich and Bosch, yet now all attention was solely on Su Yin. In less than a quarter's time, Su Yin had become the focal point of the arena. Simultaneously, scouts scattered throughout the venue were fixated on Su Yin, his astounding strength and remarkable dynamic vision. Coupled with his contributions on both offense and defense, despite his average talent, did not detract from his power. Indeed, Su Yin, this undrafted player, was far stronger than anticipated, and it was imperative to inform the management at once. The Magic Scout recognized Su Yin's keen insight, ability to overshadow the highly rated rookie Bosch, and his almost unreal physical prowess. Whether on offense or defense, Su Yin exhibited tremendous potential. I cannot fathom why a player like Su Yin would go undrafted. But since he has, it is highly likely the Bulls will sign him to a short-term contract. Thus, it is crucial to secure him before more scouts take notice. The Knicks scout also watched Su Yin with eager eyes. The Cavaliers' 76 Airs, Bucks, and many other teams with scouts present tonight could not help but be captivated by Su Yin. There was no reason not to be in the Summer League. In just 10 minutes of play, Su Yin had scored 17 points, grabbed 2 rebounds, dished out 1 assist, made 3 steals, and recorded 3 blocks, showcasing a performance that was nothing short of dazzling. The game had devolved into a one-man show led by Su Yin. The Bulls had trimmed their deficit to just 2 points, a mere possession away from taking the lead. Furthermore, during the 2 minutes Su Yin rested on the bench, numerous fans in the stands eagerly anticipated his return to the court. During the intermission, Bosch sat on the bench, replaying the humiliating scenes inflicted by Su Yin in his mind, feeling increasingly agitated at the thought of an undrafted player stealing his thunder. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How dare he confront me directly? Humph. Amidst the cold snorts, Bosch's expression grew increasingly dark and forbidding. The patience of the uncle could be tested, but not that of the aunt. Soon, the next quarter dawned. Bosch, Su Yin, and Hinrich all took to the court. The Bulls held possession of the right arc. Bosch, filled with fury, charged toward Su Yin, intent on defending him. His widened eyes fixated on Su Yin. As if his gaze alone could deliver a lethal blow, Su Yin appeared as if he had been through 1,000 trials. Yet he remained unfazed, exuding a calm demeanor, and under the eye of the heavenly emperor. He executed a simple 3-threat right-wing feint, confounding Bosch. With a swift burst of speed, he darted toward the left wing. Oh no, Bosch thought, realizing he was a beat too slow as he hurried to catch up. Su Yin ambled into the paint, where a center awaited to provide help defense. With Bosch charging fiercely from behind and the center leaning forward to block, it was evident that a layup would surely be met with rejection. Thus whoosh, Su Yin entered the paint, the eye of the heavenly emperor shimmering with an ethereal glow. He abruptly halted, raising the ball as if to feign a shot. The Raptors center, along with Bosch, leapt into the air, crossing over Su Yin's head. The timing was perfect. Su Yin executed the layup. Swish! The ball went through the net effortlessly, a display of ease and grace as the offense transitioned. Bosch once again clashed with Su Yin, his belief unwavering that, as a robust power forward, he could overpower a mere guard. Yet he was sorely mistaken. Thud, thud, thud. Each collision with Su Yin felt akin to striking a truck, the latter remaining steadfast, even as Bosch slightly recoiled from the impact. It was minor damage, yet the humiliation was profound. Bosch, unable to contain his rage, roared in fury and charged at Su Yin once more. This confrontation, Su Yin's gaze sharpened as he subtly sidestepped. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Chris Bosch, colliding with thin air, staggered and fell to the floor, looking utterly disheveled. Beep, beep. The whistle blew. Bosch cradled the basketball, yet after taking several steps. He was called for traveling. Su Yin cast a disinterested glance at Bosch, as if to say, "Hey, buddy, I haven't even exerted myself, and yet you've already toppled over." A mere glance could provoke an explosion. A step closer, and he might melt away. Humph! Bosch sprang to his feet, roaring at Su Yin. "What are you staring at?" "I merely slipped." Oh, in response to Bosch's ire, Su Yin merely raised an eyebrow. Wholly indifferent. Had the peak Dragon King stood before him, Su Yin might have shown some respect, but in this instance, there was no need. "Damn it," Bosch cursed. The more composed and indifferent Su Yin appeared, the more it fueled Bosch's anger and frustration that a mere undrafted player. How dare he disturb my peace? Bosch was livid. Yet, Su Yin remained unfazed, continuing to showcase his dominance with steals, blocks, and points under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Crucially, it was Bosch's defensive assignment that made him the most tormented player on the court. With 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, Su Yin had scored another 15 points, alongside 3 rebounds. 1 assist, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Among those stats, 2 steals and 1 block were all against Bosch, humiliating the 4th overall pick in the process. Bosch was furious. Roar! He charged at Su Yin like a madman. Once more, he initiated a fierce confrontation, only to execute a sudden and elegant spin that Su Yin, caught off guard, could only watch as Bosch successfully turned. This would be Bosch's splendid response. Success? Success! However, the eye of the Heavenly Emperor had already anticipated Bosch's offensive move. With casual ease, Su Yin reached out just as Bosch completed his turn. The result? The man passed. The ball was lost. Bosch dashed into the paint, the basketball soaring toward the front court. Whoosh! The crowd erupted in astonishment. Was it due to Bosch's dazzling spin? No, it was undoubtedly because of Su Yin's exquisite and precise steal. Bosch thought, "What? I can lose the ball like this. This was supposed to be my moment of glory. My moment of revenge." Not only did he fail to reclaim his pride against Su Yin, but he had also relinquished the ball. Bosch, stripped of dignity, felt the culmination of his pent-up anger and frustration since the second quarter explode beneath the deafening cheers and jeers from the audience. After Su Yin intercepted the basketball, he sent a long pass to the advancing Henrich. Bosch, in hot pursuit, rashly shoved Su Yin from behind. This sudden assault by a power forward against a guard was undeniably harsh. Unprepared, Su Yin stumbled forward several steps before he could regain his balance. This was only possible due to his extraordinary physical prowess, for had he been an ordinary player, he would have surely fallen. It was a perilous moment, Su Yin thought. Are my brothers and I connected by heart, while they resort to such underhanded tactics? I employ anticipation for a steal, yet you directly push me? How unprincipled! If this is how you wish to play, then I shall revel in it, that if you do not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if you do, I will strike back fiercely, steadying himself. Su Yin slowly turned to face Bosch, his eyes glinting with cold light as he approached. The provocation for Bosch only intensified as he stepped forward as well, in an instant, they confronted one another. Oomph! Su Yin immediately pushed back, appearing weak, as if it were merely a guard's shove against a power forward. Yet in the next moment, the explosive strength of Su Yin's arm sent Bosch crashing to the ground. Thud! Bosch landed hard, his rear hitting the floor with a jolt. Pain! It stung. Bosch winced, his face contorting with agony. Yet more than the pain, he felt a surge of anger. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the hurt and sprang back up. Damn you! Bosch roared, raising his fist to strike Su Yin. Humph! When skill fails, one resorts to fists. I want to indulge you. Equally incensed, Su Yin's gaze sharpened as he utilized the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to perceive Bosch's punch with eagle-like clarity. In fact, under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Bosch's punch appeared agonizingly slow. With a slight sidestep, Su Yin evaded the incoming blow, then rotated his palm, forming a fist before unleashing a powerful strike. Bang! What seemed like a light punch landed squarely on Bosch's cheek. Instantly, Bosch's left cheek flushed red, and his head jolted, rendering him momentarily dazed. His eyes glazed over. In the next moment, thud! His body weakened, collapsing to the ground in a starfish position, succumbing to a state akin to that of an infant in slumber. How could this be? With a gentle punch, Su Yin unleashed an astonishing force, knocking Bosch out cold, sending him into a deep, childlike sleep. The arena fell silent for a brief moment. Boom! The deafening roars of astonishment reverberated throughout the arena. Yet, all that had transpired was merely a fleeting moment. At the forefront, Heinrich received a pass from Su Yin and was still pushing forward on the counterattack. Meanwhile, Su Yin and Bosch had engaged in a fierce altercation, and in the blink of an eye, the power-forward Bosch lay on the ground, ensnared in slumber. Everything unfolded with startling abruptness. It all transpired too swiftly by the time Heinrich, Pargo, and their fellow players grasped the situation and rushed over. The conflict had already concluded, and the arena was in a frenzy. Beep! Beep! The referee, slightly delayed in his response, hastily called a timeout, halting the game. "Holy wet tea!" exclaimed Mike Breen from the commentary booth, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he witnessed Su Yin and Bosch clashing, resulting in Su Yin knocking Bosch unconscious. What was going on? How had Su Yin accomplished such a feat? Unbelievable. Mark Jackson, equally astonished, remarked on Su Yin's seemingly refined playing style, questioning how he could become so enraged and exhibit such ferocity. Moreover, his fighting prowess was both ruthless and formidable, delivering a clean, powerful punch that rendered his opponent incapacitated. The sheer strength of that blow was astonishing, far exceeding what one would expect from a guard. Mike Breen continued to marvel at the spectacle. "Wet tea? Bro." In the front row, Pippin appeared shocked yet utterly exhilarated, exclaiming how fierce and formidable Su Yin was, showing no mercy to the ambushing Bosch. "Ha ha! I didn't expect Su to respond so resolutely to provocation, but I truly admire it. I completely support Su." Indeed, Crawford swallowed hard, admitting, "I thought they would merely shove each other. I believe Su, who seemed to have the disadvantage in a fight, would remain more composed. Who knew he would be so aggressive, and with such ferocity, knocking Bosch out with a single punch. The power of that punch is simply extraordinary." "Ha ha!" Eddie Curry laughed heartily, reminding everyone, "Let us not forget, Su possesses bench press strength that surpasses that of mailman Karl Malone. When provoked, that punch seems capable of toppling anything in its path." "What a tiger!" Coach Skiles looked on in astonishment. Although he would rather not witness brawls on the court, he recognized that in the face of adversity and provocation, one must possess an indomitable fighting spirit. This was the demeanor befitting a commanding general. Su Yin was beginning to embody that essence, and Coach Skiles was pleased with Su Yin's retaliation. Simultaneously, team doctor Kevin O'Neal urgently beckoned for the team physician to assess Bosch's injuries. The medical staff rushed to examine Bosch, whose face bore cuts, swelling, and blood, and whose body lay unconscious. Without hesitation, they summoned a stretcher to carry him away to the technical table. Several referees reviewed the footage and made their ruling. Both Bosch and Su Yin were ejected for their mutual altercation. Although Su Yin was merely acting in self-defense, the fact remained that he had engaged in physical confrontation, knocking his opponent unconscious, thus making the ejection understandable. The Raptors were now without Bosch, and the Bulls without Su Yin. Both teams were at a disadvantage. However, with Heinrich still in play, the Bulls undoubtedly possessed a slight edge. Ultimately, the Bulls emerged victorious. After the game, Mike Breen could hardly contain his excitement as he began to speak about this year's 4th overall pick. Chris Bosch, who had previously dazzled the crowd with an impressive stat line of 21 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 blocks. Yet tonight, faced with Su Yin, he had been utterly outmatched on both ends of the court and was knocked out cold by a punch delivered by Su Yin. A guard? This was simply inconceivable. Exactly, Mark Jackson nodded vigorously, continuing, "Not only did Su Yin deliver a stunning knockout, but the undrafted player from the Dragon Kingdom also surprised us all with his performance in his Summer League debut. In just half a game, he scored 32 points, grabbed 5 rebounds, dished out 2 assists, and made 5 steals and 5 blocks, leading the Bulls to victory. His performance was nothing short of phenomenal. Moreover, his keen insight, formidable defensive skills, and astonishing strength made his debut truly remarkable. In the locker room, Heinrich, Crawford, Pippin, and others returned together, while the ejected Su Yin rested, awaiting his fate. Heinrich was the first to call out, his excitement palpable. You were absolutely fantastic tonight. Truly remarkable. Indeed, Ballister chimed in, unable to suppress his admiration. Honestly, I cannot comprehend how such a talented player like Su could go undrafted. It's perplexing. Smack. Pippin and Su Yan exchanged a congratulatory high five. Grinning as Pippin said, Su, congratulations on delivering a perfect Summer League debut. After tonight, you will be well known in the league. The old rogue has designated you as his successor. This is a testament to your abilities. But to gain recognition across the league, you must continue to prove yourself with one impressive performance after another. I understand. Su Yan nodded slightly. Huh. Pippin laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Besides your excellent play, that final punch to Bosch was quite satisfying. Well done. If one dares to ambush us, they must be prepared to pay the price. This is the spirit and presence that a true champion should possess. Su Yan chuckled sheepishly. He was not one to instigate trouble. But if provoked, one should be ready to face the consequences. Su, you did well. Fantastic. Everyone congratulated Su Yan for his spectacular Summer League debut. The game between the Bulls and Raptors had concluded, yet the impact of this encounter was only just beginning to unfold. The following morning, with a stat line of 32 points, 5 rebounds, 5 steals, and 5 blocks, the undrafted Su Yan had become the first rookie in Summer League history to achieve such a remarkable feat. He had made history. From the Chicago Tribune. Shocking. An undrafted player from the Dragon Kingdom. On the Summer League stage, utterly dominates Chris Bosh, scoring 30 points in just half a game. From the Golden State Splash Report. Clearly an unwanted undrafted player, seemingly possessing ordinary talent, yet Su Yan consistently excels on both ends of the court. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Stay tuned for more on this sports segment. From the Salt Lake City Daily. Incredible. Su Yan, a guard, knocks out a physically explosive power forward with a single punch. Just how immense is his strength? From the Toronto Raptors Roar. Unbelievable. Undrafted Su Yan outperformed the number 1 overall pick, the chosen one LeBron James. Yet Su Yan's talent appears rather mediocre. How did he achieve this? From the Charlotte Meow Meow Report. With 32 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks, undrafted Su Yan burst onto the scene, making an astonishing impact. He aims to become a player as exceptional as Yao Ming. Originating from a Milwaukee Sentinel, early each morning, newspapers reporting on the news of Su Yan are delivered to every corner of the streets. However, it is now the year 2003, a time when the 3G era is just beginning. This era is also referred to as the Age of Images, where pictures, voice, and internet connectivity have begun to gain initial prominence. With speeds of 120 ks to 600 ks, this is significantly faster than the previous maximum of 20 ks. This marks a considerable achievement in communication technology. Nonetheless, since it is merely the inception of the 3G era, it pales in comparison to the future speeds that will reach several megabits. Consequently, the dissemination of news over the internet is somewhat sluggish. Fans eager to swiftly grasp basketball news still largely depend on newspapers. Little did they know, upon reading, that they would be engulfed in unimaginable astonishment. How could such an extraordinary rising star as Bosch, in theory, only be defeated by the likes of LeBron and Anthony? Yet he was overwhelmed by an undrafted player, rendered unconscious in the process. How absurd. Who is Su Yan? This is the question that arises in the minds of nearly all fans upon witnessing Su Yan's astonishing performance in today's news. The Page 2 section of ESPN, aware of the secret to generating traffic, has published several articles about Su Yan on their website, igniting fervor among fans. The discussions are incessant that a remarkably talented undrafted player. Could it be that he knocked out Bosch with a single punch? Chris Bosch, a power forward with explosive athleticism. How could this possibly be true? Is it fake news? No, it is indeed as real as gold. Yes, I witnessed the game live. It was sudden and astonishing, yet he truly did knock Bosch to the ground, sending him into slumber. Incredible, yet indisputable, Su Yan possesses astonishing jaw strength and displays peculiar ball skills that enable him, despite his average talent, to score with an almost ghostly finesse, a true anomaly. Su Yan is indeed an extraordinary figure. Last season, the league introduced the first overall pick Yao Ming from Longguo, and this year, another undrafted player from Longguo, Su Yan, has emerged. What is happening in Longguo? surpassing LeBron, Bosch, Anthony, and Malisic, achieving superhuman feats above the top 4 picks of the illustrious 2003 class. The undrafted Su Yan's performance is astonishingly remarkable. Haha, I am somewhat curious. How does such an ordinary physique manage to overpower Bosch and deliver such a flawless performance? Why ponder so much? Being impressive is sufficient. One should not speak too definitively. While Bosch is indeed strong with high potential for the future, he still falls short compared to the peerless duo and the second overall pick Milicic. That in simple terms, Su Yan is not on the same level as true superstars like LeBron and Anthony. They are entirely different classes and opponents. However, one game does not serve as a reliable reference, especially when considering Su Yan's seemingly mundane physical abilities. Truly, I believe it was merely luck, a fleeting moment of brilliance. I share this sentiment. The news agency need not be so quick to extol Su Yan's virtues. 2 days later, the Bulls are set to face the Nuggets, and Su Yan will meet Anthony. If he can maintain his upper hand in a matchup against the Melon, then it would not be too late to sing his praises. Naturally, I think the offensive kaleidoscope Anthony will dominate Su Yan. The clash between an undrafted player and a second pick, the stronger and the weaker, is self-evident and clear. Su Yan played exceptionally well, remarkably outstanding, and undeniably perfect. This naturally garnered him much praise from numerous fans. However, alongside the accolades, there will always be criticism and mockery, a predictable occurrence. The praise has propelled Su Yan's popularity to new heights. The criticisms have also made the upcoming showdown between the Bulls and the Nuggets. Su Yan versus Anthony, a highly anticipated event among many fans. Furthermore, as some begin to scrutinize, Su Yan's latest physical report has been released, surpassing mailman Karl Malone's strength, shedding light on why he could knock Bosch out cold. Simultaneously, curiosity and confusion grow regarding how someone with such ordinary physical gifts could dominate both offensively and defensively. This is indeed perplexing. Some keen fans managed to obtain footage of the Bulls' Summer League games and began their analysis. Meanwhile, as Su Yan's superhuman performances continue to spread, with more people becoming aware and scouts reporting back to management, he has become the focal point of interest among many fans at the forefront. The management of the Cleveland Cavaliers is buzzing with excitement. The manager approaches coach Paul Silas and exclaims, "Paul Silas, you must be aware of Su Yan's performance in the Summer League. What do you think?" Certainly, Paul Silas nods, contemplating. "I believe Su Yan possesses a high basketball IQ and remarkable strength, which enhances his offensive and defensive capabilities. Quite impressive." Bingo! The Cavaliers manager snaps his fingers, thrilled. He completely dominated Bosch in the matchup. Su Yan's abilities are undeniable. The key is that he has only signed a short-term contract with the Bulls. There is a real opportunity for us to poach him. I believe that if we have LeBron alongside Su Yan next season, it will open up limitless possibilities for our team. Indeed, Paul Silas responds, nodding enthusiastically, his eyes ignited with fervor. One possesses abundant talent, while the other has exceptional basketball intelligence. Both have high ceilings. Exactly, the Cavaliers manager concurs. Stroking his chin, aware that other teams will also be keen on Su Yan, and the Bulls will not easily let him go. Thus, they must act swiftly. On the other side, the Magic's general manager, having read numerous reports about Su Yan and hearing scouts provide high praise, has also set his sights on Su Yan. The Magic are interested in Su Yan. What if a combination of Tracy McGrady and Su Yan were to materialize? It sounds like an endless fantasy. Philadelphia is equally astonished by Su Yan's peculiar playing style, considering the possibility of acquiring him from the Bulls at a reasonable price. In that case, the pairing of Allen Iverson and Su Yan seems promising for the future. The Rockets are also stirring with excitement. With Yao Ming and Su Yan, 2 players from Longguo, one inside, one outside, alongside team leader Francis, this future trio could propel the Rockets toward the Western Conference Finals. Beyond the Nuggets, Magic, Philadelphia, and Rockets, any team in need of reinforcement has begun to contemplate the possibility of poaching Su Yan after gaining insight into his talents. However, there's one team's management that scoffs at Su Yan. Oh, the Trail Blazers. In the eyes of the Trail Blazers management, Su Yan is merely a fortunate player. Even if his strength is real, he is at best just a brute with no real utility. They have no interest in him whatsoever. While various teams' managements keep a close watch on Su Yan, and countless fans admire his abilities and wish to see him play, The highly anticipated match between the Bulls and the Nuggets is approaching. At 8 p.m., the arena is filled with a bustling crowd of fans. The matchup between Su Yin and Anthony has heightened the anticipation for this encounter immensely. Half an hour before the game, both teams are actively warming up. In the commentary booth, TNT commentator the round mound of rebound Barkley jovially asks, "Kenny, who do you think will be stronger in tonight's clash between Su Yin and Anthony?" Kenny Smith hesitated not for a moment. Despite Su Yin's impressive performance in the previous match, where he achieved 32 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, showcasing dominance on both ends of the court, as an undrafted player, he truly burst onto the scene, soaring to great heights. However, his natural talent is undeniable. In contrast, Carmelo Anthony is entirely different. He is not only renowned as an offensive kaleidoscope for his diverse scoring methods and exceptional ability to score, but also possesses extraordinary talent. LeBron may have been the first overall pick, but let us not forget that Anthony was the most outstanding player, MOP, of the NCAA tournament, recognized as the finest player in college basketball. Had he not been a cheerful young man who appeared to lack a touch of leadership, he could have easily overshadowed LeBron as the first pick of the illustrious 2003 class. A player of Carmelo Anthony's caliber is truly a challenge for Su Yin to overcome. Barkley blinked, smiling. Although on paper, Su Yin's talent and draft position cannot be compared to Anthony's, it is equally inconceivable that Su Yin could amass historical statistics of 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, let alone thoroughly dominate Chris Bosh. Thus, with his peculiar offensive and defensive prowess, coupled with his remarkable strength, Su Yin seems to consistently defy our expectations of him, delivering outstanding performances. I look forward to seeing Su Yin continue to produce jaw-dropping displays, suppressing a player of Anthony's MOP caliber. Point 2 commentators, 2 expectations. This surely promises an exciting showdown. Soon, the main event commenced, the astonishing and newly famous Su Yin. Alongside Kirk Hinrich, both took to the court as starters. The Nuggets initiated their first offensive play. Smack, from the right high post, Anthony received the ball, facing small forward Beria, who fell for Anthony's series of pump fakes. Failing to truly contest the shot. Whoosh! Anthony seized the moment, accelerating forward, halting to execute a jump shot. Swish! A steady hit in the subsequent possession. Anthony again employed the same deceptive pump fake, prompting Beria to bite once more as he exploded toward the basket. Boom! A two-handed slam echoed, leaving the rim trembling. Wow! Barkley gasped as Anthony racked up consecutive points, while Beria, despite being a sophomore, appeared utterly outmatched and unstable. No. Kenny Smith chuckled and shook his head, asserting that it was not Beria's lack of composure, but rather Anthony's overwhelming strength. Anthony, the offensive kaleidoscope, is proficient in shooting, driving, mid-range, three-pointers, and more. He masters them all. Had Beria not jumped, Anthony could have easily executed a more straightforward dunk over him. It is simply a matter of talent. It is entirely normal for Beria to struggle against Anthony. Kenny Smith spoke. On the court, having learned his lesson, Beria faced Anthony once more. This time, confronted with Anthony's pump fake, he merely raised his hand to disrupt, refraining from jumping again. Thus, Anthony decisively pulled up for a shot. What happened? Swish! Another coolly executed basket. Charles, did you see that? Kenny Smith pointed at the court, smiling. Barkley, too, chuckled in admiration, acknowledging that Anthony truly lived up to his MOP title, embodying the essence of the offensive kaleidoscope. Whenever he desires, he can always find a way to score due to his plethora of scoring techniques. Anthony opened the game with 6 consecutive points, igniting the arena and earning resounding applause. Beria, overwhelmed, could only shake his head. Although he longed to prove himself and show the coach's worth, as well as his value in the NBA, he simply could not withstand Anthony. Su, please defend Anthony for me. That I truly cannot handle this, can you? Beria approached Su Yin, almost pleading to Su Yin. What the hell? What are you talking about? Can you not be so dramatic? Find out. Su Yin nodded, agreeing to help. Yet he couldn't shake off the distaste for Beria's overly dramatic demeanor. A minute later, thud! At the right high post, Anthony found himself in a familiar isolation against Su Yin, their first official matchup of the game. Anthony didn't even glance in Su Yin's direction. Even though he was aware of Su Yan's solid debut, he remained indifferent, for how could an undrafted player possibly catch the eye of someone of his MOP stature? With his signature series of pump fakes, Su Yan remained unmoved. Not moving, or unable to move, Anthony's gaze sharpened. He prepared to rise for a jump shot. A shot. Yet, while Su Yan appeared stationary, his keen intuition allowed him to see through Anthony's deceptive moves, rendering them utterly ineffective. Thus, there was no need for him to shift. Having anticipated the shot, he was well prepared. As Anthony went to shoot, Su Yan swiftly swatted the ball away. Anthony, what? I had him frozen in place, yet he easily swiped the ball from my hands. What on earth just happened? Anthony was left astonished. Whoa, Barkley exclaimed, as if he had foreseen the play. Su Yan's defensive prowess had disrupted Anthony's shot, showcasing his remarkable ability to read the offense. Kenny Smith appeared bewildered. Su Yan should have been rendered immobile. How could he have suddenly reacted and intercepted the ball? This seemed too coincidental. Barkley chuckled, contemplating the possibility that Su Yan had predicted Anthony's move, thus preemptively defending and making the steal that it was conceivable, yet unlikely. Kenny Smith shook his head. If it were any ordinary player, even a rising star like Chris Bosh, Su Yan might have successfully read the offense and executed a defensive play. However, Anthony is an offensive museum capable of scoring from any position, whether low post or high post, shooting or driving. His scoring methods are incredibly rich. His deceptive offensive techniques are formidable. Even elite defenders like Big Ben Wallace or Alonzo Mourning might struggle to predict how Anthony would attack. Let alone Su Yan, an undrafted player. Such a task will be exceedingly difficult to Barkley chuckled, not immediately countering, suggesting they observe whether Su Yan's actions stem from luck or genuine game comprehension as the game progressed. Anthony, feeling somewhat irked by having a shot swatted, sought to isolate Su Yan once more, intent on scoring against him. How to attack? Whoosh! Anthony charged forward with the ball, leveraging speed and explosiveness, attempting to use his innate athleticism to overpower Su Yan. Su Yan, he chose not to engage directly, instead opting to retreat and defend. Positioning himself under the basket, he observed both his opponent and the rim, noting Anthony's right-hand grip lacked strength. This attack would be a direct layup. Targeting the rim violently. Having read the situation perfectly, Su Yan leaped with all his might, showing no hesitation. Although his vertical leap was not particularly impressive, his preemptive jump allowed him to seize the high ground. Awaiting Anthony's arrival, in the next moment, bang. Su Yan, leaping sideways, delivered a block, sending Anthony's shot careening out of bounds. What? Anthony was once again astonished. How had this been accomplished? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet, what truly astonished the fans was only just beginning. In this offensive play, a throw-in awarded possession to the Nuggets. With 8.3 seconds left on the shot clock, Anthony seized the ball once more, aggressively driving towards Su Yan that he charged within a step of the free throw line. Swiftly pivoting to evade his defender, it was a display of undeniable flair and nonchalance. However, under the watchful gaze of the Celestial Emperor, Su Yan remained keenly aware, and in the instant Anthony attempted to turn, he struck the ball with a resounding smack. At 7 minutes and 13 seconds, Su Yan was momentarily outpaced by Anthony. Yet, just as Anthony went for the layup, Su Yan executed a precise steal from behind, sending the ball soaring out of bounds. With 6 minutes and 1 second remaining, as Anthony initiated another triple threat offensive maneuver, Su Yan seized the moment, launching a fierce counterattack just as Anthony began to pivot and accelerate toward the basket. The intimidation was palpable. A sharp intake of breath escaped Anthony as he felt the pressure mount. He was forced to pass in haste, leading to a turnover that resulted in a swift counter layup. Beep beep. Coach Jeff Boodsdrick of the Nuggets called for a timeout. Barkley, brimming with excitement, couldn't contain his laughter, exclaiming how Su Yan had consecutively thwarted Anthony's attempts. The player dubbed the offensive kaleidoscope. Remarkable prowess indeed. Not at all, Kenny Smith responded, shaking his head in disbelief. Why? Su Yan appears so ordinary, yet his defense is extraordinary. Despite Anthony's initial ease in scoring, under Su Yan's defense, he seemed to vanish. Reduced to a novice, The undrafted Su Yan had Anthony questioning his own capabilities. The key here is that Su Yan's physical attributes are rather mediocre, and his defense doesn't seem overly intense. How is he achieving this? I too am beginning to question my own understanding. Haha. Barkley laughed again, reiterating, I've said it before, Su Yan possesses an exceptional ability to read offensive and defensive plays. He always seems to find his opponent's weaknesses and strikes first. With his seemingly unremarkable talents, he can still neutralize his rivals. Even against a player of Anthony's caliber, MOP-level talent, Su Yan's defense is anything but smooth. Indeed, Kenny Smith nodded thoughtfully down the Bulls bench. Sinrich was awestruck and exhilarated. Su had contained Anthony, a player renowned for his diverse offensive arsenal. This is astounding. Absolutely, Bale's tear chimed in, nodding emphatically. Su Yan's defensive reading ability is phenomenal. He seems to uncover Anthony's vulnerabilities effortlessly. Indeed, even with Anthony's myriad offensive techniques and unpredictable maneuvers. Under the Celestial Emperor's gaze, he is riddled with flaws. Why? On the Nuggets bench, Coach Budzdirk rifled through Su Yan's statistics, scrutinizing his athletic reports, his confusion only deepening. How can someone with such limited talent effectively defend against Anthony? Cameron, are you truly giving it your all? Budzdirk mused, as if aware of the answer yet still perplexed. This young man seemed to defy expectations. What should have been an easy game for him turned into a frustrating contest. As Su Yan deftly disrupted his offense, that Anthony's face darkened with displeasure. This meant that despite his earnest efforts, he was being held at bay by Su Yan. The realization left Budzdirk even more astonished. Coach, Anthony's eyes blazed with fervor, transforming his indignation into a fiery determination that I will defend against Su Yan. If my offense falters, I shall compensate with defense. Being outperformed by an undrafted player was something MOP-caliber Anthony would not accept. Soon, following the timeout, swish, the Nuggets utility center scored on a second-chance rebound. Transitioning to offense, Sinrich advanced the ball, handing it off to Su Yan at the top of the K. And no sooner had Su Yan received the ball than Anthony charged at him. The first quarter had largely seen Anthony on the offensive and Su Yan on the defensive. Now, the roles would be reversed as a wave of excitement washed over the crowd. The fans, undeterred by the unfolding drama, were once again astounded by Su Yan's formidable defensive prowess and now awaited his offensive display. Imagine an undrafted player effortlessly scoring against a MOP-level prospect. What a thrilling spectacle. Su Yan cast a calm glance at Anthony. An offensive kaleidoscope, more like a defensive juggernaut. With a feigned shot, Su Yan accelerated left, his speed measured, while Anthony shadowed him closely. The weight shifts left, but the angle of his body isn't quite right. It appears he's closing in, yet he's left himself open, believing my drive to be a bluff. If that's the case, then I'll bait him. With a sudden burst, Su Yan accelerated, then halted the ball smoothly. He pulled the basketball back between his legs, transitioning into a feigned shot. Indeed, it was a ruse. He took the bait, was the confident thought of Anthony, while Su Yan, under the watchful eye of the Celestial Emperor, strategized meticulously in the next instant. As Anthony leaped to block, Su Yan seized the opportunity to accelerate once more. Despite his unhurried pace, Anthony, already airborne, was completely outmaneuvered. Su Yan drove in, with a clear path ahead, executing a soft layup just inside the free throw line, scoring effortlessly. Following that play, Su Yan, once again moving at a leisurely pace, not due to any intentional slowness, but rather because of his physical limitations, continued his approach to a man. A slower pace is often preferable, he thought. This deliberate attack would not allow Anthony another opportunity to score over him. Anthony scoffed at, "Oh," Su Yan replied nonchalantly. Both players surged into the paint, where Su Yan raised the ball in feigned preparation, the Celestial Emperor's gaze sharpening as he read the defense. Anthony's knees are bent, fists clenched. It's clear he is gearing up to block. With a quick motion, Su Yan faked a shot. Indeed, Anthony leapt the contest, only to find himself outmaneuvered as Su Yan raised the ball once more. The Nuggets center, caught off guard, hesitated, unsure whether to jump or reach to interfere. Hesitation leads to defeat. Under the Celestial Emperor's gaze, Su Yan discerned the center's intentions with clarity, launching a shot off the backboard as he elevated once more. What? The Nuggets center gasped in disbelief as Su Yin completed the score. But the action did not cease there. A mere minute later, as the Nuggets attempted to inbound from the backcourt, Su Yin anticipated the play, swiftly intercepting the pass mid-air. What precision! What impeccable timing! It was a stunning steal. The Bulls countered immediately, with Su Yin racing towards the basket. Faced with both Anthony and the newly inbound guard, he remained unfazed, maintaining his pace as he barreled into the paint. With defenders flanking him, Su Yin executed a Euro step layup. This was not merely a display of skill, but rather a manifestation of the Celestial Emperor's foresight. Every step was meticulously placed to evade the defense. He evaded both defenders with finesse, scoring with a low layup. From a divine perspective, Su Yin's movements were a dance. The Nuggets guard and Anthony instinctively parted ways, allowing Su Yin a clear path to the hoop. The crowd erupted in awe, captivated by the dramatic display. Barkley beamed with excitement, remarking on the airborne interception and the Euro step that led to a layup. This offensive display was undeniably impressive. He was single-handedly dismantling the Nuggets. Holy moly! Initially skeptical of Su Yin, Kenny Smith found himself unable to contain his astonishment as he witnessed the gradual offensive prowess of the player. His pace was leisurely, reminiscent of an elder's slow game style. Yet he consistently managed to score, relentlessly finding the net over Anthony's head. Despite possessing only mediocre talent, Su Yin demonstrated an uncanny ability to conclude offensive plays, not by mere luck, but through undeniable skill, showcasing true strength. Although an undrafted player, Su Yin utterly transformed my perception of him this evening. However, I must admit, I am perplexed as to why such a languid style could yield continuous scoring. What justifies it? Even with a certain level of game comprehension, it seems implausible that he could completely dominate a player of Anthony's caliber, the second overall pick. This is exceedingly exaggerated, utterly absurd. Barkley rubbed his gleaming forehead and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Kenny, you make a valid point. Given Su Yin's unremarkable physical attributes, to consistently overpower formidable talents like Bosch and Anthony on both ends of the court seems improbable, even with a degree of game-reading ability. Thus, I believe Su Yin's prowess lies not merely in reading the game, but in a higher level of anticipatory insight. Indeed, whether in offense or defense, Su Yin consistently seems to anticipate his opponent's next move, allowing him to handle the ball more effectively in advance. Exactly. Kenny Smith nodded vigorously. Ordinary game-reading skills merely enable a player to make quick judgments based on an opponent's actions, which can often lead to mistakes. However, Su Yin's anticipatory skills grant him ample time to react, facilitating superior ball handling and enabling him to assert dominance on both ends despite his average talent. Such remarkable predictive capabilities are rare in the entire NBA, making it astonishing that a rookie like Su Yin possesses them. This is truly formidable. Indeed, Barkley chuckled in agreement. As they analyzed further, their understanding of Su Yin's extraordinary strength grew clearer. Barkley could not help but laugh heartily. Su Yin's ability to outshine both the fourth-pick Bosch and the third-pick Anthony mark him as no ordinary undrafted player. He is a master of anticipation. TSK, Kenny Smith praised, acknowledging Su Yin as a master of prediction, possessing average talent, yet excelling in both offense and defense. Yes, under the discerning eye of the celestial deity, Su Yin truly exemplified a master of anticipation, allowing his otherwise average talent to shine in both facets of the game. To speak of the match, it was infuriating. The more Anthony perceived Su Yin as mediocre, the more frustrated and agitated he became, unable to gain any advantage over him. Yet, facing Su Yin, who possessed the celestial deity's foresight, Anthony, still a rookie and lacking experience, was relegated to the role of a mere backdrop. Throughout the game, Anthony recorded 18 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. While these statistics may seem acceptable, his shooting was dismal, hitting only 6 of 20 attempts for a pitiful 33 shooting percentage. Su Yin utterly dominated his matchup against Anthony, amassing 35 points for rebounds, 3 assists, 7 steals, and 4 blocks within just 3 quarters. Such a line, 35 points alongside 7 steals and 4 blocks, was already remarkable, yet when attributed to a player of average talent, It appeared surreal, unbelievable, and difficult to accept. Equally, this bizarre yet splendid performance was destined to catapult Su Yin back into the limelight, once again making him the focus of the league's attention. The following morning, with a punch to Bosch and a kick to Anthony, undrafted Su Yin soared to prominence, poised to ignite the 0-3 platinum generation. From the Detroit Auto News, shock. Undrafted rookie Su Yin from Longguo dazzles on the Boston Summer League stage, overwhelming both Bosch and Anthony. What extraordinary prowess! Is this what you call an undrafted player? From the Sacramento Bee, with consecutive games, scoring over 30 points and at least 4 steals and 4 blocks in both. Su Yin exhibits defensive capabilities akin to both guards and centers. His average talent paired with keen insight creates formidable anticipatory skills, making him a true master of prediction. From the Boston Herald, last year's #1 pick Yao Ming and this year's undrafted Su Yin, both from Longguo, are making their mark in the NBA. Longguo basketball is gradually entering the public eye, improving bit by bit. From the Houston Chronicle, various news outlets tirelessly composed articles throughout the night, all racing to cover the first-hand news of Su Yin, knowing full well that news about him would generate significant traffic. Readers were captivated, with some left in shock, while others were astounded as Su Yin's strength was gradually being recognized by fans. And the title of Master of Anticipation, coined by the round mound of Rebound Barkley, was steadily gaining acceptance among the audience that on Twitter, keywords like Master of Anticipation, Su Yin, 35 points, 7 steals, 4 blocks. An undrafted Longguo player surged in popularity, igniting significant discussion and attention. How could an undrafted player be so formidable? This was utterly outrageous. My God, an undrafted player, overpowering Bosch and Anthony, seemingly on the verge of becoming the brightest star of the 0-3 platinum generation. How absurd! It became clear why Su Yin, despite his ordinary talent, could perform so exceptionally. It was due to his extraordinary anticipatory ability. He truly is a master of prediction. And no wonder, but dear friends, who comprehends this? An undrafted rookie wielding the title of Master of Anticipation. Is that not exceedingly peculiar? Indeed, it is quite strange. Yet this is an undeniable reality, perhaps precisely because this remarkable predictive ability is not readily apparent in his physical measurements. Su Yin was overlooked in the draft. His exceptional anticipatory skills combined with remarkable strength surpassing that of mailman Karl Malone renders Su Yin extraordinarily powerful. Crucially, his prowess does not seem to be a fleeting phenomenon. With consecutive games, scoring over 30 points, and showcasing integrated offensive and defensive performances, he appears poised to seize the spotlight from all the superstars of the 0-3 platinum generation as an undrafted player. To be candid, after reviewing Su Yin's combined report, even with the title of Master of Anticipation, it still seems surreal. Such average talent, yet such formidable performance. This is truly bizarre. Being a Master of Anticipation. I suspect we will need more time to adapt to the formidable abilities of Su Yin, who possesses such a unique playing style. But really, if Su Yin's average talent can overwhelm Bosch and Anthony, the abilities of this year's 3rd and 4th picks seem rather lackluster. I heard Anthony was the MOP player of this year's NCAA. How could he perform so poorly? Sweet melon. Could it be a rotten melon? If one were to say that, it would not be entirely unfounded. Carmelo Anthony. Am I a rotten melon? Apologies if I've been offended. Fans continue to discuss fervently an undrafted rookie. In just 2 games had managed to overshadow prominent prospects like Bosch, Anthony, and Henrich. This was indeed explosive news within the NBA. Although Su Yin was an undrafted player, his popularity was skyrocketing. Around the same time as Bosch and Anthony read the news and saw the endless critiques and mockery from fans online, they trembled with rage. Bosch, what master of anticipation. It's all nonsense. It was merely good fortune that I was just too careless in my performance, both in skill and technique. Su Yin, if our paths cross in the new season, I shall reclaim the humiliation I endured during Summer League. Anthony, I truly can't believe this. It was just 1 game. It hardly serves as a reliable reference. I led Syracuse University through countless challenges to the finals. Even if Kansas claimed the championship as the strongest MOP player, my skills would stand scrutiny, while he, Su Yin, is merely an undrafted rookie from Longguo. who has played only 2 seemingly decent games. How could that make him superior to me? How could he label me a rotten melon? This is utterly excessive. Just wait. Su Yin? No, the master of anticipation. As we meet once more in the new season, Cameron, will do everything in my power to secure a victory against you. I may concede to LeBron, but to a player who went undrafted, I shall never yield. What was initially just an ordinary Summer League game has transformed into a phenomenon due to Su Yan's identity. Exceptional performance and the ensuing media frenzy. This has drawn the attention of future league superstars, Bosch and Anthony, who are eager to measure themselves against Su Yan in the regular season. Throughout the day, fans and enthusiasts eagerly perused newspapers discussing Su Yan, the Summer League, and the NBA offseason. In the evening, the Summer League continued, with the matchup between the Heat and the Magic garnering significant attention. Why? Because this year's 5th overall pick, known as Flash, Dwayne Wade, was set to make his Summer League debut tonight. Wade's popularity is immense. He is the first player from Marquette University in the last 35 years to be selected to the All-American first team. And being the 5th pick speaks volumes. However, one must consider that he underwent meniscus surgery during his college years, yet still managed to deliver such an astonishing performance that earned him the moniker Flash. This Wade is undeniably a force to be reckoned with. As a result, many fans eagerly anticipated Wade's performance in the Summer League. How would he fare? Wade, with his striking presence, fears no opponent nor situation, showcasing his flash abilities to the fullest. His lightning-quick drives left opponents trembling, while his bewildering Eurostep left second-round pick Zaza Pachulia utterly disoriented. Wade concluded the game with an impressive stat line: 25 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, dazzling the crowd and prompting enthusiastic applause from the fans. His exceptional performance led to exclamations of "unbelievable." Preceding the game, Barkley marveled. Wade had his meniscus removed, yet his speed remains astonishing. And his style of play is fiercely aggressive. His signature Eurostep is consistently effective and nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, with 3 steals and 3 blocks to his credit, Wade, standing at just 6'4", possesses remarkable abilities akin to those of the master of anticipation. Su Yan. This is genuine strength. Indeed, Kenny Smith agreed, reflecting a player who embodies the steal capabilities of a guard and the blocking prowess of a center is exceedingly rare, yet undeniably impressive. Wade's physical gifts, speed, vertical leap, and explosiveness grant him exceptional stealing and blocking abilities, while Su Yan, despite his modest natural talents, exhibits similar capabilities. Flash Wade relies on his natural gifts, while master of anticipation Su Yan depends on his skill. Both are indeed formidable. Absolutely. Barkley concurred with a smile, adding, both Su Yan and Wade are supernovas destined to become star players. Furthermore, tomorrow night, the Heat will face off against the Bulls, pitting the Flash Wade against the master of anticipation Su Yan. A clash between 2 rising star guards that promises to be electrifying. As they praised both Su Yan and Wade, they eagerly anticipated the upcoming matchup. The following day, news outlets reported on Wade's stellar performance, building excitement for the evening showdown between the Heat and the Bulls, featuring Wade and Su Yan on basketball websites. Wade, known for his all-around abilities and high talent, received widespread acclaim. Throughout the day, fans passionately discussed and lauded him. Meanwhile, Su Yan, having scored over 30 points in consecutive games while demonstrating his impressive anticipatory skills, has become a hot commodity. The Magic, unable to sit idly by, recognize that with scoring king Tracy McGrady on their roster, their bottom-tier record in the East necessitated reinforcements to support McGrady. In this context, Su Yan undoubtedly emerged as an excellent choice. The Magic's official Twitter account directly reached out to Su Yan, proposing a 4-year, $15 million contract, hoping to bring him on board. What does a 4-year, $15 million deal signify? This is the same amount currently earned by this year's 3rd overall pick, Melo Anthony. Anthony, the NCAA's most outstanding player, stands in stark contrast to Su Yan, an undrafted player who, after just 2 games, secured a rookie contract equivalent to Anthony's. Upon hearing this news, fans were left astonished. Wow, $15 million over 4 years. Such a high salary for an undrafted player. This will undoubtedly incite envy among all other undrafted players. Can you believe it? Just 2 games in, and he earning the same as an MOP-level player. How outrageous! For years, 15 million. Is this what you call an undrafted player? They exclaimed, laughing. After all, being the master of anticipation comes with such a prestigious title that failing to match it with a commensurate salary would be a tremendous loss. Su Yan is impressively talented, my goodness. He has only played 2 games, but has received treatment akin to that of a 3rd overall pick. The Magic are truly audacious. Such an astonishing and unexpected offer from the Magic has left fans in awe and has highlighted Su Yan's strength. Only a player of significant prowess can command such a high offer from a team. Has the Magic gone mad? The Nuggets management, upon receiving this news, wore grim expressions. They too coveted Su Yan, but the Magic's offer was simply too steep. To elevate an undrafted player, perceived as merely average in talent, to the status of a highly gifted 3rd overall pick after just 2 games is quite a feat. The combination of Anthony and Su Yan is undeniably powerful. Yet this exorbitant salary, a gamble in player selection, has left the Nuggets feeling hesitant. The Magic's aggressive move and lofty offer indicate their firm intention to secure Su Yan. The Cavaliers manager furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing with determination. If you are resolute, so am I. With LeBron and Su Yan, we would possess one extreme talent and one masterful skill. Their combination, given a few years to develop, could yield a championship-winning duo. Thus, he resolved to pursue Su Yan with unwavering commitment. Without a moment's hesitation, the Cavaliers management echoed this sentiment, tweeting, "We aim to sign Su Yan to a 4-year, $18 million contract." Boom! The league erupted in astonishment once more. What does a 4-year, $18 million deal entail? This is not merely the salary of the chosen one, LeBron. It resembles that of a 1st overall pick. Su Yan is an undrafted player. What merit does he possess to earn such a salary? A mere moment ago, the Magic offered a contract befitting a 2nd overall pick, and now the Cavaliers extend an offer akin to that of a 1st overall pick. There is no necessity for such competition between the two. The escalating salaries are becoming absurd. It's madness the lengths to which these teams are going to acquire Su Yan, a mere undrafted player. This is utterly insane. After all, he has showcased his prowess against Bosch and has alternated with Anthony as the master of anticipation. His individual offensive and defensive capabilities are indeed remarkable, but if he can maintain this performance, I believe he is deserving of a 1st overall pick contract. Indeed, the Magic and Cavaliers could hardly contain their excitement. It is likely that other teams will soon enter the fray to vie for Su Yan. I am eager to see how the Bulls, currently holding Su Yan's rights, will decide. Will they choose to retain him or let him go? Despite Wade's commendable performance last night, the fierce competition for Su Yan among various teams has once again thrust him into the limelight, capturing the attention of fans and making him a focal point in the league as an emerging superstar. In a fleeting moment, Su Yan's prominence appeared to overshadow LeBron. Observing the Magic and Cavaliers' audacious offers, the Bulls management, particularly General Manager Paxson, could not afford to remain passive. He promptly reached out to Su Yan, inquiring, "Have you seen the offers from the Magic and the Cavaliers?" "Yes," Su Yan replied. "Rest assured, the Bulls will present a contract that surpasses all others. Your only focus should be excelling on the court with us." Paxson stated earnestly, "I hope to see you become not just the successor to Jordan, but a player of similar greatness." Su Yan pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "If possible, I certainly aspire to achieve greatness akin to Jordan's, especially by remaining with the Bulls. That would indeed be a remarkable accomplishment." He did not outright agree to stay with the Bulls, yet he refrained from rejecting the notion. Having delivered 2 outstanding performances and confident in his ability to continue, Su Yan understood he wielded considerable leverage in future contract negotiations. However, the system urged him to remain with the Bulls. Thus, he knew he must navigate this delicately, concealing his demands to secure the best contract possible. There was no need for haste. He would continue to perform excellently, compelling other teams to elevate their offers, making the Bulls increasingly reluctant to let him go. In due time, Su Yan would undoubtedly secure the most favorable contract. As the day unfolded, discussions buzzed across the nation. It was only when night fell and the much-anticipated matchup between the Heat and the Bulls approached that all attention converged on this thrilling contest. 30 minutes prior to tip-off, the arena buzzed with excitement. Players from both teams engaged in spirited warm-ups, fully aware of the high stakes and eager to showcase their talents in this spotlighted clash. In the stands, the Magic's team act, Tracy McGrady, was present to witness the game, as was the Cavaliers' #1 pick, LeBron James. Renowned ESPN journalist Mark Stein approached McGrady before the game, playfully inquiring, "T-Mac, are you here to watch Wade's game tonight?" "No, I'm here to see Su Yin," McGrady replied. "Oh." Stein expressed surprise before probing further. "The Magic are interested in Su Yin. What are your thoughts on partnering with him?" Well, McGrady chuckled. "I had a great conversation with Yao Ming, last year's #1 pick, who also hails from Long Country, and I found it quite enjoyable that I have a strong interest in the culture of Long Country. Therefore, playing alongside Su Yin, who shares that background, should be quite fascinating to, of course. I must commend Su Yin's prowess. He's a master of anticipation, a player who relies on his intellect, and his potential is immense that I eagerly anticipate teaming up with him. That's why I'm here to watch him play tonight." "Ha!" Stein laughed, noting how a player who went undrafted could attract the attention of one of the league's top shooting guards. Last year's scoring champion, it seems the master of anticipation Su Yin possesses a unique allure. Let us enjoy the spectacle. After interviewing McGrady, Stein sought out LeBron, asking LeBron, "Are you also here to watch Su Yin's game?" "Yes," LeBron nodded with a smile. On. Stein appeared quite excited. It was exceedingly rare for a fellow #1 pick to attend a game featuring an undrafted player. "Why is that?" "Ha!" LeBron chuckled and shook his head. "Don't underestimate Su Yin as merely an undrafted player. He's indeed a master of anticipation, a formidable emerging star, and an exceptionally talented player." TSK. Stein exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed rare for a fellow #1 pick to lavish praise upon an undrafted player. Just how remarkable must Su Yin be? Let us witness it during the game. After wrapping up interviews with both star players, Stein found himself somewhat astonished. He had gathered some knowledge about Su Yin, aware that he was a capable undrafted player, but that was the extent of it. After all, he was an undrafted player. Thus, he could not comprehend why the Magic and Cavaliers were willing to offer such lofty prices to acquire him, nor could he fathom why players of McGrady's and LeBron's caliber would go out of their way to attend his game. Especially with Wade on the court, it was truly bewildering. Therefore, once the referees concluded their pre-game duties, Mark Stein was determined to closely observe Su Yin and uncover the true extent of his abilities. The presence of McGrady and LeBron further intensified the atmosphere in the arena. Soon enough, the main event commenced. The Heat secured the first possession. Wade brought the ball up against Hinrich, slowly dribbling before executing a sudden change of direction, propelling himself forward with explosive speed. Motionless, he transformed into a lightning bolt in a mere stride. He left the 7th overall pick, Hinrich, in his wake, soaring toward the basket and unleashing a thunderous dunk over center block. Boom! The crowd erupted. With a dazzling display of agility and skill, Wade showcased the extraordinary talent and abilities characteristic of the Flash, igniting a cacophony of cheers throughout the arena. But the excitement did not end there. In a swift transition, as Hinrich advanced to the top of the arc, he attempted to penetrate the defense. Just as he was about to shoot, Wade, with impeccable timing, snatched the ball away, igniting a fast break. Wade surged down the left flank, confronted by the looming presence of Blunt beneath the rim. With a deft maneuver, he executed the Euro step, leaving Blunt momentarily disoriented. Swish! Wade effortlessly converted a layup. On, Mike Breen exclaimed, marveling at Wade's lightning speed and the deceptive nature of his Euro step, alongside his explosive athleticism. Wade was on fire, scoring consecutively. Truly, he deserved the title of the Flash. Indeed, Mark Jackson added, equally exhilarated, a rising star who can stand shoulder to shoulder with LeBron and Anthony must include Wade in that conversation. The effectiveness of Wade's Euro step was simply unbeatable. As the game unfolded, Wade called for a screen, once again shaking off Hinrich, driving hard to the basket for another emphatic score. However, thud! Su Yin slid into position, poised to intercept Wade's advance. Too slow, Wade scoffed, maintaining his momentum and completely disregarding Su Yin's defensive effort as he charged toward the rim to attempt a layup. Thump! Su Yin, having just caught up, leaped up to contest the shot. In an instant, bang! He swatted Wade's shot away, sending the ball soaring off the backboard. Wade, did he just block me? This kid is so slow, moving like an elderly person. How did he manage to swat my shot after I had a half-step lead? Wade's expression revealed a hint of confusion. Hmm? Mike Breen also looked puzzled. Su Yan's ability to block seemed rather extraordinary. Aha! Mark Jackson laughed heartily. Mike, did you not see? Su Yan leaped before Wade made his move. Thus, despite being a half-step behind, he was still able to catch up and block Wade's layup. However, this was a gamble of a defensive play. Had Wade not gone for the shot immediately, but instead faked him out, Su Yan would have been left in the dust. Mark Jackson could not deny it, and with a smile he remarked, thus, Su Yan truly is the master of anticipation. He foresaw Wade's offensive move, predicting that he would go for a layup. That be why making this preemptive judgment, he was able to block Wade's shot despite his mediocre talent. Mike Breen, realizing the truth, was struck by clarity. Indeed, under the divine gaze, Su Yan had anticipated Wade's direct layup, which prompted him to leap prematurely in a gamble to block the shot, pinning it against the backboard. In the next play, utilizing the same divine insight. He read Wade's feigned shot before he even jumped to shoot. Bang! Another block ensued. Wade, perplexed, thought, what is this? I went for a layup and got blocked, then I faked a shot and still got blocked. Could it be that this kid can truly predict my moves? What a joke. This is basketball, an unpredictable game. How can there be a player who consistently anticipates his opponent's attack? That defies logic. It must be luck. Su Yan must just be lucky. Wade consoled himself. In reality, the ability to anticipate in basketball does exist within probabilities. One cannot always see through the game. Yet Su Yan was different. He possessed the divine gaze, a fantastical basketball skill. While it could be argued that in his peak, the Flash Wade might elude Su Yan's foresight, the rookie Wade was a different story. Under the divine gaze, Su Yan could penetrate all aspects of his offense and defense. This was the might of the divine gaze, explaining why, despite Su Yan's average talent, the outside world perceived him as a formidable player on both offense and defense. Oof! Wade scoffed. Even if you have some skill, as an undrafted player, you cannot consistently dominate me. With that, he resolved to unleash his ultimate move, the highly deceptive Euro step. However, this required finding the right opportunity. 2 minutes later. Clang! Hinrich missed a three-pointer. The Heat secured the rebound and passed it to Wade, who launched a rapid counterattack, with the Bulls hustling back on defense. Whoosh! Wade charged towards the basket from the left side, performing a stylish spin move to bypass Hinrich, heading directly into the paint as Su Yan was there, timely on defense. Wade versus Su Yan. Opportunity. Wade's gaze sharpened as he maintained his speed, approaching the basket. Suddenly, he extended the ball to the right while stepping out with his right foot, executing a suspicious right-side layup. But it was merely a feint step. He quickly stepped out with his left foot and performed a low-handed layup. The signature Euro step of the Flash had appeared. Su Yan thought, I am in sync with my brother. We share a mental connection. His body twisted to the limit, and his expression was convincing, creating a strong sense of deception. However, under my divine gaze, all your fakes appear as if in slow motion. Clearly visible to me that I won't be fooled. Remaining stationary, it seemed as though Su Yan was frozen by Wade's Euro step. Yet at the moment Wade went for the low-handed layup, Su Yan squinted, seemingly abandoning all pretense. Casually raised his hand and deftly swiped the ball away from Wade. The fans gasped. Did he just steal the ball? Su Yan so nonchalantly dismantled Wade's Euro step. It was unbelievable. Just moments ago, Su Yan appeared frozen. Yet he managed to steal the ball. The Euro step, Wade's killer move, had consistently proven effective, but how could it be so easily countered by Su Yan? Wade was baffled. He couldn't even find the ball. Yet he casually swatted it away. Are you sure that was anticipation, not just luck? He could not comprehend, nor accept it. Wade was furious, his frustration boiling within him, and his anger was on the verge of eruption. As the 3-minute rotation concluded, when both team starters returned to the court, Su Yan pushed the ball forward while Wade, filled with aggression, rushed towards him, fixating his gaze. When offense faltered, he would compensate with defense. Su Yan, let's see if your luck holds up on offense as well, and whether you can score on me, Wade growled, intent on applying pressure. He aimed to force a turnover and reclaim his dignity. Wade bellowed as he suddenly reached to steal the ball. His defensive prowess was formidable. Such intense pressure could easily force a typical player into a panic. But Su Yan remained unfazed, observing Wade's every move as if lying in wait, anticipating his attempt to steal the ball. With a low dribble and a swift acceleration, Su Yin evaded Wade's reach. Despite Wade lunging for the steal, Su Yin smoothly broke through, reaching the right side of the free throw line. Swish! He halted abruptly and took a jump shot. Would this shot succeed? Clang! Miss out a good shot is still a good shot, but unfortunately it did not go in. Given Su Yan's mediocre shooting skills, it is entirely reasonable that such a shot did not succeed. No basket. It seems I need to quickly earn a Rookie of the Week title in the new season. That should be a reward for my shooting prowess, especially for those half-court tosses. This shot missed. Su Yan did not dwell on it, but narrowed his eyes, keeping the system task in mind. Damn. Wade cursed under his breath, his dribbling appearing slow and unrefined. So why could he not manage to steal the ball? It was truly perplexing. This kid's playing style is quite peculiar. After one failed steal, Wade was not ready to give up that a minute later. He approached Su Yan again, intensifying his defense without resorting to a reckless gamble for the ball, yet applying ample pressure. Whoosh! Su Yan dribbled under his left hand, switched to his right, dribbled behind his back, returned to his left hand, momentarily pausing as he prepared for a jump shot, then accelerated forward. No shift in center of gravity. No intention to follow immediately. I can simply break through. Continuing to accelerate, the slightly delayed Wade was left behind as Su Yan charged into the paint, effortlessly scoring with a layup. Was that not a fake move? Wade was astonished that in the next possession, with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor guiding him, Su Yan made a decisive move to the left, pushing the ball to the right and changing direction, once again leaving Wade behind. Cutting into the basket from the right side, swish. A sudden stop, feigned a shot. In the next instant, the Heat center and the pursuing Wade both leapt into the air, swish, timing the layup perfectly. Su Yan scored with ease that in the subsequent possession, Su Yan executed a steal against the Heat's small forward, accelerating towards Wade's defense. How to attack? One to the left, one to the right. Su Yan utilized a hesitation dribble reminiscent of Wade's style, albeit lacking in speed and explosiveness. However, with each step he took, guided by the eye of the Heavenly Emperor's foresight, he successfully maneuvered around Wade's defense, scoring with ease. Damn. Wade, once again deceived, clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Utilizing my hesitation dribble, yet still so slow, it appeared utterly devoid of any deceptive quality. How could he elude me? How could he score over me? The more I pondered, the angrier I became. Su Yan continued to score against Wade, who had thought he could easily defend, but was repeatedly outmaneuvered, leaving Wade's face a shade of fury. Wow. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this be? From the perspective of a divine observer, Su Yan appeared to break through Wade's defense leisurely. Scoring effortlessly, it looked far too casual, almost absurdly so. Wet tea. Bro, McGrady was visibly excited, realizing that seeing is believing that Su Yan's style resembled that of an elderly player, yet he still managed to score that it was rather peculiar, yet undeniably impressive. Haha, if I had a powerful rising star like Su Yan by my side, the Magic would certainly become a formidable Eastern Conference team next season. Across the stands, LeBron observed in disbelief. There was the Flash, whose talent dwarfed Su Yan's, yet he had no means to counter Su Yan's offense. Time and again, he found himself at a disadvantage. This the power of extraordinary foresight. It seems one cannot rely solely on physicality in basketball. A combination of intellect and skill is essential for true strength. Su Yan's exceptional predictive ability indicates a high basketball IQ. With Su Yan's support, not only could I lead the Cavaliers to become a powerful team from the outset, but I could also learn from him and grow rapidly. As this thought crossed his mind, LeBron's eyes burned with intensity. On the court, Wade, having failed to defend against the seemingly average Su Yan even once, grew increasingly infuriated, akin to a madman as he lunged at Su Yan, the true menace of defense. Most players would crumble under such pressure. However, under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Wade's defensive flaws were glaring. Wade charged in. Su Yan executed a casual spin, effortlessly evading him once more. Thud. Wade, having missed his target, lost his footing and fell to the floor. Wow. The fans erupted once again. Swish. Su Yan, with a sudden stop, made a mid-range jumper from the free throw line, this time not missing, scoring steadily. Turning, Su Yan approached Wade, casting a glance at the fallen Flash. The scene froze. For Wade, this moment was undeniably humiliating. His eyes narrowed into a thin line. An overwhelming sense of shame transformed into a raging fury, his gaze cold and piercing. With a change of possession, Wade, whose mindset was on the verge of explosion, recklessly charged at Su Yin, disregarding any semblance of technique, engaging in a wild confrontation. Wade sought to overpower Su Yin, brute forcing his way through. Yet he seemed to forget that Su Yin possessed a jaw-dropping bench press of 244 kilograms, surpassing even the mailman Karl Malone. Bang! This clash felt akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Wade, known for his explosive physicality, found himself unable to break through Su Yan's formidable presence, only to be repelled back. Crashing to the ground, one embarrassment, wow. The arena was once more filled with astonishment. Wade lay on the floor. Realizing the implications of his predicament, he listened to the raucous crowd, reflecting on the humiliations he had faced on both ends of the court. His face flushed with embarrassment. In the next instant, the pent-up rage and humiliation exploded. Wade, as if possessed, sprang up and shoved Su Yin, irrationally shouting at him. "What are you doing? If you can't win, just push." "Su Yin, am I to blame? This is hilarious. Buddy, you're getting desperate. However, your frustration should not be directed at me, should it? If you push me innocently, then I shall revel in your plight." From the moment Su Yin and Wade faced off, on both offense and defense, Su Yin dominated Wade, a player overlooked in the draft, overpowering a hotshot rookie. This alone could easily provoke anyone. Following this, Wade first failed in his pursuit, ending up on the floor. And then, seeking confrontation, he attempted to overpower Su Yin, but ended up being thrown aside by Su Yan's astonishing strength, once more crashing down to the floor. What a disgrace. This was truly humiliating. How could the ever-proud Wade accept such a situation? He could not, that he was determined to retaliate. Little did he know, Su Yin was never one to back down, especially with his ironclad strength. He would not allow himself to be bullied. Bang! Wade pushed with all his might. Su Yin, slightly tightening his body, stood firm like a rock, unwavering that in the next instant. Humph! Su Yin let out a cold snort, immediately pushing back with equal force. Though both were guards, their strengths were worlds apart. Step, step, step. This seemingly casual push caused Wade's chest to jolt, and he found himself stumbling backward, nearly losing his balance. Wade struggled to regain his footing, realizing his strength was inferior, and that he could not overpower Su Yin. "Why should I indulge you?" Su Yan's words were laced with ice. Bastard. Wade, thoroughly enraged, could no longer hear reason. He simply aimed to teach Su Yin a lesson, to strike him down, believing that this was the only way to vent his frustration. Clenching his fists, Wade charged at Su Yin, swinging a punch aimed at his head. The speed of this punch was remarkable, and its force was tremendous. If it landed squarely on Su Yan's face, it would either leave him dazed or bruised. Wade was truly going all out. However, what a slow punch. Su Yan's gaze narrowed slightly. Under the watchful eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Wade's fierce fist appeared to move as if captured in a slow-motion film. Excruciatingly gradual, with a slight shift of his body, Su Yin effortlessly evaded the blow. "If you're going to throw a punch, I won't hold back," he declared, launching a right hook in retaliation towards Wade's forehead. Wade, quick to react, swiftly raised his left arm to block. Bang! The first sound was the dull thud of fist meeting muscle. The second sound followed as Wade, unable to withstand Su Yan's punch, staggered sideways, retreating several steps. Fueled by anger and unwilling to relent, Su Yin pursued once more, raising his fist to strike at Wade again. However, at that moment, from the side, the 206-centimeter-tall center of the Heat's Summer League team, Samaki Walker, charged forward, executing a flying kick aimed at Su Yan's side. A sneak attack. No honor in combat. Su Yin narrowed his eyes, a chill coursing through him. Nevertheless, his reflexes remained sharp as the flying kick approached. He nimbly stepped back, perfectly dodging the strike in that fleeting moment. As Samaki Walker's face soared past him, a glint of cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and he swung his fist, landing a precise hit. Bang! A straight punch struck Samaki Walker squarely in the face. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from Samaki Walker as he lost his balance. crashing heavily to the floor before Su Yin, his body seemingly falling apart. The pain in his face causing him to tremble. Yet, Su Yin's counterattack was far from over. He followed up with a kick that landed forcefully against Samaki Walker's abdomen as Samaki Walker jolted upright from the impact. He immediately collapsed back down, as if a truck had run over him, the pain overwhelming. His body grew limp, consciousness fading. With a punch and a kick, Su Yin knocked out center Samaki Walker. Meanwhile, Wade, still reeling from Su Yin's earlier blow, regained his breath, gritting his teeth as he charged at Su Yin with another right fist. Humph. This time, Su Yin did not evade. Instead, the instant Wade's fist approached, he seized Wade's wrist with his left hand, pulling upward with force that he neutralized the punch and secured Wade in place. The next moment, another right hook flew out, its speed unremarkable, yet Wade was caught off guard, the power behind it extraordinary. Bang! The punch landed on Wade's face, leaving him momentarily dazed, the fierce glare in his eyes extinguished. However, he did not collapse just yet. But as Su Yin released his grip, Wade, utterly drained of strength, slumped to the ground, descending into a sleep akin to that of an infant. With but a single punch, Su Yin had knocked out Wade. The entire altercation had transpired in mere seconds as Su Yin moved with the swiftness of lightning, delivering 2 punches and a kick, brutally knocking out both opponents. The gym fell silent. Spectators stood in shock, mouths agape, utterly speechless at the astonishing display before them. But on the court, the teams, slow to comprehend, rushed in, colliding with one another, creating chaos. However, the conflict had already reached its conclusion, and referees hurried in to separate the players. The situation did not escalate further. Soon, the teams dispersed, and the game was put on hold. Holy! What have I just witnessed? Su Yin single-handedly took on 2 opponents, brutally knocking out Wade and Samaki Walker. How is this even possible? It's too outrageous, too insane. Wait, Su Yin appears somewhat slight. Yet when it comes to combat, his strength is astonishing, his destructive power overwhelming. Is this reasonable? This is unbelievable. Wade and Samaki Walker, who had both attacked Su Yin, barely touched him before being simultaneously knocked out. How absurd! Could it be that Su Yin, the so-called master of anticipation, can predict his opponent's punch trajectories even in a brawl, allowing him to dodge? That makes sense. However, fighting is ultimately a matter of brute strength overcoming finesse, as Su Yin's 2 punches and a kick delivered a violent knockout to Wade and Samaki Walker, each strike imbued with remarkable force. Indeed, as a shooting guard hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, how could Su Yin possess such extraordinary power? It feels surreal. The spectators were left trembling, astounded by Su Yin's terrifying combat prowess. My God! Mike Bibby rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at Su Yin with incredulity. This young man, who appeared so refined while playing ball, transformed into a figure of sheer brutality when angered. LeBron looked equally stunned. Wasn't the consensus to play with strategy? How could Su Yin, who fights so violently, possibly be reconcilable with that notion? Why is he so ferocious, to effortlessly take on 2 opponents and dispatch them cleanly? How could a player known for his intelligence on the court possess such formidable fighting skills? As if he had survived the streets, Su Yin's demeanor on the court contrasted starkly with his fighting persona, leaving LeBron bewildered and utterly astonished. In the commentary booth? Oh my God! Mike Breen was equally amazed, unable to contain his applause. What a display! Su Yin's fighting ability is truly exceptional, utterly unexpected. Even though I know he knocked Chris Bosh unconscious in his first Summer League game, I still cannot believe that this seemingly refined player could exhibit such violence in a fight, let alone take on 2 opponents simultaneously. Overpower the explosive-bodied shooting guard Wade and the center Samaki Walker as a mere guard seems utterly preposterous. Indeed. Mark Jackson nodded in agreement, reflecting, we know Su Yin possesses immense strength. But upon closer inspection, one can see he typically refrains from utilizing it on the court. Whether on offense or defense, he prefers to rely on anticipation rather than brute force. Exactly did I wish to emphasize that Su Yin is a player of finesse. Coupled with his seemingly ordinary talent, he adopts an almost gentle approach to offense. One would never expect such a player to excel in fighting. Even if he were to engage, it would seem out of character. Yet curiously, Su Yan's fighting style is incredibly fierce, each blow landing solidly. He either refrains from striking, or when he does, it results in an opponent crumpling to the ground. He embodies the image of a hardened individual, as if he has frequently fought in the octagon. The contrast is staggering and truly astonishing. Yes, yes, yes. Mike Bree nodded vigorously, noting how Su Yan's style appears almost benign, his gameplay exceptionally straightforward and clean. Yet now he has violently knocked out two opponents. It seems to reinforce a saying, never provoke a seemingly innocent person lightly. The two commentators were filled with sentiment that it is now 2003, a time before the small ball era, where nearly every team boasts a star player, making it a vibrant and competitive period. The intensity of competition in games is palpable. However, even amid such fierce battles, witnessing someone like Su Yan take on two NBA-caliber athletes and leave them incapacitated is truly a rarity. Nonetheless, this is Su Yan in the realm of basketball. If you provoke him, that is your prerogative. But if you choose to engage in combat, know that Su Yan will not tolerate such behavior. With fists forged of iron, even harder than Karl Malone's, those who seek trouble will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, on the court, the Flash Wade lay unconscious, while Samaki Walker appeared utterly defeated, devoid of any fighting spirit. Team Doctor. Heat's head coach Stan Van Gundy was frantic, urgently calling for assistance. The fate of Samaki Walker was inconsequential. Wade was the cornerstone of the Heat, and he could not afford to be harmed. Bastard, Stan Van Gundy cast a resentful glare at Su Yan before hastily rushing onto the court with the team doctor to assess Wade's condition. Both men bore the marks of Su Yan's fists, their skin scraped and bloodied, prompting the doctor to swiftly clean and bandage their wounds. Subsequently, the doctor decisively signaled for a stretcher, and shortly thereafter, two stretchers were summoned to carry away Wade and Samaki Walker. The spectators gasped as they witnessed this scene, once again marveling at Su Yan's formidable fighting prowess. Intriguingly, despite the brutal KO of two opponents, the fans did not perceive Su Yan's actions as unsportsmanlike. They were keenly aware that it was Wade who had instigated the confrontation, and that his teammate, Samaki Walker, had shamefully sought to exploit their numerical advantage. In such circumstances, Su Yan's retaliation was entirely justifiable. His punch that felled an opponent was not only unlikely to elicit disdain from the fans, but rather ignited a sense of exhilaration among many, who cheered in delight. Indeed, the so-called Flash Wade suffered a humiliating defeat this evening. His attempts to provoke others backfired spectacularly, resulting in a most satisfying conclusion. Alas, the Flash was swept up in his emotions tonight, and instead of securing a victory, he found himself on the receiving end of a beating. However, being a fiery young star, how could Wade endure such humiliation at the hands of a rookie like Su Yan? Indeed, yet this was not a matter of merely throwing punches, as Su Yan's fists were ferociously powerful, delivering a knockout blow to one opponent, a fiery warning to the league to refrain from provoking him. The discussions among the fans continued to swirl. Beyond the thrilling match itself, the violent brawl added an extra layer of excitement. This confrontation was worth every penny of their ticket price, leaving the audience exhilarated and their spirits soaring. On the technical bench, several referees reviewed the video replay. Approximately 5 minutes later, the head referee rendered a decision. Wade, Samaki Walker, and Su Yan would each receive a level 2 flagrant foul, resulting in their immediate ejection from the game. Referee, Su Yan did nothing wrong. He was merely defending himself against two attackers. What has he done to deserve this? Skiles erupted in protest upon witnessing Su Yan's ejection. The referee raised a hand to calm Skiles, explaining, while it is true that Su Yan did not instigate the altercation, he also threw punches during the fight. Ultimately, his actions resulted in two players being unable to continue, which negatively impacts the game. Thus, he must be ejected without exception. Was the explanation reasonable? Indeed, Coach Skiles huffed. Refraining from further comments, in truth, he understood that after Su Yan's violent KO of two players, even if it was in self-defense, a penalty was to be expected. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to voice his grievances, whether to support Su Yan or to exert pressure on the referees. While all three received ejections, their departures were markedly different. Wade and Samaki Walker were unceremoniously carried off on stretchers, while Su Yin left the court amidst cheers and applause from the fans after a celebratory high-five with his teammates. In the subsequent match, the Heat faltered without Wade, suffering a crushing defeat, while the Bulls, missing Su Yin, also saw a significant drop in their strength. However, they still boasted the talents of the 7th overall pick, Hinrich, which provided them with some competitive edge. Before leaving the court, Su Yin had effectively suppressed Wade with his outstanding offensive and defensive skills, scoring consecutively and establishing a double-digit lead for his team. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed once again, earning their 3rd consecutive Summer League victory with ease. Yet in comparison to the game itself, the fans are far more intrigued by the aftermath of the intense brawl involving the 3 players and the sensational reactions it would provoke. The following morning, the 3rd overall pick, Melo Anthony, the 4th pick, Chris Bosh, and the 5th pick, Flash Wade, had all faced off against Su Yin in the Summer League, with Su Yin overwhelming each of them and showcasing an almost flawless performance on both ends of the court. As an undrafted rookie hailing from Longguo, just how formidable was Su Yin from the Toronto Roaring Dragon Herald? On the court, he displayed elegance and finesse, while in the ring, he was ferocious and powerful. The master of anticipation, Su Yin, possessed an irresistible charm. From the Phoenix City Times, dominating 3 rising stars on both offensive and defensive fronts, the master of anticipation, Su Yin, emerged as the strongest player of the 2003 Platinum generation. From the Million Society report, with a single punch, Su Yin demonstrated the unparalleled strength of his fists. When his fiery punches landed, they shook the very heavens, leaving no one unscathed. From the Charlotte Meow Meow report. The master of anticipation, Su Yin, a prodigy in both basketball and martial arts, possessed an astounding potential that left onlookers in awe. After years of anticipation, the Bulls finally welcomed their Jordan successor. Various news outlets promptly delivered the morning's first editions, each detailing the explosive headlines surrounding Su Yin, capturing the attention of fans with astonishing speed. The response was phenomenal. Simultaneously, Su Yin's monikers, the elegant thug and Jordan's successor, trended on Twitter. Their popularity soaring ever higher to, Su Yin is an elegant thug? What does that mean? Please explain. The term elegant thug seemed to perfectly encapsulate Su Yin's playing style. Indeed, as the master of anticipation, Su Yin played with grace and precision, rarely resorting to aggressive confrontations, instead employing a technical offensive approach. Moreover, his handsome visage, paired with a somewhat youthful demeanor, lent him an air of a refined gentleman. In summary, the notion of engaging in brawls seemed entirely incongruous with his character. Yet when conflict arose with Bosh, Wade, and others, Su Yin's fist struck with unrelenting ferocity, delivering punishing blows that left his opponents incapacitated. Su Yin appeared as a brutal enforcer, ruthlessly teaching a lesson to those who dare to provoke him. This was in stark contrast to his refined playing style, a jarring dichotomy. His finesse on the court clashed dramatically with his brutal prowess in brawls. When combined, Su Yin resembled a well-dressed gentleman who transformed into a fierce and violent protector when the situation called for it. On the basketball court, he embodied the essence of an elegant thug. Indeed, this title seems to suit Su Yin perfectly. It is truly difficult to fathom that someone with such a clean playing style, who rarely unleashed his formidable strength, could exhibit such violent tendencies in a brawl. This extreme contrast genuinely defines him as an elegant thug. The title Elegant Thug carries an undeniable gravitas. Su Yin, whether in his basketball skills or combat capabilities, is an extraordinary presence that leaves many astounded. Su Yin is undeniably formidable. Furthermore, he is currently with the Bulls and is merely a rookie on the verge of entering the NBA. No, an undrafted rookie. After years of waiting, the Bulls have finally found such a powerful player post-Jordan in Su Yin, who is indeed Jordan's successor. Incredible. The notion of an undrafted player being heralded as Jordan's successor is astonishing and electrifying. Yet, when it comes to Su Yin, it seems entirely plausible. Indeed, being part of the Bulls and delivering performances that surpass even Bosh, Wade, and Anthony, declaring oneself as Jordan's successor is by no means an exaggeration. Well done, Su Yin, onward. The fervent discussions among fans have once again thrust Su Yin into the spotlight of the league, solidifying his reputation as a cultured savage. Meanwhile, the NBA officials have not remained idle. Following last night's altercation involving Su Yin and two others, the ensuing controversy has provided ample fodder for detractors to unleash their vitriol against him. They contend that Su Yin's approach to handling the brawl was excessively violent, posing potential risks and adversely affecting the league's public image. That entirely accurate. Not quite. Su Yin was merely exercising legitimate self-defense and committed no wrongdoing. However, if one were to evaluate based on the aftermath of the brawl, which resulted in two individuals being rendered unconscious, it is undeniable that the repercussions of his actions could be deemed unfavorable by critics. After careful consideration, Commissioner David Stern, though reluctant, felt compelled to impose some form of symbolic punishment. The decision was made. Su Yin, Dwayne Wade, and Samaki Walker would each face a one-game suspension. One might wonder why Wade and Walker, who actively participated in the fight, are subject to the same penalty as Su Yin. The crux of the matter lies in the impact of Su Yin's actions as he incapacitated both opponents, escalating the nature of the altercation. The severity of the punishment reflects this escalation. What a suspension! Coach Skiles was incensed upon hearing this news. That it was evident that Su Yin was merely defending himself against an unprovoked attack, and a single game ejection was already the maximum punishment he could tolerate. Now, a suspension? Was it expected that Su Yin would allow Wade and Walker to beat him into submission without facing consequences? This was absurd. His reasoning was indeed sound. Yet the presence of critics necessitated some form of disciplinary action to quell their incessant complaints and mitigate the negative public sentiment, which would ultimately tarnish the league's image. Thus, Commissioner Stern felt he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Damn it! Coach Skiles was seething with frustration, irate at what he perceived as an unjust punishment. He grumbled about the ridiculousness of the summer league and the suspension, asserting that if this was the case, they might as well not play at all. Meanwhile, Su Yin remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. He slept until noon in the hotel arranged by the team, completely unaware of the labels being assigned to him, whether as a successor to Jordan or a cultured savage. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after awakening, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, Su Yin was met by a young African-American man who greeted him with a warm smile. Who could it be? Su Yin pondered. The middle-aged man spoke first. Hello, Mr. Su Yin. My name is Rich Paul, and I'm a close friend of LeBron James. Rich Paul? LeBron. So it was he. Su Yin recognized Rich Paul as the future hottest NBA agent, whose net worth exceeds $400 million. In the world of sports management, having a net worth in the millions is already impressive, but Rich Paul's fortune is truly remarkable. His astute business acumen is extraordinary, despite his intelligence and promising future. He was only 23 years old, quite young indeed. Hello, Su Yin replied. Shall we step outside to discuss? Sure. Half an hour later, in an upscale CAF near the hotel, Rich Paul expressed, Mr. Su Yin, I hope to become your agent. Although my current resources are limited, my ability to handle affairs is formidable. Whether it pertains to your personal matters or business dealings, I am confident in maximizing your interests that I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Rich Paul's demeanor was earnest. Su Yin contemplated for a moment before inquiring, who are the other players under your management besides LeBron James? Rich Paul furrowed his brow, his expression becoming slightly strained. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and replied, LeBron is currently only a friend of mine, and I presently represent a few relatively insignificant players. However, once LeBron concludes his contract with his current agent, he will sign with me immediately. He has great faith in my abilities, which you can rest assured of that I possess some resources, and should you permit me to be your agent, not only will I provide you with all my resources, but I will wholeheartedly manage your affairs. Is that agreeable? Su Yin stroked his chin, leisurely sipping his coffee, then smiled slightly. All right then. Rich Paul felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. You are agreeing to this so readily? Yes. Su Yin chuckled. Is that not acceptable? If you're unwilling, then that. No. Rich Paul fervently shook his head, his incredulous expression transforming into sheer exhilaration. Yes, I am absolutely willing. I am exceedingly eager to become your agent. Thank you. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself entirely to serving you. As for my capabilities in managing affairs, Time will prove everything. Thank you for this opportunity. It's no trouble. This is mutual. Su Yin smiled, then stood, extending his hand. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Cheers to a fruitful collaboration. They shook hands firmly, solidifying their agent relationship before parting ways after further conversation. Su Yin's decisive agreement to Rich Paul stemmed not only from his awareness of Rich's potential for greatness, but also from the fact that Rich's burgeoning empire was just beginning. What he needed most were players and trust, and a nascent entrepreneur appreciates the opportunity to garner trust and belief in his capabilities. Thus, he will not only grow rapidly, but will also invest maximum effort into those who believe in him. Recognizing Rich Paul's remarkable abilities and promising future, Su Yin readily agreed to his proposal. This trust is invaluable. It will compel Rich Paul to be highly attentive to Su Yin's needs and to be profoundly grateful for this opportunity. Even after Rich Paul left, he remained perplexed as to why such a rising star like Su Yin would so readily choose him, an obscure rookie agent just starting out. Yet, from the moment Su Yin's affirmative decision was made, Rich Paul felt a deep-seated conviction to prioritize Su Yin's interests above all else. Later that evening, Coach Skiles approached Su Yin with a smile, stating, "Su Yin, the Summer League trials have concluded. Let us return to Chicago. Is it over already?" Su Yin responded with surprise, unaware of the news regarding his suspension. Skiles reassured him, "Although the Summer League trials have ended, I have already spoken with the management. They will undoubtedly present you with an appealing offer. I hope you can remain with the Bulls." "All right then," Su Yin replied nonchalantly, acknowledging the situation. As for the Summer League, competing in a few games suffices. There is no need for extended participation. Su Yin had played 3 games, excelling in both offense and defense, successfully outmatching stars like Chris Bosh, Carmelo Anthony, and Dwayne Wade. Such performances were nothing short of explosive. Having established his market value during the Summer League, Su Yin had ascended to a level of prominence. The titles of Master of Anticipation and Cultured Savage had rendered him a coveted asset, sought after by teams across the league. Upon Su Yin's return to Chicago, the Bulls organization announced, "Su Yin has concluded his Summer League trials." The news sent ripples of astonishment throughout the public. "What? Su Yin is done playing? Why is that? I haven't had enough yet." Whether it's the offensive showcase of the Master of Anticipation or the counterattacks of the Gentleman Thug, both have been utterly exhilarating. It's incredibly satisfying. How can they just say they're not playing anymore? It's a pity the league is behaving so irresponsibly. Clearly, Su Yin was merely defending himself against an onslaught, yet he faces suspension. Who would be willing to accept such a fate? Haha, Su Yin's stance against the Bulls management is quite defiant. If you dare to suspend me, so be it. I won't play with you anymore. Goodbye then. Nevertheless, the tedious off-season, devoid of Su Yin, lacks much of its enjoyment. True, although the matches featuring LeBron, Anthony, Malisic, Wade, and Bosh are indeed thrilling, the playing style of the Master of Anticipation, Su Yin, is uniquely captivating. Watching him play offers a distinct visual delight, and missing a few games feels like a significant loss, a bittersweet regret. Who can argue otherwise? I was looking forward to a match between the Bulls and the Cavaliers. Witnessing the clash between the Master of Anticipation, Su Yin, and the King LeBron would undoubtedly be spectacular. Indeed, the strongest undrafted player versus the strongest rookie, the showdown between Su Yin and LeBron, would be as thrilling as a collision between celestial bodies. Alas, with no Summer League to watch, we must wait for the new season to witness the face-off between these two super rookies. What a pity! How disappointing! Yet the fact that Su Yin is not participating in the Summer League leaves countless fans feeling regretful, which only serves to demonstrate his burgeoning popularity. After all, if he were not popular, who would care whether he played or not? Following Su Yin's withdrawal from the Summer League, the most pressing question for him now is, where will Su Yin land in the new season? Almost immediately after his exit from the Summer League and return to Chicago, the league's frenzy for Su Yin's signature became palpable, reaching a fever pitch. The stakes are clear, with everyone openly vying for him. The Cavaliers have offered a 4-year contract worth $18 million, matching LeBron's initial offer, creating an absolute duo with Su Yin and LeBron. This was the most significant contract speculated prior. Soon after, the Magic made a bold move, presenting a 4-year, $20 million deal, a considerable sum surpassing that of the first overall pick, offering Su Yin an opportunity as an undrafted player. Fans eagerly anticipate the combination of McGrady and Su Yin. Philadelphia is not one to sit idly by either, matching the offer with a 4-year, $20 million contract, envisioning a golden duo with Iverson and Su Yin in this scenario. The same price leads to a contest of which team possesses greater allure. The Nuggets are also unwilling to be outdone, offering a generous 4-year, $24 million contract, promising Su Yin a salary of $6 million per year should he dare to come to Denver at the tender age of 19. A salary of $6 million per year. What does that imply? With an exchange rate of 8.3, this roughly translates to $50 million in Dragon Kingdom currency, akin to the astronomical figures of 2003. An amount that drives countless individuals to madness. Of course, this annual salary for a 19-year-old is extraordinarily substantial, even within the entire basketball sphere. Fans witnessing such escalating offers are left in a state of disbelief, utterly astonished by the unfolding drama. Wait, $24 million over 4 years. For an undrafted rookie. Is the Nuggets management out of their minds? What an unprecedented contract. Unbelievable. Hold on, LeBron James. The first overall pick is only on a 4-year, $18 million deal, and Su Yin is being offered $6 million more. That's outrageous. It's too much. Yes, I can acknowledge Su Yin's prowess. The ceiling for the master of anticipation is indeed high, yet he is up against LeBron. The chosen one. How could Su Yin possibly surpass LeBron's greatness? It's simply inconceivable. Perhaps there's a possibility that LeBron has already signed a 4-year contract with the Cavaliers, making him untouchable in their eyes. Thus, other teams' chances of acquiring LeBron seem bleak, leading them to set their sights on an equally formidable undrafted talent. That makes sense to not compare your amateur pursuits with others' professions. Hence, the fervent pursuit of Su Yin by so many teams must hold its own rationale. The master of anticipation and gentleman thug Su Yin is destined to become a player as formidable as LeBron. Su Yin's ascendance is inevitable, yet with the bidding now reaching an astounding $24 million over 4 years. He appears to have no intention of signing with the Nuggets. The Bulls remain silent as well. So, the question remains, to which team will Su Yin ultimately belong? The anticipation is palpable. I feel the same. With each offer growing increasingly generous, the battle for Su Yin intensifies. The $24 million rookie contract has thrust the competition for Su Yin's signature into its most heated phase. The Nuggets, $24 million over 4 years. The Rockets, Philadelphia, Magic, Cavaliers, and other teams that initially proposed high-value contract have all decided to forego further bidding, leaving the choice to Su Yin. 3 days later, the deep-pocketed Knicks, in a show of bravado, added $1 million to propose a $25 million contract over 4 years for Su Yin. Thus, no other teams dare to raise their bids. However, such a contract for a rookie, especially an undrafted one, falls into the realm of exorbitance. The choice is now in Su Yin's hands. Rich Paul has meticulously compiled all the offers and presented them to Su Yin while awaiting the Bulls' final proposal. Another day passes. Su Yin, as per his usual routine, arrives at the gym for practice. Although the 10-day short-term contract has come to an end, the Bulls have assured him of a satisfactory extension deal and have permitted him to train at their facility. The Summer League has concluded, with players like Hinrich, Crawford, Eddie Curry, and Tyson Chandler also in training. Crawford is in his 3rd year, while Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler are in their 2nd. Both Hinrich and Su Yin are still rookies, all striving to hone their skills during the off-season. The guys are training diligently. You could see that moment. Pippen approaches with a bright smile. "Brother, would you like some coffee?" Upon seeing Pippen, Hinrich hastily offers his unconsumed coffee to the elder. Pippen takes a hearty gulp, only to grimace as he realizes it's bitter without sugar. What on earth is this? Hinrich chuckles awkwardly, thinking to himself, how could it be? Bitter coffee is the best. Returning the coffee to Hinrich, Pippen then walks over to Su Yin, scanning him up and down with a grin. "You seem to be in good spirits today. Feeling positive?" "Of course." Su Yin smiles, clenching his fist. "Maintaining an upbeat attitude daily." Upon noticing Su Yin's confusion, Pippen laughs and presses on. "Really? If you're always feeling positive, that might not be a good sign. That could indicate a problem." He get out to the side. Tyson Chandler suppresses a laugh. "Su Yin? What's wrong with maintaining a positive attitude every day? Why is Pippen smirking, and why is Chandler snickering?" What does that mean?" Never mind, it's just some nonsensical chatter. I don't get it. I don't get it. After pondering for a while without clarity, Suyin decides not to dwell on it. Ha ha ha. Pippin laughs heartily, not lingering on the topic, and then beckons Sue, "Come with me to the manager's office. Manager Paxson wants to discuss something with you." Sure, if Paxson didn't seek him out soon, he planned to have Rich Paul apply some pressure. Before long, in the manager's office, Su Yin and Pippin sit on one side, while Manager Paxson and Coach Skiles occupy the other. Beside Su Yin stands his agent, Rich Paul. Su, Paxson states directly, "I called Rich Paul here today because we were close to finalizing your extension with the Bulls. Since you withdrew from the Summer League, this past week has seen the entire league vying for your services. That I am profoundly grateful for your steadfastness in resisting the allure of lucrative contracts from other teams. Patiently awaiting our final offer. We have made a commitment, and we shall not renege on it. Before we formally discuss the contract, allow me to present you with this KEYAS." He spoke. Paxson handed a set of keys to Su Yin. These keys belong to a charming little villa, spanning 300 square meters, located in a prime area near the United Center. As long as you remain with the Bulls, this villa is yours to inhabit free of charge, with utilities taken care of. Should you achieve notable success with the Bulls or positively influence the team, it will be no trouble at all to gift you this villa. This is a benefit I have negotiated with our owner, Jerry Reinsdorf, on your behalf. Now, regarding the contract, the Knicks have proposed a maximum deal of 4 years for $25 million for an undrafted player, or even for a rookie. This is indeed a princely sum. However, I believe this is not the most advantageous offer. The Knicks contract is a 2+2 arrangement, meaning you must remain with them for at least 2 years to be eligible for a subsequent contract. In contrast, we, the Bulls, are offering you a contract of 2 years for $12 million, structured as a 1+1 deal, which grants you a player option for the second year. While this salary is $250,000 less than the Knicks offer, it allows you to seek a maximum contract next season. By then, after a year of growth, your salary in the following season will start at a minimum of $10 million, positioning you for an even more lucrative deal. Typically, rookies are bound to 2+2 4-year contracts, which forces many talented newcomers to play under the guise of rookie status for 4 years before they can secure a substantial contract. Yet, as an undrafted player, you are exempt from this limitation. That I have successfully lobbied for this shorter evaluation contract for you, enabling you to soar in the coming year. Of course, this is contingent upon your performance during the year. If you excel, this offer will undoubtedly surpass all others from different teams. The crux of the matter is that you are a singular talent in a city. Whether you join the Magic, the 76ers, or the Cavaliers, you will merely be a secondary figure, lacking the distinction of a superstar. So, what are your thoughts on this contract? Su Yin pondered momentarily, refraining from an immediate response as he glanced at Rich Paul. Rich Paul remained composed and leaned in closer to Su Yin, whispering, "Su, this offer is exceptionally favorable, quite perfect. Generally, teams would not propose such a short-term contract to retain a player like you. The Bulls' contract is exceedingly generous for your future." Indeed, Su Yin nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. With his extraordinary abilities, strength akin to steel, the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, and the basketball deity system, his prowess will only intensify with the passage of time. Thus, under the Bulls' contract, next season, he is certain to secure a high-paying contract exceeding $10 million. This would allow Su Yin to stand out distinctly among rookies, achieving the highest annual salary and surpassing many current superstars, leaving the entire league in awe and envy of the past 3 years' rookie players. This 1+1 contract is indeed remarkable. "Wow," piped up Pippin, who had been silent, his expression one of astonishment. This contract is exceptionally accommodating for Su, freeing him from team constraints while allowing him to pursue high earnings in the following year. Moreover, the Bulls will have to bear the arduous task of nurturing you for a year, only for you to potentially depart afterward. However, the Bulls' willingness to take this risk indicates their genuine belief in Su, trusting that he will remain loyal due to the favorable treatment he receives. Pippin, who had been brought in by the Bulls to persuade Su Yin to stay, truly believes in the merit of the contract and sincerely hopes Su Yin will develop into the heir to Jordan. Rich Paul silently nodded in agreement. After feigning deliberation for a moment, Su Yin smiled and said, "Since the Bulls have been so forthright in presenting such a generous contract, what reason does an undrafted player like myself have to refuse? I hope that during my time with the Bulls, we could foster a harmonious relationship that benefits us both." "Absolutely," Paxson affirmed emphatically. The two then shook hands, solidifying the renewal of the contract. Consequently, Su Yin secured a 1+1 deal with a player option in the second year for $12 million over 2 years, along with unlimited use of a charming villa. Thus, he signed a lucrative rookie contract with the Bulls. Immediately thereafter, the Bulls wasted no time in announcing this news on their official social media, setting off a sensation throughout the league. Why does the salary seem lower? Foolishness. It's only slightly less than the Knicks' maximum offer of $6.25 million for the first year. It's essential to consider that even all-star caliber players such as Half-God Carter, the big German Nowitzki, and the Truth Pierce earn merely around $11 million per year. What is Su Yin? He is an undrafted rookie, and such a salary is indeed remarkable. The key point is that with a 1+1 contract, as long as Su Yin proves his worth, he will have the opportunity to secure a max contract with an annual salary exceeding $10 million the following year, that time. Su Yin's salary will undoubtedly surpass all rookies, placing him on par with league stars. This is the most extraordinary aspect of this contract. Indeed, like the King LeBron, who essentially began at his peak. Entering the league as a star, he too was constrained by a 4-year rookie contract, preventing him from earning a high salary for at least 4 years. This illustrates the disparity. Wow, the Bulls are incredibly daring. Are they not concerned about losing Su Yin to other teams next year? Certainly, they are apprehensive. However, high risks often accompany high rewards. That be why embracing this risk, the Bulls have successfully emerged victorious in the bidding war for Su Yin, securing at least 1 year of his talent. If Su Yin performs well, the team nurtures him effectively, and the relationship flourishes, it is highly probable that both parties will move towards mutual commitment in the following year, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Holy! The master of predictions, Su Yin, an undrafted rookie who has played 3 Summer League games, has landed a lucrative rookie contract. Additionally, he enjoys a level of popularity that surpasses all other rookies. This is truly remarkable. Su Yin is indeed exceptional. His renewal with the Bulls marks his journey towards becoming the successor to the Bulls. We eagerly anticipate Su Yin's performance in the upcoming NBA season. Anticipation. Amidst the fervent discussions and reflections of the fans, Su Yin's bidding war reached a conclusion. However, scarcely had the sensation of Su Yin's lucrative rookie contract renewal with the Bulls subsided when the NBA announced a groundbreaking trade that would send shockwaves through the league. What monumental trade could ignite such a reaction? Following a three-peat championship, the Lakers, who faltered in last year's Western Conference semifinals, made waves this summer with 2 explosive trades. Firstly, the former star of the Jazz, the mailman Karl Malone, who averaged 20.7 points, 7.9 rebounds, 4.8 assists, 1.8 steals, and 0.5 blocks last season, has joined the Lakers. Secondly, the former core of the Seattle Supersonics, the glove Gary Payton, who averaged 21 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 0.2 blocks last season, has also signed with the Lakers. What does this signify? It means that next season, the Lakers will boast a formidable lineup featuring the Diesel Shaquille O'Neal, the Black Mamba Kobe Bryant, the mailman Karl Malone, and the glove Gary Payton. An extraordinary quartet. This is truly lavish. The league is, without a doubt, witnessing a significant climax. Holy, what an outrageous trade. How can a team possibly accommodate such a quartet? How will other teams compete? It's all over. This is a foregone conclusion. What more could one ask for? Just hand the championship to the Lakers. This is absolutely insane. Why has such a trade proven successful? The mere existence of the OK duo has already established the purple and gold dynasty, rendering them invincible across the realm. Now, with the addition of 2 team leaders, one can only marvel at the absurdity of this lineup. It is indeed a magnificent assembly of 4 titans. The Lakers owner likely spent the night laughing joyfully, while the Lakers fans are engulfed in euphoria. Spring has arrived for the Lakers, and with it a nightmare for the entire league. The Lakers' formation of this luxurious quartet has left the entire league astounded. However, while the untrained eye revels in the spectacle, the seasoned observer discerns the subtleties. Presently, both Karl Malone and Gary Payton, despite having performed adequately last season, are undeniably nearing the twilight of their careers and are no longer at their peak. Moreover, under the influence of the OK duo, their share of ball possession will diminish, resulting in a decline in their statistical output and overall prowess. To the outside world, it may seem that Malone and Payton have come to join forces with the OK duo in pursuit of a championship, yet there is an undeniable hint of opportunism in their intentions. Nevertheless, the moniker of luxurious quartet is destined to resonate. Each game the Lakers play next season will undoubtedly generate an explosive buzz, and as long as the OK duo remains intact, they will be deemed frontrunners for the championship. Following the Summer League, the most significant focus of the offseason will be the reinforcement of various teams. The Lakers' recent maneuver has sent shockwaves throughout the league, igniting an abundance of anticipation among their fans for the upcoming season, as they yearn for the OK duo to achieve another three-peat. Just a week later, the Timberwolves could no longer remain idle. Last season, the big-ticket Kevin Garnett showcased an all-around excellence that positioned him among the top 5, if not the top 3, power forwards in the league. Unfortunately, his team was eliminated in the first round by the Lakers. The Timberwolves management, realizing the importance of not squandering Garnett's prime, embarked on a series of trades to bolster the team significantly. First, they acquired the core dual-threat guard Sam Cassell from the Bucks, who averaged 19.8 points, 4.5 rebounds, 5.9 assists, 1.2 steals, and 0.3 blocks last season, earning him the nickname Alien. Secondly, they traded for Latrell Sprewell from the Knicks, who averaged 16.5 points, 4.1 rebounds, 4.7 assists, 1.5 steals, and 0.5 blocks last season, known as the Mini Jordan due to his extraordinary talent. Consequently, the trio of the big-ticket Garnett, Alien Cassell, and Madman Sprewell has formed a formidable force in the Timberwolves. Leaving the league in awe, with Garnett at the helm, this newfound strength has transformed the Timberwolves into a team capable of challenging the Lakers' luxurious quartet. Indeed, they are a powerhouse. Next season, the formidable Timberwolves are poised to disrupt the rhythm of the league. The Western Conference boasts a plethora of strong teams such as the Lakers, Timberwolves, Spurs, Kings, and Mavericks, resulting in an intensely competitive environment. The disparity between the West and East is apparent, yet the Eastern Conference is not to be underestimated. Featuring the Pacers with the likes of Shaquille O'Neal, the Rogue Ron Artest, Mr. Clutch Reggie Miller, and six-man Al Harrington. The Nets, with assist king Jason Kidd, having reached the finals for 2 consecutive years, present a stable championship contender. Additionally, the Bad Boys 2.0 Pistons with Ben Wallace, Prince, Hamilton, and Billups embody a rugged resilience that is hard to overcome. Indeed, while the West may be strong and the East weaker, any matchup that reaches the conference finals or the championship will undoubtedly be a thrilling spectacle. The clashes between multi-star teams promise to deliver extraordinary games, and with the 4 great guards leading the charge, should a player akin to Allen Iverson deliver an unexpected performance, guiding his team to the finals, it would only elevate the season's excitement. Furthermore, the emergence of exceptionally talented rookies for the 2003 class adds an additional layer of competition, anticipation, and aspiration for the new season. In summary, following the OK duo's three-peat, the 4 great guards are in their prime, ushering in an era marked by a transition from centers to guards. The league is somewhat chaotic, yet undeniably vibrant, representing the finest ERI in this transitional phase. The question remains, who will maintain their footing and shape the era as their own? Let's look forward to and anticipate the unfolding events every time a blockbuster trade that shakes the league occurs. Fans are stirred, and their hopes for the new season swell. This is entirely natural as the off-season continues. Teams are actively seeking reinforcements. After confirming the re-signing of Su Yin, the Bulls, having invested significantly, face considerable risks in the future. With limited time at hand, they cannot afford to waste a moment. Given the presence of Su Yin and the urgency of the situation, the management has resolved to build around him to reinforce and rebuild the team. The Bulls management firmly believes that as long as they treat Su Yin well and the overall strength of the team remains respectable, there is hope for the future. Thus, Su Yin has a high probability of remaining with the team next season. Manager Paxson, with this in mind, swiftly took action. Recognizing that Su Yin's playing style is more delicate and that he excels in half-court situations, The search began for a player who could effectively protect the rim and finish offensively in the low post. The search seemed promising, but whom to pursue? Paxson pondered deeply and soon identified a target. Who? The previous year's #1 pick, the Rockets' third option, also hailing from Longguo, Yao Ming. What about the trade assets? Paxson has made the decision to part ways with the team's second and third strongest players. Excluding Su Yin, the future superstar's sixth man Jamal Crawford and center Eddie Curry. Crawford, in only his third year, averaged 11 points, 2.4 rebounds for 0.3 assists, 1.1 steals, and 0.5 blocks per game last season as a substitute. Notably, he started 30 games, averaging 20 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 1 steal, showcasing a remarkable surge in performance after a season of growth. Crawford is undoubtedly poised to become one of the primary scoring threats for the team. Meanwhile, the exceptionally talented Eddie Curry, still in his second year, is viewed by outsiders as a potential successor to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Last season, he recorded averages of 10.7 points, 5.1 rebounds, 0.5 assists, 0.2 steals, and 1.5 blocks. His dominance in the paint is commendable, and in 40 games as a starter, he averaged 21.5 points, 7.4 rebounds, 1.5 assists, 0.2 steals, and 1.5 blocks, with an impressive streak of 8 consecutive games scoring over 24 points. After a season of development, both players will undoubtedly refine their skills further. While Yao Ming's rookie season statistics of 13.7 points, 8.5 rebounds, 1.8 assists, 1.4 steals, and 2.0 blocks appear flashier than those of the two, it is essential to note that Yao cannot match their immediate impact. Moreover, Yao has only played 1 year, struggled early in the season, and has yet to fully tap into his potential, especially as the team still relies on the backcourt twin towers of Francis and Mobley. After careful deliberation, the Rockets succumbed to temptation and finalized a trade, sending Yao Ming along with a first-round pick from 2004 to acquire Eddie Curry, Jamal Crawford, and a second-round pick from 2004 from the Bulls. In the eyes of a rational observer, the Rockets seem to have come out ahead in this deal. However, upon learning of this news, Su Yin felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but give Paxson a thumbs up. Crawford and Eddie Curry in exchange for Yao Ming, acquiring a future all-star caliber center for the Western Conference, is undoubtedly a win-win trade. Consequently, the Bulls now boast a combination of Su Yin and Yao Ming, forming the Dragon Country Twin Stars, which ignites great expectations and aspiration for the future. Su Yin realized that he and the second-year Yao Ming would unleash formidable power in the upcoming season. With a strong likelihood of transforming the Bulls, who had been mired at the bottom of the Eastern Conference for 4 consecutive years and absent from the playoffs for 5, into a remarkable contender. Simultaneously, Yao's arrival in Chicago, alongside 2 exceptionally talented players from Dragon Country, undoubtedly created quite a sensation. Yao Ming joined the Bulls and teamed up with Su Yin, bringing together 2 of the most formidable new stars from our homeland. This makes things rather intriguing. Indeed, remarked Yao Ming, in his second year, and Su Yin, a rookie, both possessing considerable talent and ability. However, given their youth, leading a team single-handedly would pose a significant challenge. Yet, once they join forces, their combined prowess should enable them to contend for a playoff berth in their very first season. That makes sense. The Bulls management appears to be on a trajectory to monopolize the Dragon Country market and fanfare. Whoa, Su Yin and Yao Ming teaming up in the god of basketball Jordan's former team. This is a cause for jubilation among fans from the Dragon Country. We are absolutely thrilled and eagerly anticipating the Bulls' new season. Meanwhile, on American Twitter, numerous fans from the Dragon Country were overjoyed. Across the ocean, in the office of the Central Television Sports Channel, Yang Yi, Coach Zhang, Su Kun, and Wang Ming were gathered, each holding a newspaper, their faces radiating smiles. Yang Yi laughed heartily. The partnership of Su Yin and Yao Ming is such explosive news. This is incredibly uplifting for our Dragon Country. Indeed, Wang Ming nodded vigorously, unable to contain his grin. For our basketball scene, this is undoubtedly aching bomb-level announcement that Yao's talent is undeniable, and while Su Yin's physical prowess may be questioned, his exceptional anticipation skills allow him to excel on both offense and defense, proving to be more than just a fleeting phenomenon. Both players are remarkably gifted, and as they grow together over several seasons, they will undoubtedly all become all-star caliber players, leading the Bulls to the playoffs at the very least, or even challenging for the championship. Regardless of the outcome, their impressive individual performances, coupled with the team's success, will elevate the reputation of the Dragon Country Twin Stars and usher our basketball scene into a new era. Absolutely, Coach Zhang concurred, nodding in agreement. Su Yan's sudden emergence is something I never anticipated. Yao has been outstanding domestically, top tier. Although he struggled initially in the NBA, he has stabilized and improved significantly, so there's no reason to worry. With Su Yan and Yao Ming, the future of Dragon Country basketball is undoubtedly bright. Su Kun adjusted his glasses and spoke up. Yao has already played a season, and his performance has steadily improved, showing visible growth. However, with Su Yan, despite his exceptional anticipation skills, he has only showcased his abilities on the Summer League stage, which is qualitatively different from the NBA. Therefore, when faced with stars and superstars in the NBA, whether he can maintain the same level of performance remains uncertain, and no need for concern. Coach Zhang waved his hand, smiling, though we must remember that Su Yan excelled against not just any player seeking contracts, but against the likes of number 3 pick Anthony, 4th pick Bosch, and 5th pick Dwayne Wade, all future All-Stars. If Su Yan can dominate both ends of the court in those matchups, there is every reason to believe he can perform at that level in the NBA. You make a valid point, Yang Yi agreed, and Su Kun nodded slightly, smiling that it seems my worries were unfounded. Let us not overthink it, Wang Ming added with a cheerful smile, eagerly anticipating the impact the new generation of Platinum-era superstars will have in the league this season. However, the duo of Yao Ming and Su Yan, the Dragon Country Twin Stars, is sure to steal the spotlight. A week later, Yao's arrival marked the official commencement of the Bulls' off-season training at the United Center. "Welcome, Yao." Su Yan waved, the first to greet him. Su Yan, "You're incredible," Yao Ming exclaimed, visibly delighted to meet Su Yan. "How come I hadn't heard of you before? You're so impressive. I should have known." "Huh." Su Yan chuckled awkwardly. Deflecting, "I missed some games due to various reasons, but no worries. I'm just catching the last train to the NBA." Haha. Yao laughed, continuing the conversation to your right. "It's never too late to join the NBA. No, this new journey is just beginning. Su Yan, let us work hard together in the NBA and show the world how amazing basketball players from Dragon Country can be." "Absolutely." Su Yan clenched his fist and both their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Welcome to the team, Yao." Hinrich cheered. "Hello there, Hinrich. Your three-point shooting is phenomenal. If you have time, could you teach me? I want to improve my skills," Yao Ming enthusiastically offered, extending his hand for a high five. "Huh." Hinrich laughed heartily. "Oh, it's no big deal that we're all family here. If you want to learn, I'll definitely share my humble experience with you." "Sure, sounds good." Yao smiled in agreement. Yao is known for his pleasant demeanor and excellent communication skills, which is one of the significant reasons why, despite his superior talent, Jianlian has struggled to make a name for himself in the NBA. As the venerable Pippen approached, he grunted, "Last season, as a mere rookie, you managed to block me twice in a single game. That I have not forgotten that, and I have been pondering when I might exact my revenge." "Brother Pippen," Yao Ming replied with a warm smile, devoid of any airs. "That was during the game. It was beyond my control. How about this? Let us engage in a one-on-one match later. I shall give it my all. However, if I cannot block you 5 times today, I shall continue until I have satisfied my desire for retribution." "Ha ha." Pippen laughed, playfully scolding. "If you want to wear me out, just say so. I was merely jesting. I'm on the verge of retirement. Getting blocked is quite normal. That I truly do not mind. Now that we are teammates, let us coexist harmoniously. Both you and Su possess immense potential, so strive well and grow together. Perhaps in the future, you will become the next Jordan and Pippen for the Bulls." Wow. Yao Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "That sounds incredibly promising. Rest assured, Brother Pippen, I shall endeavor to develop my skills. However, when you have the time, please impart your wisdom regarding experience." "Ha, certainly, certainly." Pippen found himself charmed by Yao's repeated address of brother. With no fear of the spotlight and accompanied by fellow compatriot Su, who was being groomed as a core player, Yao Ming quickly adapted to the new environment of the Bulls. Before long, the offseason officially commenced. Su, with average talent, followed the trainer's guidance, gradually improving his shooting, three-pointers, and drives in a systematic manner. Naturally, this method of training yielded slow progress. Presently, the fastest way for Su to grow remained the completion of system-issued primary tasks, earning the title of Rookie of the Week. The reward for this achievement was basic half-court shooting. Yao Ming trained diligently, adhering to the regimen set forth by both his trainers and nutritionists, steadily and healthily increasing his weight to enhance his physical presence in the paint. Simultaneously, Yao was not one to shy away from seeking knowledge. He frequently approached the seasoned veteran Pippen for advice, and he also consulted the rookie Kirk Hinrich for insights to aid his growth. Moreover, he would inquire about Su, although predicting offensive plays was exceedingly challenging. Listening to Su's perspectives could prove beneficial. While Su's formidable predictive abilities stemmed from the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, an extraordinary dynamic vision, he had acquired some understanding of anticipation through repeated practice. Though limited, Yao found even a small gleaning of knowledge to be worthwhile. The other newcomers and young players, including Hinrich, Tyson Chandler, and others, were also diligently training, eager to make their mark in the upcoming season. Time flew by, and over a month passed. On October 8, 2003, only 3 days remained until the preseason games commenced at the United Center. The soon-to-retire Pippen engaged in a brief training session before retreating to the lounge area for some rest. After a while, Yao, Su, Chandler, and Hinrich, all drenched in sweat, approached, receiving towels and water from the staff. Pippen was casually chatting with Antonio Davis. Truly amusing, Pippen remarked, reclining in his chair, shaking his head in exasperation. Last night, I washed my hair and got a haircut. Yet that girl still claimed my hair was prickly. I am at a loss for words. Huh. Antonio laughed heartily, enjoying the banter. You certainly know how to have fun, brother Pippen. Not bad, Pippen replied, tilting his chin with a confident demeanor. But I prefer a bit of rebellion. It fuels my desire for conquest. TSK. Chandler handed Pippen a bottle of sports drink, clicking his tongue. Brother Pippen, you certainly live life to the fullest. Ha. Yao chuckled along. Su, puzzled, questioned, what does getting a haircut have to do with fun? What an odd statement. Observing Yao's amusement, he inquired, Brother Yao, what are you laughing about? What hidden meaning did you discern? Yao, noticing Su's confusion, teased, some matters are beyond the understanding of a child like you. Child, Su retorted, I am 19 years old, and you are merely 21. Reflecting on his past, Su recalled that prior to his journey into this world, he was a dedicated student with a passion for basketball. Finally making it to college, he had gained recognition during the Freshman Cup and was on the cusp of achieving peak student status when he suddenly crossed over. It felt rather regrettable upon reflection. Not that I care. Su scoffed, dismissing the thought. During their break, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation. Soon, Coach Skiles approached, holding a schedule and gathering everyone together. Ahem. Skiles announced with a commanding voice, Gentlemen, the new season is upon us, and after several quiet years, the Bulls are finally presented with an opportunity for reconstruction. Su and Yao, this is the core of our rebuilding efforts, especially Su, who has been designated as the successor to Jordan by none other than Jordan himself, and is recognized externally as the future successor of the Bulls. As for his abilities, he has showcased his prowess against Anthony, Bosch, and Wade in the Summer League, demonstrating formidable offensive and defensive skills, unflinching even in the face of brawls. He possesses an innate leader's charisma. Thus, for the upcoming season, let us rally around Su and Yao, forming a new Bulls dynasty. Gentlemen, do we have confidence? Oh, the response was unanimous. We must have confidence. Coach, rest assured, we will ensure the Bulls regain their feared reputation throughout the league. Rebuilding the Bulls dynasty. I aspire to be a part of it. I too wish to be one of the founding members of the new Bulls dynasty. Charge, with a youthful team, everyone brimmed with anticipation for the new season, filled with energy and dreams for the future. Ha! Pippen laughed, pleased with the team's optimistic spirit. Ha! Skiles nodded approvingly, then glanced at the schedule, continuing, Excellent. Let us maintain our enthusiasm for the new season. However, before the season commences, we need to adapt and refine our lineup during the preseason. That we have a total of 8 preseason games, with the last 2 against the Timberwolves and the Suns. The Timberwolves boast the formidable trio of Garnett, Castle, and Sprewell, while the Suns feature Marbury, Stoudemire, and Marion. Both teams possess significant strength. However, as this is the preseason, we need not overly concern ourselves with the outcomes. The focus should be on refining our lineup and experiencing the results of our off-season training. We must adapt to the new season. While we should not feel excessive pressure, we must still approach these NBA-level matches with seriousness. After all, a solid foundation is essential for constructing a grand edifice. Understood. Yes, coach. The young Bulls, filled with vigor, were eager to tackle each game of the new season with utmost seriousness. Smack. Sue and Yao exchanged a high five. Before long, the blink of an eye marked the passage of 3 days. At 8 p.m. on the evening of the preseason game, the Bulls were set to face off against the Timberwolves 30 minutes before the game. In the commentary booth, on, Barkley exclaimed with enthusiasm. Here we have the newly formed Dragon Country twin stars of the Bulls, facing off against the formidable monster trio of the Timberwolves. While the Timberwolves may possess a stronger lineup, the outcome of the game is secondary. What the audience truly wishes to witness is the performance of the players from both teams and the immense potential that their rosters can unleash. Kenny Smith nodded, then continued. However, tonight the big-ticket Kevin Garnett will not be playing. The Timberwolves' three-headed monster consists solely of the Alien Castle and the Madman Sprewell. The Bulls still have a chance to win the game. This indicates that the performance of the players from both teams is highly anticipated, and the outcome of the match remains uncertain. A thrilling showdown awaits. Indeed, the commentators heatedly prepared for the match on the court. The Bulls engaged in warm-up exercises. Pippen clapped his hands and shouted, "Listen up. Guys, though we may be young, we possess our own strength and capabilities. Let us not fear any opponent. We shall charge forward with conviction." "Oh," came the response. "Understood, Brother Pippen." Led by Henrich and Yao Ming, the Bulls players were brimming with morale and fighting spirit. On the Timberwolves side, the formidable combination of the three-headed monster instilled confidence from the moment of their formation, rendering them unafraid of any team in the league, even the illustrious Lakers with their four horsemen. Yao Ming, having improved significantly during the latter half of his rookie season last year, would only grow stronger with another off-season of development. "Kevin, do you feel any pressure?" The Madman Sprewell raised an eyebrow. "Humph," Garnett replied, his gaze deep and dismissive. "Am I to fear a mere second-year rookie? If he dares to match up against me, I assure you, as a power forward, I will thoroughly dominate that rookie center." KG was capable of doing just that. Castle chuckled and added, "Compared to center Yao Ming, I believe undrafted player Su Yin is the more troublesome opponent. After all, the ability to anticipate is indeed rare, particularly when it comes to players with strong predictive skills. It is quite challenging to defend against them." The Madman Sprewell squinted his eyes into slits, casting a cold glance at Su Yin across the court. Does anyone truly believe in predictive ability? That sort of mediocre skill might suffice against the garbage players in Summer League. But against me, with Su Yan's half-baked talent, I can easily keep him under my thumb. Yes, tonight, Su Yan had best not provoke me, or I shall not hesitate to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of the NBA. Talent alone won't suffice. Relying solely on intellect is futile. Garnett, calm and composed, shook his head and chuckled. "Madman, this is merely a preseason game. There is no need to be so ruthless toward the rookie. No, rather, an undrafted one. Haha." The Timberwolves, with their three-headed monster, exuded confidence, appearing to control everything, eager to stir up chaos. Before long, warm-ups concluded, and the starting lineups took the court. The Chicago Bulls starters: point guard, Kirk Henrich, shooting guard; Su Yin, small forward; Scottie Pippen, power forward; Antonio Davis, center; Yao Ming. The Minnesota Timberwolves starters: point guard, Sam Cassell, shooting guard; Trenton Hassell, small forward; Terrell Sprewell, power forward; Mark Madsen, center; Irvin Johnson, jump ball. Yao Ming and Irvin Johnson contested for the tip-off. Who would prevail? No need for thought. The towering Yao, at 226 centimeters, effortlessly tipped the ball, granting the Bulls their first offensive possession. Henrich pushed up the court, reaching the top of the arc, and passed to Su Yin, who was closely guarded by Hassell, giving due respect to an undrafted player. Yao Ming stepped up to set a screen at Su Yin circled around a pick, shaking off Hassell, arriving at the right arc, poised to drive, but then the Madman Sprewell came over to help defend. By sheer coincidence, the two players faced off for the first attack. Su Yin executed a left-handed in-and-out fake, his Heavenly Emperor's eye reading the defense. Shift right. I could accelerate directly, but he keeps pace, so whoosh. Su Yin suddenly accelerated, darting out to the left, just as the madman Sprewell pursued him fiercely. Swish. Su Yin abruptly halted, pulling the ball back between his legs, not overly fast. But his rhythm was impeccable. He took a jump shot. What? Sprewell exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening as he rushed to contest the shot. Yet he failed to realize his own shifted balance. In the next instant. Thud. The first sound was a madman Sprewell crashing to the floor beneath Su Yin's feet. The second sound was Su Yin sinking a mid-range jumper, the net swishing crisply. The man fell, the ball went in. Su Yin had outmaneuvered the madman Sprewell. The arena fell silent for a moment, before erupting in a thunderous applause that reverberated throughout the United Center. Holy! Wet tea! Barkley was left incredulous, excitement coursing through him. What did I just witness? Undrafted Su Yin. Master of anticipation, Su Yin, he just outmaneuvered Sprewell on his first offensive play in his NBA preseason debut. A feat against the madman, the most audacious prodigy of all time, an all-star player known as Mini Jordan. Su Yin's first attack toppled him. It is simply unfathomable, utterly insane. Tiske. Kenny Smith couldn't help but click his tongue, then suddenly grinned. The Jordan just outsmarted Mini Jordan. Quite fitting, isn't it? It sounds quite reasonable. The cheers from the Bulls' home crowd were boisterous. However, the fallen Sprewell was seething with anger, his face dark as thunder, his eyes glinting with fury. Why? Because of the bold claims he had made, due to his reputation as a genius, an all-star player, and one of the formidable three-headed monsters of the Timberwolves. Destroy Su Yin, teach this undrafted rookie a lesson. Such grandiose words had been spoken, and his teammates had heard T.O. had been so easily bested on his very first attack was a humiliating defeat, one that the temperamental madman could hardly accept. Wet tea. Bro. Sprewell gritted his teeth, venting his frustration into the air. You've got guts, kid. If that is how you want to play, then I'll gladly oblige. In the preseason, the stakes are not particularly high. It's typically a time for teams to practice their tactics and acclimate to the new season, so players generally don't play with utmost seriousness. Although Su Yin had just outmaneuvered Sprewell, it was merely a standard acceleration and stop for a jump shot, simple and casual. The result was a humiliation of a genius by an undrafted player under the gaze of the Heavenly Emperor. Thus, as the game transitioned to offense, the irate Sprewell sought out Su Yin. Rookie, you think you could just take me down on your first attack? You seem to lack respect. Such arrogance will lead to your downfall. Sprewell remarked coldly, yes, that's so. Su Yin replied, his eyes half-lidded, exuding indifference that I merely executed a simple stop, and you fell. Am I to blame? Just. Sprewell, hearing the mockery in Su Yin's words, grew even angrier, thinking to himself, you little brat. Revel in your arrogance now, but just wait until I teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Sprewell danced and weaved, searching for rhythm, then suddenly accelerated to the left, halting abruptly. What was this? An attack identical to Su Yin's earlier one. Yet this time, the madman was faster, with more explosive power and greater impact. The madman's speed was blinding. Su Yin could not keep up. What did the madman want? Where was the ball? Oh my God! Completely outpaced, Su Yin managed to intercept the basketball. How did he accomplish that? It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere, leaving no opportunity to see. Barkley passionately narrated the scene. Beside him, Kenny Smith rubbed his eyes, having been glued to Sprewell's attack. Yet he too had not seen how Su Yin had made the steal. However, under the Heavenly Emperor's eye, Su Yin saw everything clearly, and it was precisely because he had understood the situation that he had chosen to intercept rather than follow. What? As Sprewell rushed down the court, he suddenly realized he had lost the ball. His pupils dilated in shock. A steal. When did that happen? He was astounded, unable to believe it. Yet, Su Yin had indeed executed the steal. And in the very next play, he maneuvered through Sprewell's flashy and deceptive movements, penetrating the paint. With a feigned layup, he then executed a genuine bank shot in an instant. Bang! With an acute understanding of the situation, Su Yin seized the moment, leaping ahead to swat down Sprewell's layup with an emphatic block, The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable composure and poised. How could Su Yan, with his seemingly mediocre talent, achieve such a breathtaking rejection against a star like Sprewell? His anticipation was impeccable. Even the madman Sprewell found his dazzling offensive maneuvers utterly exposed in the face of Su Yan, the master of prediction. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. Impossible! Sprewell's face flushed with rage. He was furious. How could someone with such a slow pace and weak explosiveness possibly defend against him? It was simply inconceivable. In a fit of anger, Sprewell sought out Su Yan once more, this time opting for a straightforward approach that he charged fiercely, relying on speed and explosiveness to overpower Su Yan. Yet, Su Yan remained unhurried, his celestial instincts flaring. The opponent is driving hard, but his center of gravity leans to the right that he intends to bypass me and then halt abruptly for a jump shot to conclude the play. With this realization, Su Yan followed suit. Positioning himself strategically, Sprewell's next move unfolded exactly as Su Yan had predicted. It appeared that he would leave Su Yan behind. Then, bang! Su Yan once again leaped ahead, once more denying Sprewell's impending shot with an impressive block. Sending the basketball flying out of bounds, a steal followed by 2 blocks. Su Yan had successfully defended against Sprewell for 3 consecutive plays. TSK, TSK, TSK. Barkley was filled with awe. Despite having such ordinary talent and appearing somewhat sluggish with a defensive style that seemed somewhat lackluster, he consistently executed his defensive duties with precision. The fact that he could consecutively block the madman Sprewell showcased an astonishing level of anticipatory skill, truly remarkable and utterly preposterous. Indeed, Kenny Smith echoed, unable to fathom how an undrafted rookie could possess such formidable game reading and predictive capabilities. It was unfathomable, far beyond his comprehension of what a rookie could achieve. The commentators were left in wonder, and the arena buzzed with excitement that on the court, the ball was out of bounds, and possession remained with the Timberwolves. Sprewell, increasingly enraged, disregarded all caution and charged towards the basket, challenging the towering Yao Ming's defense. How could this be? Clang! Under immense defensive pressure, his forced layup ricocheted off the rim. Yao protected the rebound, passing it to Henrich, who swiftly initiated a fast break. Advancing to the right arc, he faked a shot, delivering a bounce pass to Pippen at the free throw line. Then, with another bounce pass, he set up Su Yan, who had cut to the left side, having been frustrated by yet another failed defensive attempt. Sprewell was momentarily disheartened, retreating too slowly to defend. Su Yan seized the opportunity to cut in freely. With an open lane, Su Yan leaped, executing a powerful dunk that thundered through the arena, though his jumping ability paled in comparison to Curry's. His wingspan and height surpassed Curry's, making the dunk feasible. However, since Su Yan rarely dunked, this attempt appeared somewhat forced, leading to a dunk that seemed a bit awkward. Haha. After all, Su Yan was not renowned for his athletic prowess. The fact that he could dunk was commendable. It was amusing, as it highlighted the disparity between his seemingly lacking talent and his ability to consistently thwart the madman Sprewell. How extraordinary! The crowd reacted with a mix of praise and jest regarding Su Yan's dunk, which culminated in waves of laughter, enlivening the atmosphere of the arena. Some were elated while others were dismayed. The fans reveled in the moment, while Sprewell seethed with frustration. This moment, he trembled with rage. If Su Yan had unleashed a thunderous dunk that showcased explosive athleticism, it might have been more palatable for Sprewell. After all, with superior talent and defensive prowess, he could rationalize his struggles against a player as unremarkable as Su Yan. But the notion that an awkward rookie, seemingly incapable of even a proper dunk, could continuously block him was infuriating. Damn it. Sprewell exploded in fury. When Su Yan returned to the court, Sprewell clenched his fists and stormed over. Narrowing his eyes in a cold huff, "Are you doing this on purpose? Try to embarrass me with that dunk. Is this some sort of scheme?" Believing Su Yan had deliberately sought to undermine him, Sprewell was filled with a desire to confront him physically. Su Yan, bewildered, thought, "What are you talking about? Am I somehow at fault for being less athletically gifted? Have I reached the level where even my limitations are criticized? I wish I could unleash a powerful dunk, but alas, I cannot." Su Yan regarded him coolly. "Are we even acquainted?" If not, why should I consider your feelings and my actions? With that, he turned and walked away. Umph. Sprewell glared at Su Yin's retreating figure, muttering under his breath, "You better not have done this intentionally." As the first quarter concluded, the Bulls led the Timberwolves 28-20, holding an 8-point advantage. Su Yin had scored 6 points in the first quarter, but also contributed 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing an all-around performance. Even in a preseason game and against NBA All-Stars, he managed to exhibit a seamless integration of offense and defense. The master of prediction, Su Yin, his prowess seemed to extend beyond the Summer League, proving to be genuinely formidable. During the intermission, Sprewell seethed, "That little brat is playing me," deliberately attempting to diminish his own talent to make me look foolish. He remained fixated on Su Yin's dunk, clinging to his interpretation of events that, the alien-like Castle pondered, is it possible that Su Yin's talent is genuinely lacking, and he can only muster a dunk? Yet, it seems his anticipatory skills are impressively strong, consistently predicting opponents' moves and thwarting their advances. One cannot deny that Su Yin possesses remarkable basketball intelligence. Impossible. Sprewell vehemently rejected this notion. He could not accept being confined by a player of such mediocre talent. "It must have been mere luck," Garnett chimed in. "Even if his predictive skills are commendable against absolute physical talent, it is all in vain. Madman, don't dwell on it. When the regular season rolls around, I'll help you exact your revenge by scoring consistently on that little brat and dunking on him repeatedly." "Bullshit," Sprewell scoffed disdainfully. "Do I need a rookie to avenge me? Tonight was merely a matter of poor form. Just wait. When we meet again in the regular season, I will ensure that I dominate Su Yin, making him question his very existence." Furious, the historically brash genius Sprewell was incensed after his defeat against the undrafted rookie, feeling utterly humiliated. Consequently, he forcefully attributed his performance to a temporary lapse in form. After just 1 quarter, he refused to return to the game, providing Coach Flip Saunders with the excuse of a stomach ache. Yes, as long as he didn't T-step back onto the court, Su Yin could not humiliate him further. Timberwolves coach Flip Saunders raised an eyebrow. "Madman, it is best if you truly experience a stomach ache." Regardless of whether Sprewell takes the court or not, the fact remains that he, as one of the most extraordinary talents in history and a member of the three-headed monster of the Timberwolves, was thoroughly suppressed by the undrafted player, Su Yin, this evening. This truth is unchangeable and is bound to create quite a stir post-game. Let us discuss the match, with Garnett already sidelined and Sprewell now also absent. The three-headed monster is left with only the alien castle. The Timberwolves' chances of winning have become exceedingly bleak. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed in the game. However, it was merely a preseason match, and the loss bears little significance. The Bulls won, and that is all there is to it for the Bulls. Su Yin played 3 quarters, accumulating 24 points for rebounds, 2 assists for steals, and 3 blocks. An impressively versatile performance, though his scoring efficiency was rather average. After all, he missed several open layups following his spectacular moves. Nonetheless, his formidable offensive and defensive prowess is a testament to his leadership abilities, which are paramount to a certain extent. Yao Ming contributed 18 points, 11 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, nearing a 20-10 performance in 3 quarters, clearly showcasing an all-star caliber. The Dragon Nation's twin stars shone brightly in their preseason debut, much to the delight of Bulls fans. In the locker room post-game, Pippen erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! You both played exceptionally well. Su and Yao, you were magnificent. The Bulls have a promising future ahead. Unbelievable." Hinrich applauded in astonishment, remarking, "That was Sprewell, the madman, an all-star player, and yet Su Yin locked him down." In terms of scoring, Sprewell managed only 5 points, while Su Yin amassed an impressive 2-7. Su Yin's dominance over Sprewell is nothing short of extraordinary. The following day, the headlines were rife with Su Yin's remarkable preseason debut, 24 points, along with 4 steals and 3 blocks, effectively neutralizing the madman Sprewell, who could muster only 5 points. The master of anticipation, Su Yin, is not merely a summer league phenomenon. He is genuinely formidable, a true rising star among the 2003 golden generation. He is the next heir to Jordan, from the Chicago Tribune. Shockingly, an undrafted player managed to dominate an all-star on both ends of the court, nearly inciting a brawl. He is indeed, from the Los Angeles Shock Report. Master of anticipation Su Yan and Little Giant Yao Ming both delivered stellar performances in their preseason debut. The Dragon Nation's twin stars are set to usher in a new chapter for the Bulls, according to the Golden State Splash Report. Unbelievable. It seems implausible that a first-year undrafted player could truly deliver star-level performances in the NBA. Yet, it has indeed happened. Master of anticipation, Su Yan's abilities surpass our previous understanding of him as an undrafted player. From the Sacramento Bee, various news agencies worked through the night to cover the story, all vying for the first basketball morning report. Early in the morning, newspapers detailing Su Yan's exploits spread through the streets, reaching every basketball enthusiast. In no time, Su Yan's fame soared, while the Summer League garnered only modest attention. Even with superstars like LeBron, Anthony, and Wade, preseason games are different. They offer real matchups against established NBA players, naturally drawing more interest. In this context, Su Yan, as an undrafted player, thoroughly outperformed the madman and decisively overwhelmed an all-star like Sprewell, inevitably attracting significant attention. Su Yan's popularity is skyrocketing. However, fan interest during the preseason is not solely focused on Su Yan. Newcomers like Chosen One LeBron, the Melon Anthony, and Flash Wade also command considerable attention. Importantly, they are all future superstars, each making a remarkable debut and increasing their own notoriety. Among the other players, the four great shooting guards, East AI, West Co, South Mi, North Ka, are all performing exceptionally in this era where these four one-man cities dominate. Their individual performances are undeniably impressive. Well, it is true that Kobe is not a one-man city at this moment, yet he still possesses immense popularity, having won 3 consecutive championships alongside Shaquille O'Neal as the Shaq and Kobe duo, thus establishing the purple and gold dynasty. Additionally, Peja Stojakovic, a core player for the Kings and one of the league's top shooters, is making waves with his three-point shooting, which is not commonly utilized in this era. The truth, Paul Pierce of the Celtics, the GDP of the Spurs, the German tank Dirk Nowitzki of the Mavericks, and Jason Kidd of the Nets all performed admirably in the first 3 days of the preseason. After all, they are all-stars continuing to shine in the league. As new stars enter the league and players rapidly develop, we are on the brink of an exciting new season. Fans are increasingly eager for what lies ahead. Of course, before that, there remains the process of adapting to the intensity of the new season through preseason games. 2 days later, the preseason clash between the Bulls and the Suns arrives at 8 p.m. Still at the United Center, the Bulls' home ground, both teams engage in active warm-ups. 20 minutes before the game, in the commentary booth, Mike Breen stroked his chin, stating that while the Suns appeared to be reliant solely on the lone wolf Marbury, this was not entirely accurate. Mar Jackson responded with a wink, playfully inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Haha, Breen chuckled, continuing, "The second-year Stoudemire and third-year Joe Johnson are both rapidly improving. This year, their strength will undoubtedly grow. With last year's first-time All-Star Shawn Marion, the Suns may indeed achieve a big four combination of Marbury, Stoudemire, Marion, and Johnson. Their power cannot be underestimated. Indeed, considering the future, it is quite plausible that Marbury's prowess is unquestionable. Stoudemire was last year's Rookie of the Year, surpassing Yao Ming, and is destined to be among the top 5 forwards in the league. Marion is an all-star, and at his peak, Johnson averaged 25 points as an all-star starter, a true Big Four. However, at this moment, as the new season approaches, whether such a lineup can effectively collaborate and perform at the expected level remains in question. During the Bulls practice session, Coach Skiles gathered the players for a final huddle, stating solemnly, "The opponent is formidable, with several potential stars. Do not underestimate them. While the outcome of the game is not of utmost importance, the more victories we achieve, the greater our confidence will be as we enter the new season. Especially for you, Su Yan and Hinrich, as rookies, each victory will bolster your confidence as you step into the league. Do you understand? Oh, rest assured, Coach, that we will maintain our confidence, approach each game seriously, and always play with passion and a desire to win." The young Bulls, brimming with confidence, prepare for the impending match. The starters from both teams take the court. The Chicago Bulls lineup features point guard, Hinrich, shooting guard, Su Yan, small forward, Pippin, power forward. Antonio, and center, Yao Ming. The Phoenix Suns starting five includes point guard, Stephon Marbury, shooting guard, Joe Johnson, small forward, Sean Marion, power forward, Amare Stoudemire, and center, Jake Voskuhl. Jump ball. Yao Ming and Voskuhl contest the tip-off, standing at 226 centimeters and 211 centimeters respectively. Yao's height gives him a distinct advantage as he effortlessly leaps to claim the basketball. The little giant of the Dragon Kingdom. Well done. The ball soars and Pippin catches it, instinctively looking to pass to Su Yin. But hesitating, he ultimately delivers it to point guard Hinrich to initiate the Bulls' first offensive play. Bang, bang, bang. Hinrich drives forward to the top of the arc. He utilizes a handoff screen from Su Yin, sprinting to the right arc. The Suns' defensive switch is a moment too late, presenting an opportunity. Swish. Hinrich confidently releases a three-pointer. Clang. Unfortunately, it was a tad too powerful as the ball ricochets off the rim. Rebounding. Thud. Positioned right in front of Voskuhl. Yao Ming, akin to a little giant, first uses his body to displace Voskuhl, securing his position that he seizes the moment and grabs the rebound. Following this, he fakes a shot to draw Voskuhl, then springs upward with a near-effortless one-handed dunk. Boom! The rim reverberates to end the subsequent possession. Yao once again establishes his position low, first claiming the offensive rebound, then engaging Voskuhl in a battle, turning to face the basket for a soft hook shot. Swish! Another score at 0. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen watches Yao, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Yao's initial two offensive plays demonstrate exceptional detail and finesse, reflecting significant growth from the training of the new season. Haha! Mark Jackson chuckles, noting that Yao possesses innate talent. During his rookie season, his slender frame necessitated a reliance on skillful maneuvers. This is entirely natural. It is his method of scoring. However, in terms of rim protection, Yao has indeed refined his abilities significantly after a season of growth, gradually maximizing his height advantage. The commentary analysis is spot on. Yao's improvement stems partly from his offseason weight gain, enhancing his physicality in the paint, and partly from learning from Pippin. Simultaneously, Pippin, amidst Yao's calls of brother, taller and shorter, brought in his good friend the Worm Rodman, a 201 centimeters tall, rebounding savant who, in his prime, averaged 18 rebounds per game. Under his mentorship, Yao has gained invaluable insights. Su Yin, undeterred, operates under the gaze of the Heavenly Emperor's eye. Despite lacking sufficient innate talent and appearing somewhat sluggish like an elderly man, his methodical and penetrating offensive plays consistently yield results. None of Marbury, Johnson, or Marion can halt Su Yan's scoring on the Suns' side. Marbury's offensive prowess is equally formidable. Swish. He first isolates Hinrich, stopping on a dime to sink a three-pointer. Next, he drives past the aging Pippin, weaving through defenders like a twisted vine to score at the rim. Following this, whoosh, he delivers an exquisite pocket pass to Pippin and Antonio, setting up Little Steve for an explosive jump. Boom, a two-handed slam. Wait, when did the Lone Wolf start passing? And, with such finesse, quips a Bulls fan. However, many fans misunderstand Marbury's Lone Wolf moniker. While he often plays with a solitary style, preferring to hold the ball, it does not imply he is incapable of facilitating plays. Often, he is the sole scoring option for his team, akin to the future Rockets Harden or the Mavericks Luka Doncic, both of whom are ball-dominant players. The nickname Lone Wolf largely stems from his early success with the Timberwolves, and after departing, he became a solitary figure. Thus, while one might say Marbury exhibits a degree of individuality, it is incorrect to claim he lacks the ability to pass or organize plays effectively. In fact, reviewing his seasonal stats reveals an average of over 8 assists per game, which is not typical for a lone wolf. Returning to the game, the first quarter showcases both teams' players excelling, creating an exhilarating back-and-forth dynamic. During the break, Skiles approaches Su Yin, speaking earnestly. Next, you will guard Lone Wolf Marbury. If you can contain him, then facing any guards in the league, even all-stars, will pose no concern for you. You possess the capability to defend them, understood. Su Yin nods, fully aware of Marbury's current prowess. However, endowed with the Heavenly Emperor's eye, he harbors no fear of Marbury's offense, provided he refrains from flying kicks. As the intermission concludes and rotations commence, Su Yin proactively matches up against Marbury. Marbury performed admirably in the first quarter, exploiting the Bulls' youthful roster. Su Yan switch. How effective will it be? At the top of the arc, Marbury holds the ball, orchestrating his play with a flurry of fakes before suddenly accelerating. Such speed. Su Yan finds himself rooted to the spot as Marbury slices through his defense. Wait. Holy. Wet. A basketball appears suddenly in front of Su Yan that he scarcely moved, seemingly just raising his hand at random. Yet by some twist of fate, he intercepts Marbury. Such astonishing stealing ability. What remarkable anticipation. The Bulls counterattack as Su Yan launches a long pass to the advancing Pippen, who strides forward, igniting a display of youthful exuberance. Clang. Pippen executes a one-handed dunk. Mike Breen's excitement spills forth as he exclaims, "Oh!" No preliminary defensive movement, just a sudden swipe that snatched the basketball away. How is that possible? Marbury's thoughts race, but he soon dismisses it as mere luck. As for the title of Master of Anticipation, a label bestowed upon a player who went undrafted, why would a seasoned all-star point guard pay heed to it? Clearly, he would not in the next possession. Unfazed, Marbury strolls confidently, effortlessly taking on Su Yan. Him. Overpowering an undrafted player seems exceedingly simple. Without help defense, it is practically a gift. However, his series of crossovers and rapid bursts create space. Yet his sudden stop and jump shot are robustly blocked by Su Yan. The reason is straightforward. Despite his slightly slower footwork, Su Yan, guided by the Heavenly Emperor's eye, anticipates Marbury's moves and sprints to a shooting spot, allowing him to contest the shot successfully. Is this possible? Marbury's eyes widen in disbelief. Even if Su Yan possesses limited talent, typically, a defender would struggle to impede his shot after being granted half a step. A block seems implausible. How did Su Yan manage this? Marbury remains perplexed. Yet, despite his confusion, he continues to underestimate Su Yan. In the following 3 possessions, Su Yan successfully defends twice, while Marbury's one score is ultimately thwarted by help defense. Wet, bro. Marbury's face was a deep shade of iron. The offensive play, executed through a screen, left him feeling quite displeased even when he managed to score, particularly irked by being continuously thwarted by a rookie undrafted player. As he returned to the court, Marbury shot a cold glare at Su Yan, as if he intended to devour him whole. Su Yan responded, "What kind of gaze is that? Who are you trying to intimidate? Is it such a big deal that I defended you for a few possessions? If you're unhappy, it's fine. Just don't attempt any flying kicks on me." Flying kicks? Indeed, due to style of play, Marbury had faced disciplinary issues and injuries, which eventually led to his departure from the NBA, leaving him to join the CBA. But he performed admirably, but his play style was deemed unsportsmanlike. His repeated instances of viciously kicking opponents during layups had garnered discontent from many fans, Su Yan included. Regardless, if he dared to employ such tactics while playing normally, he would not be indulged. Transitioning to offense, Su Yan found himself matched against Marbury, who had sought out the rookie he found so unconvincing. Positioned at the right arc, Su Yan seized the ball, charging toward the high post on the right, executing a hesitation dribble as his heavenly eye activated, with my left foot shifting upward and my center of gravity leaning forward. There seems to be an inclination to follow. Hence, I merely need to amplify this tendency. In the next moment, Su Yan slightly lifted his head, feigning a shot. It's a shot. Marbury's gaze sharpened, and he lunged forward. It was timely, but fell right into Su Yan's trap. With an effortless acceleration, Su Yan broke through, his speed not particularly fast, yet his imbalance allowed him to glide past Marbury and into the paint. Swish! The layup was executed flawlessly. The entire sequence appeared remarkably simple, casual, and efficient. In the subsequent possession, Su Yan executed 2 consecutive left-handed in-and-out moves. After predicting Marbury's weight shift, he decisively took a jump shot. Clang! Marbury was momentarily frozen in place, but unfortunately, the shot missed. However, Yao Ming secured the rebound with authority, and with Stoudemire and Vujasic joining in for a double team, Yao opted not to rush the attack, but instead passed the ball back to Su Yan. Smack! Su Yan feigned a shot, then swiftly accelerated past on the left wing. With my center of gravity fully leaning down, this feint has convinced Marbury that I will break left if that is the case. Whoosh! After several rapid steps, Su Yan abruptly halted and changed direction, decelerating smoothly. His rhythm was impeccable, and he seized the opportunity as Marbury's defense faltered. Su Yin sailed past Marbury as if crossing a quiet street in the morning, effortlessly and cleanly left and right, creating a striking visual effect. Cutting through on the right side, with Stoudemire's help, Su Yin lofted the ball for a layup, challenging Stoudemire's defense to a block. No beep, beep. The whistle blew. Su Yin drew a foul from Stoudemire. Step. Su Yin stood at the free throw line. Tiske. Mike Bibby clicked his tongue, noting that although Su Yan's offensive play was leisurely, he had effectively outmaneuvered Marbury. T might sound plausible, yet Su Yin was merely an undrafted rookie. While Marbury was the team star, an all-star caliber guard, an undrafted rookie dominating an all-star. That was the exaggeration of the situation. Indeed, Mar Jackson's face was filled with astonishment. Su Yin had effortlessly outclassed Marbury on offense and defense alike. Once again, Su Yin suppressed the lone wolf Marbury. This was the prowess of a master of anticipation. Truly formidable. The commentators marveled, and the fans were equally astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief at Su Yan's ability to dictate the game against Marbury. Clang! Su Yin missed his first free throw. For the second, swish, he scored, facing Su Yin, who was both unassailable on offense and impenetrable on defense. Marbury's mood plummeted to its nadir, and faint murmurs of Marbury is ineffective among the crowd only fueled his fury. Enraged, Marbury exploded. Ha! With a fierce shout, he charged at Su Yin once more, disregarding everything, determined to score against him. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, Marbury surged forward, his right hand clutching the ball while his left protected it. Denying Su Yin any opportunity for an easy steal. No opportunity? Very well, Su Yin shadowed him, enveloping Marbury within his defensive range, his heavenly eye keenly observing every move. Marbury found himself unable to penetrate Su Yan's defense. Damn it, he cursed, growing agitated as he attempted to bulldoze through Su Yin, seeking to use brute force to create an offensive opportunity. Little did he know, in terms of physical confrontation, Su Yan's ironclad strength would only work against him. Thud, thud, thud. In a series of body collisions, Marbury not only failed to find a gap in Su Yan's defense, but also exhausted himself, stumbling back several steps. Unable to budge him, he was taken aback. Was this guy's strength truly that abnormal? Marbury was astonished. However, there was no time to ponder. Retreating to the arc, he saw the shot clock dwindling and charged again. Su Yin remained close behind. Yet consumed by the desire to score against Su Yin, Marbury disregarded everything else, launching himself into a layup with a powerful three-step approach. But this had all been anticipated by Su Yan's heavenly eye. Push! Su Yin leapt, not particularly explosive nor high, but having preemptively positioned himself. His outstretched arm loomed over Marbury's head that a block was imminent. What? Marbury's pupils dilated in alarm, panic setting in, but the arrow had been loosed. There was no turning back. Roar! In a desperate bellow, Marbury's eyes narrowed as he kicked out with one leg. Attempting to shove Su Yin aside, evade the block, and then attack the basket. Or perhaps, to create contact and draw a foul. Su Yin thought. Could he no longer resist the urge to kick? At this angle, he still dares to unleash a devastating blow on me. If that's how he wishes to play, then I am most eager. Having long anticipated this, coupled with the terrifying insight of his heavenly eye, Su Yin foresaw the impending danger the moment Marbury's leg shot out. His gaze sharpened, he relinquished his defense and sidestepped. A.S. Marbury, intent on executing a flying kick, found himself kicking at empty air without a point of support. He lost his balance mid-air and collapsed awkwardly. What of Su Yin? In twisting and dodging in the air, he too began to descend, preparing to brace himself with his arms to safeguard his fall. The result? Thud! His elbow came crashing down upon Marbury's face. Ah! Marbury emitted a chilling scream, the pain rendering him momentarily unconscious as he fell heavily to the floor without any support for his ball-handling hand. The agony compounded. Ah! His screams were harrowing, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. Su Yin landed on the floor as well, but had managed to protect himself, sustaining no significant harm. Meanwhile, Marbury writhed on the ground, clutching his face in agony, unable to suppress his convulsions, even with his hands covering his face. Blood seeped through his palms, a gruesome sight. Su Yan's elbow had indeed opened a gash on Marbury's face. Beep! Beep! The referee immediately called for a stoppage. Team doctor, hurry! The Suns' head coach, Mike D'Antoni, watched in horror as Marbury's face was drenched in blood, frantically clapping his hands and shouting. The team doctor, on standby, rushed forward with a medical kit, carefully prying away Marbury's hands that were still clutching his face, revealing a ghastly sight. Blood everywhere, his face disfigured. An alarming spectacle. Holy, what a horrifying sight. Upon witnessing Marbury's visage up close, several spectators situated beneath the basket instinctively contorted their faces, betraying expressions of sheer terror. The cameraman's hands trembled as he captured the moment. A child, frightened, shielded his face, too afraid to look. The Suns' medical staff swiftly attended to the situation, first wiping away the blood, revealing a gash on Marbury's right cheek, a consequence of Su Yan's aerial elbow strike. They proceeded to staunch the bleeding and apply a preliminary dressing. Meanwhile, Yao Ming and Pippin rushed to the scene to assist Su Yan, lifting him up. "Are you all right?" Pippin inquired. "I'm fine," Su Yan replied with a smile. Marbury's brutal flying kick aimed at a critical area could have posed serious consequences for an average player. However, Su Yan's timely reaction spared him from significant harm. "Let us take a breather," Yao said, enveloping Su Yan in an embrace akin to that of a caretaker with a child, as they returned to the bench to rest out on the court. The three referees refrained from making an immediate call, opting instead to review the footage of the technical table. Concurrently, the large screen began to replay the recent confrontation between Su Yan and Marbury. At first glance, it appeared that Su Yan had maliciously elbowed Marbury. Yet upon closer inspection, the truth became apparent. Su Yan's elbow strike was indeed questionable, but it was clear that Marbury had attempted to deliver a flying kick to Su Yan's groin, a reprehensible act in itself. The notion that Su Yan's elbow strike was intentional was absurd. It was merely a reflexive action taken in self-defense. If Marbury had not resorted to such a foul tactic, Su Yan would not have stumbled, nor would there have been any elbow strike. There is reason in this, they concluded. Marbury had brought this upon himself. It was quite pitiful that a celebrated all-star could not breach the defense of an undrafted player and resorted to such despicable methods to score. This was truly shameful. The fact that a renowned player was so outmatched by an undrafted rookie was a testament to Su Yan's prowess as the master of anticipation. Marbury's usual style of play had not suggested such desperation. But his direct attempt at a flying kick was unexpected, a clear sign of panic. Despite being battered by an undrafted player, Marbury was left vulnerable. However, Su Yan, the master of anticipation, was also known as a gentleman with a violent side. Should one provoke him, they risked severe repercussions. Marbury's injuries were well-deserved. Striking with an elbow, Su Yan demonstrated remarkable strength, a fact not to be overlooked, especially considering his bench press of 244 kilograms, surpassing even the iron elbow Karl Malone. After multiple viewings of the replay, the fans continued to deride Marbury. Having suffered a gash on his face at Su Yan's hands, he now bore the brunt of ridicule from the crowd, a true case of losing both the battle and the war. As for the referees, after thorough review, they issued their ruling. Marbury received a flagrant foul of the first degree, while Su Yan was also assessed a flagrant foul of the first degree. Marbury's injuries warranted such a call? Indeed, the officials determined that Su Yan's actions were not premeditated malice, but rather an instinctive defensive maneuver, not intended to harm Marbury. Conversely, Marbury's flying kick warranted ejection. Yet since Su Yan had evaded it without sustaining significant injury, his foul was similarly downgraded. The decision was deemed rational and fair. Consequently, after a heavy fall and a bloodied visage, Marbury gingerly rose after a brief respite, assisted by his teammates as he made his way to the locker room. The game for him was over, and one could only hope that aside from superficial injuries, no greater harm had been inflicted. Returning to the game, the Suns' strength diminished significantly in Marbury's absence, and the player's performance waned as a result of his injury. In stark contrast, Su Yan maintained his form, displaying sharp offensive and defensive prowess under the watchful eye of the Heavenly Emperor. By the end of the third quarter, Su Yan had amassed 25 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, continuing his remarkable performance from the previous game. The Bulls emerged victorious once more in the first preseason match. Su Yin had overwhelmed the madman Sprewell. In the second, he had dominated the lone wolf Marbury, an undrafted player. Su Yin had triumphed over two all-star competitors in consecutive games, making a profound impact on fans and the entire league. After all, even the likes of King LeBron, Anthony, and Wade had struggled against all-star opponents during their rookie seasons, often finding themselves outmatched. In this context, Su Yan's performance was nothing short of extraordinary, further solidifying his reputation as the master of anticipation. However, Su Yan's prowess extended beyond these two encounters. Across 8 preseason games, having participated in 4, he consistently delivered averages of 25 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, embodying the concept of integrated offense and defense. Remarkably, these statistics were achieved while only playing 3 quarters per game. Had he played the full duration, his scoring would likely have surpassed 30 points. Despite appearing quite ordinary, with inconsistent shooting abilities, the question remained, how could he average such high scores? This enigma rendered him both intriguing and perplexing. His seemingly modest appearance belied a formidable talent, and thus the master of anticipation had garnered considerable animosity during the preseason. Leading the charge against him were stars like Sprewell and Marbury, who had been thoroughly outperformed by Su Yin, each vowing to reclaim their honor in the regular season. Additionally, the likes of Anthony, Bosch, and Wade, who had suffered humiliating defeats in Summer League, set their sights on Su Yin, knowing that defeating him in the regular season would not only restore their pride, but also elevate them to the pinnacle of rookies. Consequently, every player sought revenge against Su Yin. Furthermore, formidable figures such as Peja, the 4 scoring guards Shaquille O'Neal, Dirk Nowitzki, Ben Wallace, Artest, and Uncle Mo, each renowned for their offensive or defensive prowess, were also drawn to Su Yan's astonishing performance, eager to face him in the upcoming season. As a result of his impressive display, Su Yin found himself the target of resentment. With the new season approaching, if he could withstand the pressure and triumph over each challenger, his popularity would soar. Commercial endorsements would flood in, and his market value would skyrocket. However, there was a risk. Under scrutiny, he might falter, leading to a catastrophic decline in performance and even a loss of confidence in his ability to survive in the NBA. A dire situation indeed. Both opportunity and risk coexisted. Yet, Su Yin relished challenge and believed in his own capabilities. 2 days later, the Bulls were set to host the Trailblazer for the penultimate preseason game, at 8 p.m. 30 minutes before the match, both teams were actively warming up on the bench. Coach Giles observed Su Yin in Yao's warm-up, smiling as he remarked to manager Paxson, "Given our cohesion throughout the preseason and the players' fighting spirit, I believe it's safe to say we will return to the playoffs after a 5-year hiatus. For how far we can go in the playoffs, that will depend on how Su Yin and Yao develop over the season. Especially Su Yin, he possesses exceptional anticipation skills, but his individual technique is still quite raw. A slight improvement in his shooting and a bit more strength in his drives would suffice. Just a little enhancement would make all the difference. With the enhancement of its formidable predictive capabilities, a qualitative leap is undoubtedly imminent, and the overall strength of the Bulls will ascend to a new level." "Excellent," Parker exclaimed, thoroughly satisfied. Su Yin, the heir to Jordan, is someone we must witness grow, leading the Bulls back to their former glory. In the commentary booth, TNT commentators Ollie O.T. and Doug Collins provided insights for this match. Despite being an undrafted player, Su Yin, renowned as the master of prediction, delivered a dazzling performance during the preseason, leaving spectators in awe. "Indeed," Doug Collins nodded, smiling as he remarked, "I initially thought such an abstract skill as prediction might only be effective against players of lesser talent. Thus, I believe Su Yan's stunning Summer League performance would not translate to the NBA, where he would face an array of gifted athletes." However, to everyone's astonishment, Su Yin made an impressive debut, taking down all-stars like the madman Sprewell and the lone wolf Marbury, proving that the master of prediction is indeed formidable. "Haha." Ollie O.T. laughed heartily, noting Su Yan's peculiar yet unique predictive playing style, which seemed almost leisurely, akin to that of an elder. Nevertheless, his prowess was undeniable and had been validated in game after game. Tonight, however, the opponent, the Trailblazers, featured formidable players like Black Bear Zach Randolph and Rascal Rasheed Wallace, known not only for their offensive skills, but also their defensive tenacity. It remained to be seen whether these two defensive stalwarts could contain Su Yin. TSK. Doug Collins couldn't help but click his tongue, pondering if these defensive titans could restrain an undrafted rookie. Such a statement sounded peculiar, yet it underscored Su Yan's extraordinary abilities that exceeded the usual expectations for an undrafted player. Anticipation for the main event was palpable as the game commenced. Both teams' starting lineups took to the court. The Chicago Bulls starting five included point guard, Hinrich, shooting guard, Su Yin, small forward, Pippen, power forward, Antonio, center, Yao Ming. The Portland Trail Blazers starters were point guard, Damon Stoudemire, shooting guard, Derek Anderson, small forward, Dale Davis, power forward, Rasheed Wallace, center, Zach Randolph. Jump ball, Yao Ming and Randolph contested for the opening tip-off. The suspense was minimal as Yao Ming deftly tipped the ball to Hinrich, initiating the Bulls' first offensive play. The top of the arc, he executed a handoff to Pippen, who then passed it to Antonio at the high post, attempting to back down Rasheed Wallace. However, it was merely a feint. With a swift pass, the ball found Su Yin, who cut through the lane. Randolph rushed to defend. Su Yin, with the eye of the emperor, employed his European step, leaving Randolph spinning in place before executing a low layup. Swish. He scored with precision in the subsequent possession. Su Yin feigned a jump shot, accelerating past Dale Davis to penetrate the lane. Anticipating Randolph's jump for a dunk, he faked again, causing Randolph to leap, allowing Su Yin to lay the ball in effortlessly on. Ali OT exclaimed, invigorated by Su Yan's mastery as he toyed with Black Bear Randolph, scoring with remarkable dominance. Exactly, Doug Collins nodded appreciatively. The third-year player Randolph had evolved into a core interior presence, averaging 20 points and 10 rebounds. Capable on both offense and defense, he was a formidable force. Yet, Su Yin was no ordinary player. His precise predictions rendered Randolph's defense ineffective, leading to successive scores over him. This must have been disheartening. Given Randolph's bear-like temperament, it was unlikely he would tolerate being outplayed by Su Yin for long. Indeed, Randolph grimaced, harboring intentions of retaliation. With the Bulls leading 4-0, the Trail Blazers transitioned to offense. Damon advanced the ball to the top of the arc, where Derek Anderson set a screen for Randolph, creating a mismatch against Su Yin. Swish, Damon decisively passed the ball to Randolph. Humph. Randolph scoffed, immediately backing down Su Yin with brute force. A stocky center, his strength was formidable, and his robust physique resembled that of a bear. The nickname Black Bear was well-deserved, and in the future, he would solidify this identity with the Grizzlies. Randolph engaged Su Yin. It appeared as if a father was overpowering a son. Su Yin seemed ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught. Bang! In their first clash, Su Yin staggered back a step. Just a step? Retreat all the way to the basket and await my dunk. Randolph roared with excitement, driving into Su Yin with increasing ferocity. Su Yin pondered, I merely dislike confrontation. Do you think I fear you? If you persist, I shall respond. Randolph closed in on the basket. He sensed Su Yin retreating and became even more exhilarated. In a final surge, he lowered his shoulder, slamming into Su Yin once more. Enough of this. Su Yin's gaze sharpened, his body tensing as he braced for Randolph's charge. Bang! Their bodies collided with a thunderous thud. Yet while Su Yin stood firm, Randolph was the one who stumbled backward, flung away by the impact. What? Randolph's eyes widened in disbelief. What force was this? Did he just collide with Su Yin, or a mountain? He couldn't fathom how he had been overpowered. Attempting once more, he found Su Yin as unyielding as granite, steadfast and resolute. Impossible. Randolph's astonishment quickly morphed into rage. He could not accept being outmuscled by a guard. Get out of my way, he bellowed, summoning all his strength for another assault on Su Yin, who remained calm, his body taut and chest outstretched, ready to counter with unwavering resolve. Bang! The first sound was the thud of muscle meeting muscle. A deep, resounding crash. The second was the echo of the Bulls' third law of motion, as Randolph, propelled by Su Yan's resistance, was sent crashing to the floor. What? Randolph was knocked down. Su Yin toppled Black Bear Randolph. It was absurd, terrifying, and utterly astonishing. My God, my eyes could hardly believe it. How could Su Yin, merely a guard, overpower Randolph? Was this even plausible? The spectators gasped, mouths agape as if they could fit a light bulb inside. All caught in a spell of disbelief. What was this? How was it accomplished? On the Trail Blazers bench, several substitutes stared at the fallen, utterly disheveled Randolph, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. They simply could not grasp it. Such power? Was this young man a monster? The head coach of the Trail Blazers, Maurice Cheeks, widened his eyes in disbelief, caught in a tremor of astonishment. Hiss, the assistant coach beside him gasped in shock. Having heard rumors that Su Yin possessed bench press strength superior to that of Karl Malone, it was rare to witness him play with such physicality. I had thought it was merely a fabrication. To my astonishment, he truly possessed such formidable strength. What? Maurice Cheeks, unfamiliar with Su Yin and indifferent towards a player who went undrafted, was now left utterly flabbergasted. How could someone with such a potent scoring ability and immense strength, as well as formidable defense, end up as an undrafted player? The assistant coach shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Bali!" On the court, the referee's whistle pierced the Su Yin remained still, while Randolph stumbled backwards, tripping and falling while still holding the ball, resulting in a traveling violation. The possession was awarded to the Bulls. What a beast! Ha! Pippen laughed heartily, his laughter laced with mockery directed at Randolph. Rising from his awkward fall, Randolph glared at Su Yin, a flicker of fear mingling with a sense of defiance in his eyes. The fear stemmed from his realization that he had exerted all his strength but still could not prevail. The defiance arose from his inability to accept that he, a powerhouse, was bested in a physical confrontation by a seemingly unremarkable guard. As the latter half of the first quarter unfolded, the defiant Black Bear Randolph engaged Su Yin once more in a series of confrontations, only to be met with failure each time. The formidable Black Bear, renowned for his strength, found himself utterly outmatched by a guard, leaving numerous fans astounded. Beyond his stunning display of physical prowess, Su Yin also proved to be no slouch in scoring. His playing style, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman, frustrated opponents as they harbored the illusion that they could contain him, only to be left exasperated by their inability to do so. With Yao Ming's enhanced rim protection skills and towering height, he effortlessly defended against the 206-centimeter tall Randolph. Consequently, Su Yin dominated in strength, while Yao Ming controlled the boards. The score stood at 26-20 in favor of the Bulls, who had gained a 6-point advantage in the quarter. Though the Trail Blazers were not a formidable team, this young Bulls squad's ability to outscore them was noteworthy, affirming the prowess of the Dragon Kingdom's twin stars. During the intermission, Randolph panted heavily. Feeling agitated at being subdued by an undrafted rookie, it was truly vexing that Su Yin was no ordinary undrafted player. He was genuinely impressive. Derek Anderson offered words of comfort. "What are you saying?" Rasheed Wallace, known as the Raging God, scoffed dismissively, asserting that he was merely an undrafted player destined for mediocrity. "Zach is just off his game. That doesn't mean anything. Leave it to me, and I'll deal with this rookie." Zach Randolph pondered for a moment before replying, "I must not have slept well last night. You go ahead and give it a try. If you can, teach this kid a lesson." "No problem." Rasheed Wallace waved his hand nonchalantly. Soon enough, the second quarter commenced. After several minutes of rotations, both team starters returned to the court. The Bulls regained possession. Hinrich pushed the ball forward, handing it off to Su Yin at the top of the arc. Just as he contemplated attacking Derek Anderson, Rasheed Wallace lunged at him. He bellowed excitedly. "So you think you're the master of prediction? Come on, rookie, try scoring on my head." His roar was genuine, loud, and grating. Su Yin squinted one eye and rubbed his ear, responding, "Why are you yelling so loudly? I can hear you just fine." The atmosphere crackled with tension as the offensive play began. Su Yin received the ball, executing a right side feint and hesitation dribble, embodying the eye of the sky's foresight. "Shifting my weight to the right, he believes I will break through on that side, but my weight shift is not substantial enough." So, after the feint, Su Yin drove to the right with another probing step, deepening the illusion of an impending attack. As anticipated, Rasheed Wallace lunged right, fully committing to in that split second. Su Yin accelerated left, bypassing Wallace with ease, despite not being the fastest player on the court. What? Rasheed Wallace's mind caught up, but his body betrayed him, moving right without his command. Yet unwilling to concede, he stubbornly attempted to block Su Yan, forcing his body to shift left while struggling to regain his balance. Suddenly, thud, the clash of feet ensued, and he slipped, collapsing awkwardly onto the floor. However, to be precise, he did not completely fall. Rather, in his desperate pursuit, Rasheed Wallace slipped and ended up kneeling. The master of prediction, Su Yan, had managed to make the Raging God kneel in their first matchup. Kneeling. Was this a form of submission? Initially intending to drive through, Su Yan was compelled to accept this unexpected tribute from Wallace. Settling into a mid-range jump shot, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net with precision. Swish! The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, shaking the very foundation of the arena. On. Ali Otto clutched his head in disbelief, stammering. Su Yan made the Raging God kneel. He outsmarted the defensive powerhouse Rasheed Wallace. Though not a rapid drive, it was imbued with rhythm, causing Rasheed Wallace's feet to lose direction, a testament to the strength of the master of prediction. Indeed, Doug Collins exclaimed, his spirits lifted. If Su Yan was the master of prediction on defense, then he was the master of rhythm on offense. Not quite, Ali Otto countered, shaking his head. While one could label Su Yan a master of rhythm, he was certainly no ordinary one. He was the advanced version, but he required no elaborate fakes. Every move was a rhythmical shift imbued with foresight, allowing him to cut through his opponents with surgical precision. The arena reverberated with excitement. The master of prediction, Su Yan, had caused the all-star-level Raging God Rasheed Wallace to kneel. An undeniably impressive feat fans and commentators alike were in a frenzy. Su Yan's play was nothing short of spectacular. Yao Ming couldn't help but marvel at it. Ha ha ha! Pippin laughed uncontrollably, marveling at the master of prediction. Even with Rasheed's formidable defensive skills, they were rendered ineffective before Su Yan, who left him kneeling in surrender. Unbelievable! Hinrich gazed at Su Yan with admiration, unable to restrain his own exclamation. That's incredible. However, the dichotomy of human emotions remained unbridgeable. During the intermission, Rasheed Wallace had boasted about putting Su Yan in his place. Yet, in the very first defensive possession, he found himself brought to his knees. An even more humiliating defeat than when Su Yan had previously outmaneuvered the madman Sprewell. Both Rasheed and Sprewell were known for their fiery tempers, and neither could bear the indignity of being humiliated by an undrafted rookie. Fuck! Rasheed Wallace scrambled to his feet, hurling curses into the A.I.R.A.S. He listened to the uproarious cheers from the crowd. He perceived only mockery, his face flushing with anger as his fury surged. You little brat, he seethed. In another possession for the Bulls, Rasheed Wallace once again confronted Su Yan, his expression one of defiance as he shouted, "Bring it on. Luck won't favor this rookie forever." Su Yan once again rubbed his ears and shouted, "If you have any objections, feel free to express them directly. There is truly no need to yell so loudly." "I can hear you." With a dismissive huff, Su Yan launched a fresh offensive against Rasheed Wallace. Just as Eliot had analyzed, Su Yan's change of rhythm was devoid of unnecessary flair or extensive preambles. A feigned thrust to probe, and with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he anticipated the next move. Then, whoosh, seizing the moment, a seemingly ordinary straight-line acceleration on the right allowed him to once more surpass Rasheed Wallace, leaving him in his wake as he cut into the paint. With no feints whatsoever, he disregarded any defense, executing a layup with effortless grace, securing 2 points despite the heavy guarding nearby. Throughout the entire process, it was as if Su Yan encountered no obstacles at all. He glided through with a fluidity that was almost mesmerizing. The audience, in disbelief, marveled at the surreal prowess of Su Yan's fantastical basketball abilities. The might of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. When talent falls short, the eye of the Heavenly Emperor compensates. Truly formidable. Rasheed Wallace stood there, dumbfounded, watching as Su Yan breezed past him, scoring with apparent ease. He was left utterly speechless, grappling with his own inadequacy. How is it possible? He thought, his mind racing. How could I allow that brat Su Yan to score so effortlessly against my defense? What am I doing? Frustration and anger welled up within him, leading him to attribute his failure to Su Yan's predictive abilities. Is it really that extraordinary? I refuse to believe it. He bellowed once more, charging towards Su Yin with reckless determination. Fixating on him like a rabid dog, unwilling to accept his fate, he could not fathom that his formidable defense could not contain a mere undrafted rookie. Yet, the reality was starkly different in a one-on-one situation. Even as the roaring celestial sovereign, a defensive powerhouse, he found no advantage against Su Yin, not even a semblance of success. Whenever Su Yin aimed to score, the offense under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor was precise. Even if not swift or forceful, every attempt seemed destined for success. However, this methodical approach, seemingly arduous, repeatedly found success against Rasheed Wallace, igniting true ire within him. Throughout an entire quarter, despite Su Yin missing some layups and shots, Rasheed Wallace failed to effectively thwart a single one of his attacks on the offensive end. Each time he matched up against Su Yin, he found himself at a disadvantage, either having the ball stolen or his shots disrupted. His offensive efforts thwarted. Roar! As the first half concluded, with his team trailing by 14 points and feeling utterly outplayed by Su Yin, Rasheed Wallace let out another furious roar, his anger reaching a boiling point. A palpable tension hinting an impending eruption. During halftime, Randolph sighed, "That kid Su Yin's style is too unpredictable. He is challenging to defend. We mustn't underestimate him in the second half. Let us double-team him. With our combined defensive efforts, containing him should be a straightforward task." "Utter nonsense," Rasheed Wallace retorted vehemently, his eyes filled with disdain at a mere undrafted rookie. "And you think we need two of us to defend against him? It's downright embarrassing that I'll take him on myself. I'm starting to grasp his offensive and defensive patterns. I'm going to dismantle him." Seeing Rasheed Wallace's unwavering resolve, Randolph opted not to press further. "That damn Su Yin!" Rasheed Wallace seethed with fury. His rage stemmed not only from Su Yin's impressive play and Randolph's shortcomings, but also from his own inability to defend effectively. Thus, in the second half, he was determined to reclaim his pride. Before long, the 15-minute halftime break concluded and the second half commenced. The Trail Blazers initiated the offense, with Damon bringing the ball up and passing it to Randolph in the post, who forcefully attacked Yao Ming, who appeared to be struggling. Antonio provided help defense. Randolph dished the ball out, and Rasheed Wallace, cutting from the free throw line, received the pass, taking a powerful leap, like a divine warrior descending. Boom! A thunderous dunk marked the return of the roaring celestial sovereign in the second half, his state seemingly revitalized. Roar! After this explosive dunk, Rasheed Wallace, who had been simmering with discontent, felt a surge of exhilaration. Throwing his head back, he roared at Su Yin, as if to challenge him. "Is it really that exciting to dunk like that?" He was a passionate firebrand. Pippen shook his head and smiled, while Big Bug observed with admiration. And on the next Trailblazers possession, Rasheed Wallace, eager to maintain his momentum and alleviate the frustration of being overshadowed by Su Yin, sought to attack again. He aimed to tear through Antonio's defense and drive to the rim. Yet faced with the little giant Yao Ming, he still felt considerable pressure. Clang! His high-arcing forceful attempt clanged off the rim. However, the rebound was snatched by Randolph, who passed it to Derek Anderson, who feigned a shot to draw in Kirk Henrich. He then drove to attract Pippen's defense, before dishing it out to Rasheed in the low post. Su Yin quickly moved to provide help defense. Upon seeing Su Yin in front of him, Rasheed's interest peaked, his adrenaline surged. He seized the ball and aggressively attacked the basket, their bodies colliding in a fierce confrontation. Thud! Su Yin took a step back but kept pace. Instinctively, he preferred not to engage in brute force. With the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he could defend more efficiently and effortlessly. Rasheed pressed in again, executing an outward spin to gain a half-step advantage, a commendable maneuver. However, all of this unfolded under the keen insight of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. As Rasheed spun and landed, the basketball bounced into his reach, but Su Yin appeared suddenly, swiftly swatting the ball away. Whoosh! He darted out, seizing the ball and initiating a fast break that Rasheed's scalp prickled in alarm. But there was no time to ponder. He hurriedly pursued, quickly matching Su Yin's pace. They both surged toward the basket, but Su Yin, calm and unhurried, feigned a layup. The eye of the Heavenly Emperor accurately deduced that Rasheed had no intention of blocking at that moment. Feigning transition to reality, As Su Yin executed a genuine layup, swish, the ball found its mark, while Rashid's hand barely grazed the backboard a moment too late. This seamless transition from steal to a leisurely layup effectively nullified the momentum Rashid had gained from his earlier dunk. Could he accept this? Absolutely not. In the next possession, Rashid Wallace resolved to exploit a mismatch, isolating against Su Yin and driving hard to the basket, leveraging his height advantage. The result? Su Yin, anticipating his move, disrupted the shot, leaving Rashid frustrated once again. In another sequence, Rashid charged in once more, first attempting a series of feigned shots to bait Su Yin, before finally leaping to bank one off the glass. The outcome? Smack. Under the scrutiny of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Rashid's every feint appeared futile. Su Yin observed him calmly, and as Rashid prepared to shoot, he executed a precise steal, swiping the ball away. Rashid leaped, initially brimming with confidence, but upon realizing he had been stripped, he exaggeratedly flailed his limbs mid-air, trying to draw a foul. Yet Su Yin's steal was impeccably clean, leaving no room for the referee to call a foul. Another exquisite defensive play ensued. Great defense. What a precise steal. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Why was it that despite his seemingly inferior athleticism, he could consistently thwart Rashid's offense? Why? On what grounds? Rashid was utterly perplexed, completely at a loss. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became that Rashid's agitation intensified, leading him to unleash another roar towards the heavens. Why? Su Yin, bewildered, inquired, "What is going on? Why is he yelling again over a simple play? Does he have some sort of ball rage?" Su Yin, having just made the play, regarded Rashid with the same curiosity one might reserve for an extraterrestrial being. That fleeting glance, however, ignited an endless wave of derision within Rashid. It was this very moment that caused Rashid's long-simmering fury to explode. "What the hell are you gloating about?" Rashid gritted his teeth and snapped, charging towards Su Yin as he returned to the court, intentionally colliding with him and bellowing, "Why are you glaring at me? Did you just bump into me?" Su Yin replied lazily, not even bothering to meet Rashid's gaze as he shoved him aside. "Get lost. I'm asking you a question." Rashid persisted obstinately. Seeing the situation escalate, Pippin, the elder statesman, swiftly intervened, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yin while casting a disdainful glance at Rashid, taunting, "What is the matter? Getting flustered because a rookie outplayed you?" He glared at me. Rashid retorted vehemently, directing his ire at Pippin. "Stop fabricating nonsense." Pippin pointed at Rashid, his voice cold. "Let me remind you, this is Chicago, my territory. Don't act out of line." "My territory." Rashid, known for his fiery temperament, shot back at Pippin. "I only recognize this as Michael Jordan's domain." "You?" Pippin, "Just a supporting actor." "What did you say?" Pippin's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sinrich, unable to contain himself, rushed forward to defend Pippin, knowing full well that Pippin was one of the greatest small forwards in history. That Rashid's remarks were indeed crossing a line, as Su Yin too could no longer stand idly by. And soon, Bulls players surged forward, while the Trailblazers could hardly remain passive. In an instant, 10 individuals were entangled in a chaotic melee. Fortunately, the sheer number of participants kept the situation relatively calm. With Pippin and Rashid leading the exchange of trash talk, the referees intervened, separating the two sides. Beep, beep, the whistle blew. The referees decided to halt the game temporarily to review the recent conflict and determine the appropriate punitive measures. Unbelievable. Alio was taken aback. How could a mere preseason game incite such a tumultuous uproar? This was far from normal. Doug Collins contemplated before explaining. Rashid is notoriously hot-headed, and tonight he has been thoroughly outplayed by a rookie. Such an affront typically tests even the most composed players, let alone someone with Rashid's temperament. That they didn't come to blows is a small mercy, and to be pushed to this point by Su Yin, the master of anticipation, he truly is formidable. Boom! Despite the absence of an intense physical confrontation, the uproar provided the fans with a significant visual spectacle. The arena buzzed with excitement as fans erupted in derision. "Rashid Wallace, you're just a little trash. You can't handle it, and you resort to cheap shots instead of confronting the basketball head-on. How disgraceful! Humiliated by a player who had gone undrafted. Rashid's pride took a hit, leading him to shoulder bump Su Yin in a fit of rage, revealing a mindset unworthy of an all-star. He was clearly agitated. The fans stirred restlessly, although the specifics of the taunts remained unclear. The undertones were rife with criticism directed at Rashid. The audience erupted in boos, aimed squarely at Rasheed Wallace. TCH, on the Trail Blazers bench, Rashid's complexion oscillated between shades of green and purple. His engagement in the exchange with Pippen had not yielded any advantage. He remained irked, the embers of his fury still burning, threatening to ignite once more down on the Bulls bench. Following the chaos, Pippen was the first to check on Su Yin, who felt a warmth in his heart at the concern. "I am fine, a clown like him can't do anything to me. But you, Pippen, you shouldn't stoop to his level. Isn't he worth it?" Pippen chuckled heartily. "No way. I can't allow anyone to bully you. Especially not the future Jordan's successor." Su Yin felt another wave of warmth wash over him. As the elder statesman of the team, Pippen's concern was undeniable. If someone couldn't be reasoned with, it was best to confront them. Such individuals didn't deserve leniency. Sinrich clenched his fists in indignation. "Indeed." Yao chimed in, lamenting he used to be an all-star, yet his mentality is this poor. What a pity. "Ha ha." Tyson Chandler chuckled, silently acknowledging, while Rashid's actions were indeed unjustifiable, being outmaneuvered and humiliated by an undrafted player, then consistently scoring on him and stealing the ball. That is something few could withstand. Incredible. Su Yin is truly exceptional. At the scorer's table, after reviewing the footage, the referees issued a technical foul to both Rashid and Pippen, with no penalties for Su Yin. The game resumed. The Bulls regained possession. Sinrich made a left side drive, passing to Yao, who, upon receiving the ball, engaged Rasheed Wallace in a confrontation. Not in a hurry, Yao observed Rashid's failure to leap immediately. Suddenly, he soared for a thunderous dunk to end the following play. Yao positioned himself in the familiar left low post, executing a smooth side hook shot over Rashid, successfully scoring. Su Yin completed his offensive play, followed by Yao. The twin stars of the Dragon Nation were not intentional in their dominance. Yet they continuously inflicted humiliation upon the raging deity Rashid. Wet tea. Bro. Rashid ground his teeth in frustration. During the transition, he barreled toward the basket, pushing past Antonio and charging into the paint, facing Yao's impending defense. Slowing his pace, he shifted rhythmically, evading Yao's block for a prime layup opportunity, converting the shot and achieving a moment of redemption. However, unbeknownst to him, lurking behind was Su Yin, who, seizing the moment Rashid had an open layup opportunity, leaped at just the right moment. Bang! Su Yin delivered a resounding block, a stunning rejection of Rashid. The follow-through of the play, coupled with the physical contact, sent Rashid hurtling to the floor. The crowd erupted as Su Yin, appearing unassuming, executed such a ruthless defensive play against Rashid, causing an uproar in the arena. Questions filled the air. How did Su Yin achieve this? Meanwhile, Rashid, sprawled beneath the basket, felt his face flush with humiliation, wishing desperately for a hole to swallow him whole. In the next moment, an overwhelming tide of rage surged within him, as he believed Su Yin had deliberately collided with him. "Damn it, you dare to push me?" Rashid sprang to his feet, roaring as he lunged toward Su Yin, forcefully shoving him. Su Yin, speak plainly if you wish to act upon it, rather than concocting excuses. However, I've already tolerated you until now, and granted you an opportunity that if you continue to create chaos, it shall only serve to excite me further. My entire being is taut with anticipation. Su Yin withstood Rashid's shoves, in the next instant. He retaliated with a force so tremendous that Rashid was caught off guard, unaware of the sheer magnitude of Su Yin's strength. Bang! Rashid was thrown to the ground, landing painfully on his backside. This fall ignited the fury that was already smoldering within him. He sprang up with a sudden ferocity, launching an unexpected punch towards Su Yin's head, a move that was both sudden and perilous. Yet, endowed with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Su Yin could accurately perceive even the most stealthy of attacks. He stepped back, pivoted his body, and effortlessly evaded the strike. Raising his fist, he countered with a powerful blow infused with terrifying strength. Aimed directly at Rashid's head, who raised his left arm to block. Bang! Thud, thud, thud! Su Yan's fist collided with Rashid's arm. The force of his blow, enhanced by an iron-like strength, sent Rashid staggering sideways. The penetrating power that coursed through Rashid's arm resonated within his skull, leaving him momentarily dazed. What kind of strength is this? Rashid's mind flickered with fear, but it was only a fleeting thought as a greater rage consumed him. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself and swung his fist toward Su Yan once more. A heavy and rapid punch aimed at Su Yan's head. Su, be careful. From the side, Sinrich rushed forward, urgently warning him. Simultaneously, the audacity. How dare you strike at Su Yan? The moment Pipin returned to the court and sought to push back. He caught sight of the chaotic battlefield. Immediately, his brows furrowed in anger. With a furious roar, he threw his mouthguard aside and charged forth. However, Dale Davis intercepted Pipin, while Sinrich's advance was halted by Damon Stoudemire. In the midst of the fray, Randolph, positioned beneath the basket, bolted forward to join Rashid in teaching the arrogant rookie, Su Yan, a lesson. Stop right there. Equally present under the basket, Yao Ming stepped up just in time to block Randolph. Thus, in the blink of an eye, for separate skirmishes erupted on Su Yan's side. Rashid's swift and fierce punch came at him again, but Su Yan, possessing extraordinary dynamic vision, evaded the attack once more. You bastard! Rashid's punch missed again, and in his fury, he lost all reason, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Su Yan's abdomen. Su Yan deftly sidestepped. Thud! With a sudden burst, Su Yan lunged forward, following up with a powerful right hook that struck Rashid's chest just as his foot touched the ground. Bang! The force was so intense that it felt as though it could penetrate Rashid's chest, the stinging pain causing a mask of agony to contort his face. He clutched his chest, screaming in torment. Oof! But infuriated, Su Yan was not inclined to let Rashid off easily. He unleashed another uppercut, striking Rashid while he was still reeling from the previous blow. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Rashid's mouth, followed by a powerful kick. Thud! Rashid didn't even have time to scream as he was sent sprawling to the ground, writhing in pain. Those who dare provoke me must be prepared to endure the consequences. Su Yan's gaze turned icy as he charged at Rashid once more. HM. Yet, before he could advance a step, a sudden movement caught his eye. He swiftly turned to see Black Bear Randolph charging at him. His massive fist aimed for a sneak attack. With a widening of his pupils, Su Yan had no time to evade, raising his left arm just in time to absorb Randolph's astonishing blow. What? Bang! A dull thud echoed as Su Yan took Randolph's punch head-on, yet his eyes glinted with a chilling resolve. Had it not been for his eye of the Heavenly Emperor and his quick reflexes, the outcome of that strike could have been catastrophic. Damn it! Fury surged within Su Yan, his dark eyes flashing with a menacing glint. He lifted his left arm to dissipate the force of Randolph's punch, then swung his right fist with all his might. Randolph was not one to back down easily either, retaliating with his left fist. In an instant, the two fists collided. Hiss! Randolph grimaced as Su Yan's iron-like strength sent a jolt of pain through his fingers, almost shattering them. Had they not been in the midst of battle, the intensity of the agony would have elicited a scream from him. Yet, the searing pain in his hand dulled his ability to continue fighting. And before he could recover, Su Yan's next punch was already upon him. Bang! Another swing landed on Randolph's jaw, the overwhelming force twisting his head to the side and causing his body to stiffen momentarily. In the next instant, thud! Randolph collapsed to the floor, his body falling into a state akin to infantile slumber. The chin's vulnerable position left him exposed. As Randolph fell unconscious from Su Yan's punch. Rashid, not far away, suddenly began to wail, My front teeth, my front teeth. He sprawled on the ground, howling, his mouth dripping with blood, revealing a few shattered teeth in his palm. What? Su Yan's earlier punch had directly shattered Rashid's front teeth. In the commentary booth, chaos reigned as Su Yan and Rashid clashed. Su Yan had kicked Rashid down, and Black Bear Randolph had rushed in for a sneak attack. Their fists collided violently. It seemed Randolph was in greater pain. Momentarily stunned in place, oh my God. Su Yan struck again, landing a heavy punch on Randolph's jaw that Randolph's body stiffened, collapsing without a sound. Black Bear had been knocked out cold by Su Yan's fist. This is utterly insane. Why is Rashid, who is getting up, screaming? His mouth is covered in blood. Elliot Otis widened his eyes in shock as he passionately narrated the scene, startled by Rashid's bloodied visage. Su Yan glanced over, spotting the broken teeth in Rashid's palm. His narrowed eyes gleamed coldly. He had shattered his front teeth with a single punch? You provoked me first. This is your own doing. Seeing his front teeth destroyed and witnessing his teammate Randolph knocked out, Rashid was consumed by madness. Su Yan, you will die for this. Ignoring the blood that stained his mouth, roaring heavenly sovereign Rashid Wallace charged at Su Yan like a madman, throwing another punch, but his frenzy left him disoriented and ineffective. Even in such a state, you dare provoke me. You are truly relentless. Su Yan effortlessly dodged, then unleashed another swing, striking Rashid squarely on the right temple, a notably vulnerable area of the human body. With a jolt, Rashid's mind went blank, his pupils dilating, eyes glazing over, and his body slumped to the ground, motionless, succumbing to unconsciousness. What transpired, though lengthy in description, was but a matter of mere seconds. In a flash, Su Yan, in his role as a guard, had taken down two of the fiercest defenders, the stalwart Black Bear Zach Randolph and the formidable roaring heavenly sovereign Rashid Wallace, both rendered KO. Su Yan, after being confronted by Randolph, the late-arriving Yao Ming witnessed the fallen figures of Randolph and Rashid, engulfed in an unimaginable shock. Meanwhile, the struggling Dale Davis and Pippin, along with Henrich and Damon, also took note of the collapsed Randolph and Rashid, their fighting spirit dwindling. The referee, delayed in reaction, finally approached, separating the four and calming the chaotic battlefield. The arena fell silent. Su Yan, single-handedly facing two opponents, delivered a stunning KO to the towering and muscular forwards, leaving every spectator agape in astonishment. Their disbelief rendered them speechless. Unbelievable. Aote's expression trembled with incredulity. Can you believe that Su Yan knocked down both Randolph and Rashid? And in such a violent manner. How absurd is that? Doug Collins shook his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, or rather, terror. What exaggerated fighting prowess. How could someone who appeared so gentle on the court, whose style seemed akin to that of an elderly player focused on technique, engage in such ferocious combat? This was utterly perplexing. Gentle. Aote pondered this somewhat familiar term. After a moment, he suddenly recalled, his voice trembling as he shouted, "We all know Su Yan is dubbed the master of anticipation, that I forgot he had another title." What title? The Gentle Brutal. The Gentle Brutal? Indeed, within just 3 Summer League games, Su Yan had knocked out Dragon King Bosch with a single punch in one match. And in another, he faced 2 opponents, taking them down one after another. He violently KO'd Flash Wade and his teammate, achieving fame and earning the title of Gentle Brutal, though the more renowned title of Master of Anticipation overshadowed it, causing the latter to be forgotten. Nevertheless, it still exists. When Su Yan truly engages in a fight, it is as if he unlocks a second persona, savagely brutal, exacting a bloody toll on his adversaries. Hiss, Doug Collins, belatedly realizing, gasped in astonishment. The fans fell silent. The commentators were stunned. Yao Ming stood in a daze. "Su, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Pippin, who had just been restrained, rushed over, eager to inquire about Su Yan's condition. "I'm fine." Su Yan gestured towards the ground, indicating that they couldn't harm him. Once reassured of Su Yan's safety, Pippin, still dazed, expressed disbelief, stumbling over his words. "Did you really take down both of these guys by yourself?" Su Yan shrugged nonchalantly, appearing utterly unfazed, as if knocking out Randolph and Rashid was a trivial matter. "What a monster!" Pippin chuckled a mock reproach, but felt a genuine sense of relief. Yao Ming, too, felt the tension ease, smiling. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as he was unharmed, it was fine. As for Randolph and Rashid, they brought this upon themselves by provoking Su Yan. Beep, beep. The referee called a timeout, momentarily halting the game, as Su Yan and his companions returned to the bench to rest and regain composure. The Trailblazers players, including Damon and Dale, rushed to check on the Black Bear Randolph and the Roaring God Rashid, squatting down to assess their condition. Team doctors, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Coach Maurice Cheeks spoke in a panic, his words tumbling out. Yes, coach. A few team doctors hurried over, tending to Rashid Wallace's wounds while immediately calling for stretchers. Unconscious, they had both been knocked out. Soon, 2 stretchers were brought from the players' tunnel, urgently lifting the Black Bear Randolph and the Roaring God Rashid away. This scene was already shocking, and if one considers that it was a seemingly gentle guard who had knocked them out, the astonishment only deepens at the scorer's table. After reviewing the footage, the referees issued their rulings. For the Bulls, Su Yin was ejected, while Yao Ming, Henrich, and Pippen each received 1 technical foul, with Pippen already having incurred 8 previously. 2 TS compounded, resulting in their ejection. For the Trailblazers, Randolph and Rashid were also ejected, while Damon and Dale each received a technical foul to 8 this point. The referee's decision seemed uncontroversial. However, the brawl that transpired was not only chaotic but also serious in nature, likely resulting in additional penalties from the league after the game. With Randolph and Rashid being carried away on stretchers, Su Yin and Pippen had no objections to the rulings upon receiving the news. They exchanged high fives with their teammates and coaches before leaving the arena with nonchalance. As they walked down the player tunnel, applause erupted from the stand as Su Yin, having done nothing wrong, valiantly defending against a 2-on-1 assault and retaliating, was truly a man of honor. This deserved admiration and praise. Pippen, having protected younger players and fought fiercely against his opponents, exemplified the qualities of a true team leader and was equally deserving of respect. The fans generously bestowed their applause upon both in the commentary booth. TSK. Even after the penalties had been announced, Doug Collins remained incredulous. Honestly, I still cannot comprehend how a regular NBA preseason game could escalate into such chaotic conflict. Aote tapped his head, chuckling. I didn't anticipate this either, but if you consider the title Gentle Brutal, it somewhat makes sense. Yet ultimately, it boils down to one simple truth. Master of anticipation Su Yin is truly formidable. Wow. As time passed, the fans, slowly regaining their composure, found themselves captivated by Su Yan's extraordinary fighting prowess. The long-hidden title of Gentle Brutal, belonging to Su Yin, resurfaced in the public eye once more, now to be recognized not just in the context of the Summer League, but across the entirety of the NBA. To discuss the game, the Bulls were without Su Yin and Pippen, while the Trailblazers lacked Randolph and Rashid, seemingly placing the Blazers at a disadvantage. However, with Su Yin, the Bulls possessed the greatest fighting strength, ultimately leading to a Trailblazers victory. Nonetheless, given the situation, it mattered little whether this was a preseason game or a regular season match. The outcome held little significance. The next morning, the headlines read, Shock. A 19-year-old guard single-handedly took on 2 opponents, brutally defeating Black Bear Randolph and Roaring God Rashid Wallace. He is none other than, from Los Angeles Shock News. Just because you call yourself Roaring God. I shattered your front teeth, leaving you howling in pain. Just because you call yourself Black Bear, 1 punch was all it took to send you into hibernation early. Gentle, brutal Su Yin. His skills are effortless. His fighting techniques ferocious, a master of both arts, radiating charm. He is the brightest star among rising talents. From Chicago's Digging Deep Garden Report. His playing style appears gentle and clean, yet when it comes to fighting, he resembles a brutal thug from the underworld that Su Yin, this undrafted rookie, is indeed the Gentle Brutal. From Charlotte's Meow Meow Report. Dominating Madman Spreewell, overpowering Lone Wolf Marbury, and brutally defeating Black Bear Randolph and Roaring God Rashid Wallace. Excuse me, all are all-star caliber players. This is the prowess of master of anticipation Su Yin, the talent and hard skills of the future Jordan successor. From the Phoenix City Times. Undrafted Su Yin is truly remarkable. Originating from the Detroit Auto News, news about Su Yin has once again swept through the streets, shocking countless basketball fans and igniting an even greater interest in him. Indeed, many have fallen for Su Yin due to his unique playing style characterized by anticipation. His formidable brawling capabilities as a gentlemanly brute and his youthful, handsome appearance. How? Instantly captivated. Simultaneously, the ESPN page 2 forum featured a headline. Misconception. Su Yin, the gentlemanly brute, which has become a hot topic of discussion among numerous fans. Truly, throughout the many preseason games, Su Yin has played with remarkable elegance and finesse, even exuding an air of a modest gentleman and a commendable player indeed. However, how did he transform into a WWE athlete in fights? Resembling a beast in an octagon, such a bewildering change. Although one cannot quite label his style as that of a modest gentleman, it is undeniable that he plays without much physical confrontation. Therefore, throughout these games, one does not truly sense the immense power Su Yin possesses. Yet how does he appear so ferocious and vigorous when it comes to fighting? His playing style is refined, while his combat skills are brutish. Hence, Su Yin embodies the essence of a gentlemanly brute. He simply prefers not to engage in confrontational offense, not because he is incapable of it. Indeed, we have all fallen into a misconception, assuming that because Su Yin does not rely heavily on his physique in play, he lacks strength that, in reality, Su Yin has achieved a staggering bench press of 244 kilograms, surpassing the legendary Iron Elbow Karl Malone, marking the highest recorded bench press in NBA history. Can one truly call this a lack of strength? How can one assert that Su Yin is devoid of power? He merely chooses not to exert it. Indeed, whether in offense or defense, Su Yin adeptly completes his tasks due to his extraordinarily strong anticipation ability. Thus, there is no necessity for him to engage in deliberate confrontations. This conserves energy and significantly reduces the risk of injury, especially considering he does not possess a natural advantage in terms of physical gifts. Therefore, Su Yin's approach is indeed quite sensible. However, Su Yin's choice to forego strength does not provide other players with the liberty to bully him at will. When it comes to real confrontation, Su Yin's punches are not to be underestimated. Some seem to have forgotten Su Yin's fiery fist prowess displayed in the Summer League D, or not merely think of the seemingly gentle master of anticipation. The title Gentlemanly Brute, coupled with fiery fist, also defines Su Yin. Truly, do not provoke Su Yin lightly, for his dual persona may bring you pain and instill fear. Indeed, Su Yin possesses a dual persona. The first persona, master of anticipation. The second persona, gentlemanly brute. Nevertheless, it is a remarkable feat for a guard like Su Yin to transform into a gentlemanly brute and deliver a knockout punch to a robust forward. Explosively handsome. I love it. I love it. Su Yin is both strikingly handsome and highly skilled. He is truly phenomenal. With his skills elevated to the maximum, combat prowess at its peak, and popularity soaring, Su Yin utilizes his fiery fist to protect himself while simultaneously garnering a legion of fans, making his preseason performances all the more dazzling. Displaying excellence in both offense and defense, Su Yin's preseason performance has undoubtedly eclipsed all other rookies. An undrafted player, he has showcased a Rookie of the Year caliber performance, overpowering multiple all-star players. Thus transitioning from a rookie to a player, he continuously attracts animosity as fans revel in the excitement, engaging in fervent discussions and praising him, while other players keenly set their sights on Su Yin, eager to compete against him in the regular season. Meanwhile, the NBA officials have been quite busy, unable to rest if a brawl ensued, with 10 players embroiled in chaos, 2 fainting, and 1 left bloodied with a shattered front tooth during a confrontation between the Bulls and the Trailblazers. Once the incident spiraled, the nature of it became somewhat severe. Had Su Yin actively sought out trouble, assaulting Randolph and Rashid, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, it was merely a defensive reaction. Nevertheless, the severity of his strikes was somewhat excessive. Ultimately, Commissioner David Stern, after a thorough investigation, imposed a 2-game suspension and a $2,000 fine on both Randolph and Rashid, while Su Yin received a 1-game suspension. Conveniently, with only 1 preseason game remaining, Su Yin's suspension does not affect his participation in the season opener. Fans have accepted this with enthusiasm. Merely 19 years of age, Su Yin is a spirited young man, full of vigor and temperament, unafraid of violence. Anyone who dares provoke him must be prepared to retaliate. This is entirely reasonable. However, while fighting is one thing, and anger is another, one must also bear the consequences of their actions. This is a quality befitting a leader, a rising superstar, who embodies the courage to face the repercussions of his actions. Thus, Su Yin's preseason journey may have concluded early, Yet it was nothing short of perfect, leaving countless fans eagerly anticipating his debut in the upcoming season. 3 days later, the preseason concludes, and the new season's opening game is set for the 1st of November. Before that, there are 3 days for rest and adjustments. 2 days later, on the eve of the new season, at 8 a.m., all Bulls players promptly arrive at the United Center training facility for their daily training, preparing to greet the new season in peak form. The first warm-up exercise, a morning run. Everyone lines up to jog around the perimeter of the 2 full courts, completing a total of 10 laps. Phew. After just 5 laps, Pippen begins to struggle, gasping for breath, and cannot help but comment, "At my age, how can I keep up with you young lads in the same training? This is too much to bear." Moreover, I heard experts say that morning runs are inferior to calisthenics. Expert. I never said that. Oh. Suyin blinks and interjects. Calisthenics are exercises from our student days. For us, the intensity is still lacking. Morning runs are better. We can warm up more effectively and quickly. Ha. He. While Suyin articulates his thoughts with precision, both Yao Ming and Chandler chuckle. This kid, Pippen, looks at Suyin with a fond smile. Suyin? Wang Defa. What are you laughing at? Family, does anyone understand what these strange folks are laughing about? After approximately 2 hours of warm-up training, everyone gradually makes their way to the rest area, at which point Coach Skiles approaches. Holding a schedule in hand, he smiles and says, "Guys, your performances in the preseason have been commendable, both individually and as a team. There is an abundance of energy. In your playing state, I can see your aspirations and expectations for the new season. This is a very positive sign. Maintain your confidence. Keep your fighting spirit that I believe that the Bulls, who have been silent for 5 long years, will make a resounding impact this season, leaving the entire league in awe. The opening game is upon us tomorrow. There are 4 matches scheduled. Spurs versus Mavericks, Lakers versus Nuggets, Nets versus Magic, and Bulls versus Celtics. The Spurs are the defending champions. The Lakers boast a luxurious 4-star lineup. The Nets were last year's finals team, and the Magic feature scoring champion T-Mac McGrady. The first 3 matches are all high-stakes showdowns. Meanwhile, we also possess the Dragon Country Twin Stars, promising an equally thrilling clash against the Celtics and the Truth Peers. Therefore, let us engage in a magnificent battle, allowing the entire league to witness the formidable combat prowess of the newly restructured Bulls. Gentlemen, are you confident? Oh. 1 day later, as night descended and the vibrant lights illuminated the darkness, the long-awaited moment arrived for countless fans who had eagerly anticipated it for days and nights. The commencement of the 2003 to 2004 NBA season. At 7 p.m., within the SBC Center, the home ground of the San Antonio Spurs, the inaugural showdown of the new season unfolded as the Spurs faced off against the Mavericks, a match broadcasted live across the nation. The Spurs, having clinched the championship title in the previous season, prepared for the contest. Half an hour before the game, Commissioner David Stern presented championship rings to each Spurs player. Microphone in hand, he proclaimed to the world, "Congratulations to the entire Spurs team on receiving your championship rings." A thunderous cheer erupted within the arena, akin to the roar of a collapsing mountain. The crowd applauded wholeheartedly, celebrating the Spurs' accomplishment. Mavericks players also joined in the applause, honoring the GDP trio and cheering for the Spurs. "Steve, that's a championship ring. I too yearn to possess one, to help the Mavericks secure our first championship trophy in history. This year, let us strive together and aim for glory, shall we?" Dirk Nowitzki's gaze remained fixed on the championship rings adorning the Spurs players' fingers. Unable to divert his attention, of course, Nash nodded emphatically. "Every year we pursue the championship, and while we've fallen short, our potential remains undeniable. This year, we shall navigate through challenges and seize the championship. Certainly." The fire of determination ignited in Nowitzki's eyes. The ceremony for the championship rings and the ensuing speeches lasted for half an hour, after which the new season's opener between Spurs and Mavericks commenced at GDP versus Nowitzki and Nash, a clash destined for excitement. Simultaneously at the United Center, the Bulls faced the Celtics in their season opener, with just 15 minutes remaining. Players from both teams engaged in their final warm-up routines in the commentary booth, Charles Barkley remarked, "Paul Pierce, the truth, has been selected for the All-Star game for 2 consecutive years. Averaging 25 points over 3 seasons, he is undoubtedly among the top 5 small forwards in the league. possessing formidable individual skills. In theory, against a group of youthful Bulls players, Pierce could lead the Celtics to an easy victory. However, the Bulls, bolstered by the twin stars of the Dragon Nation, are a different story. Whether it be the second-year #1 pick Yao Ming or the dual-personality undrafted Su Yin. Both possess substantial talent. Their combined strength is astonishing and will elevate the Bulls to unprecedented heights this season. Indeed, Kenny Smith added, the Celtics may have the upper hand, but it is not guaranteed. There's a considerable chance they could falter against the twin stars of the Dragon Nation. Is it conceivable for a top-5 all-star small forward to be outperformed by two rookies? It is entirely possible. Let us eagerly anticipate the main event. The two commentators heightened the excitement leading up to the game. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the studio of CCTV's sports channel, Yao Ming beamed with joy, unable to contain a brief song in his elation. Here we go. At 53 years old, with hardly any grays, Coach Zhang was equally radiant, proud of the twin stars of the Dragon Nation, Su Yin and Yao Ming. Their debut together in the NBA was finally upon us. Dear viewers, I must apologize today. I shall be selfish, utterly selfish, as I simply wish to witness an outstanding performance from Su Yin and Yao Ming, a display that will elevate our pride as fans. Let the world recognize that athletes from the Dragon Nation possess remarkable prowess and can shine on the NBA stage. Yes, yes, Yao Ming nodded vigorously, brimming with excitement. The twin stars of the Dragon Nation represent the future of our national basketball team. Let us rally behind them today. It's clear now. Today, the commentator from CCTV is showing favoritism towards Su Yin and Yao Ming, supporting them wholeheartedly. Is there anything wrong with that? Absolutely not. Returning to the arena, the atmosphere was electric. Following Jordan's departure, the Bulls dynasty had crumbled, and Chicago fans had waited 5 long years for this moment, awaiting Su Yin, the twin stars of the Dragon Nation, and the dawn of a rebuilding era. The audience erupted in deafening cheers, dedicating their loudest roars to Su Yin, the twin stars of the Dragon Nation, and the entire Bulls team ready to soar as the game approached, in the third row of the audience behind the Bulls bench. A graceful young woman sat with flowing black hair, blue eyes, and porcelain skin. Even from afar, her beauty radiated, exuding an abundance of youthful vitality. Her long legs, even when seated, could not be concealed, dressed in a casual ensemble topped with a blue baseball cap. She was a vibrant embodiment of youth. Her mere presence lit up the arena, making her one of the most striking sights in that row, if not the entire venue. Who was she? Ilana Hida, a future Hollywood starlet and one of the world's most beautiful faces. Remarkably, she had achieved this status before gaining fame, indicating that her breathtaking beauty alone propelled her into the ranks of the world's top 100 most beautiful faces. Her beauty was beyond imagination, and while this was a glimpse into the future, at present, she was an 18-year-old just stepping into adulthood, with a career still in its infancy, yet her allure was undeniably at its pinnacle. Her arrival was destined to add brilliance to the arena. Soon, amidst the electrifying atmosphere, the season opener between the Bulls and Celtics commenced. The starters took to the court. The Chicago Bulls lineup: point guard, Kirk Hinrich; shooting guard, Su Yin; small forward, Scottie Pippen; power forward, Antonio Davis; center, Yao Ming. The Boston Celtics lineup: point guard, Mike James; shooting guard, Jerry Welshko; small forward, Paul Pierce; power forward, Vin Baker; center, Mark Blunt; jump ball. Yao Ming and Blunt contested for possession. With a swift motion, Yao Ming once again gained the upper hand, tipping the ball to Hinrich, initiating the Bulls' first offensive play of the new season. At the top of the arc, Hinrich passed to Su Yin, who was met with a screen from Yao Ming. Su Yin evaded Welshko and accelerated toward the basket from the right wing, though his speed was not overwhelming. The Celtics center, Mark Blunt, rushed in to contest. Yet, Su Yin maintained his momentum, taking 3 decisive steps to launch into his jump shot. With my left foot planted and my center of gravity lowered, as I leap for my shot, they will find it impossible to block me. In one smooth motion, Su Yin soared, executing a close-range floater with ease. The ball swished through the net as Welshko stood frozen, unable to leap for a block, leaving the crowd bewildered. Bulls 2, Celtics 0. Transitioning to offense, Mike James advanced the ball, passing it to the right arc to the truth. Pierce, facing Pippen, who was in the twilight of his career, Pierce displayed no trepidation. With a quick fake, he accelerated past Pippen, creating space to execute a jump shot. Pippen's earnest defense was commendable, but his body could not keep pace, rendering his efforts futile against the peak performance of Pierce's shot. Swish, with a crisp swish, the basketball pierced through the net, scoring a hollow shot. Bulls 2, Celtics 2, the possession shifted. Hinrich pushed the ball across half court, lofting a high pass to the left low post where Yao Ming established position. Backing down Blunt, capitalizing on his height advantage. Bang! Following a physical confrontation, he executed a spin move and released a layup, but unfortunately, he could not fully shake off his defender and the shot was rushed. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Rebounding, when Beck swatted it away, perfectly setting it into Su Yan's hands at the arc, who feigned an attack from the left wing, creating a three-threat scenario. The eye of the Heavenly Emperor anticipated. Staying put, not biting on the fake? Then, Su Yan, half a body length out, surged forward with explosive speed. In a mere step, he left Welshko trailing behind. Charging to the paint, Blunt steps up, launching a fierce challenge. Su Yan's gaze sharpened. Maintaining his speed, with another spin, he deftly eluded Blunt and executed a right-handed layup off the glass. But a simple acceleration, a straightforward pivot, Su Yan effortlessly breezed past two defenders, finishing with finesse. TSK, on the sidelines. When Beck frowned, astonished at how casually Su Yan navigated through two opponents to score, it was perplexing. This was all too strange. On. Su Yan commenced with two successive attacks, both effortlessly executed under the guise of a master of anticipation. This is the NBA stage. Yet it did not diminish Su Yan's prowess. The Celtics offense saw Mike James advancing, seeking out Pierce as a primary scoring option, once more facing Pippen's defense. How to attack? Forcefully barreling in, he collided with Pippen, executing a fadeaway jumper. How's that? Perfect. It found its mark. T38. Pippen defended earnestly, yet his efforts fell short. Pierce responded in kind, opening with two consecutive scores alongside Su Yan, signaling a surge in offensive rhythm. An undrafted player challenging one of the top 5 small forwards in the league. Su Yan's strength was undeniable. Hinrich advanced, spotting Yao Ming successfully boxing out in the paint. He immediately lofted the ball over. Though when Beck intervened, the two closed in on Yao. How would he handle the ball? Not rushing the attack, he passed it out to Hinrich, who executed a bounce pass to Su Yan, cutting in from the right side. Once again, it was Su Yan. When Beck closed in again, how would Su Yan attack this time? Su Yan suddenly pulled up for a mid-range jumper in front of the 211 centimeters power forward. Was this offensive choice somewhat hasty? When Beck remained motionless, watching as Su Yan nailed the jumper? Why? Was this yet another instance of Su Yan's anticipation, predicting when Beck's center of gravity shifting downwards for defense? Decisively taken shot? Confusing? I too find it hard to comprehend, watching Su Yan once again execute a seemingly effortless drive to the basket, finishing with aplomb, responding to the Celtics. Crucially, this languid yet consistently successful attack somewhat dampens morale. He just breezed past Welshko, effortlessly finishing at the rim. Su Yan's fast break was methodical, yet it rendered the Celtics' defense irrelevant, a one-man demolition of the green team. Su Yan's pace was neither swift nor aggressive, yet he consistently scored. This leisurely style of play was the exclusive domain of the master of anticipation. Oh my God! The truth wore a grim expression, clearly dissatisfied with his teammates' defense. Consequently, he unleashed a thunderous dunk, shaking the Bulls' rim, determined to ignite the Celtics' fighting spirit. However, during the transition offense, Su Yan once more executed a simple stop and fake, causing Welshko to fly by. Su Yan's open mid-range shot. Alas, it missed. Blunt secured the rebound. Su Yan's approach was too effortless. The green team's defense seemed lackluster. Head coach Jim O'Brien could no longer remain passive and called for a timeout. Truly, it was hard to believe that a player with such modest talent as an undrafted rookie could so freely score against a Celtics team of considerable strength. This was astonishing, Barkley animatedly commented, filled with incredulity over the three-point conundrum. For he too was at a loss, perhaps unwilling to believe how Su Yan, under the guise of anticipation, could score so effortlessly. Unbelievable. Kenny Smith also wore a look of astonishment. Even knowing Su Yan's anticipatory prowess, this was the NBA stage, where every opponent was an NBA player. Yet, such a streak of scoring was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the studio of CCTV's Fifth Channel, heavens, Yao Ming exclaimed, cradling his head with excitement. So effortless. Su Yan scores with such ease. The Celtics simply cannot contain him, prompting a timeout. They appear somewhat disheartened. Indeed, Coach Zhang nodded with a smile, commenting that Su Yan's attacks were not aggressive, even somewhat lackadaisical, yet he consistently found the net. This was infuriating. This was demoralizing. Yes, ultimately it all boiled down to Su Yan's static talent being so weak. The stark contrast of his consistent scoring evoked a greater shock. On the Celtics bench, what are you doing? Pierce expressed his dissatisfaction with his teammates' defense. His frustration stemmed from his earnest efforts to score, while his teammates appeared lethargic. Slacking on defense, this lackadaisical attitude in the game left him quite displeased. Jim O'Brien initially intended to criticize, but he held back, opting to hear what the players had to say first, for he understood Su Yan. Recognizing him as a master of anticipation with formidable predictive abilities that I truly defended hard, but Su Yan seized opportunities too well. As I shifted to pursue, he immediately shot. Just as I jumped to block, he accelerated past me. This exceptional offensive timing leaves me utterly powerless, making it seem as if I am not defending at all, yet I am genuinely trying. Welshco pleaded, his expression one of grievance and helplessness. Indeed, Center Blunt nodded in agreement, remarking that Su Yan seemed to possess a kind of magic, freezing them in place, rendering their earnest defensive efforts futile. That it was a strange sensation. Such an offensive style was exceedingly rare. I too share that feeling of earnest defense, yet lacking power. When Beck raised his hand in agreement, all those who had defended Su Yan shared a common sentiment. They were earnestly defending but unable to exert themselves. Jim O'Brien, upon hearing this, stroked his chin, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. This was due to Su Yan's formidable anticipatory capabilities, that he could predict the next offensive move, thus attacking in the opposite direction in advance. If one's reaction was not swift enough, they would indeed find themselves frozen in place, easily bypassed. This I mentioned to you yesterday. Yet you seemed indifferent. Now you face the consequences, a lesson learned, and you know Su Yan plays intelligently, adept at reading defenses. Thus, your defense must be even more cautious and meticulous. Only then will it suffice. Understood? Yes, coach. The players nodded in unison. Could it truly be so extraordinary? Is there really a player capable of perpetually anticipating offensive plays? And he is merely an undrafted rookie? How is that possible? I find it hard to believe. Pierce scoffed, disbelieving. There was no way to accept this as an all-star, one of the top 5 small forwards in the league. He undoubtedly harbored his pride. Looking down on an undrafted player, he scorned Su Yan. Coach, Pierce was about to assert his lack of fear toward Su Yan. However, Coach Jim O'Brien interjected, Pierce, should you find yourself matched up against Su Yan, you must not let your guard down. Though he is an undrafted player, he is significantly more formidable than the average undrafted player. Yes, coach, Pierce replied, though internally he remained dismissive. Beep, beep. Shortly thereafter, the game resumed following a brief pause. Welshco, Blunt, and others, having learned a lesson, intensified their defensive efforts against Su Yan, striving to curtail his offensive prowess. However, they were confronted with an assault under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. How could these mediocre players possibly hope to impede such an extraordinary force? In the latter half of the first quarter, Su Yan continued to dominate, scoring at will. The Bulls led the Celtics 31-26, with Su Yan amassing an impressive 17 points in the quarter, while the Truth Paul Pierce contributed 11 points in the same span, guiding his team to a 5-point lead. Such a performance was undeniably breathtaking. Barkley pounded the table, attempting to temper his excitement and astonishment, exclaiming, "It is hard to fathom that an undrafted player can score 17 points in a single quarter during his NBA debut. This game will reshape perceptions of undrafted players. It will be etched in history." Indeed, Kenny Smith echoed, equally exhilarated. Pierce, with an efficient 4 of 7 shooting, including 1 of 2 from beyond the arc and 2 of 3 from the free throw line, tallied 11 points. Yet Su Yan's 7 of 9 shooting and 3 of 4 from the line. With a staggering accuracy exceeding 77, instilled a fear of inevitability in every shot he took. Magnificent. Su Yin was performing exceptionally well. During the intermission, the two commentators enthusiastically praised Su Yin, while fans raised their hands in jubilation, cheering for their home team. Perfect. On the Bulls bench, Pippen applauded Su Yin while laughing heartily, exclaiming, "You're playing exceptionally well. This is the caliber of A. Jordan's successor." Impressive. Yao Ming couldn't contain his admiration, remarking on Su Yan's languid style of play and precise anticipation, effortlessly scoring at will. Honestly, I can hardly believe Su Yin is a rookie. He appears more akin to a seasoned player with years of NBA experience. Ha! Future champion Tyson Chandler handed Su Yin a towel and water. Chuckling, while he may not be a prodigious talent, his ability to consistently score is remarkable. This showcases the prowess of a master of anticipation. Ha ha! Simply fantastic. Nearby, Coach Skiles and Manager Paxson exchanged satisfied glances, both beaming with joy. Observing Su Yan's 17-point quarter and his stellar performance, they felt reassured that their decision to acquire him at any cost was indeed the right one. The atmosphere on the Bulls bench was electric, thanks to Su Yan's explosive display. Conversely, on the Celtics side, despite learning from their previous mistakes and tightening their defense, they remained utterly powerless against Welshco, Blunt, and their fellow players. They were at a loss, unsure of how to defend against Su Yin, who instilled a sense of trepidation within them. Even Pierce, who had scored 11 points efficiently, fell out of place, disconnected from his teammates, as he had yet to formally match up against Su Yin. He was perplexed as to why, despite the slower pace of the game, Su Yin could continuously score. Why? Pierce exclaimed in utter confusion, unable to accept that despite his impressive performance, the team was still trailing by 5 points, solely due to Su Yan's prowess. Let me take on Su Yin directly. I want to see just how strong this undrafted rookie's anticipation skills truly are, with the raucous atmosphere in the arena. The second quarter commenced. It began with a showdown between the benches. The Bulls' reserves were average, while the Celtics boasted Ricky Davis, a shooting guard averaging 14.5 points per game, leading his team in attack. With 4 minutes and 17 seconds remaining, Davis's combination of drives and jump shots helped the Celtics narrow the gap to just 1 point, leveling the playing field. The suspense was palpable as both teams sought a victorious start to the new season. Beep beep, Skiles called a timeout. The starters returned, and the Bulls regained possession. Hinrich advanced the ball, facing off against Mike James. After a feint attack, he swiftly maneuvered with the aid of screen, shaking off James. Opportunity arose. Swish! Hinrich launched a three-point shot, hitting nothing but net. As this year's 7th overall pick, he could both orchestrate plays and shoot, reminiscent of Curry. Perhaps all 7 picks possess a hint of three-point prowess? Transitioning into offense, Pierce, as the team's primary scoring threat, required ample ball time to showcase his individual talents. To the top of the arc, Antonio closed in to defend, presenting Pierce with a mismatch and an opportunity. Yet he sought a screen instead. To the right arc, Pierce approached Su Yin. Returning to the game, the two were set to face off. I hear your anticipation skills are exceptional. Pierce scoffed at "So what?" Su Yin replied casually, his demeanor unperturbed. Can you predict what I'm going to do next? As the words left his mouth, Pierce, with the ball hovering in his right hand, pushed off with his left foot, lowering his center of gravity slightly. Preparing to accelerate forward. Suddenly, swish, he launched a three-pointer. The truth, Pierce lived up to his reputation as one of the top 5 small forwards in the league. This attack posed a significant threat and was highly deceptive. Most defenders would likely bite on the feint. His sole aim, to score over Su Yin. Yet, it was precisely this close-range attempt that revealed numerous flaws under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Boom! Anticipating the move, Su Yin leapt just as Pierce began his ascent, swatting the ball away with a powerful strike. Thud! The basketball was sent flying from Pierce's grasp, the force of the impact reverberating through his body, sending him tumbling to the floor. In one fluid motion, Su Yin seized the ball, leading a fast break. While not the quickest counterattack, it caught everyone off guard, leaving them in stunned silence. Boom! Su Yin delivered a thunderous dunk. Well, perhaps it was more of a crown dunk. Nonetheless, the sheer power was enough to make the rim groan, causing the backboard to tremble slightly. On, the undrafted Su Yin, like a tiger snatching prey, emphatically rejected the truth. Paul Pierce, and followed up with a two-handed slam. Transitioning from defense to offense, Su Yin humiliated Pierce single-handedly. Barkley held his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Kenny Smith's expression mirrored his astonishment. It was well known that Su Yin possessed remarkable leaping ability, but his exceptional anticipation skills allowed him to outmaneuver Pierce. Such an impressive ability to read the game was truly awe-inspiring, aside from Pierce's attempted jumper. The rest of the players on the court remained motionless, transfixed by Su Yan's singular performance, that he was the sole focus, the brightest star in the arena. This was truly sensational. The crowd erupted in disbelief, each fan caught in a state of exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the third row of the Bulls bench, Dario's beautiful blue eyes were fixed on Su Yin, clearly impressed by his prowess, observing him perform solo. Captivated by his striking appearance and exceptional display on the court, she whispered her admiration that a devoted fan of Jordan, despite his retirement, she still finds time to watch the Bulls play on the court. Pierce lay sprawled on the ground, disheveled and somewhat dazed. Immediately, amidst the resounding cheers, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Damn it! How dare he ambush me when I wasn't paying attention and block my shot? This little rascal has so many tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he can score consecutively. It seems I must take this more seriously. Pierce grumbled to himself, climbing back to his feet, silent as he accepted a pass from a teammate and sought out Su Yin once more. This time he was determined to dominate Su Yin alone to the right arc's apex. He signaled for spacing. Pierce executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, feigning movements, and in an instant with the ball in his right hand. He surged forward, yet Su Yin was entirely aware of his intentions and kept pace. The attempt to break through failed as Pierce positioned himself low. Leaning against Su Yin, he pivoted to the left, accelerating towards the hoop. But Su Yin matched his speed. His aggressive attack was thwarted. Quite a quick response. After being repeatedly blocked, Pierce squinted but remained composed, backing Su Yin down from the right side of the free throw line. Preparing for a post-up? Thud, thud, thud. After a series of confrontations, Pierce, with his back to Su Yin, spun around. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Yin right before him and realized he couldn't execute a half-turn fadeaway jumper. Instead, he began a shoulder fake, swaying his entire body as Su Yin thought. Are we in sync? Is my brother trying to outsmart me? If he moves, I remain still, with narrowed eyes and a glimmer of focus. As Pierce shifted his shoulders repeatedly, Su Yin prepared to capitalize on the moment, ready to snatch the ball. Quick, accurate, ruthless, smack. In an instant, Su Yin cleanly intercepted the basketball just as Pierce was about to lift it, leaving Pierce leaping into the air alone. What? Pierce exclaimed in shock. Ignoring him entirely, Su Yin seized the ball and passed it to the sprinting Pippen, who then relayed it to the fast-breaking Henrich. Boom! A thunderous dunk ensued. On. This time, Su Yin executed a stunning steal from Pierce, showcasing remarkable anticipation and a sharp interception. It was an exceptional defensive play. The commentator gasped in astonishment. Damn it, bro. Pierce cursed in anger. This kid's hands were lightning fast. He was furious and felt humiliated. Just 2 minutes later, he targeted Su Yin again, determined to reclaim his pride as one of the league's elite small forwards and top scorers. The truth was at his peak, equipped with a diverse array of offensive skills. Even if three-point shots or aggressive drives failed, it mattered not. He had other means to score. He would find a way to put points on the board against Su Yin. Oof. With a cold scoff, Pierce launched a new offensive against Su Yin, lowering his center of gravity as he accelerated from the left wing, suddenly hitting the brakes that he pivoted, switched to the left side, and surged forth that if one lacked talent, such abrupt stops and shifts in weight could easily lead to a loss of balance. That Su Yin, however, possessed the divine eye of heaven. Having anticipated Pierce's maneuver, he did not exert full effort, but naturally kept pace. How can he keep up? His talent is extraordinary. As Pierce switched to the right side and accelerated, he was astonished to find Su Yin still on his heels, but there was no time to ponder further as he surged forward once more. Bang! Their bodies collided. Pierce found his footing, spun around, intending to outmaneuver Su Yin, unaware that Su Yin had been waiting for this moment. In the instant of his turn, the flaw reached 100. Yin lunged forward, swiftly snatching the ball from Pierce once again. Where's my ball? Pierce's pupils dilated as he turned to see Su Yin charging away with the ball, engulfed in a shock akin to witnessing a ghostly apparition. Boom! In the counterattack, Su Yin soared high once more, delivering a resounding dunk. No, it was not merely an ordinary feat beneath his seemingly average talent. He executed a spectacular slam dunk. Wow! The first round of applause erupted as Su Yan's brilliant steal from Pierce led to an electrifying fast break that left the fans in awe. The second wave of laughter followed Su Yan's single-handed dunk as he landed awkwardly with his legs sprawled in a big character formation, hands bracing against the ground, eliciting chuckles from the audience. It was crucial to note. The laughter from the fans was filled with affection, not disdain. Su Yin is truly adorable. Su Yin, you are the master of anticipation, not Air Jordan. If we can lay it in, let us not go for the dunk, they teased. Well, although his talent may be lacking, it's always good to have dunk contest dreams. Keep it up. Su Yin, I believe you'll only get better. Stop laughing, please, they urged as Su Yan's successful dunk deserved encouragement. The crowd erupted in laughter, finding Su Yan's earnest attempts at a powerful dunk utterly charming. Su Yin scratched his head, shaking it in disbelief. My jumping ability is truly subpar. Indeed, when God opens a window, he must close a door behind me. Ugh, many doors at that. While Su Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. The one truly distressed was Pierce, trembling with fury, his back teeth grinding. He found it infuriating that a player like Su Yin, who struggled even to dunk, could repeatedly thwart him. Is this a joke? Am I to be driven to madness by this? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, standing resolutely against him. Fuck. Another 2 minutes passed, and an irate Pierce approached Su Yin yet again, his desire to reclaim his dignity intensifying. With a fierce shout, Pierce charged at Su Yin once more, his arsenal of offensive techniques still plentiful. Accelerating from the left wing, he approached the basket, suddenly halting for a feigned shot, attempting to bait Su Yin, who remained unfazed. Pierce executed a half-turn feigned shot. Su Yin still did not budge. Pierce continued a series of feints, yet Su Yin stood resolute, not moving. If you remain still, then so shall I. Pierce's gaze sharpened, and he launched a confident jump shot. What happened next? As the basketball left his hands, a large hand appeared in midair, swatting the ball away and blocking Pierce's shot. Who else could it be but Su Yin? Oh my God! Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. From a sudden halt for a feigned shot to the half-turn, and then to a series of deceptive feints, Pierce's offensive display was highly deceptive, with numerous fakes in his footwork and hands. Coupled with his offensive threat, most players would likely leap or remain frozen in place. In such a scenario, Pierce could effortlessly complete a layup or jump shot. Yet he was blocked. It was unexpected. Kenny Smith laughed heartily. Theoretically, no one would have anticipated this, especially given Su Yan's apparent lack of talent, making such a block seem insurmountable. However, he was the master of anticipation, adept at deciphering Pierce's feints, leaping in advance to prepare for the block, which made it seem entirely plausible. One could only marvel at his skill that on the court, the basketball, having been swatted away by Su Yin, was snatched by Henrich, who initiated a fast break for the Bulls. However, the Celtics' defense was swift and effective, thwarting the fast break and forcing the Bulls to settle into their offensive formation. Damn it, how could I get blocked like that? Pierce stormed back, grumbling. Pippen attempted a drive to the basket but failed, and the rebound was swatted away by Yao Ming, landing squarely on the head of a distracted Pierce, who was still fixated on Su Yin. The ball ricocheted off. Su Yin seized the opportunity, noticing Pierce momentarily retracting his head in confusion. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted past Pierce, creating space to drive in. Blunt rushed to support. Su Yin executed a pocket pass to Yao Ming, who caught the ball, leaped, and effortlessly delivered a two-handed dunk. Referee, someone just hit me. Pierce, already agitated, was incensed upon realizing he had been struck. When he turned around and found no one to blame, he threw up his hands in exasperation, complaining to the referee, accidental hit, accidental hit. The referee chuckled, signaling that such occurrences were commonplace. Beep beep. Following Su Yan's assist to Yao Ming for the emphatic dunk, Coach Jim O'Brien called a timeout after witnessing the Dragon Nation's twin stars connect once more. At this moment, The Celtics were trailing by 8 points in the studio of Central Television's Fifth Channel. Nyo exclaimed in delight, giving a thumbs up as he praised the consecutive victories during the second quarter. As Su Yin faced off against Pierce, the small forward against the guard, it seemed that Pierce's physical prowess would dominate. Yet, Su Yin consistently blocked Pierce's shots, stealing the ball from him repeatedly and scoring effortlessly. In this matchup, Su Yin triumphed over Pierce, which was truly remarkable. Oh dear. Coach Zhang was equally elated, his expression radiating joy as he looked at Su Yin with an abundance of affection and admiration. He mused, despite appearing to possess only average talent, his extraordinary anticipation makes his stealing and blocking abilities unparalleled. This keen foresight endowed him with a sharp scoring arsenal, with his leisurely pace of offense. He consistently found ways to score, not only boosting his team's morale, but also delivering a harsh blow to the opponents. The master of anticipation, Su Yin, possessed a unique and formidable style that seemed unmatched in the entire league. Perhaps even throughout the history of the NBA, such a distinctive style of foresight could potentially influence the league in the future. Nyo blinked, his voice solemn as he inquired, Director Zhang, are you suggesting that Su Yin may usher in a new era? Haha. Coach Zhang chuckled. I merely stated that as a possibility, but the challenge remains monumental. Moreover, his style of anticipation. I truly wonder how imitable it is. Nyo burst into laughter. Coach Zhang, puzzled, asked, what is with the uncontrollable laughter? Is there something amiss? Laugh crying. JPG. Teacher Wang Yu. Coach Zhang hesitated, his words trailing off. Wiping away tears of laughter, Nyo remarked, we're discussing whether an undrafted player could lead an era. This strikes me as quite amusing. It sounds like a far-fetched fantasy. No, such discussions are rather peculiar. However, the fact that Su Yin prompts us to contemplate such matters speaks volumes. This player, despite being undrafted and hailing from our Dragon Nation, is undeniably formidable. Coach Zhang, now comprehending, chuckled warmly. While it may indeed be premature to speak of leading an era, Su Yin's prowess is undeniably real. Dear viewers, we can genuinely anticipate a bright future for the Dragon Nation's men's basketball team. Thanks to Su Yin and Yao Ming, the two commentators from the Dragon Nation were overjoyed. Lacking live broadcasts of the Summer League and preseason games, fans could only follow Su Yin's performances through newspaper reports, unable to view any footage. Regardless of how grandiose the praise, fans remained somewhat indifferent. However, in this match, Su Yin's stellar performance shattered countless misconceptions about undrafted players and himself. In an instant, Su Yin captivated a multitude of new fans. Given his identity as a Dragon Nation player, the rate at which he garnered support would soar at an alarming pace. Returning to the game. Beep beep. As the timeout concluded, only 2 possessions remained in the second quarter. Swish, Pierce, having slightly adjusted his mindset, broke through and passed to Blunt's station on the right side beneath the basket. Blunt caught the ball, spun around, and executed a hook shot that banked in for the Bulls' final possession of the half. Hinrich brought the ball past half court, positioning himself at the right arc after surveying the court. He passed to Su Yin at the left arc, however. Pierce anticipated this move, leaping to intercept the basketball. With 1 assist and 1 steal. Pierce appeared undaunted by Su Yin's presence, maintaining a commendable performance, showcasing the mindset of an all-star small forward. Pierce brought the ball up, slightly slowing down the tempo, then set up at the high post, backing down Antonio. However, Antonio's defense was resolute, withstanding the contact and halting Pierce's advance. With just 6.5 seconds remaining, Pierce sought to distribute the ball and find an opening. Watch the sideline. Mike James yelled from the top of the arc. What? Pierce was taken aback. Just as he turned to look, a hand appeared like a ghost, swiftly snatching the basketball away. Who was it? Of course it was Su Yin. Once again, he executed a steal against Pierce. With only 5 seconds left, Su Yin raced down the court, while Hinrich sprinted alongside him. Whoosh! Su Yin's eyes flashed as he made a long pass on the move, finding Hinrich positioned at the right arc. After a brief adjustment, Hinrich launched a 3-pointer. How was it? A perfect shot. Swish! It went in cleanly, beating the buzzer to Hinrich's 3-pointer propelled the Bulls to a 9-point lead as they entered the second half. During halftime, Barkley exclaimed excitedly, the Bulls currently hold a 9-point lead. Kenny, do you know what the master of anticipation Su Yan stats are right now? Oh, what are they? Kenny Smith inquired, intrigued. Huh. Barkley chuckled and continued. Su Yan is exceptional, so exceptional that you can hardly believe he went undrafted. In his very first NBA game, merely in the first half, Su Yan scored 30 points, grabbed 4 rebounds, dished out 2 assists, recorded 2 steals, and blocked 2 shots. His all-around performance is astonishingly efficient, truly flawless. TSK. Kenny Smith was left astounded, 30 points and a half, excelling in both offense and defense. This is no undrafted player. This is a superstar. The master of anticipation, Su Yan, truly deserves the title of Jordan's successor. His debut at the peak performance could rival that of the basketball god during his rookie season. What if facing the truth, Pierce? The master of anticipation, Su Yan, is undoubtedly the best performer of the night. Incredible! Su Yan is genuinely remarkable. Indeed, if one claims that his summer league success was due to weak opponents and his preseason performance suffered from opponents not taking it seriously, then now is the regular season opening night, where everyone is eager to win such a competitive environment. Su Yan, as an undrafted player, managed to hold his own against Pierce while scoring 30 points. His performance on both ends of the court is simply astounding. Unbelievable. Su Yan is phenomenal. Fans were equally exhilarated. Meanwhile, Hida, listening to the spirited chatter of the fans around him, smiled faintly, murmuring, "Is he truly Jordan's successor? That is a title not easily earned, Su Yan. Can you achieve it?" Listening to the fervent discussions among countless fans, there arose the notion of a successor to Jordan, complemented by Su Yan's astonishingly flawless performance that left him exclaiming in delight. Detalio, a fan of Jordan, found herself developing a subtle admiration for Su Yan on a fan level as the game unfolded. Shortly thereafter, following the halftime break, the second half commenced as the teams resumed battle. Paul Pierce, after a lengthy adjustment period, slightly regained his form. Most importantly, he no longer fixated solely on Su Yan. His caliber, which belonged to the top 5 small forwards in the league, gradually re-emerged. However, Su Yan's performance remained consistently stellar in the pivotal third quarter. The rhythm of the game suited the mighty Yao increasingly well. Leading to his own explosive display, he defended the rim with vigor, scored continuously, and firmly secured the paint. Within just 4 minutes of the third quarter, the twin stars of the Dragon Nation propelled their team to unleash a formidable offensive surge of 15-4, stretching the lead to 20 points in this segment. Su Yan amassed 12 points, alongside 2 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, maintaining his impressive performance as the final quarter began. Following the bench rotation, the margin stood at 16 points, neither too large nor too small. The Celtics resolved to take a gamble. Thus, both team starters returned. Yet the game remained locked in a stalemate for merely 2 minutes. Subsequently, Yao executed a decisive move under the basket against Blunt, while Su Yan, with the eye of a celestial deity, anticipated and immobilized Welshco, scoring effortlessly. Almost immediately, Su Yan completed a steal against one Baker in transition. Sinrich launched a trailing 3-pointer, and the Young Bulls players each contributed to a swift 7-0 counterattack, widening the gap to 23 points. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Jim O'Brien shook his head and called for a timeout, substituting players en masse, effectively conceding. The remaining 5 minutes of the game descended into a mere formality. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed over the Celtics by commanding 18-point margin, clinching victory in their season opener. Victory! Tyson Chandler on the Bulls bench exuberantly cheered, pumping his fist that we did it. We won. Yao and Su Yan exchanged a celebratory high five, both satisfied with their performances. Ha! The elder statesman Pippen observed the twin stars of the Dragon Nation, chuckling at their extraordinary display, realizing that the Bulls were finally on the rise. In the commentary booth, just as the game concluded, Barkley erupted with excitement. Kenny, do you realize how insane Su Yan's stats were tonight? How insane? Let me give you a hint. The 4 of death. The 4 of death. Kenny Smith's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? Barkley laughed heartily, teasing before revealing. Tonight, as an undrafted rookie, Su Yan made his NBA debut and scored a staggering 44 points, along with 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. Truly a mind-boggling performance. This is unprecedented. Su Yan's remarkable game shattered multiple records. Wait, multiple records? Kenny Smith gasped in astonishment, engaging in a revelation. Indeed, Barkley nodded emphatically, growing more animated. First, Su Yan's 44 points surpassed the legendary Wilt Chamberlain's debut record of 43 points. He has now set the new benchmark for debut scoring in the NBA, breaking a record that stood for an astonishing 44 years, which many believed was unbreakable. Secondly, Su Yan is now the second player in NBA history to score over 40 points in his debut. Thirdly, he is the first player in NBA history to achieve over 40 points while simultaneously recording at least 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks in his debut. .3 record shattered in one game. An explosion in the league. Kenny Smith, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of realization. 44 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks, breaking a record that had been dormant for 44 years. Hence, it is referred to as the 4 of death. He then gasped, "Can you believe this performance is from an undrafted rookie in the NBA? Truly, it's beyond comprehension." 44 points, and with 4 steals and 4 blocks, while also suppressing the truth Pierce. This display from an undrafted rookie is almost too much to fathom. Excessive indeed. Outrageous. Explosive. This is no mere undrafted rookie. This is a first overall pick in disguise, a player of star caliber. Incredible. I'm discovering that I'm increasingly fond of Su Yan, becoming enamored with this undrafted rookie. To me too. And me. Who wouldn't? Indeed, Su Yan is not only exceptional on the court. He possesses striking looks, remarkable strength, and exudes a masculine aura. Moreover, he is wealthy. Truly, I yearn to have a boyfriend like him. That I desire you. Su Yan's celestial deity performance left fans astounded, capturing the hearts of numerous young admirers. Although the game had concluded, the ripples of Su Yan's remarkable display would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the league the following day, creating a sensational stir that on the court. ESPN reporter Mark Stein approached Su Yan, grinning as he praised, "Su Yan, you played exceptionally well tonight, delivering a historically significant debut." "Congratulations." "Thank you," Su Yan replied with a smile. Mark Stein pondered for a moment before cheerfully inquiring, "I must ask, despite your youth, you successfully defended against Pierce multiple times tonight. Where did you acquire such precise anticipation skills?" "Su Yan, it's not learned. It's the eye of the celestial deity granting me exceptional dynamic vision." "Of course, I wouldn't phrase it that way." Su Yan contemplated and chuckled. "Fabricating, just luck, I suppose." "Ha." Mark Stein laughed, shaking his head. "You're joking. Once or twice one might attribute to luck, but your style is all about anticipation. You can predict your opponent's offense and defense." "There's another question. What do you think about your dunk attempts tonight? Was it an intentional effort to humiliate the truth Pierce?" "Su Yan, are we really going to stir the pot here? How should I respond?" "I saw with my own eyes." "What humiliation? Why would I engage in self-destructive foolishness? If you want to criticize my lack of hops, just say so. There's no need for subtleties." Su Yan considered and displayed a work-related smile, casually stating, "Yes, you guessed it. Admitting it outright is impossible. I can only let Pierce take the blame." "Pierce, you little rascal, you just lack hops. You're shifting the blame onto me. You young one, no sportsmanship. You can't handle the game. You're just a little trash. Su Yan." "Oh, haha." Mark Stein laughed heartily, just as I thought. With Su Yan's formidable blocking ability, how could he possibly dunk? He chuckled. Su Yan gave a sheepish smile, then made his exit. As Su Yan and his teammates returned to the locker room, passing by the bench, he glanced toward the stands and spotted Hida. Coincidentally, having just finished listening to Su Yan's interview, Hida also stood up to leave. Their eyes met, both instinctively smiling slightly and exchanging a greeting. "This girl is quite attractive. Should I ask for her contact information?" It is not merely that Su Yan is captivated by the sight of a beautiful woman. Rather, it is the current presence of Hida, whose exquisite features and impeccable figure, accentuated by her striking blue eyes, render her truly enchanting. Su Yan, being a man, finds it entirely natural to be stirred by such a stunning beauty of exceptional caliber. Let's go, it's time to celebrate," he exclaims. However, in the midst of Su Yan's hesitation, Yao swiftly envelopes him with his broad frame, effectively obscuring Hida's figure and pulling Su Yan away. Earlier, the match between the reigning champions, the Spurs and the Mavericks, concluded. The Stone Buddha, Duncan, displayed his consistent prowess, contributing 23 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, a formidable presence in the paint. He exudes an impressive efficiency, steady as a rock. Meanwhile, the third-year Parker and second-year Ginobili, having matured during a championship season, have significantly elevated their game, becoming even stronger this year. Under the collaborative force of GDP, they exude an aura that is almost unstoppable. The Spurs embody the essence of team basketball, with other players executing their roles seamlessly under the guidance of the venerable Coach Popovich. Additionally, their defensive prowess is a cornerstone of the Spurs' strength. On the Mavericks side, Nash delivered 17 points and 13 assists, while Nowitzki added 27 points and 10 rebounds. Both performances commendable, yet, ultimately, the Spurs' overall strength proved slightly superior. Post-game, NBA commentator the Red Giant, Bill Walton, remarked in an interview that despite numerous teams bolstering their rosters during the offseason, such as the Lakers and Timberwolves, the Spurs, now further enhanced by the development of Parker and Ginobili, remain a formidable contender for the championship, boasting a heightened fighting spirit. The clash between the Lakers and the Nuggets. Kobe scored 27 points, accompanied by 7 rebounds and 4 assists, while O'Neal contributed 23 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Payton and Malone added 15 points and 13 points respectively, showcasing the prowess of the luxury four. Each player performed to their expected standards. Although individual scoring may have dipped, their combined force remains explosive. The second overall pick, the Melon Anthony, led the team with 24 points, demonstrating his invaluable role as a cornerstone of the franchise. Yet when pitted against the Lakers' star-studded roster, the gap in competitiveness was stark. The Lakers triumphed over the Nuggets by a substantial margin of 24 points, securing an effortless victory. The final match of the opening night featured the Nets facing off against the Magic. The master of control, Jason Kidd, registered 15 points and 15 assists, orchestrating the team's performance seamlessly. On the Magic side, McGrady erupted for 33 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, each statistic reflecting his dominance. With a twinkle in his eye and an ethereal playing style, T-Mac McGrady showcased the prowess that earned him the scoring title last season. However, he found himself isolated amidst the team's struggles. As the Magic succumbed to the Nets by 16 points, the exhilarating opening night of a new season concluded with 4 spectacular matches. Fans expressed their delight and satisfaction. Such a thrilling start to the season has undoubtedly ignited anticipation among the fan base, which is precisely why the league schedules matchups between strong teams for the opening night. The following morning, major news outlets disseminated articles that left fans astounded. Day of the Heavens, 44 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks, breaking the 44-year-old debut scoring record previously held by the basketball emperor. Undrafted rookie Su Yin, a sudden sensation. The prediction master Su Yin, a legendary debut from the Chicago Wah Garden Report. The Spurs GDP. The Mavericks win Sun and D Country War Machine. The Lakers 4 Giants, the Celtics Truth, the Magic's T-Mac, the Nuggets second overall pick, the Bulls Dragon Country Twin Stars, and the Nets Master Control. Each star from every team showcased their expected brilliance. All players exhibited commendable form, generating immense excitement for the upcoming season. From the Boston Pioneer, surpassing Chamberlain, the Truth Pierce encountered a harsh reality as he fell to Su Yan's overwhelming performance. Despite scoring 24 points, his efficiency was notably lacking, rendering him less relevant in the narrative. From the Charlotte Meow Report. In a single game, breaking 3 records, the prediction master Su Yan announced his intent to create waves in the league as an undrafted player. From a Sacramento Bee report, one of the 4 great shooting guards, McGrady, remains graceful on the court, his offensive style as free-flowing as ever, captivating audiences. The Lakers' luxury 4 showcased formidable dominance, while GDP strategized for a championship defense. Under the master of control Jason Kidd, the Nets operated cohesively, always positioning themselves for victory, having reached the finals for 2 consecutive years and remaining among the favorites for the title this year. The Dragon Country Twin Star, the prediction master Su Yin, performed at a superstar level, achieving legendary status in a single game that ignited the league. The Melon Anthony also excelled with 24 points, proving to be the cornerstone of his team. Both emerging stars delivered impressive performances, highlighting the league's promising future. The current landscape of the league is vibrant and diverse, ensuring an exceptionally thrilling new season ahead. From the Denver No High Altitude Report, each news report, even in mere observation, left fans exhilarated, marveling at Su Yan's remarkable debut. Simultaneously, on the ESPN Sports website's Page 2 forum, fans buzzed with excitement over the opening night of the new season. Wow, spectacular! Every match this opening night has been a visual feast, igniting fervor and passion among the fans. The entertainment value was at its peak, making it hard not to anticipate the new season. Indeed, it's undeniable that the standout player of the opening night was undoubtedly the prediction master Su Yan. The prediction master? The undrafted rookie who only shone in the Summer League and preseason. Is that for real? Seriously? You all must be joking. Allow me to elucidate just how extraordinary Su Yan's opening night performance truly was to end the showdown between the Spurs and the Mavericks. The best performers were Duncan with 23 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 3 blocks, while Nash scored 17 points and 13 assists, and Nowitzki contributed 27 points and 10 rebounds that end the battle between the Lakers and the Nuggets. Kobe netted 27 points, along with 7 rebounds and 4 assists, while O'Neal recorded 23 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 blocks, and rookie Anthony added 24 points and 6 rebounds that end the match between the Magic and the Nets. Kidd achieved 15 points and 15 assists, while McGrady scored 33 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks that end the game between the Bulls and the Trailblazers. Pierce, despite scoring 24 points, was thoroughly outshone by Su Yan. All of these stars performed admirably, yet among them, T-Mac McGrady undoubtedly stood out. However, when compared to the prediction master Su Yan, the distinction is stark that in his debut, Su Yan, as a rookie, exploded for 44 points. 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks, breaking 3 records and achieving legendary status in one fell swoop. Though McGrady is undoubtedly formidable, Su Yan's phenomenal performance eclipses all others. He is without a doubt the most dazzling player of the opening night. Such astonishing statistics. An undrafted rookie. Is this reasonable? Is this possible? Are these figures truly real? Unbelievable. Holy. Wet. Su Yan, an undrafted player, has delivered a mesmerizing performance that surpasses the likes of Kobe, Duncan, O'Neal, McGrady, and all other superstars. This truly is a legendary battle that ignites the entire league. The tremors resonate throughout the NBA. Not only are the fans left in awe, but countless players are equally astonished upon learning of Su Yan's remarkable debut. 44 points, alongside 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. Such offensive prowess, combined with formidable defense and an all-around skill set. Is this reasonable? Is this real? In the Kings training facility, Chris Webber, the 1993 #1 pick, gazes at the sensational news about Su Yan, questioning its authenticity in sheer disbelief. This sounds like a fairy tale. Peja Stojakovic chuckles, then adds earnestly, but it's true. I confirmed with friends that the Bulls indeed have a master of anticipation in Su Yan, who scored 44 points in his debut. TSK. Mike Bibby shakes his head in astonishment. This year is a draft year with talents like LeBron, Anthony, Wade, and Bosh, each a rising star. Now, with the addition of Su Yan, the master of anticipation, things are bound to get chaotic for the league's newcomers. Chris Webber laughs, recognizing the undeniable talent and potential of these rookies, all of whom might soon be vying for all-star status and competing for championships with their respective teams. However, there is no need for excessive concern just yet. Our goal this year is the championship, and our only rivals are the Lakers and Spurs in the West and the Nets in the East. We shall overcome them and claim the title. Indeed, Mike Bibby nods that in that case. Peja exclaims, raising his fist in determination. Let us strive together for Sacramento and win our first championship trophy. The Kings players shout in unison. Their spirits ablaze that in the Pacers locker room. Reggie Miller expresses his astonishment. 44 points? In his debut? How absurd. Su Yan is an extraordinary undrafted talent. Jermaine O'Neal, stroking his chin, gazes in amazement at Su Yan's photo in the newspaper. Ha! Ron Artest, however, scoffs dismissively, letting an undrafted player score that much. Pierce might as well retire. Yet the more Reggie Miller learns, the more alarmed he becomes. Yes, Jermaine O'Neal concurs. Not only did he explode in the season opener against Pierce, but he also dominated in the preseason against Madman Sprewell and Lone Wolf Marbury, as well as Black Bear Randolph and Raging Rashid Wallace. These are all nearly all-star caliber players, and Su Yin bested them all. This speaks volumes about his prowess. His anticipatory playing style is indeed formidable. Nonsense. Artest retorts, still looking down on the matter. Anticipation is merely a facade. They simply weren't defending seriously enough. If I were up against him, I could stifle Su Yin. He wouldn't even be able to dribble. Artest, the defensive powerhouse and this year's DPOY, speaks with confidence that, Reggie Miller chuckles. For an undrafted player to explode in his debut like this is indeed a peak performance from the start. However, regardless of who he is, facing Artest would not be a comfortable experience. That's true. Jermaine O'Neal nods in agreement, unable to restrain his admiration. Artest is a versatile all-star player. Every team values and needs someone like him. Of course, Artest beams at the praise, flexing his impressive biceps in Los Angeles at the Staples Center gym. Kobe and Karl Malone are lifting weights while Peyton stretches. Only O'Neal lounges on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Kobe, did you see the news about Su Yin from the Bulls? Karl Malone remarks, lifting weights .47, 48, 49, 50. After completing a set of 50 pull-ups, Kobe stretches his arms and nods. Yes, 44 points in a single game. He shattered the record for a debut set by the ancient beast. Quite remarkable that I've done a bit of research on him. His talent is rather ordinary, but his gameplay is mature, demonstrating a high basketball IQ, which is a key reason for his success. However, I believe that's about it. Basketball is a contact sport, relying solely on intellect. Enough. One must combine intellect, physicality, skills, and hard work to reach the pinnacle. Missing any one of these elements is detrimental. With that, he glances at O'Neal, still idly browsing his phone, and adds, that kid Su Yin lacks physical gifts. His ceiling is limited. This year is a draft year. And I favor LeBron and Anthony, maybe even the chubby Wade, who also has a promising future. Indeed, Peyton agrees anticipation is fraught with uncertainty, but with sufficient physical talent, one can overlook everything. Crush all obstacles, right, Shaquille? O'Neal raises an eyebrow, grinning. Let them prance around. I'm invincible. Our Lakers quartet is unstoppable. This championship is already ours. Well said. I love hearing that. Peyton and Karl Malone laugh heartily. Joining the OK duo to claim the championship is precisely why they joined the Lakers. From fans to players and even to various team managements, everyone is electrified, astonished by Su Yan's legendary debut. If this has sent shockwaves across America, how much more so in our homeland? On social media, phrases like Su Yin, Day 4 of the Sun, Su Yin, 44 points, Su Yin, surpassing the ancient Beast Chamberlain, and other keywords surge to the top of trending basketball discussions. Enthusiastic fans flood the threads with excitement. Damn, Su Yin, our player from the Dragon Nation, 44 points in a single game, plus 4 rebounds for assists for steals and 4 blocks. How can he be so formidable? Alas, my lack of education leaves me with only one exclamation. Wow. Su Yin is phenomenal. Indeed, that's incredible. 44 points in a debut, surpassing the legendary ancient beast who scored 100 points and lives on in lore. How did Su Yin manage this? Is this a hoax? Su Yin truly represents our Dragon Nation. While I don't wish to demean the level of our national basketball team, 44 points is utterly outrageous. Hurry, someone wake me up and tell me this isn't real. I will. No, I'll wake him up and assure him this is indeed true. I love it. Su Yin is outstanding. I adore him. I thought Yao Ming was the pinnacle of our national basketball team. But who would have thought a rookie like Su Yin would emerge unexpectedly? Bah! What rookie? He is the master of anticipation in one persona and a refined berserker in another, and with such a superhuman performance of 44 points plus 4s across the board. If Su Yin can maintain a steady pace, no. If he can stabilize even half of this, he could surpass Yao Ming as an even more formidable player from our Dragon Nation. Both Yao Ming and Su Yin are exceptional. each with great talent. There's no need to compare. The Bulls twin stars are our pride from the Dragon Nation. Exactly. Su Yin is our pride from the Dragon Nation. Pure ecstasy. The fans of the Dragon Nation are in a state of ecstatic jubilation. Upon witnessing Su Yan's explosive performance, they are elated beyond measure. Those who keep abreast of the news are thoroughly immersed in a celebratory atmosphere throughout the day. Speaking of Su Yin, while he is the topic of discussion in every corner of the streets and on major basketball websites, he himself is blissfully asleep in the villa provided by the team. Rest is, after all, essential. After a deep slumber until noon, Su Yin stretches languidly and awakens, leaning against his bed as a slight heaviness settles in his heart. It must be said, the eye of the Heavenly Emperor is indeed splendid. With my rather mediocre physical talents, I have managed to deliver such an outstanding performance, truly deserving of the title of a fantastical basketball ability. If I could enhance any of my attributes, speed, jumping ability, shooting accuracy, scoring techniques, and so forth, paired with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, it would undoubtedly propel my abilities to new heights in light of this. I must quickly obtain the system reward for the primary task of achieving the title of Rookie of the Week that I've already played one excellent game. Although I face competition from superstars LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, as long as I maintain a stable performance, I believe I can secure the title without much difficulty, of course. I must remain composed. With this in mind, Su Yin has a clear goal for the first week of the new season. Furthermore, he does not forget that the eye of the Heavenly Emperor is only 80 developed, merely granting him a heightened dynamic vision that allows for precise offensive and defensive predictions. The true potential of the eye is far from realized. How to further develop it remains uncertain and requires gradual exploration. Putting aside such thoughts, I must focus on performing well in each game and fulfilling the main task first. After tidying up, Su Yin heads to the arena, ready for his daily training session. During the off-season, he acquired a blue BMW X3, the latest model, and an SUV for his daily use, costing $66,000 in 2003. That was considered a luxury vehicle, a significant sum for an average family. Yet for Su Yin, with an annual salary of $6 million, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Notably, he is only 19 years old. As Su Yin drives his luxury car to the arena, waiting at red lights, he occasionally draws the admiration of fans, whose envy is palpable. Before long, Su Yin arrives at the arena. Hi, Su Yin. Hello, Master Predictor. As he walks through the lobby, numerous staff members greet him enthusiastically, a simple consequence of his stellar performance in the season opener, which has catapulted his popularity and raised his status in the world of basketball. It is indeed a realm of respect. As Su Yin responds with a smile. Two young cheerleaders gaze at Su Yin's handsome figure. One of them, starry-eyed, exclaims, "Jianli, if I had a boyfriend like Su Yin, I would be absolutely thrilled." Hee hee. Jianli shakes her head and replies, "Kina, Su Yin is a man you cannot have, so don't even think about it. Besides, if your boyfriend hears you say that, he might get hurt." "Oomph." Kina pouts. "What does it matter? I'm just a fan. He knows his own worth, doesn't he? Oh, by the way, how did you feel when you went out with your new boyfriend last time? Was he excited? What about you?" "Huh." Jianli is taken aback, her face flushing. "Kina, what are you talking about?" Did I say something wrong? You can go away now." To the Bulls training facility, Su Yin and Yao Ming are engaged in their daily training around 4 in the afternoon. Coach Skiles notices that the players are resting in the lounge, so he approaches with the game schedule and gathers everyone around. Ahem. Skiles clears his throat and then beams at Su Yin. "First of all, let me congratulate you on your remarkable debut performance. You have truly made a name for yourself, astonishing the entire league. Well played. Su Yin, you are amazing," under the leadership of Yao Ming and Kirk Hinrich. All the Bulls players applaud and cheer for Su Yin with heartfelt congratulations. "Thank you, everyone," Su Yin replies with a smile, humbly accepting the praise. All right. Coach Skiles interjects as he sees the applause subsiding and continues. "In our first game of the new season, we triumphed over the formidable Celtics, a victorious opening. The heir to Jordan, Su Yin delivered a phenomenal performance, contributing 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks, while Yao Ming's performance was also commendable. Hinrich and the other players performed to the expected standard. This year, under the guidance of the Dragon Nation's twin stars, we, the Bulls, aim to transform after 5 years and make a renewed push for the playoffs." Wow, The players cheer excitedly. Coach Skiles continues, "Our upcoming schedule includes the Wizards away, Mavericks home, and Heat home. The Wizards feature agent Drew Gilbert Arenas. The Mavericks boast the Kid Nash and the German Tank Nowitzki, and the Heat have all-star player Eddie Jones, along with the newly acquired left-handed magician Lamar Odom. Not to mention the rookie sensation Flash Wade. The Heat have significantly strengthened their roster this year. These three teams, with the exception of the Wizards, who may be slightly weaker, possess formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. Of course, with the Dragon Nation's twin stars on our side, the Bulls are also a force to be reckoned with. That we must remain vigilant, yet with earnest dedication and confidence. We will surely have the opportunity to win these matches. Absolutely. Coach, we will secure the victory. Let's go Bulls." Su Yan's exceptional performance and the team's enhanced configuration have instilled immense confidence in the Bulls as they embark on the new season. Currently, this group of young talents is unafraid of any opponent. The game between the Bulls and Wizards is set for tomorrow night. Tonight, on the second day of the new season, numerous games are scheduled. In the wake of Su Yan's astonishing performance as an undrafted rookie in the season opener, which left countless fans and players in awe and shocked the league, many players and even superstars feel compelled to step up their game. They cannot allow a rookie to overshadow them at the start of the season. Tonight, teams including the Philadelphia 76ers, Raptors, Cavaliers, and Heat are all in action. Allen Iverson of Philadelphia scores 27 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals. The answer's drives remain as sharp as ever, swift as lightning, fluid as a shadow, weaving through defenders with a ball-handling finesse that allows his 183-centimeter stature to shine amidst the towering giants of the NBA. Vince Carter of the Raptors, known as the half-man, half-god, tallies 24 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, delivering 4 highlight reel dunks, a powerful pull-up, a soaring glide, an alley-oop, and a windmill in-game dunk. Pure spectacle. Meanwhile, in the season opener, Kobe's aerial acrobatics and Tracy McGrady's unguardable jump shots also shine brightly. To East AI dazzles with his agility. West Kobe excels in scoring, South's T-Mac showcases his talent, and North Carter dominates the rim. These four, each exceptional, possess their unique offensive styles and are all at the peak of their powers. Each a superstar in their own right. It is truly magnificent. Their distinctive playing styles and immense popularity have secured a place for the four great shooting guards in today's era. What about the rest? It is undoubtedly the era of the Big Shark, Shaquille O'Neal. Just a season has passed since the iconic OK duo's 3 consecutive championships. O'Neal, with his 3 finals MVP awards, undoubtedly stands as the ruler of this era. However, we must not overlook the big fundamental, Tim Duncan of the Spurs, who has already secured 2 championships, and in the last 2 seasons alone has garnered 2 MVP awards, 1 finals MVP, and another championship. His dominance is equally formidable. Thus, should O'Neal fail to clinch another title this season, while his weight continues to rise and his dominance wanes, his era will gradually fade. At that point, the era belonging to the big fundamental Duncan will commence. Now, turning to the games, the Raptors rookie, Chris Bosh, recorded 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, the Heat's Dwayne Wade made a stunning debut with 22 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing his formidable scoring prowess. For 2 rookies, their performances have been commendable, fully embodying the caliber of top rookies. Yet, when compared to Su Yan's outstanding day sky performance, which surpassed Zhang Dashuai and shattered 3 records, the difference is stark. Furthermore, comparisons inevitably lead to scrutiny. With the solid performances of Anthony, Bosh, and Wade, it only serves to highlight how exceptional Su Yan's gameplay truly is. This evening, another clash awaits, featuring the Cavaliers against the Timberwolves, marking the NBA debut of this year's #1 draft pick, LeBron James, the chosen one. That despite the accolades and astonishment surrounding Su Yan's prowess, the cheers and support for LeBron remain unwavering. Many fans, regardless of Su Yan's performances, LeBron is perceived as an even more formidable presence. Why is that? Firstly, LeBron is the #1 pick, someone countless fans have witnessed grow, the chosen one among his peerless contemporaries. Secondly, LeBron performed admirably in the Summer League, and since he has not faced Su Yan yet, their strengths remain undetermined. Thirdly, LeBron excelled in the preseason, maintaining his all-around performance. Yet again, he has not faced Su Yin, leaving their comparative strengths unresolved. Lastly, in terms of raw talent, LeBron outshines Su Yin by a significant margin. Therefore, in the absence of a direct matchup, there is no reason for LeBron to belittle Su Yin. It is simply implausible that AS for the season opener. How did LeBron perform? Upon witnessing Su Yan's remarkable debut and the sensational display of the Day Sky performance, LeBron was resolute about putting forth a serious effort. He aimed to surpass Su Yan's achievements, ensuring the entire league recognizes him as the chosen one, the number one pick, a superstar who has always been superior to Su Yin, fueled by the belief of surpassing Su Yin. LeBron unleashed his full potential against the Eastern Conference playoff team, the Timberwolves. The Little Emperor LeBron played for 43 minutes, scoring 28 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, delivering a near triple-double performance, and he led his team to victory over the Timberwolves, showcasing the caliber of a hexagonal warrior right from his debut. His strength, dominance, and leadership abilities were on full display, epitomizing the level of the chosen one. Ollie Oat was visibly shaken, exclaiming, 29 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. LeBron's performance was extraordinarily well-rounded and dominant. He is a born leader. Doug Collins was equally excited, inquiring, Ollie, who performed better tonight, LeBron or Su Yin last night? Both were exceptional, Ollie Oat replied with a smile, praising both rookies for their impressive debuts. While Su Yin, with his 3 record-breaking performance, may have shown a bit brighter, LeBron's display was still remarkably strong, in light of the commendable performances by rookies such as Wade, Bosh, and Anthony. Both Su Yin and LeBron exhibited a higher echelon of talent. These two seem like superstars who have reached their peak right from their debut. Indeed, despite having only played 1 game, I am already greatly anticipating the face-off between LeBron and Su Yin, the Little Emperor and the Master of Anticipation. Additionally, we must not overlook Gilbert Arenas of the Wizards, who, as a second-round pick, averaged 18.5 points, 5.1 rebounds, 6.5 assists, 1.8 steals, and 0.2 blocks in his sophomore year, even achieving a remarkable 41-point game. After another season of growth in his 3rd year, transitioning from the Warriors to the Wizards, he scored 34 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals in a matchup against the Spurs, undeniably reaching all-star caliber. In merely 3 years, he has ascended from a bench player for the Warriors to the leader of the Wizards, earning the nickname Agent Zero. Although they lost to the Spurs, Arenas received thunderous applause from the home crowd, signifying his acceptance as the Wizards' leader. Post-game, Charles Barkley regarded Arenas with admiration, acknowledging how a second-round pick could evolve into a team leader in such a short time, which is indeed impressive and inspirational. Kenny Smith nodded in agreement, affirming the title of Agent Zero is a testament to Arenas' growth. Tomorrow evening, the Wizards will host the Bulls, where Arenas will face off against Su Yin, one a second-round pick. The Agent Zero, and the other an undrafted player, the Master of Anticipation. This clash between 2 underdogs promising to unleash significant energy will undoubtedly be thrilling. Indeed, Arenas, now in his 3rd year, has transformed into Agent Zero, further evolving and delivering an impressive performance of 34 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals, heightening the anticipation for the upcoming Wizards vs. Bulls showdown as the hour approaches 8 p.m. at the MCI Center. With the crowd roaring, the main event is set to begin, and the starters take the court. The Washington Wizards lineup features point guard, Gilbert Arenas, shooting guard, Larry Hughes, small forward, Jerry Stackhouse, power forward, Brendan Haywood. Center, Kwame Brown. The Chicago Bulls lineup includes point guard, Kirk Hinrich, shooting guard, Su Yin, small forward, Scottie Pippen, power forward, Antonio, center, Yao Ming. Jump ball, Kwame Brown and Yao Ming, the draft bust versus the genuine number 1 pick, are set for the tip-off. Smack. Yao Ming swiftly tips the ball away. Hinrich gathers it and initiates the Bulls' first offense. After a screen, he pulls up for a 3-pointer from the top, right arc. Is it good? Clang. It misses. The rebound. Boom. Yao Ming, using his size advantage, rises after a physical encounter with Kwame Brown, securing the rebound. Without hesitation, he elevates, overpowering Brown with a 2-handed dunk. Yao Ming, having bulked up during the offseason. Showcases a more assertive offensive game, a positive sign for a formidable center. The score stands at Wizards 0, Bulls 2 as possession shifts. Arenas pushes the ball forward, scanning the unfamiliar faces of the Bulls. Glancing at the veteran Pippen, moving with an air of nonchalance and composure, like the top of the arc, he engages Hinrich one-on-one, accelerating to the right wing, quick as lightning, then suddenly stopping, pulling the ball back through his legs as Hinrich stumbles past him. Swish! Arenas releases a jump shot, confidently sinking in the following possession. Arenas finds Pippen, faking a three-point attempt before explosively driving past him, challenging Yao Ming, evading him midair, and finishing with a crafty layup. Swish! In the midst of the contest. The excitement was palpable. Just a minute later, Arenas drew the Bulls' power forward, Antonio, into an elaborate display. With a subtle change of direction, he executed a sudden crossover that left the bewildered Antonio stumbling backward several steps. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Arenas cast a fleeting glance at Antonio, and at that very moment, as Antonio lunged forward again, he elevated for a three-pointer, the ball tracing a graceful arc through the air. Swish! It pierced the net with precision. The arena erupted with a cacophony of cheers, a raucous wave of applause for Arenas' confident shot. He was playing remarkably well. Holy moly! Arenas seemed to take on each Bull player one by one, showcasing his confidence, skill, and capability in a truly formidable manner. The Agent Zero was shining brightly, igniting the home crowd's fervor. Arenas' presence illuminated the Wizards' prospects for the future. Wizards 8, Bulls 4. With a personal run of 8-2. Arenas propelled the Wizards ahead by 4 points. Yet Coach Skiles remained unperturbed, opting not to call timeout. Sinrich advanced the ball, passing it to Su Yin, who faced off against Larry Hughes with a deft right jab step. He sensed Hughes leaning to the right. Whoosh! He swiftly accelerated to the left, executing a preemptive move that left Hughes trailing behind by a body length that he surged toward the basket. Despite Hughes' pursuit, Su Yin displayed unwavering confidence, smoothly finishing with a layup. Bang! As Su Yin scored, a tardy Larry Hughes slapped the backboard in frustration, a moment anticipated by the keen-eyed observers on the Wizards' offensive play. Stackhouse attempted a drive, but was thwarted, clearly hindered by lingering groin and knee injuries. The Bulls countered as Su Yin pushed the pace, his speed not particularly rapid, yet he executed a simple change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Larry Hughes and charging toward the rim. Before Kwame Brown could contest, he released a floating shot that found its mark effortlessly. Yao Ming stepped in to set a screen, his imposing figure creating ample space as Su Yin cut to the right, abruptly stopping for a feigned jumper. Stackhouse leapt in vain. Was he really that easily deceived? Su Yin's open jumper, however, failed to find his target. And no matter, Antonio secured the rebound and converted the putback. Yao magnificently thwarted Kwame Brown's attempt, while the Bulls countered with Su Yin making a determined sprint. His pace remained steady as he barreled into the paint, facing the oncoming Brandon Haywood. Would he force the issue? No, a deft spin move evaded Haywood, followed by a low scoop layup. Why did Kwame Brown remain stationary? Why not contest a shot? Mike Bibby, with his animated commentary, expressed dissatisfaction with the Wizards' defensive efforts to Mar Jackson chuckled heartily, pondering whether the Wizards' players were not lacking in effort against Su Yin, but rather immobilized. Indeed, Bibby mused, coming to a realization that Su Yin's formidable ability to anticipate plays rendered defenders helpless. Despite their speed and explosive energy, they were left powerless to intervene, merely watching as Su Yin scored with ease. This exemplified the power of his anticipatory style of play. Exactly, Jackson nodded, his voice resonating with intensity. Agent Zero initiated a powerful offensive surge, asserting dominance on their home court. Subsequently, Su Yin showcased his scoring prowess as the so-called master of anticipation, igniting a fierce battle between the second-round pick and the undrafted player, propelling the game into an exhilarating state. Boom! The crowd cheered, the thrilling duel elevating the atmosphere to new heights on the court. The Wizards regained possession. Arenas brought the ball past half-court, narrowing his eyes and his slits, casting a cold glare at Su Yin. What level is this? An undrafted player. Just a mere three-point shooter. Did he dare to compare himself to me? No doubt, he appeared to be enjoying himself too much. Without a lesson, he seemed oblivious to whose territory Washington belonged to now. Arenas, while ambitious, exuded a certain arrogance, earning him the moniker King of Pressure, a testament to his audacity. With a sudden burst of energy, Arenas accelerated from the right arc, dismissively snorting as he faced Su Yan. "You must be trembling in fear." Su Yan's response was one of indifference. Did this player truly believe himself formidable? Please. He was merely the Agent Zero who scored 40 points in a game, not the general who would explode for 60 against Kobe. Su Yan feigned disinterest. His gaze unfocused. For players like Arenas, full of bravado, the best remedy was to utterly dismantle them in their matchup. Arenas smirked slightly, sensing his transformation into the warrior with a crooked mouth. He relished the defiance of the rookie. However, he intended to impart a valuable lesson, one that would teach him the fundamental principle of surviving in the NBA. Respect your elders, respect the superstars of the league. As the moment arrived, Arenas suddenly accelerated, pushing off the left wing, while Su Yan instinctively anticipated, moving to keep pace. Bang! Their bodies collided. Arenas executed a rapid change of direction, his speed and explosiveness overwhelming that if he were facing an average player, the latter would surely be left in the dust. Yet, as he turned to face the basket, swish, Su Yan stood resolutely before him, blocking his path. Arenas' heart raced, but his demeanor remained calm, with a series of crossovers. He maneuvered the ball deftly in his left hand, feigning a drive before swiftly changing direction. With maximum speed, Arenas slipped past Su Yan. Had he truly done so? Yes, he had indeed cleared him. Yet, Su Yan managed to intercept the ball, executing a steal that seemed almost supernatural. That Arenas' impressive dribble had momentarily deceived Su Yan, but in a flash, Su Yan had completed a clean steal. Such sharp reflexes. Bibby was left speechless. The fans were stunned into silence for a moment. Even Su Yan's teammates were caught off guard, with Yao and Antonio collapsing their defense, preparing to thwart Arenas' drive. Whoosh! Su Yan snatched the ball, launching a fast break that left the Wizards scrambling to catch up. Swish! Su Yan effortlessly laid it in. This kid had quick hands. Arenas narrowed his eyes once more, thinking, if he enjoyed stealing, then as long as my speed was sufficient and my ball protection secure, he would expose himself, creating vulnerabilities that I would exploit with ease, leaving him in my wake. With this thought, Arenas sought out Su Yan again, lowering his center of gravity as he executed a series of rapid behind-the-back dribbles. Showcasing his solid fundamentals, he spun and crossed between his legs with incredible speed. Su Yan's keen eye for the game read every movement, finding no openings, yet he too was unable to mount an offensive. A flamboyant display of dribbling ensued. The crowd gasped in excitement. He just schooled Su Yan. Arenas toyed with Su Yan. Agent Zero had left Su Yan in disbelief. The arena was a frenzy of enthusiasm. The fans reveled in the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the moment Arenas would outmaneuver Su Yan. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Su Yan stood still, unperturbed, not needing to move. Now's the moment. Arenas observed Su Yan's frozen state. A deer caught in headlights, and with a sudden burst of speed, he accelerated, catching Su Yan off guard. His speed was as swift as the wind. "Just wait until you see the back of my head." Arenas cackled. Now's the moment. Unmoved, Su Yan seized the opportunity. Arenas released the ball. He lunged forward to intercept, just as the basketball rebounded, slipping from control. Smack! He snatched the ball away, executing yet another steal from Arenas. This time, despite Arenas managing to maneuver past Su Yan, the ball remained stationary, a rather humiliating occurrence. Now, he had experienced this twice in succession. Physique. Arenas stood before the rim, staring at his empty hands, frozen in place. Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and anger, cursing under his breath at Su Yan launched another counterattack. It was a 5-on-4 situation. Su Yan swiftly advanced with the ball, locating the cutting Pippin. However, it was merely a feint, as he passed to the trailing Henrich to draw the defense. Whoosh! A high lob pass found Yao Ming, who leapt in the air. Not particularly high, but his stature sufficed, executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. A sequence of maneuvers as fierce as a tiger unfolded, showcasing the counterattack against a 4-on-5 scenario. Beep beep. Su Yan had successfully intercepted the wizard star, Arenas, who intended to humiliate him but ended up facing consecutive embarrassment instead. This was indeed a disgrace, a severe blow to morale. Beep beep. Wizards head coach, Eddie Jordan, called a timeout, compelled to halt the game. How could this happen? When did it become clear that Arenas was not merely dribbling the ball? Observing the replay, one could hardly believe Su Yan's swift and precise steal. It seemed utterly incredible. During the timeout, the considerate director promptly provided the footage in slow motion. Su Yan, who appeared initially paralyzed by indecision, suddenly struck with pinpoint accuracy to complete the steal. Moreover, fans could clearly see that the moment Arenas released the ball, Su Yan had already begun his move, poised for the interception. This was unmistakably evident. It indicated that Su Yan had anticipated the trajectory of Arenas' dribble, dashing out ahead to secure the steal with remarkable subtlety. Such foresight was rarely witnessed in fan slow-motion replays, leaving them in awe. TSK, TSK. Mike Bryn exclaimed. His talent might be considered ordinary, lacking in speed and vertical leap. His explosiveness is mediocre as well. Yet his precise anticipation consistently allows him to reach the defensive position ahead of time, disrupting the opponent's offense. Even against the formidable Agent Zero, Arenas, he remains unflinching, adept at reading the game. That is truly impressive. Mark Jackson echoed his astonishment, repeatedly marveling. Su Yan's anticipation style is not mere luck. It is a solid skill. He can genuinely predict plays. This is remarkable. Although his current physical attributes may be somewhat lacking, if he were to enhance his speed, vertical leap, and explosiveness in the future, he would become a terrifying force. While many regard the physically gifted chosen one, LeBron, as limitless in potential, the ceiling for master of anticipation, Su Yan, is equally high, if not higher. Indeed, the commentators praised enthusiastically. Fans were swept up in excitement. Su Yan is incredible. That was just a quick swipe, and the ball was gone. He effortlessly contained Arenas, known for his formidable offensive prowess. That is simply outstanding. Ticula, led by Henrich and Yao, his team wholeheartedly applauded Su Yan. Ha! Su Yan chuckled, dismissing the accolades. Arenas at this stage was merely a third-year player, still in the early stages of his development as Agent Zero, yet to fully mature, should he unleash a 60-point explosion. Engaging in a duel with the Black Mamba, Kobe, he would indeed need to defend seriously. Moments later, as the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Arenas sat on the bench, simmering in frustration for several minutes. He still could not accept that Su Yan could predict his moves. Nor could he fathom how Su Yan's anticipation allowed him to steal the ball repeatedly. He was merely an undrafted player. He could not possibly be this formidable. Driven Arenas continually reinforced this notion within himself, oblivious to his own humble beginnings. Arenas, still irked, sought out Su Yan once more. On. Well done. Yes, that is how to play. After all, he was Agent Zero. How could he fear a mere undrafted rookie, even if he had some skill? Yet, he remained just a newcomer. Charge forth, Arenas. Annihilate Su Yan, and teach this impudent rookie a harsh lesson. We believe in you. The fans, upon witnessing Arenas approach Su Yan again, erupted into a frenzy, seemingly forgetting Su Yan's earlier theft from Arenas. They raised their voices to the highest decibel, cheering for Arenas, eager for him to deliver a resounding humiliation to Su Yan. Su Yan squinted, pondering why he was being stolen from repeatedly. A humiliation indeed. Yet the away crowd remained so fervent. It seemed the level of humiliation was insufficient. Consequently, in this possession, Su Yan refrained from stealing the ball from Arenas, but instead employed anticipatory tracking, making it exceedingly challenging for Arenas to attack. Clang! A four-shot ricocheted off the rim. Moments later, Su Yan once again showcased his exceptional defense, blocking the shorter Arenas as they transitioned to offense. The two engaged in a face-off, Su Yan calm and collected. As they both surged into the paint, with the eye of heaven upon him, Su Yan anticipated that Arenas would leap for a block. Swoosh! A sudden stop-in fake at the rim, as Arenas soared past him. Turning to glance at Arenas, Su Yan smirked in mockery before effortlessly scoring. Wow! The audience erupted once more. not in disdain for Su Yin, but in astonishment that Arenas had been blocked and subsequently faked out so dramatically by an undrafted rookie. Ah, damn it. How could he predict my move? Arenas, perplexed and increasingly enraged, struggled with the reality of his situation. Though he had earned the title of Agent Zero, he was still merely a third-year player, his mentality not yet fully matured, making him prone to frustration. Even as he evolved into the general, he remained susceptible to such emotions. Ha! In the closing moments of the first quarter, Arenas charged at Su Yin once more, attempting to breach his defense, only to be intercepted yet again. Wet tea. Bro. Arenas transformed into a roaring god, howling at the heavens, "Oh my God." As the first quarter concluded, Mike Bryn covered his face in disbelief, lamenting. Su Yin recorded 4 steals and 2 blocks in this quarter. With 3 steals and 1 block against Arenas in 5 defensive matchups, he dominated Arenas without exception. The sheer intensity of his defensive prowess is astounding, unbelievable, and simply remarkable. Indeed, Mark Jackson nodded in amazement, then remarked. Clearly, Arenas started off splendidly, yet his performance plummeted after encountering Su Yin. This can be attributed to Su Yin's formidable defense. Beyond his defensive prowess, Su Yin excelled offensively as well, scoring 15 points in a single quarter, an impressive feat even for seasoned stars. Let alone for someone like Su Yin, a rookie just entering the league in the first quarter, he played the entire duration, accumulating 15 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist for steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing a dazzling display of both offense and defense, leading the Bulls to a resounding 8-point victory over the Wizards. That Su Yin's leadership was not merely through assists or defensive rebounds. His steals, blocks, and exceptional anticipation skills significantly contributed to the team's success. When it comes to leadership abilities, Su Yin certainly possesses them. During the break, the commentators lavished praise upon Su Yin. Meanwhile, the home crowd's enthusiasm waned as Su Yin repeatedly stole the ball from Arenas, containing him and scoring over him. With Su Yin successfully defending Arenas 5 times in a single quarter, along with his impressive statistics of 15 points, for steals and 2 blocks, it became evident to all that the undrafted rookie Su Yin had triumphed over the second-round pick Arenas. Their anticipated leader had fallen to a player overlooked in the draft. While this single game would not diminish the Wizards fans' affection for Arenas, witnessing the Agent Zero in such a disheveled state inevitably left them feeling disappointed. However, Arenas was far from conceding defeat in the second quarter. After the rotation, he once again sought to challenge Su Yin's defense. The result? Still dismal. His dribbling and driving attempts faltered, as did his 3-point shots. Frustrated, Arenas resorted to using his body to overpower Su Yin, but to no avail in terms of physical confrontation. If Su Yin truly decided to assert himself, Arenas wouldn't stand chance, even with hands in pockets. Of course he could, but there was no need for such humiliating measures. There was no deep-seated animosity between them. Throughout the second quarter, Arenas struggled offensively, and as his performance worsened, the fans grew increasingly disheartened. Let it go, some fans subtly suggested to Arenas, urging him to regroup before facing Su Yin again. The cheers grew scarce, yet Arenas remained undeterred. Until the final possession of the second quarter, he finally managed to sink a mid-range jumper over Su Yin. It was a rare occurrence, indeed. Did he truly score? Yes, he did. Su Yin was human. Even the eye of heaven was not invincible. It was only natural for opponents to score occasionally. Moreover, Arenas was no slouch in terms of offensive capability. Scoring was well within the realm of possibility. I scored. I finally scored on Su Yin, Arenas exclaimed, exhilarated as if he had discovered a treasure. Su Yin thought, General, is it really that joyous to score just once against me? Surely, it cannot be that significant. Mike Breen observed Arenas' jubilation and shook his head with a wry smile. Agent Zero seems to have been driven mad by Su Yin. Indeed, Mark Jackson concurred, shaking his head with a smirk. It's understandable, having swiftly risen to become the leader of the Wizards and basking in the spotlight, only to be subdued by an undrafted rookie on his home court. It's no wonder he's feeling a bit crushed. He should be grateful that he didn't end up in a brawl with Su Yin. That would be a testament to his inner turmoil, desperately trying to salvage his pride. However, the home crowd was silent. bewildered by Arena's excitement over scoring against an undrafted player after such a prolonged struggle. Watching Arena celebrate so fervently only left them feeling embarrassed, with a tinge of sympathy. Under the powerful anticipation of Su Yin's eye of heaven, Arena's was repeatedly overwhelmed, transforming him into a mere whisper in the arena. The once boisterous fans grew increasingly subdued, as if a horde of zombies had overrun Busan, turning it into a library, utterly silent, an eerie tranquility enveloping the atmosphere. Su Yin surveyed the arena, a slight smile gracing his lips. The silence of the fans was deafening. With his performance of 15 points, 4 steals, and 2 blocks in a single quarter, and a halftime tally of 26 points. 6 steals, 3 blocks, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, he had left Agent Zero in a state of bewildered laughter, leading the Bulls to a dominant 16-point advantage. The Wizards fans were left speechless, their morale shattered. It was clear that the Bulls were on the path to victory. During halftime, despite Coach Eddie Jordan's earnest attempts to console Arenas and help him regain his composure, the latter could only make slight adjustments in the second half. He ceased his relentless pursuit of Su Yin. Yet his form remained elusive. The Bulls maintained a lead of over 15 points until the end, easily securing another victory over the Wizards. After the game, Mike Breen gazed at Su Yin's statistics and marveled once more. Su Yin had once again amassed 35 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 8 steals, and 4 blocks. Such extraordinary numbers and performances against Agent Zero were nothing short of breathtaking. The master of anticipation, Su Yin, in his undrafted status, had once again delivered a spectacular performance that captivated the audience. Indeed, Mar Jackson added, visibly impressed that, if I recall correctly, Ron Harper, a member of the Bulls dynasty, once achieved 10 steals in a single game during his rookie season, setting a record. Su Yin's 8 steals in this game are equally remarkable. A testament to his formidable anticipation skills that he is truly impressive. The Bulls had secured 2 consecutive victories in the new season, both by large margins. Su Yin, the cornerstone of the team, had once again showcased his brilliance, delighting fans who envisioned a bright future. News outlets were equally thrilled that Su Yin, with 35 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 8 steals, and 4 blocks, as a rookie, achieving 8 steals in a single game and scoring 35 points in consecutive games. Such extraordinary performances are bound to generate countless headlines. Positioned at the center of media attention, Su Yin's popularity soared, garnering him an ever-growing fan base and expanding his influence. Of course, Su Yin's stellar performance served another purpose: to secure the title of Rookie of the Week. In theory, with his recent displays, not only was the Rookie of the Week award within reach, but even the Player of the Week accolade seemed highly probable. However, with King James LeBron in the mix, spurred by Su Yin's performance, he was playing exceptionally well, delivering an explosive outing with 28 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. No ordinary player could match such numbers, and he was a worthy contender. The selection for Rookie of the Week was based on the entire week's performance, not just a single game. Thus, even with 2 outstanding performances, Su Yin needed to maintain his momentum until the week's games concluded. The Bulls returned to Chicago overnight after their stint in Washington. Following a morning of rest, they gathered in the afternoon for their regular training session. Before practice, Su Yin, Yao Ming, and Pippen convened in the cafeteria for a light meal to refuel the table. As they dined, Pippen, having already eaten at home, turned to Su Yin and quipped, "Su, do you know the difference between chopsticks and an AA battery?" Su Yin pondered briefly before responding with a smile. "One is for picking up food, and the other provides power. Their purposes are vastly different." "Wrong." Su Yin was puzzled. Chandler burst into laughter, instantly understanding the joke, while Su Yin remained confused. Yao Ming chuckled and playfully chastised, "Pippen, you rascal." "Ha ha ha." Pippen couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Su Yin's bewildered expression. It struck me as quite amusing. Are the people of Dragon Country really this innocent? Yao. I understood it in a second. "All right, drink water, drink water." Yao chuckled awkwardly, referring to the tactic of drinking water. "Drink water, drink water." Su Yin, completely baffled, joined in the confusion over drinking water. Chandler chuckled, his mind whirring before he added, "Compared to plain water, I prefer well water. Wells, well, they're all the same. It just depends on the water flow. Before Chandler could finish, Pippen interjected, "Ha ha." Chandler laughed heartily, the two exchanging knowing glances, both with a look that said, "You understand me. Well water is indeed refreshing, clean, and hygienic." Su Yin smiled. Are they really talking about well water? Yao seemed a bit uncertain this time as well. Su Yin. Not well water? Then what is it? What you all saying? Do you think you're funny? Shouldn't I be in the cafeteria? Or perhaps in a restroom? A day later, 8 p.m. United Center. The Bulls, back on their home court, are set to face the Mavericks in half an hour. Both teams actively warming up. This week, aside from this match, they also have a game against the Heat that if they perform well in these two matches, securing the Rookie of the Week award should be a breeze. I need to stay composed. While warming up, Su Yin mentally reassured himself. In the commentary booth, Ollie Otter remarked, "The Bulls have shown commendable performance this season. They're no longer the bottom-dwelling team in the Eastern Conference. They are at least aiming for the playoffs." Meanwhile, the Mavericks remain a traditional powerhouse, with the duo of the Kid Nash and the German tank Nowitzki, who reached the Western Conference Finals last year. They battled the defending champions, the Spurs, in a 6-game series. Such fighting spirit is truly remarkable. Nash and Nowitzki, one a playmaker and the other scorer, exhibit a remarkable synergy that results in incredible offensive prowess. Tonight, can the Dragon Country twin stars secure a victory against Nash and Nowitzki, achieving a 3-game winning streak for the season? Let us await the outcome. Soon, the main event commenced. The starting players took the court. Chicago Bulls starters: point guard Kirk Hinrich, shooting guard Su Yin, small forward; Pippen, power forward; Antonio, center; Yao, Dallas Mavericks starters: point guard Steve Nash, shooting guard; Michael Finley, small forward; Josh Howard, power forward; Dirk Nowitzki, center; Antoine Walker, jump ball. Yao and Nowitzki contested the tip-off. Although Nowitzki is a power forward, standing at 213 cm, he is certainly not short and won the initial tip against Yao. Nash received the ball and advanced, initiating the Mavericks' first attack. Bang, bang, bang. After pushing the ball up at the right arc, Josh Howard stepped up to set a screen. Nash maneuvered around the screen, shaking off Hinrich, while Pippen rushed to cover. How to attack? Whoosh! Nash executed a quick dribble, the basketball gliding through Antonio's legs, landing perfectly in the hands of Antoine Walker, who was cutting from the left side, a center cutting to the basket. Not quite. Antoine Walker, at only 203 cm, is of small forward height but can attack from the perimeter like a guard and protect the rim like a center. Averaging 4.5 assists as a guard, he also secures 8.3 rebounds per game while scoring an average of 14.5 points. A versatile player indeed. Receiving the ball on his cut, Yao lagged a half step behind, unable to keep up, allowing Antoine Walker to score with a layup. Bulls 0-2 Mavericks, transitioning offense. Hinrich pushed forward, seeking to find Su Yin, but upon seeing Yao successfully positioning himself under the basket, he immediately lobbed the ball to him, attempting to overpower Antoine Walker. Although he had the height advantage, Walker, as a stocky forward, is exceptionally tough in terms of physicality and relishes defensive challenges. Bang, bang, bang. He provided ample resistance against Yao, who, unable to assert himself, turned for a hook shot near the rim, an uncomfortable attempt that clanged off the rim. After all, he is still a sophomore. Yao's offensive game is evidently still maturing. He is still in the process of growth. Clap. Nowitzki secured the rebound and passed to Nash, who ignited a fast break like a whirlwind. His small frame belied immense energy, darting around the court with an agility akin to that of Sprite. Just as Hinrich caught up and charged toward the basket, swish, Nash, lifting the ball to shoot, seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head as he dished it to the trailing Michael Finley, who leaped for a 3-step dunk. Boom! A thunderous slam dunk was delivered. But the action did not end there. In the next possession, Nash orchestrated the offense once more, executing a beautifully deceptive no-look pass to find Michael Finley in the right corner. An open 3-point opportunity. Swish! Antonio shouted in urgency as he rushed to contest. Swish! Finley remained calm, shifting the ball to the high position occupied by Nowitzki, who found the shot as open as the vast ocean that Nowitzki's 2-point attempt. Swish! It found the net with ease. Another minute passed, and Nowitzki, positioned at the right high post, faced Antonio. After a physical confrontation, he executed a half-turn, fadeaway jumper. not purely a fadeaway, but rather a one-leg posture, reminiscent of the golden rooster standing on one leg. His shooting form somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably challenging. Nevertheless, this is Nowitzki's signature move. Swish. The ball swished through the net. Here it comes. Nowitzki's golden rooster standing on one leg, as perplexing as ever and yet strikingly accurate. On. Nash continuously facilitated scoring opportunities for his teammates, while Nowitzki racked up points, showcasing the dominance of the Mavericks' two-star players right from the start. The Bulls' twin stars also managed to score, but in terms of fluidity in play, the Mavericks held the advantage, gradually seizing control of the game's tempo, an undeniable benefit of having a master of ball control. Indeed, the Kid Nash's ability to orchestrate the team is formidable. As a two-time MVP from 2004 to 2006, Nash has now established himself among the top 5, if not top 3, point guards in the league. He is undeniably impressive. However, Su Yan's performance, under the watchful gaze of the celestial eye, in both offense and defense, was not lacking either, scoring 11 points, recording 3 steals, and 1 block in the first quarter. His contributions worthy of recognition. Yao also tallied 6 points and 5 rebounds. The Dragon Country twin stars did not perform poorly. Bulls 25, 30 Mavericks. The Mavericks led by 5 points, a margin that was not overly significant. However, the tempo remained firmly in Nash's control. If this continues, the situation for the younger Bulls will only worsen as the game progresses. During the break between quarters, Coach Skiles contemplated before stating, "The kid Steve Nash has orchestrated the team's rhythm incredibly well. Under his leadership, the players' potential is unleashed and the offensive flow becomes increasingly seamless. This bodes ill for us. Therefore, we must limit Nash's offensive opportunities. Of course, Nowitzki also needs to be contained. His golden rooster standing on one leg is quite troublesome. And blocking his shots is challenging, but we must apply sufficient defensive pressure to disrupt his flow." As he spoke, he surveyed the players before continuing. In the second quarter, Su Yan will focus on guarding Nash. Antonio will cover Nowitzki on the perimeter, and Pippen will provide help defense as needed. Yao will monitor Nowitzki in the low post. The remaining players should keep track of their assignments and be ready to adapt. Understood. Yes, coach. The crowd unanimously agreed. The point difference was not substantial, yet it was essential to sever the source promptly. One should not wait until Nash fully ignited his teammates' offensive prowess, transforming the entire team into a formidable force. At that point, it would become uncontrollable. Soon enough, the second quarter commenced. With 4 minutes and 22 seconds remaining after a substitution rotation, the starters returned, and the Mavericks held a 7-point lead. Bang, bang, bang. Nash approached with a calm demeanor. Engaging in a one-on-one against Hinrich, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, feigned a shot, and accelerated, leaving the inexperienced Hinrich behind. He penetrated from the left wing, and Antonio rushed to assist, while Yao Ming awaited under the basket. However, Nash maintained his speed, driving deep into the paint before delivering a masterful behind-the-back pass, threading the needle to find Nowitzki, who cut to the free throw line. Middle lane, Pippen shouted. "What?" Yao Ming exclaimed, hurriedly pivoting to contest Nowitzki's advance. Yet it was evidently too late. There was contact in midair. Beep, beep. The whistle blew. Then amidst the imbalance of the contact, Nowitzki managed to bank the shot in, successfully completing a 2+1 swish. He converted the free throw as well. The point difference now stood at 10-8. On. Nowitzki's 2+1 was a testament to the offensive rhythm orchestrated by Nash and the exquisite assist he provided. Their synergy was remarkable. On the court, Su Yan narrowed his eyes, feeling a weight in his heart. An exceptional facilitator could indeed elevate his teammates' performance, effectively enhancing a team's potential to a certain degree. No, he could not allow Nash to continue in this manner. With this thought in mind, Su Yan proactively positioned himself against Nash in the next play. "Are you going to guard me?" Nash focused intently, aware that basketball is not a solitary endeavor, knowing of Su Yan's defensive prowess. Why would he engage in a direct matchup? Josh Howard approached to set a screen. Nash intended to circumvent Su Yan to launch an attack, but Su Yan possessed the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Having already discerned Howard screened, he shifted his position preemptively. Once, twice, he evaded every attempt. Nash could no longer rely on the screen and was forced to confront Su Yan directly, while he sought to avoid a direct matchup. That did not indicate fear. The two were now officially matched. Bang, bang, bang. Nash hesitated, using hesitation dribbles to find his rhythm, always prepared to accelerate and break through. The moment he noticed Su Yan's center of gravity slightly shifting, he thought, now's my chance. Nash's gaze sharpened as he burst forward. However, Su Yan's eye of the Heavenly Emperor tracked Nash's every move, effectively blocking his path. That Nash's primary offensive advantages lay in his speed and shooting ability. His mid-range jumpers and three-pointers off screens were precise, while his signature move was the rapid layup following a burst of speed. Now, as Su Yan evaded the screen and anticipated Nash's drive, he stifled his acceleration and layup, simultaneously closing off passing lanes. With a comprehensive defensive strategy, Su Yan locked down Nash, leaving him feeling as though he could barely move. What an oppressive defense! Nash attempted to break through multiple times, but found himself increasingly pressured as Su Yan loomed before him, making it clear that he could neither score nor find suitable passing opportunities. What to do? He could only force a pass. When Finley received the ball, the opportunity was poor and time was running short. So he charged toward the basket, bearing the defensive pressure. The outcome was predictably lackluster. Clang. The shot clanked off the rim. Rebounding? Yao Ming leapt high, his considerable height ensuring he secured the rebound. Su Yan had successfully contained the wind-child Nash, disrupting the Mavericks' offensive flow. In transition, Hinrich pushed the ball up court to the left arc, unleashing a swift three-pointer, but fell just short, ricocheting off the front rim. Antonio collected the rebound, keeping the ball moving, passing it to the cutting Su Yan as he approached the basket against Antoine Walker's defensive rotation. He employed a Euro step, moving fluidly with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor's foresight. Step, step, though not particularly fast. He easily maneuvered around Walker, executing a low layup with grace. The attack appeared effortless. The defense, too, seemed casual. However, beneath the surface, it was undeniably forceful, once more rendering Nash utterly immobile. Damn, Nash grumbled internally. He can always anticipate my driving lanes and preemptively close me off. This distinctive predictive playing style is indeed difficult to contend with. I cannot allow him to remain so closely attached to me. With this in mind, Nash initiated contact with Su Yan, executing a series of crossover steps to create space. Then performed a right-handed in-and-out move. Whoosh! He accelerated again, unleashing all of his speed. No embellishments. He aimed to overpower Su Yan directly, a linear acceleration to one side. The ball's bounce frequency, 0.7 seconds, 0.6 seconds, 0.5 seconds. Now, Su Yan struck decisively. From the wing, he darted across Nash's body, swiping the ball from the opposite side before it could settle in Nash's hands. That a perfectly timed steal. Nash was taken aback. Su Yan seized the opportunity, securing the stolen ball and launching a counterattack. A 3-on-2 break toward the basket. A swift layup. Swish. It went in effortlessly. Why? The fans wondered why Josh Howard, who had trailed behind, did not attempt to contest the shot. In truth, Su Yan had anticipated Howard's awareness of Hinrich's approach from the other side, worrying he might pass the ball. Thus, a straightforward layup was the best course of action. This exemplified the extraordinary perceptive ability of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, not merely in this counterattack, but also in the previous defensive steal. In extreme moments, Su Yan's precision engaging Nash's dribbling time during his acceleration, identifying patterns, and executing a preemptive steal against Nash's linear drive showcased the remarkable abilities inherent to his basketball prowess. As Su Yan continued to utilize this skill, he grew increasingly adept at harnessing the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. In 2 successive attacks, Su Yan managed to steal the ball from Nash and thwart the Mavericks' offense twice, converting both opportunities into points, thereby narrowing the deficit to 6. However, this was not the end. With 5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining, smack, Su Yan once again executed an unbelievable steal against Nash, who was momentarily caught off guard. But he failed to secure possession of the ball. Out of bounds. Mavericks ball. As the sideline ball was handed back to Nash, Su Yan pressed forward again. Nash accelerated to the right low post, creating a half-step advantage over Su Yan. There was an opening. Swoosh. Nash halted abruptly, executing a graceful fadeaway jumper. But, smack, Once more, Su Yan, anticipating Nash's shot, intercepted the ball at the apex of his jump, leaving Nash in a state of disarray mid-dash air in a single possession. Su Yan had stolen the ball from Nash twice. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The commentators were equally amazed as everyone marveled. With 3 minutes and 21 seconds left, Nash evaded Su Yan once more, seeking his teammate, delivering what appeared to be a beautiful bounce pass. Whoosh! Su Yan, like a specter, emerged from the shadows to intercept it mid-flight. With 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining, the Mavericks launched another fast break, and Nash transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly finding Michael Finley for a potential attack. But Su Yan remained vigilant, waiting for Nash to distribute the ball. The moment it left Nash's hands, Su Yan dashed forward once again, intercepting the basketball. Another steal. Unbelievable. Su Yan had once more anticipated Nash's passing lane, executing the steal and continuously disrupting Nash's orchestrated offense. Truly a master of anticipation, his astounding ability to steal the ball left Nash completely stifled. The first half has concluded. The spectators are mesmerized by Su Yan's repeated steals, their excitement palpable in the commentary box. Ali Oak casts a glance at Su Yan's statistics and exclaims in disbelief. Incredible! Su Yan has recorded 6 steals in a single quarter. This could very well be a new rookie record for steals in a game. Indeed, throughout the annals of NBA history, the record for steals in a single quarter stands at 8. And Su Yan is tantalizingly close to this milestone. One might even say, 6 steals in a quarter is already an astonishing feat, truly remarkable. Haha! Doug Collins bursts into laughter, his expression equally astonished. With 6 steals in 1 quarter and 9.5, he's just 1 steal shy of the single-game rookie record of 10 set by Ron Harper. Notably, all 6 of Su Yan's steals in the second quarter came at the expense of the Kid Nash, effectively locking him down. Under the defensive prowess of the master of anticipation, Su Yan, Nash found himself unable to advance, committing numerous turnovers and disconnecting from his team. This disarray resulted in the team's performance suffering. Despite holding a 10-point lead at one juncture, the Bulls, capitalizing on Su Yan's relentless steals, managed to reclaim a 4-point advantage by halftime, with statistics reading 25 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 8 steals, and 2 blocks at the half. Su Yan's performance is nothing short of extraordinary for an undrafted rookie. It is simply phenomenal. Holy wet! Ali Oates' astonishment grows with each passing moment, and he excitedly shouts, one of the Mavericks' dual cores, the Kid Nash, has been thoroughly contained by Su Yan as the second half approaches. The Mavericks' other core player, the German tank Dirk Nowitzki, must rise to the occasion, employing his unanswerable one-leg fadeaway to help the team regain its momentum. The commentators discuss this necessity, while the players contemplate their strategies. Nash, having taken a breather during halftime, lies on the couch, grappling with existential questions. Indeed, it is quite the predicament. A top 5-point guard and all-star in the league being outmatched by an undrafted rookie with 6 consecutive steals in a single quarter is utterly unfathomable. Not even Jordan could achieve such a feat. This, undoubtedly, is a source of embarrassment for Nash. Though he maintains his composure and refrains from confronting Su Yan, the shame and frustration weigh heavily on him, adversely affecting his mindset for the second half. Thus, Mavericks head coach Don Nelson offers words of comfort to Nash while urging Nowitzki to take charge and score. Understood, Nowitzki replies with confidence. His first-half performance was commendable, aided by Nash's exquisite passes, making his scoring opportunities much easier. Even without Nash, his one-leg fadeaway remains sharp, allowing him to score proficiently. After all, he is an all-star, the German tank, and he means business. Consequently, as the second half unfolds, with Nash rendered sluggish by Su Yan's relentless pressure, Nowitzki steps up to lead the offensive charge. He begins with a left side post-up, pivoting and driving strongly past Antonio for a layup. Next, from the right high post, he faces the defense of the towering Yao Ming, yet he engages in a fierce battle, executing his signature one-legged fadeaway, disregarding the defense, and launching a shot that is both elevated and remarkably difficult to block. Yao, unable to contest the shot, can only watch in awe as Nowitzki consistently sinks these challenging attempts. Swish! Nowitzki scores yet again. On His one-leg fadeaway is indeed indefensible and awe-inspiring. This is outrageous. The German tank is on fire. The home crowd is visibly anxious, sensing the mounting pressure. However, the dynamics on the court have yet to shift. While Nowitzki may be scoring, Su Yin continues to find success, and Yao Ming maintains his dominance in the paint against Antoine Walker. The height disparity, 226 centimeters to 203 centimeters, is simply too great. Even though Walker averages over 8 rebounds per game, he cannot contend with Yao's imposing stature. Nevertheless, despite the Dragon Country twin stars performing admirably, with Nowitzki's scoring prowess, the Bulls are unable to extend their lead. When Nowitzki is in full swing, the Bulls' defensive focus shifts, and although Nash is struggling, he is still capable of capitalizing on any openings. Moreover, Finley possesses a degree of tenacity that surpasses that of Henrich. In light of this, Su Yin narrows his eyes, swiftly calculating his next move, stepping forward to confront Nowitzki. Indeed, the 198 centimeters tall Su Yin is prepared to defend Nowitzki one-on-one. Your one-legged fadeaway? I am eager to see if you can secure a favorable scoring opportunity under my watchful, but a glint of determination shines in Su Yan's gaze, his defensive instincts heightened. Nowitzki, noticing Su Yan's defensive presence, willingly offers him the mismatch, and he is unreserved in his approach. I am not Nash. You guard me. And it is akin to a gift. With confidence, Nowitzki engages Su Yin, who seems to retreat, ostensibly avoiding confrontation, yet maintaining his defensive integrity, retreating without engaging. Is that not a free pass? Seeing my retreat and backward lean, he must think I am preparing for a one-legged fadeaway. Both players harbor their own cautious strategies. However, with the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, Su Yin anticipates Nowitzki's next move. As Nowitzki gathers the ball and prepares to elevate for his fadeaway, Su Yin, as if he had been anticipating this moment all along, deftly swipes the ball away with perfect timing. Nowitzki is taken aback as Su Yin snatches the ball and initiates a fast break, seamlessly weaving through defenders. With a sudden halt, he fakes out a charging Josh Howard, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, before effortlessly finishing with a layup in the transition. Nowitzki once again seeks to reclaim the ball from Su Yin, unwilling to believe he could lose possession again. He engages Su Yin once more, resisting the urge to immediately launch his one-leg fadeaway. Instead, he feigns a few shots, observing Su Yan's response. When he sees Su Yin remain unfazed, he unexpectedly goes for the fadeaway, unaware that Su Yin has already read his intentions. Remaining motionless until the opportune moment, Su Yin strikes. Smack! With impeccable timing, he intercepts the ball just as Nowitzki is about to release his signature shot. On. Su Yin's timely deflection of Nowitzki's attempt is sharp and precise, causing disruption in the Mavericks' offense and leaving opponents in dismay. Nowitzki is left bewildered, wondering if Su Yin is deliberately avoiding contact, predicting his shooting timing and waiting to swipe the ball. Impressive, he muses, but he is determined not to allow Su Yin to succeed again. Nowitzki snorts softly. Having discerned Su Yan's defensive strategy, he refuses to remain passive and decides to counteract with his own moves. What now? Bang, bang, bang! Nowitzki abandons the straightforward fadeaway, opting instead for a shoulder-to-shoulder confrontation, spinning into the lane and charging towards the basket, ready to challenge Su Yin once again. Typically, facing a shorter guard, he would easily execute a straightforward one-leg fadeaway, as defenders often lack the means to contest it. However, due to Su Yan's relentless pressure for steals, Nowitzki resorts to a half-turn fadeaway, exerting his energy to penetrate the paint and enhance his shooting percentage. To have a guard, especially an undrafted one, push Nowitzki to this extent is truly remarkable. This shot is bound to find its mark. Nash exuded an air of confidence, exceptionally familiar with his longtime partner. He knew that unless he thoroughly evaded Su Yin, attempting to shoot in his presence, regardless of whether it was a direct shot or a pivot, would be perilous. Pippen smiled slightly, well aware of Su Yan's formidable ability to anticipate and intercept. Just who could stop him? In the next moment, with a resounding smack, Su Yin executed yet another steal for Nowitzki, once again rendering him helpless in his signature golden chicken stand-alone pose. How could this be possible? Nowitzki was taken aback. On. Alioti trembled in disbelief as Su Yin repeatedly dismantled Nowitzki's nearly impenetrable golden chicken stance, causing the D country tank to falter. Indeed, Doug Collins exclaimed, equally astonished as he growled. Su Yin had stolen the ball for Nowitzki 3 consecutive times. Racking up an astounding 12 steals in a single game, he resembled a frenzied thief, relentlessly thwarting the offensive maneuvers of both the D country tank and the Son of the Wind. Holy! Wet! Another steal! Su Yin executed yet another theft for Nowitzki, embodying the essence of a ball-stealing savant, dismantling every offensive attempt from his opponent. Such terrifying capability. Despite his somewhat cumbersome style of play, his dexterity was astonishing, effortlessly snatching the ball away. This is the prowess of a master of anticipation. Beyond offense, he excelled in defense, accurately predicting offensive routes and executing precise steals. Su Yin was truly remarkable. Wow. The fans were ecstatic. The commentators were flabbergasted. The Bulls players were exhilarated. The Mavericks fans were left speechless. Nowitzki, however, was infuriated, having been pilfered 3 times in succession by an undrafted rookie, a guard with a mismatched advantage, and yet appearing so nonchalant about it. How could he not be angry? This was truly infuriating. You little rascal. Like Nash, Nowitzki, known for his temperance, could no longer contain himself after being stolen from 3 times in a row by Su Yin. With a furious roar, he resolved to overpower Su Yin the next round. Leveraging his height and strength to forcefully drive through, he had to reclaim his dignity. As before, Su Yin prioritized evading confrontation while staying close. However, upon realizing that Nowitzki was charging at him with reckless abandon, he decided to stand firm. Retreating to the lower right position, when Nowitzki barreled toward him once again, Su Yin felt a surge of steel-like strength coursing through his body. Bang! The clash of muscles echoed. How? Su Yin remained as steady as a mountain, unyielding, while Nowitzki, like a battering ram, staggered backward. Just one confrontation had left Nowitzki bewildered. What was this sudden surge of power? Nowitzki, eyes filled with confusion, pushed forward, determined to score with brute force against Su Yin. Yet under the influence of that ironclad strength, Su Yin stood firm like an immovable mountain, a mountain that Nowitzki could not surmount. Bang, bang, bang. A series of full-force confrontations yielded nothing but feeble attempts, as Su Yin remained calm, absorbing Nowitzki's fierce struggles. Pippen could not help but quip from the sidelines. Hey Dirk, have you forgotten to eat? Some fans in the front row burst into laughter upon hearing this. Wow. The crowd erupted, each person caught in a state of astonishment. TSKs? Alioti clicked his tongue repeatedly, though Nowitzki was not particularly known for his strength among power forwards. He should have been more than capable against the guard. Yet now, he found himself utterly unable to budge Su Yin. This was outrageous. Ha! Doug Collins chuckled heartily, reminding everyone that under his second persona, Su Yin was a refined brute, possessing bench press strength surpassing that of Karl Malone. He simply did not relish confrontation, or perhaps his offensive and defensive styles did not necessitate it. However, he was not afraid of confrontation. He was more than capable of handling it. If Nowitzki truly sought to engage him, wanted to force Su Yin into a battle, he would be disappointed. When Su Yin unleashed his full ferocity, he was even more formidable than Nowitzki on the court. Nowitzki faced continuous thefts and found himself unable to overpower Su Yin in their confrontations. His composure began to fray as he charged at Su Yin and Antonio's defense, attempting to force his way to the basket. Was there any success? Clearly not. He hit nothing but iron. This miss was not merely about hitting iron. It also shattered the psyche of the D country tank. Thus, with the keen eye of Celestial Emperor, Su Yin unleashed a defense so powerful that it dismantled both Nash, the Son of the Wind, and Nowitzki, the D country tank. This cascade of events triggered a butterfly effect. The Bulls, having trailed by as much as 10 points, surged ahead to finish the third quarter with a 13-point lead, maintaining their advantage until the end. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed once more, securing their 3rd consecutive victory of the season. Post-game, incredible, Alioti marveled as Su Yin delivered yet another stellar performance, leading the team to victory over the formidable Mavericks, a team that had reached the Western Conference Finals last year. Their strength was not to be underestimated. and the Dragon Country twin stars were still quite young. This victory was indeed impressive, with the lion's share of the credit going to Su Yin. That night, Su Yin amassed an astonishing 37 points. 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 12 steals, and 3 blocks. An astounding 12 steals that effectively annihilated the entire Mavericks team. Additionally, with this magnificent display, Su Yin shattered 3 records once again. Another 3 records? Doug Collins was awestruck. Had Su Yin not just broken 3 records in the season opener? Now, in his 3rd game of the season, he did it again. Indeed. What records were these? Doug Collins sang in harmony as Ollie OT consulted his notes, exclaiming, first, 6 steals in a single quarter, setting a new rookie record for steals in a quarter, just 2 shy of the NBA record of 8 steals, as Su Yin had only played 3 games in the NBA, and he had ample opportunity to match or even surpass this record. Second, 12 steals in a single game, surpassing Ron Harper's previous record of 10 steals, establishing a new record for steals in a single game by a rookie. Third, 12 steals in a single game, eclipsing the 11 steals record jointly held by Larry Kennon and Kendall Gill. In summary, Su Yin's performance had established new rookie record for steals in a quarter. In a game, and total steals in a game, he was truly a ball-stealing savant, indeed. Doug Collins paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, nodding in agreement. It was a fittingly grandiose moniker that captured Su Yin's capabilities and essence. 4 steals in his first game, 8 in his second, and 12 in his third. Su Yin's astonishing ability to steal the ball was reminiscent of a ball-stealing savant, consistently dismantling his opponent's offensive strategies. The 2 commentators, exuberantly praising Su Yin, were met with thunderous cheers from the fans, who rallied in support of him. Meanwhile, the entire Mavericks team, overwhelmed by the steel wizard Su Yin, exited the arena with downcast expressions. Dejected and disheartened, prior to the game, even the experts could only hazard a guess that the Bulls might secure a victory over the formidable Mavericks, thanks to their home court advantage and Su Yin's stellar performance. However, few could have anticipated that the Bulls would triumph in such a resounding manner, and even fewer could foresee that Su Yin would transform into the Steel Wizard, achieving an astonishing 12 steals in a single match. With sheer determination, he managed to neutralize 2 formidable all-stars, the son of Win Nash and the German tank Nowitzki. The crowd was left in awe as Su Yin progressively challenged their perceptions of his abilities. The following day, without a hint of doubt, the moniker Steel Wizard, a title that exuded power and instilled fear in adversaries, circulated throughout basketball websites, as Su Yin delivered yet another extraordinary performance that sparked tireless discussions among fans. Is this even real? 12 steals in one game by an undrafted rookie who has only played 3 matches in the NBA? This is utterly ridiculous. 37 points and 8 steals. Such exaggerated statistics. They exclaimed, indeed, for a rookie, these figures are simply insane that I wouldn't even dare to script something like this for a movie. Not to mention, even NBA 2K wouldn't allow such gameplay to ha. Eon. Su Yin is simply too strong. The master of anticipation, the Steel Wizard, the Gentleman's Bruiser, the heir to Jordan. Each of these titles is chilling in its own right. To see them all attributed to a single player is nothing short of astounding. And if one were to label this player as an undrafted rookie, the situation would become all the more bizarre and unbelievable. Truly, it is impressive enough that he is young, handsome, and exceptionally skilled. I would love to be Su Yin's boyfriend. I yearn for a partner as perfect as Su Yin. If only such a person existed, I would certainly invest in a comfortable, knee-friendly mat. Knee-friendly. What does that even mean? Something feels off. Su Yin's prowess has eclipsed the shine of other rookies, leaving them in the shadows. In reality, players like Henrich, TJ Ford, and Hayes have performed reasonably well. Yet, they pale in comparison to Wade, Bosch, and Anthony, and the gap between them and Su Yin is even more pronounced. In an instant, the other rookies found themselves overshadowed. The key point is that those rookies who had boasted about challenging Su Yin during the offseason and preseason have now fallen silent, devoid of both voice and image. Why? Because Su Yin is simply too formidable. His strength instills fear and trepidation, rendering them hesitant to challenge him, reluctant to face him on the court, and even unwilling to share the same playing field. They are left as mere spectators in the backdrop. It is worth mentioning that Darko Milicic, the second overall pick from the illustrious 2003 draft class, has seemingly vanished since entering the NBA. Initially selected second overall amidst a constellation of superstars, he was expected to be on par with the King LeBron. Why has he faded from sight? Renowned ESPN commentator Bill Walton analyzed the situation in his blog, explaining that it is not that Milicic lacks talent, but rather that both his team and surrounding circumstances are not conducive to his development. Milicic, chosen by the Pistons, has had limited opportunities to showcase his gifts, overshadowed by the likes of Big Ben Wallace, Mehmet Okur, and Prince, each a formidable player in their own right. Furthermore, Eldon Campbell, a fellow center, occupied the bench as a center himself. Milicic found his playing time restricted to the Pistons' three-man rotation, relegated to a role akin to that of a water cooler attendant. With scarce minutes on the court, Coach Larry Brown's lofty expectations only compounded the pressure. A single misstep in defense could see him benched for a lesson in humility. This left Milicic with little opportunity to shine, compounded by the Pistons' rugged playing style. As a player relying on finesse, he needed time to adapt, yet such chances were denied. Consequently, from the preseason onwards, Milicic's playing time dwindled, and his performance faltered in a championship-contending team. Such struggles only resulted in further reductions in his playing time and a downward spiral in performance. This has led to his dismal averages of 1.5 points, 1.2 rebounds, 0.2 assists, 0.2 steals, and 0.5 blocks over 4 games this season. A stark contrast to the dazzling displays of 20 points and 10 rebounds he often showcased in summer league play, leaving many feeling disappointed and disheartened. There exists a peculiar law in NBA drafts. Invariably, one of the top 3 picks will turn out to be a bust. This year, with first overall pick LeBron and third overall pick Anthony excelling, it seems almost reasonable for Milicic, the second overall pick, to bear the label of a draft bust. Indeed, it is a reasonable conclusion. Bill Walton's analysis holds merit. Milicic's undeniable talent has been stifled by the Pistons system and the excessive expectations imposed by his coach. Everyone is abuzz about Su Yan, and there are countless facets of his game worthy of discussion at present. Su Yan's commanding performances pose the greatest threat to the upcoming opponents, the Miami Heat. Inside a Miami Arena's video room, Coach Stan Van Gundy and the Heat players are intently watching the footage of the previous game between the Bulls and Mavericks. TSK. After witnessing Su Yan steal the ball from Nowitzki 3 times in succession, the left-handed magician Odom's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yan's ability to anticipate the game is remarkable. His timing for steals is uncanny. Indeed, a true steal wizard. His basketball IQ is exceptionally high, and his defensive reading skills are top-notch. Despite his seemingly average talent, he excels at both offense and defense. Eddie Jones, too, wore a serious expression. Steal, Wade scoffed, muttering under his breath. What master of anticipation? It's merely luck. Tomorrow night, I will make sure to take Su Yan down a peg. I must avenge the shame of the Summer League. In a corner, a player who had remained mostly silent watched the footage of Su Yan's repeated displays of skill and strength, each time succeeding with a slow, yet effective offensive play. Internally, he felt a surge of joy. The master of anticipation. Seems quite impressive. I probably won't make a name for myself in the NBA, so I'll place my hopes on you and Yao. The Dragon Nation's twin stars. I have faith in you. Moreover, you both should spend a year honing your skills in the NBA. Next summer, let us join forces for the Olympics in Athens, with the twin stars and a few seasoned veterans. Our combined strength should allow us to reach the quarterfinals once more, or even further, just like in '96. As he indulged in fantasies about the future, the other Heat players, having finished watching the footage, felt nothing short of a headache, each recognizing how formidable the master of anticipation, the steel wizard Su Yan, truly was. However, at that moment, Coach Stan Van Gundy spoke up, his tone deliberate and measured. While Su Yan is certainly far superior to the average undrafted rookie, he is not invincible. I have identified a significant flaw in his game, one that can be exploited. What flaw could that possibly be? Led by Jones and Odom, the crowd's eyes widened with a flicker of confusion. Wade leaned in closer, straining to listen. Yao Ming also drew near. Stan Van Gundy narrowed his eyes into a mere slit and solemnly declared, Su Yan is a master of anticipation. He possesses the ability to read both offense and defense. allowing him to preemptively engage in both realms. He's quite formidable. Moreover, he wields a strength that surpasses that of the iron elbow Karl Malone, rendering physical challenges ineffective. Indeed, he is difficult to defend against. However, he is not without vulnerabilities. Upon my observation, Su Yan's most potent scoring method is his ability to break past opponents through anticipation. Yet, when it comes to shooting, Su Yan not only attempts very few shots, but also boasts a rather low shooting percentage. This implies that he is not particularly skilled in shooting. Not skilled? Jones inquired, somewhat perplexed, as he had not discerned this himself. Exploiting strengths while avoiding weaknesses, Stan Van Gundy snapped his fingers, affirming, I have thoroughly analyzed his game footage. He truly shoots very little. When he can drive, he opts not to shoot, and on several occasions, he created separation for jump shots that should have been routine, yet he missed them. In my analysis, I conclude that Su Yan lacks a reliable shot, rendering his shooting ability quite poor. As a rookie who went undrafted, he certainly cannot possess the all-around prowess of a chosen one like LeBron. He must have his shortcomings. We simply have not discovered them yet. Currently, shooting represents Su Yan's Achilles heel, his glaring weakness. Tomorrow night, our defensive strategy against Su Yan will be to concede shots while guarding against drives, and upon any penetration, we will collapse our defense and double-team him. I believe that if he lacks a reliable shot, even with a degree of anticipation in a crowded paint, his offense cannot flow smoothly. Once we contain Su Yan, the Bulls will crumble like a house of cards. Mastering Su Yan and defeating the Bulls will be a natural outcome. Oh wow, Odom remarked, nodding repeatedly, seemingly convinced, as he had just wondered why Su Yan missed an open shot and thought it unfortunate. Little did he know, he truly lacked a reliable shot. Yes, Wade chimed in, noting that as an undrafted player, Su Yan's shooting could not be exceptional. Anticipation may allow him to evade defenders, but shooting is a skill that cannot be mastered merely through anticipation. Su Yan lacks a reliable shot. Indeed, Coach, Jones nodded emphatically. Identifying Su Yan's weakness would allow them to contain him, and the Bulls, who had secured 3 consecutive victories this season, would pose no threat. Let's defeat the Bulls. The Heat players raised their fists in exuberance, each brimming with morale and fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the Bulls, who had languished at the bottom of the Eastern Conference for 4 seasons and had not made the playoffs in 5, were filled with renewed confidence and determination following their 3 consecutive victories. Both teams brimmed with confidence, promising an exciting matchup. Soon, a day later, as night fell, the much-anticipated clash was upon them at 8 p.m. With 15 minutes to spare before the game, in the commentary booth, Barkley stroked his chin and remarked seriously, this year's Heat, bolstered by the left-handed magician Odom and the rising star Flash Wade, possess formidable strength. They are well-equipped to challenge for a playoff spot. Kenny, who do you think has the better chance of winning tonight, the Heat or the current Bulls? Kenny Smith pondered briefly before responding candidly. On paper, the Heat appear stronger, but in terms of individual performance and player form, the Bulls, with their master of anticipation and ball-stealing, Maniac Su Yan, are truly formidable. The Bulls, still enjoying home court advantage, indeed possess greater combat prowess under the leadership of the Dragon Nation Twin Stars. Regardless, this does not diminish the allure of tonight's matchup. Absolutely, the 2 commentators agreed. Before long, the main event commenced, with the starting players of both teams exuding an air of confidence as they made their way to the center of the court. Chicago Bulls starting lineup: point guard, Hinrich, shooting guard, Su Yan, small forward, Pippen, power forward, Antonio, center, Yao Ming. Miami Heat starting lineup: point guard, Eddie Jones, shooting guard, Dwayne Wade, small forward, Karen Butler, power forward, Lamar Odom. Center, Brian Grant, jump, ball. The duel between Yao Ming and Grant commenced. Smack. The 206 centimeters tall Brian Grant faced off against the towering 226 centimeters Yao Ming, a significant height disparity. Yao Ming effortlessly tipped the basketball. Hinrich received the ball and, as always, advanced to execute the Bulls' first attack, aiming for a 4th consecutive victory this season. To the top of the arc, he handed the ball to Su Yan, pulling back to create space for him. As Jones approached defensively, Su Yan slightly lowered his center of gravity, preparing to attack, when he suddenly noticed that Jones had not fully committed, granting him a step of space. Su Yan sensed something amiss. Accelerating into the right wing, he moved closer to Jones, his Heavenly Emperor's eye scanning for defensive weaknesses. Yet Jones retreated while defending, still providing Su Yin with a space to exploit. All weaknesses indeed led to a direct shooting opportunity. Swish! Seizing the opening, Su Yin acted without hesitation, executing an abrupt jump shot, a near-open jump shot. Clang! It missed. The spectators paid little attention. Jones smiled faintly, while Stan Van Gundy crossed his arms, exuding an air of strategic control. Su Yin noticed the peculiar expressions on the two, suddenly realizing that Stan Van Gundy had discerned his technical shortcoming, his inability to shoot. They were conceding shots while guarding against drives, allowing him to shoot but not drive. Although he could hit some open shots, driving to score would boost morale significantly and impact the team more profoundly. This defensive strategy was astute. Yet, what if he forced his way through? If he penetrated the paint? They would have to defend. They couldn't possibly allow him an uncontested layup. But could they truly thwart the prowess of his Heavenly Emperor's eye? With this thought in mind, Su Yin resolved on the next play not to shoot when given the opportunity, but to aggressively attack the rim. However, as he charged into the paint, he suddenly realized that, in addition to Jones, Odom and Brian Grant had also converged. Simultaneously, Karen Butler joined the fray, in short, as Su Yin barreled into the paint. The Heat immediately collapsed their defense, with 4 players awaiting to deliver a decisive blow. Su Yin comprehended once again. While defending my shot, they simultaneously collapsed on my drive, severely diminishing my offensive efficiency. Quite clever. This strategy will certainly limit my offensive capabilities. After all, in such a crowded paint, even with the Heavenly Emperor's eye, it is impossible to consistently score against 4 defenders. However, will they truly manage to defend me like this? Having mulled over this, Su Yin quickly realized, upon noticing the Heat's defensive contraction, that the situation was less than favorable for an offensive opportunity. Swish! Recognizing the difficulty of the opportunity, he executed a swift backward pass to the right arc, finding the previously unguarded Hinrich, who promptly launched a three-pointer. With precision, it soared through the air and swished through the net. This was akin to a practice shot. Hinrich would not squander such an opportunity. Following the subsequent play, Su Yin once more attempted to penetrate, only to be met with a swarm of defenders. Su Yin. It seems they're determined to make my life difficult. Given this, he resolved not to attack. As 3 defenders closed in, he remained calm, waiting for them to fully converge. IT required no extraordinary passing skills. A simple return pass would suffice. Pippen received the ball in the airspace of the paint. And as Odom moved to assist defensively, Pippen executed a high lob, with Yao Ming soaring up from the other side. Boom! With both hands, he executed a powerful slam dunk. Su Yin did not score. Yet the Bulls managed to convert both of their initial offensive plays. However, the Heat's offense was equally relentless. Odom dominated Antonio in the low post, executing a smooth turnaround jump shot that found its mark with precision. Jones also tore through Hinrich's defense, driving to the basket with success. The Bulls led 5-4 against the Heat. Su Yin squinted slightly, realizing that if I am to refrain from scoring, then I shall endeavor to draw as much defensive attention as possible from my teammates. Furthermore, on the defensive end, I must continue to contribute significantly. In transition, when the Heat's leading scorer, Eddie Jones, who averaged 17.6 points per game, and to exploit Hinrich, Su Yin stepped up. Closely guarding Jones, he applied immediate defensive pressure. Jones, seeking rhythm through a series of between-the-legs dribbles, suddenly accelerated off the ground with the ball in his right hand. The moment the basketball bounces uncontrollably, that is where the vulnerability lies. In an instant, Su Yin, though not overly swift, was remarkably precise in his approach that he anticipated the ball's trajectory and executed a steal from Jones in the subsequent possession. The defiant Jones, undeterred, once again challenged Su Yin's defensive prowess. What happened? He was intercepted yet again. To force a challenge against Su Yin's formidable defense was akin to a player attempting to guard the legendary Shaquille O'Neal under the basket. Futile. Damn it. Jones muttered under his breath, frustrated at being stripped again. Despite recognizing Su Yin's exceptional defensive capabilities, being stolen from repeatedly, and having the ball taken from him within 3 dribbles by a rookie, was an excruciating experience. Who could possibly understand this pain? As Jones's frustration grew, he became increasingly agitated. On, Barkley exclaimed, marveling at Jones's scoring ability and ball-handling skills, only to witness Su Yan's effortless steals. What an astounding display of defense. Ha! Kenny Smith chuckled, noting the emergence of the ball-stealing prodigy on the court. 3 minutes later, an irate Jones sought out Su Yan once more. Having learned from his previous 2 possessions, he became more astute, diligently protecting the ball while executing sudden stops and changes of direction to create space. Did he succeed? It appeared so. Yet, every feint was rendered predictable before Su Yan, who observed everything as though in slow motion, leaving no room for deception. The next acceleration will be a retreat step. He successfully anticipated the move, charging towards his objective. Even though Jones's ball handling was flashy and his speed impressive, Su Yan arrived a step ahead, prepared to respond. Then, with a resounding thwack, he swatted Jones's shot away. Despite Jones creating separation with his movement, given his poor speed and leaping ability, how could he be blocked? It seemed utterly absurd. Jones's face turned a shade of green and purple, a grimace of disbelief on his features. If he could have uttered a curse at that moment, it would have been a resounding exclamation. Eddie, following this rejection, the Heat's second leading scorer and primary playmaker, Odom, sought out Eddie Jones, acknowledging Su Yan's remarkable anticipatory skills. His defensive style was peculiar, making his defense appear weak in light of his average talent, while in reality, it was formidable. Do not be deceived or let it affect your mindset. Evade him and allow me to confront him. All right. Comforted, Eddie Jones suppressed his inner turmoil, striving for composure, letting the left-handed magician Odom take a shot at Su Yan. How did that turn out? The same result. In just 5 minutes, Su Yan managed to steal the ball from Odom once and recorded 2 blocks. While both were guards with average talent, for Jones to be blocked was already humiliating enough. Odom, who possessed notable talent and stood at 208 centimeters, was also thwarted twice by Su Yan, which was doubly humiliating. What a disgrace. Indeed, it was a source of great shame. Thus, before confronting Su Yan, Odom had maintained a steady and confident demeanor. But after their exchange, he was left seething with frustration, cursing even more than Jones. That it was as if he had entered the arena in good spirits only to depart in utter dismay, lamenting how his otherwise excellent shots were consistently thwarted. Did this little brat possess foresight, anticipating his every move? Such thoughts were ludicrous. Odom was utterly incensed. Lamar, calm down, calm down. Eddie Jones, still grappling with his own frustrations, glanced at the more agitated Odom, patting him on the back in reassurance, thinking to himself, "Brother, I understand you'd on." Barkley exclaimed as he glanced at the statistics, astonished. Although the defensive strategy of containing the jump shot and defending the drive seemed to exploit Su Yan's offensive shortcomings, it had yielded poor results, allowing Su Yan to score only 3 points in the first quarter. Nonetheless, he had recorded 3 steals, 3 blocks, and 2 rebounds. Crucially, on the offensive end, Su Yan attracted defensive attention. While on the defensive end, he neutralized the scoring threats posed by Eddie Jones and Lamar Odom with successive steals and blocks. Consequently, even with Su Yan's modest scoring, the Bulls led the Heat by 8 points in the first quarter. What does this indicate? Such a targeted approach against Su Yan bore little fruit. Kenny Smith interjected, adding, given Su Yan's impressive stats of 2 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks in the first quarter, is he on track for a quadruple-double tonight? BRR? Barkley exclaimed, astonished. Kenny, are you suggesting that Su Yan might achieve double digits in both steals and blocks tonight? Indeed, he replied, noting how Jones and Odom have been thoroughly outmatched by Su Yan's defense. If that were to happen, 10 steals and 10 blocks, it would surely lead to chaos. Due to the Heat's strategy of containing the jump shot and defending the drive, several scenarios unfolded during the match. First, Su Yan's offensive efficiency indeed declined under targeted defense. Second, while the contain and drive strategy hindered Su Yan, it allowed his teammates, led by Yao Ming, to play comfortably. The Bulls maintained an 8-point lead in the first quarter. It cannot be said that the strategy was entirely flawed. Yet with his teammates performing well, such a defensive approach proved somewhat ineffective. Third, Su Yan's strength extended beyond offense. On the defensive end, he recorded 2 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks in a single quarter, still contributing significantly to the team's success. Tonight, the targeted approach against Su Yin did not yield results. However, Stan Van Gundy believed that the Bulls' role players had simply excelled and deemed it impossible to sustain such high performance. Therefore, he resolved to persist with his strategy against Su Yin in the second quarter. As the rotation resumed and the starters returned, Su Yin once again noticed that small forward Karen Butler was assigned to defend him. Yet he still adopted a step-back position that he understood that the Heat intended to continue their targeting. This is somewhat vexing. Su Yin furrowed his brow. Although the team is leading, my inability to score leaves something to be desired, which is rather unsatisfactory. Moreover, this is merely the first game of the season where I face targeted defense. After this match, the entire league will undoubtedly recognize my shooting weakness and exploit it. That would be disastrous. Can I rely on my teammates to perform exceptionally in my stellar defense? Perhaps, but I do not wish to continue in this manner. The balanced offense and defense are crucial. My scoring must surpass my defensive contributions. Therefore, I must perform well tonight. This is the last game of the week. As long as I play adequately, I do not need to excel, given my explosive performances in the previous 3 games. I am confident that I can earn the Rookie of the Week honors, thereby completing the mainline task of the system and receiving the reward for basic shooting skills, from the name alone. It is highly likely to enhance my shooting ability, which is precisely the skill I desperately need at this moment. Upon contemplating this, Su Yin squinted slightly, a flicker of determination and ambition shining in his eyes. Fueled by a fervent desire to showcase an exceptional performance and secure victory. Whoosh, he accelerated past his defender. With Karen Butler granting him a mere step of space, he effortlessly penetrated the paint area. Seizing the opportunity before the impending help defense could arrive, he released a graceful floater. Swish, Karen Butler, Wade, and Odom converged upon him simultaneously, yet they were a moment too late. The basketball soared above their fingertips, tracing a perfect arc before nestling into the net. Swoosh! It was a successful shot. They could indeed restrict Su Yin's offensive capabilities to a certain extent. No, to a significant degree, but they could not maintain that restriction indefinitely. Just like Su Yin's mid-range shooting, which might falter, yet if left unchallenged, could still find its mark. 2 minutes later, the increasingly aggressive and outrageous Heat allowed Su Yin to shoot from the low post on the right side, less than 2 meters from the basket. Who does he look down upon? Su Yin decisively executed a half-hook shot. What? Swish! It was a successful basket. After 2 missed attempts, the third finally found its target. Of course, a shooting percentage of 1 out of 3 was acceptable for the Heat. However, as Su Yin gradually began to score, his defensive aggression towards Jones and Odom was equally formidable. No, exceptionally high. Under the watchful eye of the Heavenly Emperor, he continued to apply pressure, racking up steals and blocks without relent. By halftime, Su Yin had delivered yet another impressive stat line: 11 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 steals, and 5 blocks. A comprehensive display of versatility. The critical aspect, his relentless steals and blocks left Jones and Odom feeling increasingly uneasy. Damn it, you bastard, the two were fuming during their break. It was infuriating that someone who appeared so weak could repeatedly steal the ball from them and block their shots. What was his caliber? How could he be so audacious? Jones trembled with frustration. Odom, too, clenched his fists, seething with anger. What was most aggravating was that each of his attempts seemed effortless, giving the impression that he was an easy target to be stolen from. This condescending attitude was utterly infuriating. Here he was, a discarded rookie. How dare he act so arrogantly? At this moment, the two had united in their disdain. Ugh, Stan Van Gundy shook his head repeatedly, striving to console the two. That Wade was equally dissatisfied. Although he had not directly confronted Su Yin during the game, the humiliation from their summer league encounter lingered in his mind. That it was unacceptable to let Su Yin bask in glory without retaliation. Wade was seething with anger as well. So, when the main players of the Heat returned from halftime, rather than calming down, they became even more incensed and restless. If they could not score against Su Yin tonight, if they could not humiliate him, then there would be no resolution without a significant incident. Humph! With a cold snort, Jones charged at Su Yin once more. Bang! 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 He frantically sought contact. Su Yin had no opportunity to retreat. Forced to stand his ground, This exhausting style of defense was not to Su Yin's liking, but he had no choice at that moment. Jones was relentless, so Su Yin had to keep pace. If a confrontation was what they wanted, then a confrontation it would be. Bang! With the strength of steel, Su Yin tensed his body, bracing against Jones's furious charge. The clash of muscles was palpable. Both appeared formidable. What was the outcome? Su Yin remained unyielding, while Jones was sent sprawling backward, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed onto the floor. What? Did Jones's attempt to charge result in his own downfall? An offensive foul? No, the referee did not blow the whistle, as Su Yin had not moved or exerted force. He merely braced himself against Jones's impact. Consequently, this fall was more humiliating than injurious for Jones. With a swift motion, Eddie Jones's face flushed crimson, and the referee blew the whistle, penalizing him for traveling and stripping him of possession. This was, without a doubt, salt in the wound. The critical moment saw Su Yin looking down upon the disheveled and embarrassed Jones with a calm, dismissive glance. What was originally just a casual glance, a simple sweep of his gaze, appeared in Jones's eyes as blatant contempt to be humiliated and looked down upon by a rookie, and to recall the repeated steals and blocks from the first half. Was unbearable. Ha! Ha ha! The jeering laughter echoing from the crowd was a cacophony of ridicule. All these factors combined, and that single glance from Su Yin was the spark that could ignite an explosion. Fuck! In a fit of rage, Jones shouted into the air, his face flushed with anger and humiliation as he leaped to his feet, storming toward Su Yin, their heads nearly touching, shouting, "What are you looking at? You think I don't know the referee didn't blow the whistle on your contact? You think I'm weak compared to you?" "Oh." Su Yin lazily lowered his eyelids, feigning disinterest. "What do you want?" Pippin, noticing Jones's aggressive approach, rushed over without hesitation, pushing Jones away and positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yin. "You pushed me?" Jones glared furiously. "So what?" Pippin regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Pippin, a six-time champion, had seen far worse. Jones was nothing to intimidate him. Odom and Wade quickly joined the fray, along with Yao Ming and Henrich. In an instant, the six players faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. "Let us go! Let us go!" The fans, reveling in the chaos, cheered for a brawl. The three referees swiftly intervened, pulling the two parties apart just as Jones attempted to push back. The situation was diffused before it could escalate further. This time, minor skirmishes were quite normal. As long as they did not go overboard, they were generally not an issue, merely adding to the spectacle of the game. The referees issued a warning to both Pippin and Jones, and the game resumed. However, Jones's fury did not subside to make matters worse. Su Yin, seizing the opportunity, executed a quick stop-and-pop jumper from the right side of the free throw line. Clang! The ball clanged off the rim, bounced once on the edge, and then dropped into the net. Luck? Perhaps it was just fortunate. Yet Su Yin had executed a beautifully deceptive move, once again making Jones's backdrop. Much to the delight of the fans. Good shot. Yao Ming, ready to grab the rebound, beamed as he high-fived Su Yin upon seeing the successful shot. Su Yin chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. He had to admit, a bit of luck played a part, but luck was indeed a component of the game. Yao Ming laughed heartily, knowing that continuous attempts could come at a cost. The twin stars of Dragon Country returned to the court. But once again, seeing Jones being toyed with, Su Yin appeared relaxed and at ease, further infuriating Jones. With his vision clouded with rage, he clenched his fists and charged at Su Yin in silence. Clearly intent on a sneak attack, Su, watch out behind you. The first to return to the court, Henrich, noticed Jones's unusual behavior and immediately shouted a warning. Su Yin's gaze sharpened. Reacting swiftly, he turned to see Jones's fist swinging toward him. Su Yin thought, what the hell? A sneak attack? No honor in this. With a devastating punch, Jones lunged forward, and had it been an ordinary player, turning around would have been far too late to react, likely resulting in a heavy blow. Such a strike would be intensely painful. However, Su Yin possessed the eye of the Celestial Emperor, an uncanny insight that rendered Jones's fist appearing to slow down in his perception, granting him the space to evade. With a deft sidestep, Su Yin narrowly avoided Jones's strike. Jones bellowed, abruptly halting his advance, and swung his fist once more. Was he giving Su Yin face? Unprovoked, Su Yin felt equally displeased. With a cold snarl, he retaliated with a punch, their fists colliding in an instant. Infused with the might of steel, Su Yin's fist met Jones's, and the latter was simply unprepared for such force. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed, as Su Yan's flame fist unleashed a terrifying power that shattered the bones of Jones's fingers, twisting his expression in agony as he clutched his right hand and howled in pain. The sound was utterly heart-rending. "You bastard!" Brian Grant, the center for the Heat, stormed over, fists raised, intent on engaging Su Yin in a brawl, aiming to overpower him with brute force. "What are you doing?" Big Yao, standing nearby, could not remain idle. He swiftly intervened, shouldering in a Grant to halt his advance. The two stood in confrontation. "Humph!" Grant grunted, then lunged forward, their chests colliding, followed by their heads as they exchanged verbal barbs. Meanwhile, the left-handed magician, Lamar Odom, unable to contain himself any longer, saw Su Yin and Jones fighting and without hesitation, charged in with a flying kick that was futile, under the gaze of the Celestial Emperor's eye. Su Yan's reflexes were unparalleled. He sidestepped gracefully, dodging Odom's kick, who then lunged at him once more. This critical moment, Flash Wade joined the fray, and the two swiftly surrounded Su Yin. "You worthless fools!" Pippin roared, witnessing the assault on Su Yin. In a fit of rage, he pursued to aid him, but was intercepted by Karen Butler, who stepped in his path. "Get out of the way!" Pippin thundered, and Butler, undeterred, retaliated, leading to a shoving match that hinted at an impending brawl. "Dare to touch Su? You're courting death!" After a loud warning from Sinrich, he surged forward without hesitation. However, a referee quickly intervened, detaining Sinrich. While two other referees rushed toward the central battlefield where Su Yin was engaged on Su Yan's side. As Odom swung at him again, Su Yin intended to withstand the blow, but a fleeting glance revealed someone charging from the side. Oh, he was unsure. Yet, Su Yin retreated several steps, evading a punch that came crashing towards him, finally catching sight of the figure. "Wade, you little brat, unless you learn a lesson, your arrogance knows no bounds," Jones roared. Su Yin chuckled inwardly. The irony was palpable. Having been outplayed, he had snatched the ball and blocked Jones's advance, only to be accused of arrogance. How amusing. Humph. It was clear Jones sought a fight to vent his frustrations and reclaim his lost dignity. Very well, Su Yin would oblige him fully. Odom, aware of Su Yan's formidable strength, knew that when Su Yin was provoked, he would unleash his second persona, transforming into the cultured berserker that in combat. He was ferocious. "Let us team up and ensure he learns a hard lesson." Understood. The two conspired rapidly, then sprang into action, both throwing punches aimed directly at Su Yan's face. Sinrich, stuck in the front, could only shout helplessly. The two referees rushed fervently, but were too late. However, Su Yin remained unfazed, his dark eyes shimmering with a spectral glow as he locked onto Wade and Odom's positions, and as their punches descended. Su Yan's gaze sharpened, his fists clenched tightly, and with a vigorous thrust, he crossed his arms to block, absorbing the weight of their blows. What was this? Steadfast as a rock, Su Yin remained unmoved, enduring their strikes. Then propelled his arms upward with great force, infused with the strength of steel, deflecting their fists away. His gaze hardened, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Unfazed by the impending assault, Su Yin initiated his counterattack. With a swift motion, he rebuffed their punches. Wade and Odom staggered back, yet Su Yin's momentum did not falter. He advanced, delivering a swift kick to Wade's abdomen, catching him off guard. Bang! Wade was sent sprawling. Following that, Su Yin unleashed a direct punch toward Odom's head. Given the delayed strike, Odom had a moment to react. "Ha!" he shouted, hastily raising his arms to shield himself. But Su Yin's strength was overwhelming. His fist connected with Odom's arm, causing the latter's mouth to twitch in pain. Stagger, stagger, stagger. Odom retreated rapidly, teetering on the verge of collapse. Fall? That would be too easy. Those who dare to provoke Su Yin must be prepared for the consequences. Su Yin accelerated, closing the gap, his palm rotating as he formed a fist. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a right hook into Odom's side, Crack, crack, crack. The first sound resembled that of ribs fracturing. The second was Odom's piercing scream. His entire body going rigid, his mind blank. Thud. He tilted and collapsed. Unconscious. One punch for the concussion. Two for the ancestors. Under such immense power, the blow to his waist inflicted damage to his kidneys and liver. The excruciating pain was indescribable, truly enough to knock one out. After Su Yin knocked Odom out, Wade, recovering from the kick, charged once more with a fist. Meanwhile, Jones, whose fingers were fractured, gritted his teeth in pain and joined the fray, attacking Su Yin from both sides alongside Wade. Wade struck with his fists, while Jones attempted a flying kick. Their assault was fierce, and had it been an ordinary individual, they would surely struggle against such a brutal onslaught. However, Su Yin was no ordinary fighter. With the strength of steel, he could absorb their combined attack, and with the eye of the Celestial Emperor, he deftly evaded their onslaught. Unperturbed, as their fists and feet approached, Su Yin sidestepped Jones's kick, then crouched to avoid Wade's punch, rendering their attacks futile in the next instant. While in a crouch position, Su Yin executed a sweeping kick that struck Wade's calf, causing him to lose his balance and topple sideways. Caught unawares. Thud. Wade crashed heavily to the floor. Although it appeared merely as a fall, he suddenly lay still, then began to twitch. Was this a concussion? Indeed, Wade had not anticipated Su Yin's sweeping kick. Caught off guard, he fell without protection. His head struck the ground, resulting in a concussion, rendering him combat ineffective. With only Eddie Jones remaining, Su Yin had no intention of letting him off lightly. After the sweep, he steadied himself with his hands on the ground, then sprang upward, delivering a precise elbow strike to Jones's abdomen just as he landed from his kick. That a lethal elbow strike. Such an attack, aimed at an unguarded abdomen, was excruciatingly painful. Pain instantly contorted Jones's face as he doubled over, clutching his abdomen and screaming in agony. Bang! Rising from the elbow strike, Su Yin showed no mercy, pivoting to deliver a kick to Jones's gut, which landed squarely on his fractured hand. Odom writhed in agony, his mouth agape, rendered voiceless by the pain. Once again, he was unceremoniously hurled to the floor, the torment compounding, leaving him despondent and utterly devoid of fighting spirit. A single kick led to a tetanus infection, while two strikes revealed his ancestors. Facing a trio of assailants, Su Yin rendered Odom unconscious, caused Wade to suffer a concussion, and left Jones with fractured knuckles, reduced to a state of utter lethargy. In a whirlwind of action, he single-handedly overcame 3 adversaries, achieving a remarkable counterattack that led to their KO. The spectators were left in stunned silence. What is this? Barkley and Kenny Smith were momentarily speechless. The 2 referees rushed in, unable to find an immediate opportunity to intervene, only to be met with the sight of Su Yin lying amidst the fallen trio. The brawl had reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Pippin and Karen Butler escalated their confrontation, resorting to violent shoving and throwing punches. Fortunately, another referee and Henrich intervened just in time to separate the two. Antonio also rushed to Yao Ming's side, assisting in subduing Brian Grant, compelling him to relent. After all, not every player possesses the capability to engage in such audacious 1-on-3 confrontations as Su Yin did. The sheer audacity of his violent counterattack, resulting in all 3 adversaries being incapacitated, was utterly preposterous. That it was precisely this extraordinary feat that left the entire arena in shock, jaws agape in disbelief. That in truth, the entire episode transpired in a mere span of seconds, culminating in Su Yin's remarkable counterattack that felled 3 opponents. The Tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, yet the marks it left behind were indelible. Beep, beep. The flustered referees hurriedly called for a timeout. Coaches and assistants from both teams rushed onto the court, ushering their players back to the benches. Coach Skiles managed to escort Su Yin, Yao Ming, and the rest of his team away, but Coach Stan Van Gundy was not so fortunate. Team doctor, he shouted in a state of desperation, his heart heavy with concern as he watched Wade convulsing on the floor. The Flash Wade was undoubtedly the future of the Heat. How could he not feel anguish? Several team doctors rushed over, prioritizing the urgent care of Wade over the unconscious Odom and the incapacitated Jones. That moment, Wade was convulsing, with frothy white saliva seeping from the corners of his mouth, a clear sign of a concussion. If left unattended, the situation could escalate to life-threatening levels. While this may sound dire, such incidents are not uncommon on an NBA court, and every team doctor is well-equipped to handle players suffering from concussions. They acted with decisive swiftness. Soon, Wade stabilized, regaining consciousness. Though his eyes remained closed and his breathing was labored, he was no longer in grave danger and would gradually recover, with assistance from the staff. Wade made his way back to the locker room. Meanwhile, Jones and Odom were both carried off on stretchers, one with fractured fingers and the other in a state of unconsciousness, akin to a sleeping infant. The crowd erupted in astonishment as all three were taken off the court by Su Yin alone, leaving the arena in a state of uproar, fans once again engulfed in shock and excitement. The three referees reviewed the game footage. "Unbelievable," Barkley exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief, marveling at the sight of Su Yin not only surviving the assault, but also managing to counterattack and KO three players. This is the second persona of Su Yin. This is the terrifying fighting prowess of the gentleman thug, utterly monstrous. Kenny Smith also shook his head in amazement, his face a picture of astonishment. These were all NBA players, each possessing formidable physical attributes. Yet Su Yin was merely a guard, not a behemoth like Shaquille O'Neal who could bulldoze through anyone, despite his undeniable strength, to dispatch three opponents so swiftly. Rendering them unconscious and inflicting a concussion required more than mere physical power. Under the guise of a gentleman thug, Su Yin unleashed his unparalleled strength while simultaneously applying his formidable anticipation skills in a practical combat scenario. The synergy of these two elements allowed him to exhibit extraordinary combat prowess, evading punches and executing a counterattack that felled all three foes. Remarkable, truly remarkable, the ha-ha-ha. Barkley laughed heartily, acknowledging Su Yin's prowess. Even at my peak, I wouldn't dare claim I could best him. Yet, remarkably, he typically shies away from confrontation. When provoked, however, he can unleash a torrent of fury upon those who dare to challenge him. It is quite extraordinary, truly incredible. Ha-ha, Kenny Smith chimed in, grinning as he waved his hand dismissively. This is precisely why Su Yin possesses the ironically fitting title of gentleman thug. Wow, Su Yin is truly impressive. Despite seemingly lacking in innate talent, excelling at basketball is already astonishing. Now, to demonstrate such prowess in a fight is simply unfathomable. My goodness, to take on three and emerge victorious. This is madness, unbelievable, truly ferocious. The audience murmured in awe, realizing that Su Yin's ability to counterattack and KO three opponents was not solely due to his superior strength, which surpassed even that of mailman Karl Malone. His anticipation skills proved exceptionally effective in combat as well, allowing him to evade Wade, Odom, and others' punches, even those delivered in stealth. Additionally, his keen insight enabled him to retaliate swiftly. Indeed, the gentlemanly Su Yin may eschew violent aggression. But that does not mean he is a target to be trifled with. Otherwise, the price to pay for provoking the gentleman thug would be a barrage of punishing blows. Indeed, that Su Yin is extraordinary. Su Yin, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess. Gradually, the fans, who had been momentarily dazed, regained their composure as they watched the instant replay of Su Yin's remarkable 1-against-3 display of brute force on the big screen. They were left awestruck, their excitement boiling over into raucous cheers. The atmosphere was electric with exhilaration. Meanwhile, at the scorer's table, after multiple reviews of the footage, the referees issued their verdict. From the Heat side, Jones, Wade, Odom, and Karen Butler were all ejected, while Brian Grant received a technical foul. From the Bulls' side, Su Yin and Pippen were ejected, and Yao Ming received a technical foul. This was the ruling for the evening. Yet it was far from the final outcome. Given the involvement of 8 players in the fracas, significant repercussions were inevitable, and the league would undoubtedly conduct a further investigation post-game, imposing additional penalties. As for the match itself, the Heat suffered the loss of 4 starters, while the Bulls only saw Su Yin and Pippen ejected, alongside Yao Ming and Hinrich. Furthermore, the Bulls were already in the lead. With the third quarter concluded, the Heat trailed by a staggering 16 points. rendering any hopes of a comeback virtually impossible. The final quarter may have seemed like a chance to rally, yet with only one starter remaining for the Heat. Victory was a distant dream. The outcome was clear as the game entered garbage time. The Bulls extinguished the Heat with a commanding 21-point advantage, securing their fourth consecutive victory of the season. Post-game, Barkley remarked, "Congratulations to the Bulls on their 4-game winning streak. Since Jordan's departure, it has been quite some time since I've witnessed such a streak. This season began with a 4-game win. And they are riding high," he added. Moreover, one of the team's key players, often dubbed the heir to Jordan, Su Yin, showcases exceptional leadership abilities and a remarkable demeanor in handling situations. He exudes an undeniable aura of competence. A clear indication that he is destined for greatness. Indeed. Kenny Smith nodded emphatically, exclaiming, "If you were to measure basketball skills, the master of anticipation could utterly dismantle you on both offense and defense. And if you were to seek trouble and engage in a contest of martial prowess, the sophisticated bruiser would have no trouble knocking you down while simultaneously informing his teammates that we do not instigate conflict, nor do we shy away from it. Who dares to provoke us? I shall handle them." Exuding the demeanor of a great general. Though Su Yin appeared delicate and genteel, his on-court demeanor and problem-solving abilities were in no way inferior to those of the little Emperor LeBron. He was indeed a natural leader. Absolutely, and furthermore, yes, indeed. The two commentators lavished praise upon Su Yin. The fans were entirely engrossed in the spectacle of sophisticated bruiser Su Yin single-handedly taking on 3 opponents, unleashing a terrifying display of power that left his adversaries utterly incapacitated. After the match, Coach Skiles approached Su Yin, inquiring, "Su, are you all right?" Despite having confirmed Su Yan's well-being previously, the coach remained somewhat concerned given the 1 versus 3 scenario. "Su, are you certain you're fine? We are all worried about you," added Yao, following up with a question. Sinrich nodded along, eager to ascertain Su Yan's physical condition. "That I'm fine," Su Yin replied with a smile. "That he's doing well," interjected Pippen, who had been sidelined for a considerable time. Laughing heartily, "The flame fist is indeed formidable. The sophisticated bruiser is truly impressive, effortlessly handling 3 opponents. The key point is I've thoroughly examined the situation. This kid hasn't sustained a single injury. It's simply unbelievable, daha." Coach Skiles chuckled. "That is good to hear. Those guys from the Heat are utterly shameless. Unable to match our skills, they resort to outnumbering us. How disgraceful. Su, you played exceptionally well. I fully support your resistance that we did nothing wrong this time. So let us stand our ground that we cannot show weakness, of course, provided you protect yourself." "Understood," Su Yin nodded, as he certainly would not engage in self-destructive behavior. Tyson Chandler clicked his tongue in astonishment, exclaiming, "Honestly, when I saw Su being beset upon and Pippen and Yao were being held back, I was ready to rush in. But then Su, with a few swift moves, took down all 3 of them. It left me utterly dumbfounded. It was simply remarkable, truly terrifying." Indeed, Sinrich, who had been restrained by the referee, was equally astonished. "Ha!" Pippen laughed, his pride evident. "This is the prowess of the sophisticated bruiser." Su Yin, who had been smiling throughout, suddenly chimed in. "What were my stats tonight?" The crowd responded with confusion. Coach Skiles replied, 13 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 steals, and 5 blocks. Su Yin exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm done for." 13 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 steals, and 5 blocks. First glance, these statistics were indeed impressive for an undrafted rookie, showcasing an exceptional performance. Moreover, if one were to realize that these figures were accumulated in less than 2 quarters of play, it would only amplify the astonishment. However, no one focused on the time. They only cared about the outcome. Theoretically, such statistics could still position him as a contender for Rookie of the Week. Yet this year was different. An abundance of outstanding rookies had emerged, and numerous superstar talents were excelling. LeBron, Wade, and Bosh, the 3 Eastern Conference superstars, represented Su Yan's most formidable competition. This relatively mediocre performance would, to some extent, diminish his chances of securing the Rookie of the Week accolade, posing a certain risk. Missing out on this would not be particularly detrimental for an average rookie, but for Su Yin, it meant that the timeline for completing system tasks and receiving rewards would be delayed by at least a week, if not longer. This was evidently a setback that, of course, This was merely Su Yan's most pessimistic scenario. In reality, his stats of 13 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 steals, and 5 blocks were not poor at all, especially considering his outstanding performances in the other 3 games. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether LeBron, Wade, and others could consistently maintain their exceptional performances that surpassed Su Yan's average level. Su Yan felt somewhat despondent. Yet there remained a significant opportunity for him to succeed. The next day, headlines proclaimed, the sophisticated bruiser Su Yan single-handedly taking on 3 opponents, delivering a violent KO to all, showcasing strength that leaves one trembling and speechless. From the Charlotte Meow News, shocking. An undrafted rookie managed to inflict a concussion on Wade, causing Jones to fracture a finger, leaving Odom in a state akin to an infant's slumber. From the Houston Shock Report, Su Yan has unleashed his second persona, transforming into the sophisticated bruiser. Each strike of the flame fist exacted a heavy toll on the Heat as they attempted to swarm him. From the Boston Pioneer, pray tell, how is it that 3 players cannot overcome a mere 19-year-old rookie? Is it not embarrassing? The master of anticipation, the sophisticated bruiser, the ball-stealing maniac, Su Yan is the Jordan successor, the future of the Bulls. Not some pushover that anyone can bully. From a Chicago-digging Deep Garden report, a rookie with average talent, achieving 5 steals and 6 blocks in just a half, most of which were against just 2 players. What a humiliation. Who can endure such indignity? It's no wonder conflicts arise. From the Golden State Splash Report, unbelievable, 3 against 1. For in a brawl, 8 in a melee, and over 10 in conflict. The Bulls versus the Heat was explosive last night. In the early morning, nearly every newspaper was abuzz with discussions of the previous night's brawl between the Bulls and the Heat. The excitement was palpable, and the discourse was plentiful. This also signified that the tumultuous clash would inevitably lead to significant repercussions. How astonishing! How did Su Yan manage to take on 3 opponents and deliver KOs to all? Even with bench-pressing strength surpassing that of Karl Malone, this would be a formidable feat, given that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Indeed, it seemed implausible that if the sophisticated bruiser alone might struggle, yet when combined with the master of anticipation, one evades while the other attacks. Even in a 3-on-1 scenario, victory remains possible. Yes, Su Yan's formidable anticipatory skills extend beyond predicting the trajectory of the basketball. He can also evade the opponent's fists. Under the onslaught of the flame fist, there would surely be devastation. However, I have a query. Why does Su Yan find himself in conflicts so easily? From Summer League to preseason, and now to the 4th game of the regular season. This has occurred several times. Upon reflection, it does seem plausible. Could it be that Su Yan plays in a dirty manner? Is he a foul player? Nonsense. Do you not recognize how clean Su Yan's playing style is? Indeed, it is evidently due to his overwhelming strength. As an undrafted rookie, he has dominated all-star players. Who could withstand such treatment? Those who have always been arrogant and self-important, assuming superiority over undrafted players, would naturally feel humiliated and enraged. They would inevitably provoke conflict. Precisely. All of this can be traced back to Su Yan's extraordinary prowess, regardless of whether it pertains to his basketball skills or martial prowess. Su Yan's exceptional abilities have left fans in a state of awe and admiration. This admiration and astonishment persisted until noon, culminating in the announcement of the Rookie of the Week. The fans were particularly invested in recognizing the best rookie for the inaugural week of the new season. In the Western Conference, the accolade went to the Denver Nuggets sweet melon, Carmelo Anthony, who, in his debut week, averaged 23.5 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1.5 steals, and 0.5 blocks, leading his team to a record of 2 wins and 2 losses. Among the nominees for Rookie of the Week were Josh Howard from the Mavericks, with averages of 8.5 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block, and Leandro Barbosa from the Suns, averaging 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Despite their nominations, their statistics and performances paled in comparison to Anthony's, making his recognition well-deserved. In the Eastern Conference, 3 players were similarly nominated. First was the Flash Dwayne Wade of the Heat, averaging 17.5 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, 1.5 steals, and 1 block, with his team achieving a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. Second was the King LeBron James of the Cavaliers, who averaged 27.5 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1.5 blocks, with his team recording 2 wins and 2 losses. Third was the master of anticipation, Su Yan, who, in his inaugural week, averaged an impressive 32.3 points for 0.8 rebounds, 2.8 assists, 7.5 steals, and 4 blocks, leading his team to a flawless record of 4 wins and 0 losses. It is noteworthy that the NBA initially announced the 3 nominees without immediately revealing who the Eastern Conference's Rookie of the Week would be. Creating an air of suspense, AS fans speculated on which of the 3 would claim the title. It became evident that each had an argument for the accolade, even in the competitive Western Conference. Indeed, while Wade and LeBron had better team records, their individual statistics were significantly overshadowed by Su Yan's extraordinary performance. That LeBron had the edge in rebounds and assists, yet his scoring, steals, and blocks were far inferior to Su Yan's remarkable averages of 7, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. The disparity in their statistics was astounding, demonstrating Su Yan's superiority in this regard. With the Bulls remaining undefeated, Su Yan's performance eclipsed LeBron's, securing him the title of Eastern Conference Rookie of the Week, an accolade that was both deserved and indisputable. It is worth mentioning that in the previous night's matchup against the Heat, Su Yan played less than a full half, accumulating a relatively modest 13 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 6 steals, and 5 blocks. Yet this did not diminish his remarkable average statistics. His performance was nothing short of phenomenal. Furthermore, Su Yan's debut week showcased a series of historical achievements, surpassing the legendary basketball Emperor Wilt Chamberlain by breaking 3 major records in his second game. He recorded 35 points and 8 steals, leaving Agent Zero Gilbert Arenas bewildered in his third game. He achieved 37 points and 12 steals, rendering the Kid Steve Nash ineffective and stifling the German tank Dirk Nowitzki's performance. In his fourth outing, he recorded 6 steals and 5 blocks in one half, displaying a level of dominance that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. This undrafted rookie, Su Yan, delivered a performance of historic proportions in his debut week, warranting recognition not merely as Rookie of the Week, but potentially as Player of the Week overall. Such a feat for an undrafted player amidst a league of superstars is almost surreal. The discussions among fans were fervent, and soon after, the NBA officially announced Su Yan as the Eastern Conference's Rookie of the Week, a decision that was anticipated and justified. Thus, the Western Conference's Rookie of the Week was awarded to Anthony, while the Eastern Conference's accolade went to Su Yan. It is intriguing to consider that had LeBron been in the Western Conference, his performance might have eclipsed Anthony's. Furthermore, the NBA did not hesitate to announce the Players of the Week for both conferences. In the West, the honor went to the Lakers' Black Mamba Kobe Bryant, averaging 28.5 points, 12 rebounds, 6.5 assists, 2.8 steals, and 2.0 blocks, while the Timberwolves' big-ticket Kevin Garnett was also recognized for his impressive all-around play, averaging 22.5 points, 13.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 1 steal, and 1.5 blocks, leading his team to a record of 3 wins and 0 losses. In the East, 3 players were nominated once again. The first, Glenn Robinson from the 76ers, who exploded onto the scene with averages of 31.5 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 2.5 steals, and 1 block, leading his team to a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. The second nominee, Ron Artest from the Pacers, averaged 20.5 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2.5 blocks, contributing significantly on both ends of the court as the Pacers commenced the season with a perfect 4-0 record. The third nominee was once again Su Yan, whose averages were strikingly impressive: 32.3 points for 0.8 rebounds, 2.8 assists, 7.5 steals, and 4 blocks, with his team also undefeated at 4-0. Once again, the NBA created a sense of suspense by withholding the announcement of the Player of the Week, allowing fans to speculate and discuss who might take home the honor. Analyzing the performances, while Robinson had a better showing than LeBron, his statistics and team success did not match Su Yan's. Artest's team record matched Su Yan's, yet his individual statistics fell short. When considering defensive prowess, Su Yan's averages of 7.5 steals and 4 blocks far surpassed Artest's 2 steals and 2.5 blocks. Thus, the title of Steal Master aptly reflects Su Yan's defensive capabilities. While both Robinson and Arteas delivered commendable performances, Su Yan's was exceptional, establishing him as the unequivocal choice for the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. The discussions among fans were rife with excitement as they marveled at Su Yan's astounding debut week. Subsequently, the NBA officially announced Su Yan as the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Just as anticipated, indeed, Su Yan, in his rookie status, was recognized alongside the Western Conference's Black Mamba Kobe Bryant, a truly extraordinary and unbelievable achievement. Su Yan's selection as Player of the Week left fans in sheer amazement. Did Su Yan not perform exceptionally well during the first week? Was it not a display of unparalleled prowess, one that rendered him invincible? Indeed. Yet Su Yan's selection as the Eastern Conference Player of the Week remains entirely deserved. Absolutely. Well then, does this imply that Su Yan is the first player in NBA history to be crowned Player of the Week as a rookie during his inaugural week? Impressive. No. Prior to Su Yan, the illustrious Shaquille O'Neal also attained the accolade of Player of the Week during his first week in the league. Su Yan is the second to achieve this feat. Being the second is still quite remarkable. Indeed, this honor places him alongside the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, a distinction shared solely by O'Neal and Su Yan, both of whom have claimed the title of three-time Finals MVP. Su Yan's excellence is undeniable. Exceedingly so. Bingo! The master of anticipation, Su Yan, stands as the first player in NBA history to earn Player of the Week honors as an undrafted rookie during his debut week, as the entire league fervently praises Su Yan for being named both the Rookie of the Week and Player of the Week. At the Bulls training facility, led by Yao Ming and Kirk Hinrich, everyone is congratulating Su Yan for his achievements. Ding! At this moment, a system notification resonates in Su Yan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for being named Eastern Conference Player of the Week, completing the main quest, and earning the reward. Basic mid-range shooting enhancement. A new main quest is issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, for being named Eastern Conference Player of the Week, completing the main quest, and earning the reward. Basic mid-range shooting enhancement. The new main quest is score 60 points in a single game and lead the team to victory. Reward. Basic swift steps. Fantastic. Su Yan's expression shifts, mirroring the joy of his teammates. However, this smile is different. While his teammates revel in Su Yan's accomplishment, he discreetly slips away to a quiet corner. But he silently muses, "System, please elaborate on basic mid-range shooting enhancement." Ding! Replying to the host, basic mid-range shooting enhancement. The host's mid-range shooting ability is enhanced. And the closer the host is to the basket, the more precise the shots become. As expected is an enhancement to his shooting skills. This comes at a most opportune time, yet being a basic enhancement. The specifics of its improvement remain uncertain. I shall train and assess my shooting percentage to gauge its effectiveness. However, with the eye of the Celestial Emperor's support, even a modest improvement will suffice to elevate my shooting percentage further in actual games. Furthermore, the next quest reward is basic swift steps. This should enhance my speed, which would be immensely beneficial, as it would further augment my offensive and defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, the task of scoring 60 points in a single game, while also securing a victory, is no simple feat. For a rookie, this challenge is indeed formidable, and it seems no player has yet managed to score 60 points in a single game during their rookie season. The system is quite ruthless. However, armed with the eye of the Celestial Emperor, the strength of steel, and the basic mid-range shooting enhancement, coupled with the infinite shooting freedom I possess within the Bulls, scoring 60 points in a game is not entirely out of reach. Especially in a favorable state. With this thought, Su Yan silently notes this task in his mind, recognizing it as his goal for the forthcoming period, an ambition that an ordinary rookie would scarcely dare to dream of. In the afternoon, Su Yan, Yao Ming, and the other Bulls players engage in their daily training. After receiving the system's reward of basic mid-range shooting enhancement, Su Yan promptly heads to the court to test his shooting. "Yao, please help me keep track of my mid-range shooting percentage." Su Yan calls out, "What's this?" Pippin quips from the side. "After being targeted in the last game, are you now determined to enhance your mid-range abilities?" "Haha." Su Yan chuckles awkwardly, feeling somewhat caught. "Haha." Yao Ming laughs. "All right, I'll keep track for you. Let's go." Su Yan shouts, positioning himself at the right side of the free throw line, in the elbow area. First round of testing, 10 attempts. 7 successful. Second round of testing, 10 attempts, 9 successful. Third round of testing, 10 attempts, 8 successful. Overall, an 80 shooting percentage from open shots.0. Yao Ming exclaims in surprise, Su Yin, your mid-range shooting feels quite good today. You usually only hit around 6 or an 80 shooting percentage across these 3 rounds is quite impressive. Huh. Su Yin smiles, acknowledging that today has indeed been fortunate. On. Pippin's expression shifts. This shooting percentage is solid. With more practice, if you can stabilize such an open shooting percentage, others will think twice before leaving you open. Indeed, Yao Ming agrees as Su Yin nods and calls out to Hinrich, Kirk, come over and join me for some contested shooting practice. Yao, please help me track 3 more rounds. Sure thing. Yao Ming responds eagerly. Here I come. Hinrich promptly sets aside his training to assist Su Yin for the second round of training with contested shots. First round, 10 attempts. 4 successful. Second round, 10 attempts, 5 successful. Third round, 10 attempts, 5 successful. Across 3 rounds, a shooting percentage of 46 under pressure. That's a bit lacking. Su Yin shakes his head. Given that this is practice, Hinrich won't fully contest his shots, which means the defensive pressure Su Yin faces is significantly reduced, suggesting that his actual game shooting percentage would be even lower. Su Yin ponders, deciding to try another round of pull-up jump shots. Thus, in the third round, he faces Hinrich once more. With full defensive intensity, he gives Hinrich the impression of a one-on-one scoring opportunity, whether through a drive or a jump shot. In reality, Su Yin aims to shake off Hinrich for a jump shot. Engaging in a total of 15 possessions, 5 drives and 10 jump shots after creating separation. Shooting percentage, 10 attempts, 8 successful, yielding a commendable 70 completion rate. Not be a deed at Su Yin squints, finding basic mid-range shooting enhancement quite effective. As long as he doesn't take contested shots, his open shot percentage stands at 80, while his pull-up jump shot percentage after creating separation is 70. This marks a significant improvement. Now, the real test lies in whether he can maintain such shooting percentages in actual games. Theoretically, it should be quite similar. With this in mind, Su Yin feels a surge of anticipation for the next game. Very impressive. After recording Su Yan's results, Yao Ming can't help but praise him, noting that Su Yan's shooting skills have improved significantly. As if he has suddenly found his rhythm. Haha. Su Yin laughs heartily, dismissing it as mere training, with performance fluctuating. That's true. Yao Ming concedes but continues to encourage him. This indicates you're making rapid progress. With a bit more time, your mid-range ability will surely elevate considerably. Wow. Tyson Chandler, who has been observing from the sidelines, expresses astonishment. Why do I feel like Su is shooting more accurately than I am? Haha. Pippin bursts into laughter, teasing, you're an interior player. Isn't it possible that even if Su isn't accurate, the basket is still more forgiving? No. Chandler shakes his head. Pippin, you don't understand. Su's shots were genuinely way off before. Even open ones. But now, it feels remarkably precise. It's as if he's had a sudden epiphany. It's quite magical. Haha. Is that so? Pippin laughs heartily, yet he is not surprised by Su Yan's growth. He has always been a remarkable player. Whether in playing style, skills, or physical prowess, everything about him is extraordinary. Thus, whatever transpires in his journey, I remain unperturbed. The successor to Jordan is destined for rapid growth, capable of overwhelming the entire league and becoming the strongest. The players caught in a spirited training session paid little heed to Su Yan's sudden surge in shooting accuracy, attributing it to their rigorous practice. Around 5 p.m., Coach Skiles arrived at the court, gathering everyone together to announce, first and foremost, congratulations to Su Yin for being named the Rookie of the Week and Player of the Week consecutively. This is truly remarkable. He has rightfully earned the title of the heir to Jordan, one of the twin stars of the Dragon Kingdom, and the core of our Bulls team. Su Yin is simply outstanding. His teammates erupted in applause, genuinely elated for Su Yin. Thank you, Su Yin replied with a smile. Coach Skiles chuckled, continuing, as we embark on the new season, we have secured 4 consecutive victories. Playing exceptionally well. It is imperative that everyone maintains this momentum and strives to perform admirably in the forthcoming matches. However, the upcoming schedule is no walk in the park, as we will face the Lakers away. Spurs home, Raptors away, 76ers away, Nets away, and Magic home. Gentlemen, the next 6 games promise to be quite intriguing. Intriguing, indeed. The recent fervor surrounding Su Yin and the Bulls has made their upcoming schedule a topic of fervent discussion among fans. Moreover, this captivating series of matchups has generated considerable buzz on ESPN's Page 2 segment. On. The Bulls' upcoming fixtures are undeniably fascinating, as they are set to face each of the teams featuring the 4 great shooting guards. Alongside last year's finals contenders, the Spurs and the Nets. Without a doubt, these teams are immensely popular, which signifies that the 6 matchups will be highly anticipated, each promising to be a spectacle. Absolutely, remarked the assistant. Recently, the immensely popular Su Yin, a guard celebrated as the heir to Jordan, has become a focal point of excitement. Thus, the anticipated clashes between Su Yin and the 4 great shooting guards are bound to captivate audiences. Facing the 4 great shooting guards and then 2 finals teams, the Bulls' upcoming 6 games are simply extraordinary, as fans eagerly discussed each impending matchup, simultaneously at the NBA headquarters, in the office of Commissioner David Stern. He leaned back on the sofa, his brow slightly furrowed. To his side, an assistant remarked. The brawl between the Bulls and the Heat unfolded as follows. Wade, Jones, and Odom ganged up on Su Yin. The outcome was that Su Yin knocked Wade unconscious, fractured Jones's knuckles, and rendered Odom unconscious. The so-called scholarly thug, Su Yin, managed to single-handedly take down 3 opponents. The conflict arose when Su Yin continuously intercepted and blocked Jones and Odom, humiliating them, which incited their ire and provoked them into aggression. Su Yin did not back down, ultimately resulting in the altercation. David Stern sighed upon hearing this, pondering the player's behavior. Why resort to violence out of humiliation when they are simply outmatched? What a detrimental habit! It is baffling that they would provoke someone as powerful as Su Yin, who is indeed a scholarly thug with considerable skill. Why instigate trouble? Commissioner, the assistant interjected, raising a hand with a grin. Su Yin is quite young, his playing style is mild-mannered, and his talent appears rather ordinary and unremarkable, giving off an impression of being easy to bully. Yet, precisely because of this, Su Yin consistently excels on both ends of the court, overpowering those all-star players and leaving them embarrassed. This inevitably leads to conflict. Of course, I merely state the facts. As seasoned players and all-stars, they should possess a better mindset and control their emotions. Such conflict should not occur frequently. Indeed, David Stern shook his head helplessly, adding, this young lad, Su Yin, is brimming with youthful vigor and fearlessness. Whoever dares to provoke him will undoubtedly face retaliation, and fiercely so. Once engaged, they will certainly find themselves on the ground if they provoke him. He is undeniably a tough guy. However, if injuries occur, even if he's not at fault, he will still bear the blame and must face repercussions. Otherwise, it would adversely affect the league. Yet I do not wish to penalize Su Yin. His emergence has halted the Bulls' declining market value, and it is now beginning to rise. This is undoubtedly a positive development for us. And the catalyst for this change is the master of predictions, Su Yin, whose remarkable performances have triggered a butterfly effect. How could I bear to punish him? Besides, he has done nothing wrong. With this train of thought, David Stern sighed repeatedly, filled with melancholy. He did not want to penalize Su Yin, yet punishment was necessary. It was a conundrum. With events having transpired and the negative impact spreading, resolution was imperative and needed to be swift. After some reflection, David Stern articulated his proposed course of action to his assistant. At 8 p.m., the NBA's official Twitter account announced, in response to the brawl incident during the Bulls versus Heat game yesterday, the following penalties and explanations have been issued. For the Heat, Wade, Jones, and Odom are each suspended for 5 games and fined $2,000. For the Bulls, Su Yin is suspended for 1 game. The rookie Su Yin was merely playing the game well and delivering an impressive performance, effectively suppressing Jones and Odom through basketball. There is nothing wrong with that. However, Jones and Odom, unable to match his skill, resorted to violence to save face, which is reprehensible and utterly disgraceful, though we do not endorse this behavior, nor should it be emulated. The 5-game suspension and fine serve as a stern warning. Future incidents will result in even harsher penalties, aimed at reminding all league players that actions on the court should speak louder than fists As for Su Yin, he has done no wrong. He cannot simply tolerate such provocations. He was acting in self-defense. However, his response was overly forceful, warranting a one-game suspension as a gentle reminder. Upon the release of this announcement, the response was overwhelmingly positive and unanimously agreed upon. Indeed, Su Yin neither seeks out trouble nor fears it. He never initiates violence against opponents, but if they strike him, he will certainly retaliate. Flame Fist will undoubtedly respond, with consequences to bear. This was a reasonable course of action. However, his retaliation was too severe, resulting in a one-game suspension. Su Yin mused, "It's my strength that's to blame. A suspension is a suspension." After all, Su Yin cannot back down. And for fans, it is quite unfortunate that he will miss the upcoming game against the Lakers. The twin stars of the Dragon Kingdom versus the Los Angeles Super Four. The Master predictions Su Yin versus the Black Mamba Kobe. Eastern Player of the Week versus Western Player of the Week. The overlapping anticipation of these matchups will remain unfulfilled, leaving fans understandably disappointed. Nevertheless, good things take time. The two teams will have another opportunity to face off during the regular season. While this encounter may be regrettably missed, anticipation for the next clash is immense. As for the game, with only Yao Ming on the Bulls facing the Lakers Super Four, there was little hope for victory, resulting in a disheartening defeat and the end of their four-game winning streak. Fans could accept this outcome, as facing a championship contender like the Lakers, who boast a Super Four, even the Bulls with both twin stars would have a slim chance of winning. A loss is inconsequential. Fans turned their attention to the following day's confrontation between the Bulls and the reigning champion Spurs. The clash between the Bulls and the Spurs is set to commence tomorrow night. This evening, the Spurs will engage in a fierce battle against the Kings on their home turf, marking a showdown among powerhouses. The renowned GDP faces off against Peja, Weber, and Bibby. Within the GDP, Duncan needs no introduction. Last year's Finals MVP, he is arguably the most formidable forward in the league today, complemented by the rapidly developing second-year Ginobili and third-year Parker, who are increasingly able to provide support to Duncan. The reputation of GDP is steadily being established on the Kings side. All three players boast an impressive average of over 20 points per game, with Peja averaging an astounding 24.8 points, including 3 three-pointers per game. Moreover, the team features the elite blue-collar player Brad Miller, who averages 10.5 rebounds and 14.5 points, providing a solid defensive presence. The offensive exchanges between the two teams promise to be exhilarating and fiercely contested. With neither side gaining a clear edge, the match remains tightly contested until the very end, testing each team's ability to execute crucial plays. Who possesses the greater strength? The Kings appear to have the upper hand. But the Spurs are renowned for their tenacious defense, whether it be the big fundamental Duncan or the junkyard dog Bowen. Alongside other Spurs players, their defensive prowess is formidable. In critical moments, the Spurs demonstrate an even stronger defensive resolve, consistently thwarting the Kings' offensive attempts while executing fluid team plays to orchestrate counterattacks. Ultimately, the sequence unfolds. Swish, boom, swish. Parker delivers a spinning jumper. Duncan sends Bibby a thunderous rejection under the basket, and a composed 45 bank shot follows. Ginobili dazzles with an elusive Euro-step layup. The GDP showcases both offensive and defensive capabilities, and the trio unites to vanquish the Kings. The steadfast Duncan, along with the impressively evolving Parker and Ginobili, heralds a new season where GDP becomes increasingly powerful in both skill and synergy. Fans in San Antonio eagerly anticipate a repeat championship run this season. The Spurs exhibit championship caliber, further heightening the excitement for the imminent showdown between the Bulls and the Spurs. As the moment approaches, at 8 p.m. at the United Center, half an hour before the game, both teams meticulously warm up on their respective halves, their faces radiating confidence, filled with conviction to secure victory. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen exclaims, "This young Bulls squad exudes confidence, showing no fear against the defending champions, the Spurs, which is quite astonishing, especially considering they lost their last game. Their mindset is unexpectedly resilient." Mark Jackson chuckles. Their previous defeat was due to the suspension of the master of anticipation Su Yin. Yet in matches where Su Yin played, the Bulls achieved a 4-game winning streak. With Su Yin back tonight, the Bulls, now complete with the twin stars of Dragon Country, have no reason to fear the Spurs on their home court. Haha. Mike Breen laughs, adding, indeed, Su Yin is on par with the diesel Shaquille O'Neal as a player of the week. Though undrafted, he has already demonstrated Rookie of the Year caliber. Facing the reigning champions, this group of newcomers may not guarantee a win, but at least they possess the courage to contend. If they lose, so be it. In the stands tonight, His Airness Michael Jordan and the Worm Dennis Rodman are present to witness the game. During the offseason, both frequently visited the Bulls training facility, offering guidance in their relationships with Pippen. Su Yin and Yao Ming are quite amicable. The legend Larry Bird and the Admiral David Robinson are also in attendance. Additionally, Hida has come tonight, having increasingly followed Su Yin since the season opener. Her interest in him growing with each impressive performance. When Su Yin executed a 3-on-1 play, triumphing over 3 opponents, and subsequently earned the titles of Player of the Week and Rookie of the Week. Hida perceived him as both handsome and talented, embodying the potential to be Jordan's successor. As a fan of Jordan, her admiration for Su Yin has skyrocketed, and she now ardently supports him, donning his red jersey emblazoned with the number 7. A departure from her previous favorite, the 23 jersey of Jordan on the court. As the game nears its commencement, Coach Skiles gathers his teammates, earnestly stating the GDP is the offensive core of the Spurs, that we must focus our defense on these 3. Particularly on the big fundamental Duncan, applying double teams whenever possible. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant as the Spurs excel in teamwork on offense and possess a formidable defense. Regardless of our approach, we need to exhibit sufficient patience. Our opponents are the defending champions. We must maintain our composure. Ditto. Understood, Coach. Yes, Coach. Yao Ming, Hinrich, and others respond enthusiastically, their excitement palpable as they prepare to challenge the reigning champions. Meanwhile, on the Spurs side, Coach Popovich similarly convenes his players. Stating gravely, the Bulls' 4-game winning streak this season indicates a certain level of skill. Clearly, the twin stars of Dragon Country are pivotal. However, the master of anticipation Su Yin is the critical factor for the Bulls' success that we must neutralize him. He then turns to the enforcer Bruce Bowen, assigning him the task of guarding Su Yin. Understood, Bowen nods eagerly, licking his lips, relishing the challenge of defending against an undrafted player who has earned the title of Player of the Week. All your flashy moves will be futile in my presence. I will utilize my defensive prowess to stifle you and provoke an explosive reaction. Soon, the game begins. The Chicago Bulls starting lineup consists of point guard, Hinrich, shooting guard, Su Yin, small forward, Pippen, power forward, Antonio, center, Yao Ming. The San Antonio Spurs starting lineup features point guard, Tony Parker, shooting guard, Hito Trko, small forward, Bruce Bowen, power forward, Tim Duncan. Center, Rasho Nestorovi. Ginobili will come off the bench, not due to his inability to start, but rather to lead the second unit in rotations. Jump ball. Yao Ming and Nestorovi vie for the tip-off. Smack. Nestorovi seizes the perfect moment to leap, winning the tip for the Spurs. Trko receives the ball, Parker advances, and after executing a series of movements, he successfully transitions the ball to Bowen, who then passes it back to Trko at the top of the key. Simultaneously, Parker utilizes a screen from Duncan, swiftly darting along the baseline, evading Hinrich, and emerging to receive the ball. Repeatedly repositioning himself, the Spurs exhibit remarkable patience, creating opportunities. Parker takes a step forward, launching a soft jumper from the elbow. Swish, it finds its mark effortlessly. The jumper is one of Parker's scoring methods. Following another possession, the Spurs again employ their fluid passing and cutting, allowing Parker to make a cut towards the basket. Whoa! Antonio lunges in with a shout. Wow! Parker executes a rapid spin, evading him and gliding toward the basket while maintaining excellent balance. A layup? No. Yao Ming arrives for support. Swish! Parker, unflustered, delivers a precise handoff to Duncan, who finishes with a smooth bank shot. Their seamless cooperation results in yet another successful offensive play. Bulls 0 for Spurs. Wow! Hinrich's eyes widen in astonishment. The Spurs' fluid teamwork and rapid ball movement leave him momentarily disoriented, struggling to track the ball's whereabouts. The Spurs' brand of team basketball is renowned and formidable throughout the league. Yao Ming observes, his expression serious. Indeed, Pippen nodded and further remarked, everyone, stay focused and keep your nerves taut. Otherwise, Not only will we be unable to defend, but it will also affect our mindset. Oh. The starters responded in unison. Sinrich passed the ball over, placing it into Su Yan's hands as he received the ball at the top of the arc on the right side. Bowen suddenly lunged toward him, glaring fiercely. Bowen. Su Yan's pupils constricted. Although he had never seen Bowen play, he was well aware of the infamous heavenly ruin kick, Bowen's flying kicks, and the notorious reputation of Carter chasing him down the court after he had repeatedly tripped him, along with his dirty defense image. Su Yan had heard much about it. I could bear you no grudge, sir. Please refrain from employing rough tactics against me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't resort to extreme measures, as Su Yan silently prayed. He was a gentleman, one who had never engaged in a brawl. Not really. Bang! Before Su Yan could initiate his attack, Bowen charged in, seemingly attempting to steal the ball, but in reality, he delivered a forceful collision, exerting immense pressure. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yan staggered back 2 steps, casting a glance at the referee, who remained unresponsive, allowing this bout of physicality, which was quite acceptable given the year was 2003. Bang, bang, bang. Adjusting his stance, Su Yan regained possession of the ball, executing a deceptive dribble through his legs with his left hand, employing the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to read the defense. He thinks I'm going to drive. My weight has completely shifted to the left, but I will accelerate to the right for a breakthrough. However, with Bowen's defensive prowess, he might catch up. I will need a secondary feint. In an instant, he assessed the situation as Su Yan pulled the ball back through his legs. Bowen shifted his weight to the left, allowing Su Yan to dart out to the right. When Bowen abruptly halted and attempted to pivot back to pursue him, Su Yan executed a sudden stop-and-go, feigning another direction, leaving Bowen momentarily bewildered before accelerating away. What a Bowen! His shifting balance left him rooted to the spot. Swish! Su Yan further analyzed the defense, and just before Nestorovic could contest his shot, he executed a high bank shot, evading the block and scoring with finesse. On emerged as Su Yan's predicted leisurely offensive breakthrough immobilized the formidable defender Bruce Bowen. The commentator gasped in astonishment in the subsequent round. Su Yan again faced Bowen, still under the watchful eye of the Heavenly Emperor, executing a predictive attack. A simple change of direction through his legs, followed by a subtle feint, allowed him to once more elude Bowen, accelerating directly toward the basket. Even with Bowen in relentless pursuit, Su Yan, with a positional advantage, keenly monitored Bowen's chasing speed, confident in his dynamic vision that Bowen would not be able to catch him. He decisively went for a layup. Swish! It was a clean shot. Bang! Bowen's hand slapped against the backboard, seemingly an effort to salvage his pride, yet it only served to further affirm Su Yan's remarkable perceptive abilities through the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. In 2 consecutive attacks, Su Yan effortlessly scored against Bowen, the defensive stalwart, who believed he could easily contain Su Yan. Wow. The crowd erupted in excitement that Bowen's expression gradually soured. Was he truly rendered immobile? Did Su Yan truly predict his moves? Humph. Since you have rendered me ineffective, I shall ensure you cannot score either. Bowen narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold determination flashing within. Stamp. In the next round, he confronted Su Yan once more, fixating on him. And as Su Yan dribbled the ball, Bowen lunged at him, initiating a fierce confrontation. It was a frenzied entanglement, employing both hands and feet. Bowen persistently clawed at Su Yan, while simultaneously tripping him, and even covertly pushing him, subtly disrupting Su Yan's speed and path for a breakthrough. However, he was astute, a seasoned defender with multiple selections to the all-defensive first team. He was cunning in his defensive tactics. Such foul play danced precariously on the edge of legality. He was adept at reading the referee's demeanor. If the officiating was lenient that night, he would play aggressively. If it were stringent, he would temper his approach. That evening, he was still observing the referee's tendencies. Bang! An elbow strike landed on Su Yan, further impeding his speed. Yet Su Yan was no ordinary player. His keen insight, akin to that of a hawk under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, allowed him to anticipate Bowen's hidden elbow. Bang! He raised his arm to block, the elbows colliding, flaws abound. Withstanding Bowen's concealed elbow, Su Yan accelerated, intent on shaking Bowen off. Think you can escape? Bowen shot forward, determined to obstruct Su Yan. pulling and grabbing in an attempt to hinder him. Su Yin paid no heed, retracting his arm to evade Bowen's grasp, executing a swift turn that left Bowen trailing behind, charging toward the basket. He dodged that. Bowen was taken aback. With Bowen grasping at thin air, he watched in frustration as Su Yin once again bypassed him, poised to score. Huh. In a low growl, Bowen turned and pursued him at an angle. As Su Yin went for the layup, Bowen lunged, slapping the ball away with a fierce strike. Thwack! The impact landed heavily on Su Yan's arm, an unavoidable hit. Beep beep! The whistle blew. Bowen was called for a foul. Su Yin stepped to the free throw line. Hiss! Mike Bryn winced. Bowen's hit was quite severe. Indeed, Mark Jackson nodded. There was no other choice. Su Yin had once again evaded Bowen's defense with foresight. If Bowen hadn't fouled him, he would have been left to watch Su Yin score, which would have been even more demoralizing and detrimental to his defensive confidence. Despite the excessive force, such a tactical foul was not entirely out of line. Hiss! Su Yin grimaced in pain. Damn it, Bowen's hit was ruthless. Su Yin felt a twinge of irritation. However, at that moment, Bowen scampered over, wearing an expression of remorse. Su Yin, I'm truly sorry, I didn't mean to. Su Yin? Was he the one known for his dirty playing style? What was with this sudden apology? Su Yin was perplexed by Bowen's unexpected display of contrition, while Su Yin remained in a daze. Bowen approached one of the corner referees, again with a face full of apology, repeatedly chuckling, "Ref, you know it wasn't intentional. My intent was merely to steal the ball. This was just an unfortunate accident. I never meant to harm any player." Bowen's face radiated an aura of sincerity. The referee chuckled. "I understand. This was merely a standard foul. Su Yin. Why apologize to me and then to the referee?" Despite the severity of his actions, Bowen now appeared genuinely innocent, as if he had no intention of harming him. If it weren't for Su Yan's knowledge of Bowen's sordid history, he might have almost believed his charade. Never mind. What did it matter what tricks he had up his sleeve? As long as he refrained from tripping Su Yin or delivering flying kicks, Su Yin could accept any fouls within the realm of basketball. He shook off the pain in his arm, disregarding Bowen's incessant chatter with the referee, and prepared to take his free throws. Clang, swish! He converted one of two attempts. The game resumed, while the Spurs executed their fluid plays to score. Su Yin utilized his keen insight under the eye of the Heavenly Emperor to penetrate the defense and score. As one of the twin stars of Longguo, Su Yan's prowess remained as formidable as ever. In contrast, Yao Ming struggled against the relentless defense of Nestorovic and Duncan, finding it challenging to score efficiently. Crucially, he also lacked Duncan's experience in securing rebounds that on the defensive end, Nestorovic was less aggressive. While Duncan's low-post game, characterized by precise footwork and the signature 45-degree bank shot, proved too much for Yao Ming to handle. The Spurs maintained control of the court, and their key to victory lay in effectively limiting Su Yan's impact. Once restrictions are in place, victory becomes as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. Drink! In a furious roar, Bowen once again located Su Yin, his demeanor still that of a fierce brute, exuding an image that was as detestable as it was intimidating. Yet, surely his recent apology must have contained a shred of conscience. Su Yin found himself somewhat perplexed. Setting aside his thoughts, he focused on the game. With a hesitant feint, he accelerated with his left hand. Bowen's center of gravity lowers. Convinced I will attempt a straightforward breakthrough. So, swoosh! With a decisive step forward, he created an illusion, then abruptly halted, executing a jump shot from the left elbow area. As Su Yin leapt, Bowen lunged downward, attempting a contested jump shot from the point guard position, all under the pressure of a basic mid-range throw. Swish, a clean, netless swish, choosing not to drive, but instead opting for an unfamiliar shot. Luck was on his side. Bowen snorted in disdain, having been confident that if Su Yin attempted to break through, he would be able to keep up and apply staunch defense, effectively locking him down. But a minute later, Bowen continued to fixate on Su Yin. Yet again, under the divine gaze of the heavens, Su Yin accelerated at a pace that was not particularly fast, executing a simple pivot that left Bowen trailing at his side. Damn it! Once more outmaneuvered, Bowen seethed with rage, furiously pursuing Su Yin, realizing he could not interfere with Su Yin's drive to the basket. Therefore, bang, he forcefully shoved Su Yin at the waist, sending him sprawling to the ground. Beep, beep. The whistle blew. Bowen was called for a defensive foul. As Su Yin lay on the floor, frustration boiled within him. Clearly, Bowen's defense had crossed the line into the realm of unsportsmanlike conduct. He could no longer tolerate it. With a sudden surge of anger, he sprang to his feet to confront Bowen that you've already been outplayed. There's no way you can guard me. Is such brutal defense really necessary? Is this what you call sportsmanship? However, before Su Yin could finish his tirade, he was met with Bowen's sheepish grin, hands rubbing together in apology to Su Yin. I'm truly sorry, it was not my intention, that I was merely focused on my defense and lost control of my strength. I swear, I didn't mean to harm you. I sincerely apologize. Bowen's apology was laced with sincerity, almost to the point of tears. Su Yin, what kind of apology is this? You're the foot tripper. The very embodiment of underhanded tactics. I ought to berate you, yet you should not respond with such brazen justification. Why are you deviating from the expected script? Su Yin was incensed. Yet, Bowen's earnestness rendered it difficult for him to remain angry, leading to the unsettling realization that perhaps he was the one being petty. Wang Defa. Su Yan's face contorted in confusion. Rubbing his slightly sore arm, he resignedly stepped to the free throw line to execute 2 shots. Clang, swish, 1 out of 2. Just standard procedure. In the subsequent possession, however, Bowen transformed into a rabid dog, aggressively challenging Su Yin with a brutal defense, replete with elbows and other underhanded tactics. Filthy. His defense remained unscrupulously dirty. Su Yin? Such a sincere apology. Yet how can the next possession maintain such foul play? Is this what they call acknowledging a mistake while steadfastly refusing to change? Film. Su Yin executed di 70 minutos. Accelerating in the opposite direction to once again outpace Bowen. Outmaneuvered again. Bowen was furious, utterly enraged. Frantically chasing after Su Yin, he was well aware he could not catch up, but that only meant he was about to resort to underhanded tactics once more. As Su Yin charged forward, he found himself confronted by Duncan's help defense, with Nestrovich lurking ominously beneath the basket, trapped between a rock and a hard place. How could he attack? Swoosh! Su Yin abruptly halted, opting for a mid-range jump shot. The closer one is to the basket, the higher the accuracy. He was confident in this shot. From a diagonal rear, Bowen, having chased Su Yin, noticed his jump shot and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a troublesome little brat. A disregarded, undrafted rookie, and yet he dares to humiliate me like this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Unable to defend, is it? Then let us ruin him. A cruel thought raced through Bowen's mind. His pupils dilated sharply, a surge of malicious intent coursing through him. And he lunged forward, placing his foot beneath Su Yin's as he jumped. What was he doing? Tripping Su Yin. As Su Yin prepared to shoot, his keen eyes, sharpened by divine insight, sensed something amiss. A quick glance revealed Bowen preparing to trip him. Su Yin, you truly deserve to die. While you sincerely apologize to me, you simultaneously engage in acts that could injure or ruin me. You are indeed a beast, speaking one way while acting another, a true double-faced individual that is a foot tripper. Bowen, you are truly despicable. With no intention to shoot, Su Yin released the ball carelessly, landing protectively. His right foot touched down first, avoiding Bowen's trip. Once stable, he deftly sidestepped Bowen's foot, narrowly escaping disaster. Crucially, it was Su Yin's divine insight that enabled him to detect the danger early, allowing him to evade the trip and avoid injury. Had this been an average player, the likelihood of being tripped would have been 99. With a stroke of luck, they might escape with minor injuries. However, with ill fortune, they could end up like Vince Carter, whose career was effectively ended by Bowen's malice. Despicable. Bowen was truly vile. What the hell are you doing? Su Yin could not contain his fury. Having just regained his balance, he forcefully shoved Bowen, the immense force causing Bowen to stumble backward, nearly losing his footing. Don't do that. Duncan approached immediately, intervening to block Su Yin. Observing Bowen's actions, he quickly played the peacemaker, and Yao Ming promptly joined him, standing beside Su Yin. Beep beep. The referee, having witnessed the incident clearly, blew the whistle. They understood why Su Yin was enraged and halted the game to review the footage. determining whether Bowen's actions were intentional or accidental, and prepared to issue a penalty. Meanwhile, Bowen, having been shoved, did not confront Su Yin, but rather rushed to the referee to explain himself. "Referee, I truly did not mean it. I had no intention to trip him. I was solely focused on my defense, and just misstepped." The referee shook his head. This time, they could not accept Bowen's one-sided explanation. Compared to fouls involving elbows and shoving, the act of tripping blatantly violated sportsmanship, and the league had a zero-tolerance policy. Unless proven unintentional, there would be consequences. After Bowen apologized to the referee, he approached Su Yin once more, still wearing a grin at Su Yin. "I'm really sorry. I truly apologize that I didn't mean it. I was just trying to defend. It was an unintentional act. Please don't take it to heart. If possible, could you speak to the referee on my behalf? Please don't call me for a technical foul. Su Yin." Here we go again. This is never ending, is it? Does everyone think I'm a fool? How dare you ask me to plead your case? You truly have no shame. Su Yin began to understand Bowen's duplicitous nature, how he could engage in the most ruthless acts while uttering the sweetest words, all to destroy his opponent while minimizing his own fouls, striving to remain on the court as long as possible, and taking the art of defense to an extreme. Humph! With a cold snort, Su Yin refused to even glance at Bowen, joining Yao Ming and the arriving Pippin to return to the bench and await the outcome. The fans turned their attention to the big screen, eager to see the replay of Bowen's foot trip against Su Yin. What would it show? In slow motion, Bowen extended his foot, but as a notorious foot tripper, a seasoned player in such tactics, it appeared he had acted within the bounds of normal defense, merely misstepping in his eagerness to catch up, resulting in the trip. Oh, perhaps it was nothing. No, that is simply impossible. After multiple reviews, the referee still determined that Bowen could no longer catch up to Su Yin and had committed defensive interference by forcefully attempting to defend. There was only one reason for this: a potential tripping foul. However, given the absence of any obvious flaws, and since Su Yin did not sustain any injuries, after some deliberation, the referee issued Bowen a flagrant foul of the first degree. Just a flagrant foul? Su Yin felt somewhat displeased. Yet it seemed there was little he could do, and his disdain for Bowen grew, along with his wariness. "Referee, I truly apologize. I should have been more cautious and not harmed the players in my attempt to defend. This is my fault. Being penalized is only fair to a flagrant foul of the first degree. I consider myself fortunate. I will strive to defend better and more appropriately." Bowen continued to express his apologies. "Indeed, one must be cautious. One must never resort to tripping to injure others. That is absolutely intolerable," the referee admonished. The fact that the referee spoke indicated a degree of acknowledgement towards Bowen, suggesting that he believed Bowen's apologies were sincere and not intentional. However, this was merely Bowen's apology style and dirty tactics intended to garner sympathy from the public, leaving the injured player feeling particularly nauseated. How disgusting! The more Su Yin observed Bowen, the more irked he became. 2 free throws and a shot. Su Yin missed both free throws this time, evidently affected by Bowen's repeated fouls and psychological tactics. The game continued. The Bulls had possession. Bowen, already with 3 fouls, remained on the court. On the Spurs bench, the venerable Popovich rested his chin on one hand, appearing utterly unconcerned about substituting Bowen. Bang! 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 Hinrich pushed forward, and once again, Bowen clung to Su Yin like a mad dog, even though Su Yin currently had no ball. Bowen was relentless in his pursuit. U1S1 he was defending with utmost seriousness. Yet, as Su Yin set a screen for Hinrich, allowing him to navigate around it to the top of the arc, Bowen hesitated. Initially keeping his focus on Su Yin, Hinrich found himself wide open. He was a shooter, and leaving him completely unguarded was not a wise choice. In a way, Bowen swiftly reconsidered and hurriedly chased after Hinrich to disrupt his shot. Meanwhile, the unhurried Hinrich awaited this moment, passing the ball back to the advancing Su Yin on the left high post. Su Yin received the pass. Due to Bowen's half-hearted defensive hesitation, he found himself wide open. With Duncan failing to catch up, what now? It was still a choice between a jump shot and a drive. Yet Bowen, eager to contain Su Yin, despite being aware of the defensive strategy aimed at him, was consumed by his desire to defend. That moment. "Aw!" he shouted as he sprinted toward Su Yin. But clearly, The distance was too great for him to cover, and Su Yin, undeterred, executed a jump shot as if it were a practice routine. It was a basic half-step throw, and with the current Su Yan shooting ability, he was in a position to shoot with an approximately 80% success rate. Whoosh! Just as Su Yan was about to leap for his shot, Bowen, resembling a demon, lunged forward, realizing he could not prevent Su Yan's shot. What? A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and in the next instant, he leaped with a kick, desperately trying to breach the distance and intending to disrupt Su Yan's shooting attempt with a malicious attack. Here it comes. The tripping villain Bowen's flying kick. Despite being in the midst of shooting, Su Yan's astonishing awareness, honed by the eye of the Heavenly Emperor, kept him vigilant against Bowen, especially wary of the impending kick, violently pushing me, brutally elbowing me, maliciously tripping me, and now attempting to kick me. You apologize profusely, but simultaneously seek to destroy me. You truly have some nerve. However, since you are so ruthless, so underhanded, and continuously escalate your dirty tactics, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Sensing the imminent danger of the flying kick, Su Yan abandoned his shot yet again, his eyes flashing with cold determination. He rotated his palm, clenched it into a fist, and gathered immense strength. Then, with a slight shift of his body, he evaded Bowen's flying kick under the watchful gaze of the eye of the Heavenly Emperor. Bowen flew past him, striking with his kick. Su Yan unleashed a diagonal upward elbow strike. From below to above, it struck precisely. With a resounding impact, it connected with Bowen's chin. Bowen had provoked Su Yan time and again, infuriating him with one escalating dirty move after another, until this flying kick finally crossed the line, inciting Su Yan's wrath, resulting in this devastating elbow strike. The upwards force of the blow, impacting Bowen's chin, was immense, delivering significant damage. It was a decisive counterattack. Bang! Bowen was immediately knocked to the ground, crashing heavily against the floored that very moment as he fell. No, it should be said that Su Yan's pronounced elbow collided with Bowen's chin, causing his brain to buzz. He lost consciousness, collapsing into a deep slumber, akin to that of an infant. Enraged, Su Yan's steel-powered elbow strike incapacitated the tripping villain Bowen. Beep! Beep! The referee's whistle pierced through the air. Bowen's flying kick was glaringly evident, and Su Yan's elbow strike was unmistakable. Bowen lying unconscious was an undeniable fact. The game was halted to review the footage and ascertain the details of this offensive play. What on earth? In the audience, the flashy big worm Rodman seethed with rage. What was this flying kick? Was it basketball or a brawl? Bowen was even more repugnant than I ever was. How filthy! Jordan shook his head in disapproval. His face contorted with disgust. Tripping, flying kicks. These actions blatantly contravene the ethics of sportsmanship. Bowen's continuous transgressions were excessive. This was truly underhanded. Getting knocked out by an elbow was well-deserved on the opposite side of the stands. King of the Bait Larry Bird wore a disdainful expression. David, the current Spurs players lack quality. This is not how one should defend, The former Spurs icon, Admiral David Robinson, chuckled awkwardly. Bowen's defensive tactics were indeed extreme and perilous. I cannot condone them. However, he is merely a role player. One cannot generalize based on his actions. The Stone Buddha Tim Duncan, one of the GDP trio, is an FMVP caliber player and currently the most formidable forward in the league. His style of play is clean. He is destined to become a truly great player. Tim, Larry Bird glanced at Duncan, who appeared somewhat dazed on the court, recalling his commanding presence in last year's finals. He nodded slightly. Tim Duncan will undoubtedly become a historically significant player. Even with Bowen's unsavory tactics, Larry Bird still acknowledged Duncan for his humility and strength. What a dangerous situation. How could someone behave like this? Behind the second row of the Bulls bench, Hida's exquisite and flawless visage was tinged with anger, her large and beautiful blue eyes fixated on the now prostrate Bowen. She felt a surge of indignation at Bowen's flying kick and harbored a flicker of concern for Su Yan. Hoping he remained unscathed on the court, Bowen's most vicious acts of tripping and flying kicks were deftly evaded by Su Yan, while the minor skirmishes of pushing and arm cutting were manageable. Su Yan was unharmed. The referee was reviewing the play at the technical table, while the Spurs medical staff hurriedly assessed Bowen's injuries and swiftly summoned a stretcher to carry the unconscious Bowen into the player's tunnel. Ah, and how unfortunate. The departure of Bowen was accompanied by murmurs of discontent. The large screen replayed the recent offensive play, and in slow motion, the fans could clearly see Bowen attempting to sabotage Su Yan's shot with a flying kick, an unembellished act of aggression. Undeniably malevolent. The referee's second point of focus was Bowen's feinting spell, specifically whether Su Yan's elbow strike was intentional. In slow motion, it was evident that Su Yan had indeed swung his elbow. And it was quite pronounced. Was it deliberate? No, the referee did not immediately conclude this, for prior to that, Bowen had launched a flying kick aimed at injuring, one that necessitated evasion, as Su Yan had dodged. And in the act of avoidance, he had swung his elbow. Thus, could it be argued that the elbow was not entirely directed at the player, but rather a reflexive action? The referee pondered this nuance. The fans were also contemplating. When a person retreats, swinging their arm forward is a natural and normal motion for maintaining balance that I believe Su Yan did not intend to inflict harm. That makes sense. Such an obvious elbow strike, and you still claim it wasn't intentional. Are you all blind? Oh, laughing, one might argue that Su Yan truly may not have acted with malice. Even if he had, what of it? If Bowen dared to deliver such a reckless flying kick, why should Su Yan not retaliate, to incapacitate his ability to harm others? Even if it were indeed an elbow strike, I find no fault in it. Absolutely none, exactly.